Chapter 680, Meis Special Treasure. Wang Lin opened his eyes, but they were filled with clarity. Although they were still filled with pain, it was as if he had seen through the world. It was truth that he had learned before. He should let go of those that were meant to disappear. He raised his right hand, and a strand of mist appeared over it. This mist was all the smoke that had entered his body. His origin soul contained part of the ancient thunder dragon, so it contained the power of the heavenly thunder. This 10,000 illusion heavenly devil Dao wasn't enough to cause his origin soul to burn. Looking at the mist, Wang Lin pondered for a bit and then crushed it. Although your cultivation has been forcibly increased, your understanding of your domain isn't enough. Ordinary people have a saying, to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. That is your fatal weakness. At the moment he crushed it, a muffled groan came from the void. Following that, Mei's figure appeared in the distance. Her face was pale as she stared at Wang Lin. Her eyes filled with hatred and she hissed. You are indeed Wang Lin, someone with a ruthless heart. I'm not the who is ruthless, it's you. Wang Lin's eyes revealed bare, killing intent. I focused my life on Dao, but you used the domain soul, one that the lust domain soul Wang Lin obtained from the giant demon clan ancestor, to break my virgin body. How do you explain this? Mei's voice cracked. All the calmness from before disappeared, and the hatred in her eyes became even stronger. Wang Lin frowned. This was a memory he didn't want to recall. His eyes became cold, and he softly said, You were the first to act. Also, the matter with the domain soul was an accident. Accident? Mei began to laugh. Her laugh grew louder until it was filled with vileness. She could keep her 10,000 illusion heavenly devil Dao mentality before everyone. However, when it came to the person before her, she couldn't. You answered me saying it was an accident. Then I'll give you another accident. There was a hint of complex pain inside her hatred. She touched her bag of holding. Wang Lin frowned. The celestial guard suddenly appeared before him and stepped toward Mei. Mei's right hand lifted from the bag of holding and the storage bag opened. A black mist rushed out from inside the bag and a monstrous resentment burst forth. This resentment was heaven shaking, and the sky darkened as if it covered by clouds. Large vortexes began to slowly rotate in the sky. The resentment was too powerful. As it spread out, the ghostly whales began to appear within 5 kilometers as if they were in the realm of ghosts. A burst of sharp shrills exploded from the black mist. The black mist was too fast even for divine sense to lock onto. It suddenly charged out past the celestial guard directly toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he stared at the black light. At the moment it closed in, he stabbed his finger forth like a sword and created a gust of wind. This wind blew away the black mist, revealing a pair of dark eyes. The moment Wang Lin's eyes fell on that pair of black eyes, he was startled. The eyes were completely cloudy. There was no light, only monstrous resentment. However, at the moment Wang Lin saw that pair of eyes, his mind shook and a feeling of harmony filled his body. It was as if 10,000 thunderclaps had exploded in Wang Lin's ears, causing his own body to tremble. He subconsciously withdrew his finger, took a few steps back, and stared at the black mist. This is... A terrible pain appeared inside Wang Lin's heart and immediately filled his body. He looked at the black mist, and his eyes suddenly turned red. He waved his right hand, causing the celestial guard to immediately return. It became a large shadow that surrounded the black mist, preventing it from doing anything. Wang Lin's face was filled with ferocity as he shouted at Mei, What is inside there? Mei revealed a smile, but her eyes were filled with pain. She then looked at Wang Lin with a wider smile. You don't recognize it? No, with your cultivation, you should be able to recognize it. There is a legend among mortals. If a person loses several children, the souls of those children will not dissipate. They will always follow you and watch you. They will seem to be saying something, but you won't be able to hear. It won't be until the moment of your death that you finally hear them ask, Daddy, why don't you want me? Mei's voice was a bit strange. There was even a trace of madness within. I refined this child inside my body for a century until he finally became a resentful spirit. When he gained consciousness, I kept telling him that it was his father who abandoned him. His father is called Wang Lin. Wang Lin, you ruined my Dao heart, ruined my domain, and took my body. If all of that was an accident, then let me repay you with a special magical treasure. Wang Lin silently pondered. He was in complete silence. It was as if all the life in his body had been drained away and the only thing that remained was endless death. There was no shock like the tens of thousands of thunderclaps exploding in his mind when he found out that there was hope in reviving Limuan. There was no outburst of madness like when he faced Tung Huayuan, one guy who killed his whole family and then killed Wang Lin. There was only extreme focus, like when he faced a crisis. Wang Lin only silently pondered. He was so silent that it was terrifying. It was as if the heavens had stopped, the earth had stopped. It was as if everything in the heavens and earth had froze due to the stop spell. Everything became silent. Looking at the black mist surrounded by the shadow created by the celestial guard, Wang Lin's eyes seemed to be able to pierce through, and he saw a weak figure. That powerful resentment wasn't able to stop Wang Lin's gaze. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin softly said, "Thank you." Lu Mei was startled as she stared at Wang Lin and snapped, "Wang Lin, does your heart not ache?" Wang Lin didn't even look at Lu Mei. He only looked at the figure inside the mist and softly said, "If you can refine him into a resentful spirit, then I can change him back even if it takes thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. Thank you for returning him to me." All of this was completely outside of Lu Mei's expectations. She sneered and said, "He can't recover. To make him completely become a resentful spirit, Before Lu Mei finished speaking, Wang Lin softly said, "If I say it's possible, then it's possible." His gaze withdrew from the mist and fell on Lu Mei. His eyes were no longer calm, but filled with unimaginable killing intent. Aside from Tung Huayuan, Wang Lin had never felt so much killing intent toward someone. "Now it is your turn." Wang Lin's voice wasn't cold, but it made the surroundings suddenly seem to enter winter. He took a step forward and pressed down his right thumb. The underworld finger suddenly appeared. Wang Lin calmly said, "A fake late-stage ascendant cultivator with only celestial spiritual energy and no domain isn't even a match for a mid-stage ascendant cultivator." The finger of death appeared and closed in on Lu Mei along with the 7-star sword formation. The sword energy closed in, causing Lu Mei's expression to change greatly. Feeling a sense of crisis, she bit the tip of her tongue. Blood flew out of her mouth along with an object. It was a blade needle. The moment the needle appeared, it immediately circled Lu Mei and blocked the 7-star sword formation. Even the finger of death was pierced by this needle. The fourth soul. Wang Lin coldly looked at it, and his eyes became even colder. He raised his right hand and gently pointed at the needle. "Stop." The black needle suddenly paused. As it struggled, Wang Lin took a step forward and arrived before Lu Mei. His right hand mercilessly pressed down between her eyebrows. Lu Mei let out a miserable groan, and a large amount of black gas came out from between her eyebrows. Then she immediately retreated. Her eyes were filled with horror. Although Wang Lin's cultivation was only at the early stage of ascendant, his various spells and treasures were extremely shocking. "You want to run?" Wang Lin took another step forward, and his 2 fingers formed a sword. A part of the thunder in his origin soul condensed at the tip of his finger, ready to take this vicious woman's life. The shadow of death surrounded Lu Mei's body and mind, and her expression was deathly pale. Wang Lin's finger had injured her origin soul earlier. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a lot of celestial spiritual energy in her body, she probably would have died already. Lu Mei shrilled, "Li air." Wang Lin frowned and saw the black mist surrounded by the celestial guard begin to churn violently. It let out shrill cries that were like swords that charged toward Wang Lin and tore his heart. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a trace of sadness, but he stabbed forward without any hesitation. His finger rushed out like a bolt of lightning toward Lu Mei. Just at the moment of danger, Lu Mei's eyes were filled with despair, but a vortex suddenly appeared before her. This vortex was pitch black as if it was surrounded by clouds. A slightly withered arm came out from the vortex and casually pressed against Wang Lin's finger. With a loud bang, Wang Lin's body flew back like a meteor. His expression became pale, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood, but his eyes were filled with a monstrous cold light. Not dead. An ancient void came from the vortex. The withered arm grabbed Lu Mei and dragged her directly into the vortex. "You save her, and the Huan family will be wiped out." Wang Lin's voice was like the freezing winter wind as he stared at the vortex. He was clear that the only person who could rescue Lu Mei right now was the Huan family's ancestor. As he spoke, Wang Lin stepped forward and condensed Ling Tianho's sword energy without any hesitation. His finger pointed out like a flash of lightning, and the sword energy charged directly at the vortex. "Arrogant Junior, even though you have a yin and yang stage puppet, you are still no match for this old man. Seeing that you and Huan may have a past, this old man won't get involved in your grudge. However, if you continue to this, then this old man won't spare you," said the ancient voice in the vortex. He grabbed Lu Mei and completely entered the vortex. However, at that moment, Ling Tianho's sword energy had charged through the vortex directly toward the Huan family's ancestor on the other side. Chapter 681, Wang Ping. Ling Tianho's sword energy was peerless. The moment it appeared, sword energy filled the heavens and earth. It charged out like a bolt of lightning and entered the vortex. It chased after the Huan family's ancestor. The vortex immediately collapsed as the sword energy entered it. Then the Huan family ancestor let out a muffled groan. At this moment, inside the Huan family's home in the faraway planet Thousand Illusion, the Huan family's ancestor was sitting in a room with a huge vortex before him. The vortex seemed to turn solid and then shattered inch by inch. At the moment it completely shattered, a white light wrapped around Lu Mei and brought her back through the vortex. After entering the room, the light threw Lu Mei aside as it had no time to care about her right now. There was a trace of anxiety coming from the light as it quickly rushed back into the Huan family's ancestor's body. The Huan family's ancestor suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of horror within them. Without any hesitation, he raised his right hand, mercilessly slammed it down on the vortex, and softly said, "Shatter." Earlier, his origin soul had left his body and used a spell to cross through space. At first he didn't care about Wang Lin at all. When he stopped Wang Lin's attack, he intended to take Wang Lin's life. However, when he stopped that finger, he clearly felt his power enter Wang Lin's origin soul, but it was destroyed. He could only hurt Wang Lin and not kill him. This surprised him, and at the next moment, he saw the Celestial Guard puppet. The puppet's Yin and Yang stage cultivation shocked the Huan family's ancestor greatly. He knew that he was in a very weakened state, and that his cultivation had dropped to the Yin and Yang stage. Although he knew that he could win against the puppet, fighting it would cause his cultivation to drop once more. Also, Wang Lin's origin soul was obviously very strange, which made him worry. If his cultivation hadn't dropped, he wouldn't have worried at all and would have directly killed Wang Lin. Even so, he didn't take Wang Lin's cold words to heart. Even if Wang Lin had the Celestial Guard puppet, he also had his own backup. This was why he took Lu Mei and quickly left after leaving behind some vicious words. Lu Mei was someone who he had spent a lot of effort on. Aside from what he said to the public, there were also private reasons. He wouldn't allow anyone to kill her before she reached the second step. However, the Huan family's ancestor could have never guessed that Wang Lin would send out a ray of sword energy. At first, he didn't consider it a threat, but when it closed in, the sword energy actually caused the vortex his origin soul was in to collapse. This shocked his heart greatly and made him gasp. If it was merely the vortex shattering, it would have been fine, but the sword energy wasn't damaged at all, and it charged directly at his origin soul. The power of this sword energy made the Huan family's ancestor's scalp go numb. When he sensed its power, he vaguely felt the power of a Nirvana cleanser cultivator. This terrifying aura made him feel aghast in his heart. He didn't dare to confront it and ran away in panic. He used the fastest speed an origin soul could use and brought Lu Mei back through the vortex. Then he immediately returned to his body and tried to break the vortex completely so that the sword energy would be trapped in the void. At this instant, the vortex completely collapsed into specks of dust. The Huan family's ancestor let out a breath of relief, but his expression immediately changed, and he cursed in his heart. He suddenly got up, grabbed Lu Mei, and quickly retreated. A ray of golden light suddenly charged out of the vortex at the moment of its collapse. At the moment it appeared, countless rays of sword energy appeared in the secret room. An explosion that shocked the entire planet suddenly echoed across the land. The Huan family's secret room exploded from the pressure of the sword energy and created a shock wave. The shock wave collapsed the buildings in its path and kicked up a dust storm. The Huan family's ancestor charged out of the dust. He was in shock and in a sorry state as he grabbed Lu Mei and escaped. Damn it! How could that junior that knew Lu Mei have a ray of sword energy like this? What kind of crazy Nirvana cleanser senior would give sword energy like this to a junior in the first step? This is completely bullying. The Huan family's ancestor cursed in his heart. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand it, but he was in a weakened state and his cultivation had fallen. He was afraid his cultivation would become even more unstable if he tried to withstand that sword energy. After the secret chamber collapsed, the sword energy charged out and headed straight for the Huan family's ancestor. This sword energy contained Ling Tianho's tyrannical domain. At this moment, it was as if the entire heavens and earth were filled with this tyrannical aura. The sword energy grew more powerful, almost reaching the peak of its power. The moment the sword energy appeared, the entire world seemed to pause. This pause made it seem like time had completely stopped. The clouds changed and the wind rewinded. It created a rare scene where the clouds seemed like the receding tide. All of the powerful cultivators on planet Thousand Illusion felt this sword energy, and the sky suddenly darkened. The moment the sword energy appeared, the heavens and earth were filled with sword energy. The domain coming from the sword energy was simply too overbearing. It was as if every other spell in the world had to make way for it, and couldn't steal its momentum. This kind of tyranny was the heaven's might. The sword energy flew across the sky in a ray of bright light. It transformed into the sharpest point in the world as it chased after the Huan family's ancestor. The sword energy was too fast. You could dodge, you could flee, but the domain on the sword energy would become even stronger. The tyrannical domain becomes stronger the weaker you are. The Huan family's ancestor's expression was gloomy as he threw Lu Mei backward. His hand formed a seal, and there was a flash of white light. His Tao was the 10,000 illusion identitless Tao. It could also put everything in the world in an illusion, but in his hands, it was even more special. The white light shined brightly on his finger as his Tao intent increased like crazy. The Huan family's ancestor activated all the origin energy inside his body to gather in his finger and then mercilessly pointed forward. The burst of white light charged out and collided with Ling Tianho's sword energy. An earth-shattering explosion spread across planet Thousand Illusion. The white light dissipated and the sword energy charged out. It moved like lightning as it entered the Huan family's ancestor's body through his finger. The Huan family's ancestor's body trembled, and his expression immediately became pale. The horror in his eyes became even stronger, and now he thought of what the junior had said before. You save her, and the Huan family will be wiped out. Earlier, he completely ignored those words, but now they were like thunder exploding in his ears. If that person had this kind of sword energy, he didn't doubt that person's ability to wipe out his Huan family. What made him even more terrified was the thought of how many sword energies like this that person had. If that person has more than 6 rays of that sword energy, then unless I can recover my Nirvana Scryer cultivation, I'll definitely die. That is not the most terrifying part. What is truly terrifying is the owner of the sword energy. To be able to give this kind of sword energy to a junior like this means that they are very close. Maybe even a direct descendant. The Huan family's ancestor's scalp went numb. Even with his mental strength, he couldn't help but feel fear. Although he was the Huan family's ancestor and his cultivation had reached the Nirvana Scryer stage, that just meant that he was even more aware of the terror of a Nirvana cleanser. The second step of cultivation was very different from the first step. In the first step, if one had some heaven-defying treasures or powerful spells, it was possible to challenge someone with higher cultivation level. Although it was rare, it wasn't impossible. In fact, if the magical treasure or spell were used well, one could even directly kill someone with higher cultivation level. However, it was impossible for someone to beat someone else with higher cultivation level at the second step. Every single level was the difference between heaven and earth. No need to speak of the difference between Nirvana Scryer and Nirvana Cleanser. Just the difference between early stage and mid-stage Nirvana Scryer was already a gap that couldn't be crossed. Just the sword energy of a Nirvana Cleanser was able to make him dread so much, so one could see the difference. At this moment, the best choice was to hand over Lu Mei. The Huan family's ancestor looked at Lu Mei, who was filled with loss, and immediately gave up the idea. This person knew Lu Mei, so he must be from the Alliance star system. No matter how strong his master is, without an all-heaven stone, he can't enter this star system unless he has his own transfer array. However, even then, by the time his master gets here, this matter will no longer be between just me and him. It will be a war between 2 star systems. At that time, powerful experts from the Thunder Celestial Hall will come out. After all, once this old man's plan for Lu Mei succeeds, perhaps this old man's cultivation will have reached the Nirvana Cleanser stage too. If not, I should still be able to reach the peak of the late stage of Nirvana Scryer. After making up his mind, the Huan family's ancestor immediately spread out his divine sense across the entire planet. Old friend of the Qian family, Brother Su, I have a request. On planet Ranyun, Wang Lin stared at the collapsed vortex and withdrew his gaze. His gaze landed on the black mist surrounded by the Celestial Guard. Bursts of tender cries came out from inside the black mist. Every cry was like a sharp sword that stabbed into Wang Lin's heart. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a trace of pain as he looked at the black mist. Whenever the pair of cloudy eyes met Wang Lin's eyes, they would release thick resentment. This is my child. This is my direct descendant in this world. Wang Lin slowly walked into the shadow created by the Celestial Guard to surround the puppet. He had a hint of softness in his eyes. He hesitated a bit before raising his right hand and reaching into the mist. The resentful spirit didn't hesitate to bite down on Wang Lin's finger. The sharp teeth tore through his skin and the cold, resentful aura immediately entered Wang Lin's body through the wound. Wang Lin didn't withdraw his hand. His eyes were still gentle as he quietly looked at the child that was constantly sucking his blood. It will be alright. Your name is Li Air. Li is not a good word, so let's change it to Ping. From now on, your name will be Wang Ping. I hope your life will be calm and safe, unlike mine. Chapter 682, Duty. The resentful spirit could clearly hear Wang Lin's words, but its eyes were filled with coldness and grief. It continued to bite Wang Lin's finger, as if it wanted Wang Lin to feel the 100 years of resentment all at once. Wang Lin looked at the child for a long time and let out a sigh. The resentment that entered his body couldn't affect him. The thunder inside him only needed to sweep his body, and it would all be cleared away. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal and countless restrictions appeared around the black mist. As the celestial guard withdrew, the restrictions suddenly shrank. The mist also shrank until it was completely sealed by the restriction. In the end, Wang Lin gently picked up the restriction ball with the child inside, and pressed it against his forehead to store it inside the heaven-defying bead. He split a part of his origin soul to be inside the heaven-defying bead to help child continue to dispel the resentment. Wang Lin whispered, "When Father has dealt with the matter at hand, I'll go into closed-door cultivation and dispel your resentment. Ping Air, don't you worry." Then his right hand reached out and immediately grabbed the fourth soul. He took out the 1 billion soul flag and threw the soul inside. Teacher Du Tian, disciple has retrieved the power of the fourth soul. The true power of the 1 billion soul flag will appear once more. Wang Lin turned around, and his gaze fell on the city in the distance. Wang Lin calmly said, "Come out." Son, she carefully flew out from the city. He had witnessed the battle. Whether it was Lu Mei's vile methods or the arrival of the Huan family's ancestor, it all caused his heart to go into complete chaos. Due to his drop in cultivation, when he faced Wang Lin, his heart was filled with awe and flutter. "Son, Senior." Wang Lin looked at Sun Shi. The sword light under his feet was unstable. It was obvious that he was terrified at the moment. Wang Lin let out a sigh. "Brother Sun, there is no need to be like this." Sun Shi silently pondered. He took a deep breath and clasped his hands at Wang Lin as he bitterly said, "Su, Brother Su, the three of us concealed our clones before so that we could drag you into this mess and have you be our scapegoat." Wang Lin whispered, "Forget it, let's not talk about this matter. Are the Ran family's ancestor and carefree Sanren safe right now?" Sun Shi quickly said, "The Ran family's ancestor made a clone hundreds of years ago. He has already left planet Ranyun. I don't know his whereabouts, but I believe he should have no problem. As for Zhao Chuanwen, although he couldn't refine a clone, he has some mysterious spell that splits his origin soul. My guess is that he has long left planet Ranyun." Wang Lin pondered a bit and slowly said, "Since I have received celestial jades from the three of you, I'll do my best. Since I don't know where the two of them are, I'll keep their families safe for a century and ensure the families live on. That way I have at least done my duty." Sun Shi revealed a look of gratitude and said, "Brother Su, I'll thank you on their behalf." Then he hesitated for a bit and said, "However, the Huan family." Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the sky. It was as if his gaze could penetrate the stars and see planet Thousand Illusion. He firmly said, "The Huan family will no longer exist." He wasn't being arrogant or getting ahead of himself. A crazy idea had appeared in his mind. Anyone who dared to stop him from killing Lu Mei must die. Sun Shi's body trembled. He could feel a killing intent brewing inside Wang Lin's body. This killing intent was too powerful, and once it explodes, the heavens and earth will be filled with blood. Sun Shi's cultivation level had lowered too much. At this moment, his heart was trembling, so he immediately lowered his head as he didn't dare to look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin lowered his head to look at Sun Shi and slowly said, "Cultivating below the soul formation stage requires no comprehension. Enough spiritual energy is enough to raise your cultivation level. You've had countless years of cultivation experience from your original body, so you have your own comprehension. I can help you reach the peak of the late stage of nascent soul. As for soul formation and beyond, it will be up to you to break through. That way you still have a chance at reaching the ascendant stage, and even going beyond it might be possible." Sun Shi silently pondered and wryly smiled. "When I reached the ascendant stage, I barely made it through due to sheer luck. I really don't have the courage to go through that life and death trial again." Thinking about the life and death trial of reaching the ascendant stage, Wang Lin let out a sigh and said, "I am unable to help you reach the ascendant stage. At most, because your comprehension is still there, I can help you reach the soul transformation stage. However, this will require a rank 8 cultivation pill, and your cultivation will forever stop without any possibility of increasing." Back then on planet Suzaku, Red Butterfly caught the attention of the country of Suzaku. so Shui was promoted to a rank 5 cultivation country. The sect master was raised directly from the soul formation stage to the soul transformation stage using a similar method, but he would never progress anymore in his life. At this moment, Wang Lin had a rank 8 pill. Under his control, he could make it so Sun Shi could withstand the effect of the pill. Sun Shi clenched his teeth and said, with determination, "Brother Su, I choose the latter option." Wang Lin didn't say anymore. He raised his hand and pointed at the sky. The sky suddenly darkened, and the underworld river appeared and wrapped around the world. To increase Sun Shi's cultivation level, a lot of spiritual energy was required. Wang Lin wasn't able to do this by himself. He had to use his own Tao as a way of controlling the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth. The underworld river extended, and after Wang Lin's Tao intent entered it, the whole planet seemed to tremble. The broken spirit veins under the earth all began to gather. Wang Lin softly said, "The third ability of the underworld river, the might of the underworld." A rumble came out from the underworld river, and at the same time, a powerful suction force came out from it as well. The entire planet shook as spiritual energy from the broken spirit vein was pulled out. It flew out from under the earth like dragons and was absorbed by the underworld river. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he grabbed Sun Shi. He threw Sun Shi into the underworld river and shouted, "Close your eyes and cultivate." Inside the underworld river, Sun Shi heard bursts of mournful cries that caused his mind to tremble. He quickly closed his eyes and focused on cultivating. Rich spiritual energy entered his body like crazy. Shortly after, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a rank 8 pill. He crushed the wax around the pill, and rich smell of medicine immediately came from it. He threw the pill into the underworld river. Halfway in, the pill turned into green gas and merged with the underworld river. 3 days later, a laughter came from inside Wang Lin's underworld river. Sun Shi opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light. His body flickered as he stepped out from the underworld river. He stared at his own hands, and his divine sense scanned his body. Excitement immediately filled his face. He took a deep breath, and a sense of joy filled his whole body. He deeply bowed to Wang Lin and said, "I'm forever grateful for Brother Su's help." During these days, Wang Lin continued to use the underworld river. Now that Sun Shi had stepped out, the underworld river disappeared. He calmly said, "Your cultivation has recovered to mid-stage of soul transformation, but this is the limit. You don't have to thank me, it is merely duty." After he finished speaking, Wang Lin raised his head. Looking up at the sky, he softly said, "I'll leave matters here to you. Settle the descendants of the 3 families and wait for my return." Wang Lin took a step forward and charged into the sky. The atmosphere wasn't able to stop Wang Lin. He was like a meteor as he rushed through and penetrated the planet's ceiling formation as well. The star compass turned into a ray of silver light that led him toward Planet Thousand Illusion. Planet Thousand Illusion was clearly marked on the jade sun she had given him before. The silver light streak across the stars carrying a powerful killing intent locked onto Planet Thousand Illusion. Wang Lin sat down in the lotus position inside the silver light. During the 3 days Sun Shi was cultivating, Wang Lin put that crazy plan into action. His eyes were extremely cold as he looked ahead. The Huan family has been on Planet Thousand Illusion for many years. Its power is extremely complex and deeply rooted. However, I don't believe that there are many people in the family at the second step. I'm afraid that there is only one person at the moment. After all, second step cultivators are simply too scarce. If this Huan family ancestor is dead set on protecting Lu Mei, he will definitely have help. After all, the Huan family is only one of the powers on Planet Thousand Illusion. On Planet Thousand Illusion, the Huan family's ancestor had already sent out a command for all direct family members to gather at the southern part of the planet and didn't allow them to leave. In addition, he had opened the Huan family's protection formation that covered the southern part of the planet in a protective light screen. However, there were too many Huan family members, so they couldn't all be called back in a short period of time. The Huan family's ancestor was anxious, so he sent out a large amount of senior cultivators from the family to bring them back to the family's headquarters. There was a total of 3 large cultivation families on Planet Thousand Illusion. They were Qian, Huan, and Su. Among the 3 families, the Qian family was the largest, the Huan family second, and the Su family last. The Qian family had a total of 3 cultivators in the second step. With this huge power, they were the overlords of Planet Thousand Illusion, holding the northern and eastern regions. As for the Huan family, they had a total of 2 cultivators in the second step. One of them had died thousands of years ago during an opening of the Thunder Celestial Realm. The other was the current ancestor. In terms of strength, The Huan family was no longer powerful enough to be ranked second in Planet Thousand Illusion. However, the lineage of their family could be traced back to a celestial of the Thunder Celestial Realm. Rumor has it that countless years ago, before the Thunder Celestial Realm collapsed, the Celestial had left an inheritance celestial treasure and a family protection jade in the family's headquarters. That jade contained a spell from the Celestial. As a result, this allowed the Huan family to keep their position even though one of their ancestors had been gone for thousands of years. As for the Zhou family, their own mysterious nature kept the other two families in fear. All kinds of clues pointed to the fact that the Zhou family had relation with the famous Zhou family on planet Donglin. The prestige of planet Donglin was too great, so the Zhou family became a well-deserved third force on planet Thousand Illusion. Fortunately, this Zhou family was really low-key and normally never participated in matters related to the planet. This allowed the three forces to exist in harmony, and they rarely conflicted with each other. On this day, one of the three ancestors who had reached the second step in the Qian family, an old man at the Yin and Yang stage, left the Qian family's headquarters and charged directly into the stars. His target was Wang Lin. Chapter 683, Shocking Qian Kuizi into Retreat. Qian Kuizi was one of the Qian family's three ancestors. He had cultivated for more than 10,000 years and was friends with the Huan family's ancestor in their youth, so their relation was close. He rode a ray of light out of planet Thousand Illusion. He sat among the stars as he coldly looked into the distance, waiting. He was not representing the Qian family on this trip, but privately helping the Huan family's ancestor. However, he wasn't helping for free, as he had his eyes on one of the Huan family's treasures. I only have to kill that daring junior, and I'll be able to obtain that treasure. There are too many problems with this. That Huan Xuqing has always been stingy, yet this time he is so generous. Qian Kuizi looked like he was about 40 years old. There not a single white hair on his head, and he looked very handsome. The white robes he was wearing gave him the air of a celestial. This arrogant junior might turn out to be very difficult to handle. That terrifying sword energy that appeared in the Huan family before is very likely related to this junior. I can't be impulsive in this matter. When that junior arrives, I have to observe carefully. If I can act, then I won't mind killing in exchange for the treasure. If I can't, then there is no reason to plant the seed of disaster for a treasure. After Qian Kuizi made up his mind, he closed his eyes and remained motionless among the stars. Several days later, a ray of silver light came toward the planet like a meteor. Sitting on the silver light, Wang Lin coldly gazed at the distant planet Thousand Illusion that was giving off various brilliant lights. He had come with killing intent, and anyone who dared to block him would be his enemy. As the silver light rushed across space, Qian Kuizi opened his eyes and calmly looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin also saw Qian Kuizi. His pupils shrank slightly and became cold. He indeed has helpers. Incomer, stop. Qian Kuizi's voice was faint at first, but it was like a spell that quickly spread like a bolt of thunder. Wang Lin's gaze became cold as he looked at Qian Kuizi. Words that carry laws. The silver light from Wang Lin's star compass seemed dim from the pressure of these words. Naturally, he couldn't see through this person's cultivation with his own divine sense. However, with the fusion of the Celestial Guard, he could easily tell that this person was at the illusory Yin of the Yin and Yang stage. Although the Celestial Guard puppet is also at the illusory Yin stage, it can't compare to a real cultivator at that stage. Wang Lin knew of the Celestial Guard's weakness. However, due to having spells unique to it, it wasn't weak either. Qian Kuizi's eyes were calm as he slowly said, "Did you come because of the Huan family?" His tone was filled with a bit of disdain. Wang Lin stood on the star compass as he stared at the man and coldly said, "Exactly. Such a young age, and already talking about wiping out a family. Has your elder not taught you at all? Tell me your elder's name. Perhaps they will be an acquaintance of mine, and you can avoid being killed." Qian Kuizi looked at Wang Lin and carefully observed him. In his view, there was nothing strange about this child. This child's cultivation level was also very low, not even at the mid-stage of Ascendant. As Qian Kuizi's eyes fell on the shadow under Wang Lin's feet, his eyes narrowed. Illusory Yin puppet. Although Qian Kuizi's gaze was calm, he gasped in his heart. What kind of family would be so generous as to refine a powerful cultivator in the Yin and Yang stage into a puppet to gift to a junior? This is simply too terrifying. As Qian Kuizi stared at the shadow under Wang Lin, his eyes revealed a trace of greed. Wang Lin's gaze was cold as he calmly said, "Senior, this is a personal grudge between me and the Huan family. Please don't get involved." Qian Kuizi struggled in his heart. On one hand, he wanted this puppet, but on the other, he was afraid of this person's family background. Eventually, The greed won over his rationality. In his view, the price of an illusory puppet was simply too great. After all, he was acting for the Huan family. Ignoring how long it will take for this junior's family to find out about this matter, even when they do find out, he could still blame it on the Huan family. With the Qian and Huan families together, even another family would have to carefully consider whether or not to fight. Kuizi's eyes lit up, and he slowly said, "Hand over your puppet, and this old man will not get involved in his matter." Wang Lin's eyes became even colder. He still had 2 rays of Ling Tianho's sword energy left. Before he entered the Tide Abyss, he had 2 rays. Then he used 1 to help the ancient demon and gained 2 more inside the Tide Abyss for a total of 3 rays. The shadow under Wang Lin's feet flickered, and the celestial guard appeared. A hint of battle intent flashed across its eyes as it stared at Kuizi. Wang Lin let out a shout. "Kill!" The celestial guard's eyes lit up brightly, and it took a step forward. At the same time, both of its hands moved and tore open several cracks in space. Kuizi's pupils suddenly shrank, but he didn't get up and remained sitting. His right hand formed seals before him, and he began to mutter. He then spat out rune after rune, and immediately became surrounded by them. Each of these runes gave off a powerful aura, and they quickly closed in on the Celestial Guard. The Celestial Guard was made by Celestial Emperor Qin Lin with the intention of imitating an ancient god, so most of its abilities were displayed in the power of its body. At this moment, the Celestial Guard's hand formed a seal, and a burst of golden light appeared in his hand. Soon, the golden light surrounded his whole body, and he became a golden man. He took a step forward and threw a punch. This punch created a series of sonic booms among the stars. Countless cracks also appeared, and the punch caused all the runes in its path to collapse. Kuizi's eyes revealed a strange light, and he smiled. It is even a puppet that focused on body refining. This old man will definitely have this puppet. After that, he changed the chant. This time the chant became more forceful, sounding like pieces of metal hitting each other. In an instant, all of the runes released bolts of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the runes turned into tens of thousands of bolts of lightning and bolted toward the Celestial Guard. These lightning bolts seemed to attract each other and link together. It was as if the lightning net intended to light up space itself as it descended on the Celestial Guard. Still standing on the star compass, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding, and the god-slaying war chariot flew out. It transformed into the Thunder Beast, let out a roar, and fiercely charged out. The moment the roar came out, all the tens of thousands of lightning bolts paused. While Kuizi was startled, all of the lightning left the runes and gathered toward the Thunder Beast before being devoured. The Thunder Beast's body suddenly increased 1-fold. It let out a full burp, and its eyes filled with lightning bolts. This is Thunder Beast. Kuizi suddenly stood up, and his expression changed greatly. He stared at the Thunder Beast and gasped. "That's right. This is why you have such fierce sword energy and an illusory puppet. It's because you are someone from the Thunder Celestial Temple." Kuizi sucked in a breath of cold air. He immediately withdrew all the runes, and his heart no longer coveted the puppet. Kuizi's expression was pale, and he quickly said, "Little friend, please forgive me. This old man was reckless. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." He no longer had the attitude of a powerful cultivator. "I actually tried to rob something from the Thunder Celestial Temple. This really is." Kuizi's face was filled with bitterness. He could provoke any family in the All-Heaven star system, but he won't dare to provoke the Thunder Celestial Temple. He didn't even dare to show the smallest amount of disrespect toward the Thunder Celestial Temple. To him, the 3 words, Thunder Celestial Temple, were an existence that could never be provoked. Originally, with his cultivation level and mental strength, he wouldn't believe so firmly that Wang Lin was someone from the Thunder Celestial Temple. In the end, what made him so confident was the Thunder Beast. Only the Thunder Celestial Temple had Thunder Beasts, and that was almost a dead-set law. Likewise, a Thunder Beast was the symbol of a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Kuizi had cultivated for 10,000 years, but he had never heard of anyone not from the Thunder Celestial Temple with a Thunder Beast. Thunder Beast was something only a person from the Thunder Celestial Temple could have. This had become an eternal truth in his mind. Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all as he stared at Kuizi and calmly said, "A misunderstanding?" Kuizi bitterly smiled, but he felt anger in his heart. With his cultivation, even after finding out that this child was from the Thunder Celestial Temple, he wouldn't be speaking like this. Normally, he only spoke like this when he was facing someone who was at the step second as well. However, right now he was the first to provoke the other party, and he had tried to steal from someone from the Thunder Celestial Temple. In his mind, This child must have some status in the Thunder Celestial Temple, or else they wouldn't have arranged a illusory puppet to protect him. After hesitating for a bit, Kuizi wryly smiled. Little friend, I can't help you against the Huan family because we belong to the same planet. Also, since you are from the Thunder Celestial Temple, you won't need my help anyways. But little friend, my Qian family will not participate in this matter and will cut all connections with the Huan family. I want celestial jades. Wang Lin calmly looked at Kuizi. Kuizi was startled and said, Your Thunder Celestial Temple still lacks celestial jades? Yes, I'll give them to you. He bitterly smiled in his heart and thought that this was his punishment for being greedy. The people of the Thunder Celestial Temple couldn't be provoked. Ignoring the fact that each of them had a life-saving spell, even if he did kill this person, there wouldn't be a single place in the entire All-Heaven star system for his Qian family to exist. If this person wants celestial jades, I bet he wants an extremely large amount. He didn't specify how many, so he must want me to decide myself. Kuizi clenched his teeth and took out a bag of holding. His heart bled as he threw the bag at Wang Lin before turning around and flying back to Planet Thousand Illusion. His expression was extremely dark as he stepped into Planet Thousand Illusion. The moment he entered the planet, his divine sense spread out, surrounded the entire territory of the Huan family, and sent out a gloomy divine sense message. Huan Wuqing, you made me provoke someone from the Thunder Celestial Temple. I'll remember this. Once your family is wiped out, I'll definitely get back at you through your descendants. The Huan family's ancestor frowned inside the Huan family's ancestral home and sent out a divine message. He isn't from the Thunder Celestial Temple. He came from the Alliance star system like my adopted daughter. Bullshit. Your divine sense was there as well. Didn't you see that Thunder Beast? Thunder Beast only exists in the Thunder Celestial Realm and is the symbol of the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Kuizi was very angry and thought, Huan Wuqing, things have already come to this, and you still try to hide it from me. I'll remember this. Chapter 684, The Huan Family Fractures. Thunder Celestial Temple. This was not the first time Wang Lin had heard this name. He looked at the Thunder Beast thoughtfully before stepping into Planet Thousand Illusion. After putting away the star compass, he penetrated Planet Thousand Illusion's atmosphere. What appeared before Wang Lin was a large landmass. He spread out his divine sense and locked onto the south. He then charged toward there like a meteor. Inside the Huan family's ancestral home in the southern part of the planet, the Huan family's ancestor, Huan Wuqing, had his hands behind his back. He looked up at the sky with a gloomy expression. Beside him were the direct descendants of the Huan family. They were standing in two lines and were all completely silent. However, they revealed a hint of dissatisfaction, but they were holding it back. Lu Mei was also standing next to the Huan family's ancestor. She was silently looking up at the sky, and no one knew what she was thinking. As for other family members, they were arranged in various rooms. Not all family members were here, because some weren't able to make it back in time. The Huan family's ancestor looked at the sky and said, in a serious tone, Huan Mei, this old man will ask you once more. Are you sure that this person came from the Alliance star system like you? Lu Mei nodded slightly and remained silent. How could someone from the Alliance star system have a Thunder Beast? Even Huan Wuqing was extremely puzzled by this matter. He didn't know that the creator of the God-slaying war chariot had many friends. In order to refine the God-slaying war chariot's beast soul, he ran off to the Thunder Celestial Realm and used some unknown method to obtain several Thunder Beasts from the Thunder Celestial Realm's Emperor. After it heard Wang Lin's cold words, the Thunder Beast's body immediately trembled. At the same time, the power of thunder exploded forth from the beast's body, creating a thunderstorm. This storm was so big that it affected the clouds in the sky. Bolts of lightning and thunder came toward the storm, forming a net around it. Break the formation. Wang Lin let out a roar, and the power of the Thunder Beast reached its peak. At this moment, a large amount of sand and gravel was floating in the air, as if a mysterious power had surrounded the world. In addition, even the Huan family members inside the formation felt the boundless power, causing their expressions to turn pale. Some of them were very knowledgeable, so they were able to recognize the Thunder Beast at a glance, and their expressions changed greatly. Ancestor, this is the Thunder Beast. Earlier, Kuizi's message was only for the Huan family's ancestor, so they didn't know about the existence of the Thunder Beast. Ancestor, the Thunder Beast represents the Thunder Celestial Temple. Ancestor, think twice about this. Ancestor, to cause a disaster for our Huan family, just for an outsider, is wrong. The direct descendants finally couldn't stand it any longer after the Thunder Beast's roar and voiced their complaints. They had been holding it in since Lu Mei arrived. Then it reached its peak during the bloodline ritual, and at this moment, it exploded. All of you shut up. The Huan family's ancestor's eyes narrowed, and he coldly looked at the surrounding direct descendants. At this moment, the storm formed by the Thunder Beast arrived, and the Thunder Beast crashed down on the formation. Earlier, it was just lightning descending from the sky, and that only caused the formation to light up. Now, at the moment the Thunder Beast charged, it was as if all of the heavenly thunder had fused into one and charged over. The force of the impact was extremely powerful. At this moment, the dark clouds became even more dense, and sand and gravel flew into the sky. It was as if the only thing that existed was the Thunder Beast and the thunderstorm it brought with it. The Thunder Beast's roar echoed across the heavens and earth. It was extremely shocking. It suddenly slammed into the formation. A thundering sound that echoed across the entire planet exploded forth at this moment. Boom. The thunderstorm formed by the Thunder Beast turned into countless lightning bolts that constantly struck the Huan family's formation. At the center of the storm, the Thunder Beast was like a spike that caused the formation to concave down due to its impact. The sound of lightning and thunder echoed across the heavens and earth. It was as if the heavens were angry. In the Qian family's home, Kuizi sneered. The Huan family members' expressions were all pale. Aside from the Huan family's ancestor, everyone was starting to panic. The people of the All-Heaven Star system grew up under the Thunder Celestial Temple, so they had unimaginable awe and respect for thunder spells. At this moment, when facing the attack of the Thunder Beast that represented the Thunder Celestial Temple, what began to panic wasn't their cultivation but their hearts. The thunderous roars of the thunderstorm didn't stop and continued to give off a large amount of thunderbolts, destroying the formation. However, this was, after all, the great formation of the Huan family, so its power was amazing. Even under this kind of attack, it still stood there without any signs of breaking. The Huan family's ancestor's expression was gloomy as he stared at Wang Lin outside the formation and thought, "Use the sword energy. Otherwise, this formation will not be so easily broken. Only after you use up your sword energy will I attack and kill you." As the thunderstorm created by the Thunder Beast continued to attack, the shadow under Wang Lin flickered. The Celestial Guard appeared, took a step forward, and threw a punch. This punch seemed to replace all the light in the world, as it released a dazzling, golden glow. At this moment, even the thunder seemed to dim somewhat. Boom. The Celestial Guard's punch landed on the formation and caused a crunching sound. The thunderstorm and Celestial Guard continued to attack the formation. However, countless ripples appeared on the formation and dissipated all the power. The Celestial Guard withdrew his fist and without pause threw another punch. Shortly after, the Celestial Guard created countless afterimages as it threw one punch after another. The fists fell like rain on the formation. The Thunder Beast let out a roar, and lightning filled its body before it showed off its might once more. The loud rumbling echoed across the heavens and earth. The faces of the Huan family members became even more gloomy. "Ancestor." A low voice came from the front of the Huan family direct descendants. The Huan family's ancestor frowned. If it was an ordinary family member, he could ignore them, but this person's identity was a bit special. The Huan family's ancestor turned around to look at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was the Huan family's head, Huan Fengshen. Huan Wuqing said, in a low tone, "Fengshen, are you against me too?" Fengshen doesn't dare, ancestor. Regardless of whether this person is from the Thunder Celestial Temple or not, he possesses a Thunder Beast and an illusory puppet. I want to ask, ancestor, is he someone we should be making friends with, or should we be fighting to the death with him? Huan Fengshen's eyes were bright. He looked at the Huan family's ancestor without flinching and said, "Making friends with him would give our family an extra friend, but what benefit would we gain from fighting with him to the death? Just to protect a foreign family member? Her cultivation has been forcibly raised to the late stage of Ascendant, and her domain can't keep up. Even if she breaks through in her life, she will stop at the Yin and Yang stage. I understand ancestors' thoughts, but just for your own desire, this risk perhaps is somewhat too big." Lu Mei showed no expression toward all of this. She just silently looked ahead with dull eyes. The Huan family's ancestor's expression was gloomy as he looked at Huan Fengshen. After pondering for a while, he flatly said, "I know how to handle the situation." Huan Fengshen let out a sigh and clasped his hands. Since ancestor insists, then Fengshen doesn't dare to disobey. If this person can't break the formation, all is well. However, once he breaks it, I'll immediately retreat, just in case. What I want is stability and not risk. The Huan family's formation continued to shine, and ripples appeared everywhere. Under the constant barrage of attacks, it gradually began to show signs of decline. The light seemed to have reached its limit, and the ripples seemed to cover the entire formation. One couldn't even clearly see outside the formation anymore. It was as if there was a layer of water separating the inside and outside. The thunder from the Thunder Beast and the punches from the Celestial Guard reached their peak. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he slapped his bag of holding. A large sword suddenly appeared in his hand. This sword was the Rain Celestial Sword. Zhou separated it from the other Rain Celestial Swords, so now it belonged to Wang Lin to be inherited for eternity. The sharp sword energy extended out 3 inches from the sword, and it was like a drawn bow. Waves of pressure came from it. In Wang Lin's hand, it seemed to become one with the world, because Wang Lin was its true owner. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he held the celestial sword and leaned forward. Heaven Chop. Chapter 685, Heaven Chop. Wealth, the first sword that Wang Lin obtained at the Hung Yu sect. It seemed that the moment the youth held that sword, everything in the future had been decided. Hundreds of years of karma flashed by from when he lost it to when he regained it. Wealth contained a soul technique of the previous generation's Rain Celestial Sword Spirit. This soul technique was not a celestial spell, a Dao spell, or even an ability. It was a sword style, a powerful sword style that inherited the ancient sword intent. Wang Lin held the celestial sword and looked at the formation that the Thunder Beast and Celestial Guard were constantly attacking. When the formation looked like it couldn't withstand another hit, he lifted the celestial sword. The calmness in his eyes were gone, and it was replaced with a ray of sword light. At this moment, his entire body merged with the sword in his hand. The celestial sword rose, and it fell. This simple fall caused the heavens and earth to fall into darkness. Even the Celestial Guard and the Thunder Beast seemed to disappear at this moment. In the entire world, there was only this simple fall of the sword. This sword seemed like it was going to open the world, like it was about to tear through the chaos of the world. This sword gave off no sword energy or celestial spiritual energy, but this simple sword would shake the soul of anyone who saw it. The first to react was the Huan family's ancestor. His eyes jerked wide open, revealing a look of shock, and he exclaimed, This is law. It was as if the heavens and earth were being torn apart. This sound of tearing echoed in his mind. The dim heavens and earth seemed like they really were being torn apart. Not only him, but Huan Fengshen sucked in a breath of cold air. A monstrous killing intent came from the sword the moment it fell. The killing intent spread like crazy as it tore through Huan Fengshen's eyes and imprinted in his mind. Huan Fengshen's body suddenly stiffened. This is... Huan Fengshen's mind trembled. It was as if a sword had just pierced between his eyebrows and came out from the top of his head. He subconsciously took several steps back. With his late-stage ascendant cultivation, he wasn't able to see the law of the sword. However, he clearly felt that at the moment the sword fell, it seemed to contain a heavenly law, but even more, it contained the power to tear the heavens. Bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Huan Fengshen could clearly feel his own heartbeat speed up. He had the illusion that he was going to collapse with the world. All of the Huan family direct descendants that were originally looking at the sky were filled with shock. That simple fall made them feel like they were part of it all, as if the fall of the sword that tore the world apart had torn them apart too. They were immediately covered in cold sweat. With their cultivation, they had no idea why it was like this, why they had such feelings even with the formation protecting them. The other party had simply lowered his sword. The fear of death began spread at this instant. Not only them, even the eyes of Kuizi, who had been watching with his divine sense, shined brightly. He was inside the secret chamber of the Qian family's home, and he suddenly stood up. Law. That sword strike contains law. The pursuit of the second step is law. The first step is understanding the heavens, and the second step is converting that understanding into the power of laws. If this child is not someone from the Thunder Celestial Temple, how could he display such a sword strike? At the same time, a member of the Su family noticed this scene. An old man from the Su family was also watching the battle at the Huan family's home with his divine sense. Previously, he had come to an agreement with the Huan family to provide help. He had lifted his foot to leave, but at this moment, he gently put it down. This child's sword style is very strong. Although I'm not afraid of it, since he dared to challenge the Huan family, he must still have moves prepared. The sword fell, and at this moment, all of the sound in the world disappeared. The Huan family's formation collapsed without any real contact or blow landing on it. After withdrawing the sword, Wang Lin's expression was pale. However, his gaze became even colder as he stared at the Huan family below him. The impact the Heaven Chop had on the body was great, and it had nothing to do with cultivation. It relied on the origin energy from a close integration of the origin soul and the body. An ascendant cultivator's origin soul and origin energy are fused into one. However, the Heaven Chop, can separate a part of that origin energy. An Ascendant Cultivator only has a fixed amount of origin energy, and once too much is lost, their cultivation regresses. Fortunately, Wang Lin had Zhou Yi's Ascendant Crystal, so he had a bit more origin energy than most cultivators. The Huan family was completely silent. Huan Wuqing's gaze was even more gloomy as he looked at Wang Lin and coldly said, "I underestimated you. To have such a sword style at only the Ascendant stage, you are indeed very strong. However, the gap between the first step and second step is too wide. If you had displayed that sword art with second step cultivation, it might have been interesting, but it is useless right now. Today you broke my Huan family's formation, so you will without a doubt die. Please, Ancestral Jade." The Huan family's ancestor let out a loud shout. A powerful force suddenly came from the Huan family's ancestral home. This force, which was filled with a sense of unity, spread like a celestial wind and surrounded the Huan family. A golden jade slowly floated into the air from a house nearby. This force of unity was coming from this jade. At the moment the jade appeared, it was as if a separate world had been carved out from the planet. It allowed the Huan family's ancestral home to become its own realm. The Huan family's ancestor stared at Wang Lin and revealed a sneer. Unless he had to, he wouldn't personally act, because he was too afraid of Wang Lin's sword energy. Earlier, when he asked Kuizi to help, it was to waste Wang Lin's sword energy. The Huan family's formation was meant to do the same. However, he would never have imagined that Kuizi would actually retreat instead of battling. The family's formation was broken not by the sword energy, but by the combined force of the Thunder Beast, the puppet, and the law from the sword. Now he could only clench his teeth and call out the jade that their celestial ancestor had left them. This jade contained a spell of the celestial ancestor from the Thunder celestial realm. The Huan family was able to reach the status they had today because of this jade and a treasure left behind by the celestial ancestor. Huan Wuqing thought. Unfortunately, the celestial treasure disappeared along with Huan Wuxiang several thousand years ago. Otherwise, with that celestial treasure, there would be no need to call out the jade. The powerful force from the jade was like a gentle, spring breeze. It also gave off a bright color. After an instant, the jade seemed to melt, then it took the shape of a person. Although one couldn't clearly see the person's features, it gave off a sense of majesty. The power of the Huan family's celestial jade is unpredictable. Rumor has it that the celestial ancestor of the Huan family had cultivation equal to a Nirvana scryer. I wonder how the Thunder Celestial Temple Messenger will deal with this. However, this is strange. Why doesn't he just take out the treasure the ancestor left behind instead of calling out the jade? Kuizi's eyes were bright as he watched with his divine sense. Inside the Su family's home, the old man smiled and muttered. The Huan family's celestial treasure was taken by the other ancestor of the Huan family. The celestial ancestor of the Huan family left behind a decent treasure. However, he would never have thought that the treasure would get a second-step cultivator of the Huan family killed. Inside the Huan family's ancestral home, at the moment the jade appeared, Huan Fengshen stared at Wang Lin. He couldn't see any trace of panic on Wang Lin's face. Seeing that Huan Wuqing was about to activate the spell on the jade, Huan Fengshen revealed a decisive gaze. He took a step forward and said, in a serious tone, "Ancestor, I will not let the Huan family participate in this matter. I'm taking the Huan family and backing out of his matter. If Ancestor wants to protect this Huan Mei, then it is your personal problem. Please don't drag down the entire Huan family." As he spoke, he raised his head toward Wang Lin and clasped his hands. "Fellow cultivator, I'm the Huan family's head, Huan Fengshen. Just as I said now, the Huan family will not participate in this matter. It is your personal grudge with Huan Wuqing. I hope fellow cultivator can understand that we are not together." The Huan family's ancestor coldly looked at Huan Fengshen. The corners of his mouth revealed a grim expression as he looked at the direct descendants and said, "And you guys?" The surrounding Huan family direct descendants all silently pondered for a bit before walking to Huan Fengshen. The Huan family's ancestor let out a grim smile as he coldly looked at the crowd and slowly said, "A bunch of trash." With that, he looked up at Wang Lin. His right hand formed a seal, and then he shouted, "Good fortune, Jade. Kill this person." The figure formed by the jade began to walk step by step toward Wang Lin. As the person moved, an unimaginable amount of celestial spiritual energy burst forth from him. This celestial spiritual energy was very dense and completely suppressed the spiritual energy on planet Thousand Illusion. This caused explosions to pop up everywhere. This wasn't just happening here, it was happening all over the planet. The celestial guard puppet appeared next to Wang Lin in a flash. The Thunder Beast did the same. Wang Lin looked at the figure walking toward him. He felt like an illusion had appeared before him. It appeared as if the facial features of the person walking toward him were getting clearer. He was filled with a celestial aura, as if he was a real celestial general. Celestial spiritual energy filled this person's body, and a sense of majesty descended. It looked at the world as if everyone were ants. One could even vaguely hear the echo of celestial songs around him. The Huan family's ancestor sneered. "Junior, I want to see what other methods you have besides the sword energy." At this moment, Lu Mei raised her head and looked at Wang Lin. Her eyes were still filled with complex emotions. She touched her bag of holding and then lowered her hands. Wang Lin's eyes were completely calm. He had dared to come here alone, dared to set foot on Planet Thousand Illusion, and dared to kill his way to the Huan family. It was all because of that crazy idea he had. Right now this was his strongest killing move. Thinking about the resentful spirit inside the heaven-defying bead, Wang Lin's heart felt a wave of pain. Things of this world can't escape karma. The karmatic cause of yesterday will be the karmatic effect of today. Only by settling one's karma and letting dirt return to dirt, letting dust return to dust, can a cycle be complete. Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes. In his origin soul, a decisive call echoed. "This battle is over. I'm setting you free." A crazed laughter came out from Wang Lin's origin soul. Chapter 686, Scattered Devil appears. A thick, devilish energy that diffused across the world appeared with this laughter. This devilish energy was so thick that it caused devilish flames to appear in the sky. It immediately collided with the celestial spiritual energy from the figure walking over. Inside the devilish flame, a thick, black smoke came out from the top of Wang Lin's head. This black smoke condensed into the figure of a single-horned devil. After it appeared, it let out another crazed laughter. Its voice had endless penetration power. It was like a sharp spike that could penetrate the world. Scattered Devil. Wang Lin was planning to refine it into his second origin soul. After a century of refining, all Wang Lin had managed was to deepen his control over it, but not truly refine it. After the control imprint was placed on it, its divine sense went into slumber, so its strength was greatly reduced. Otherwise, if it was completely awakened, Wang Lin would have a difficult time controlling it. At the moment the Scattered Devil appeared for the first time, the Huan family's ancestor's expression became completely pale. He took a few steps back as he stared at the devilish figure for a long time before revealing a bitter expression. So this was his ace. Huan Fengshan gasped and felt glad at his own decision just then. All of the Huan family's disciples behind him felt the same. The Qian family's Kuizi heart jumped like crazy. This Scattered Devil was too strong. Even with his cultivation, when he saw the Scattered Devil, he actually shivered. Too terrifying. What exactly is this devil? No wonder he is from the Thunder Celestial Temple. He simply has too many abilities. Thunder Beast, Puppet, Sword Art, and this devil. This person must be an extremely important person of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Otherwise, how could he have all of this? The Su family's old man was moved for the first time. His divine sense even showed a hint of excitement as he stared at the Scattered Devil's figure. Scattered Devil. A Scattered Devil created by an ancient devil. The Scattered Devil appeared and let out a creepy laugh after its roar. It charged out from Wang Lin's head into the air and became a huge figure. It didn't even look at the celestial figure coming toward him, but locked his fierce gaze on Wang Lin. "Little cultivator, this devil will fulfill your agreement and help you with this battle. But if you don't release me from your imprint after this, then even if I have to destroy my soul, I'll fight with you to the death." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he said, "Once this battle is over, I'll set you free." "Good." The Scattered Devil laughed. Then his body turned into fog and wrapped around Wang Lin. Its devilish energy turned into even strands that entered through Wang Lin's 7 apertures. In an instant, a powerful devilish aura spread out around Wang Lin. At the same time, he slapped his bag of holding and the devil armor flew out. It immediately wrapped around Wang Lin, forming that fierce full-body devil armor. During this process, Wang Lin revealed a painful expression. However, his gaze became even colder and there were black smoke moving within his eyes. This was why Wang Lin had come by himself. It was because of this crazy idea he had. If he wanted to kill Lu Mei, who was being protected by the Huan family's ancestor, it was simply impossible. Even with the Celestial Guard, it was impossible. The Huan family had been around for countless years, so they must have something special. Wang Lin naturally understood this. This was why he gave up on the Scattered Devil that he couldn't refine. Instead, he awakened it and offered it freedom to make it fight for him. Although the Scattered Devil was strong, the imprint was not simple, as it was placed with the help of the ancient demon Bei Lu. This imprint contained a spell from Bei Lu and was deeply imprinted in the scattered devil's soul. Even with the scattered devil's strength, it still couldn't break it in a short period of time. Normally, when being controlled by Wang Lin, it could only use a small portion of its strength. However, this time was different. Under Wang Lin's call, it had completely awakened. Due to the scattered devil's devilish personality, he would normally not communicate with Wang Lin. However, the imprint in his body was too strong, so even after it fully awakened, it couldn't leave Wang Lin's origin soul. Even if it did, it would still have to leave its root in Wang Lin's origin soul. As a result, he made an agreement with Wang Lin for his freedom. It wasn't that he didn't want to occupy Wang Lin's body after awakening, but with the imprint there, all of it was useless. Now that Wang Lin had given it a chance, as long as it fought for Wang Lin would give it its freedom. However, because of ancient demon Bei Lu, unless Wang Lin's cultivation reaches a certain level, it will be impossible to release the seal. However, the scattered devil had other thoughts. As long as Wang Lin gave it its freedom, it was confident that it could destroy ancient demon Bei Lu's seal within several hundred years. At that time, he will truly be carefree. The scattered devil entered Wang Lin's head. Devilish flame appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he walked toward the celestial figure. He didn't use any spell and directly threw a punch at it. Wang Lin's was currently in a state of separation. His body was being controlled by the scattered devil, and all of the celestial spiritual energy inside his body had turned into devilish energy in an instant. With the scattered devil's soul entering his body, it all became devilish energy. This punch contained the power of the scattered devil and the force of the devil armor. This punch turned into a dragon made of black light as it charged toward the celestial figure. The celestial figure's right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. The surrounding celestial spiritual energy immediately condensed to form a giant vortex. It rushed toward the black dragon, and in an instant, both turned into nothingness. The celestial figure withdrew his hand and opened his arms. Each of his hands had a different seal, and endless spiritual energy gathered here from all over planet Thousand Illusion. Through a mysterious method, the spiritual energy was transformed into celestial spiritual energy. This celestial spiritual energy was too dense. It was as if it had become solid and then condensed like crazy above the celestial figure's right hand. In the blink of an eye, there was suddenly a gap in the cycle of spiritual energy on planet Thousand Illusion. At this instant, planet Thousand Illusion had no spiritual energy. All of the spiritual energy was transformed into celestial spiritual energy, and it formed a milky white ball above the palm of the celestial figure. This method caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow, but the scattered devil controlling his body coldly smiled. A mere celestial transformation spell. It is only a spell from a branch of the ancient demon clan, and you dare to display it before me. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, but the devilish energy around him became even stronger. Under the control of the scattered devil, he pointed at the sky with his right hand and said, "Ancient devil." These two words were said in the language of the ancient order. At this instant, Wang Lin's right hand formed a claw and was surrounded with devilish flame. The flame left his body and formed a giant devil claw several dozen feet long. Reaching out toward the earth below him, Wang Lin spoke once more in the words of the ancient order. "Extract the planet's soul." At this moment, planet Thousand Illusion trembled and an ancient aura began to rise up. The scattered devil's grasp was able to pull out planet Thousand Illusion's planet soul. "If you are using all the spiritual energy on the planet, then I'll use the planet's soul. Let us see which is stronger." The scattered devil laughed and released an astonishing amount of devilish flames. Although his body was being controlled by the scattered devil, Wang Lin still had a direct connection to his body. This gave him a very deep impression of the ancient devil's planet soul extraction spell and allowed him to gain some enlightenment. Chapter 687, Devour. This wasn't the first time Wang Lin had seen a soul extraction spell. Back in the demon spirit land, he saw Greed take out a celestial mountain and extract the mountain's soul. The scene from then shocked him greatly. This kind of spell was very powerful and was not something ordinary cultivators could control and master. Now that he was able to personally experience the scattered devil controlling his body and pulling out the planet's soul, he could see that this spell was millions of times more profound than Greed's spell. Everything in the world, even each blade of grass, has life, and that means they have souls. These souls are very elusive and are impossible to see, but they can be clearly felt. For example, if a mortal looks up at a tall peak, he feels a sense of shock and pressure. The pressure comes from the mountain's soul. The mortal's eyes can only see the mountain, while the pressure of its soul can only be sensed. If even mountains and rivers have souls, of course a cultivation planet filled with spiritual energy does too. It was very different from when the spiritual energy was taken away. This time the planet didn't tremble in the slightest, but a very ancient aura appeared and slowly spread as if the planet had awakened. This ancient aura wasn't something that could form in merely hundreds of thousands of years. It was something that had slowly formed over countless years without any joy or sadness. This aura only contained a sense of inclusion. Over the countless years, it included everything on the planet. The scattered devil controlled Wang Lin's body and reached out with his right hand. His aura began to gather in his palm like crazy, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a gray mist. The ancient aura continued to fuse with the gray mist and compress. Explosions that sounded like bolts of thunder came from the gray mist. Perhaps it was an illusion, but at this moment, Wang Lin felt like Planet Thousand Illusion had suddenly lost its vitality. The grass withered, the rivers disappeared, and the peaks cracked. With the gray mist in hand, the scattered devil laughed, and then charged directly toward the celestial figure. The scattered devil moved like lightning and closed in on the celestial figure with the soul of Planet Thousand Illusion. Wang Lin had a feeling that his body had fused with the soul of Planet Thousand Illusion. This attack was not with his own power, but with the power of the entire planet. The celestial figure also took a step forward with all the celestial spiritual energy transformed from all the spiritual energy on Planet Thousand Illusion. It waved its hand and charged directly at the scattered devil. Two unimaginable spells came closer and closer until they finally collided. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous roar echoed across the planet. At this moment, about 30 to 40% of Planet Thousand Illusion's spirit veins collapsed. This produced powerful shockwaves that spread in all directions. The powerful impact caused all of the Huan family members to immediately retreat. They began activating the spiritual or celestial spiritual energies inside their bodies. They felt like if they didn't do this, the impact would cause their bodies to collapse. The celestial figure suddenly collapsed into smoke and began to dissipate. At the moment it completely dissipated, a piece of jade appeared. The moment the jade appeared, a series of crackling sounds came from it. The jade shattered and turned to dust with all of the Huan family members watching. However, at the moment it shattered, a ray of white light came out from the jade. The white light formed a light screen that covered everything within 5 kilometers. The Huan family's ancestor's face was pale. The family had passed down this message. Should the jade shatter, there will be one more defensive spell left. However, this spell was very weak. Its only value was to buy the Huan family some time in a time of crisis to escape, surrender, commit suicide, or leave their final words. The scattered devil's right hand trembled, and then Planet Thousand Illusion's soul disappeared. The ancient aura merged back with the earth and gradually disappeared. The biggest benefactor in this battle was Wang Lin. A battle using these kinds of spells was something someone of his cultivation level could never hope to experience. It was completely above him. Whether it was the celestial figure or the scattered devil, both had the power of a second-step cultivator. For Wang Lin, it was as if this battle had opened a tightly sealed door for him. At this moment, a small gap appeared in the door, allowing him to see the next level. It allowed him to personally feel the power of the next step. This is the power of the second step. Compared to greed, the Huan family's ancestor, Kuizi, who are all also at the second step, it is clear that they have just entered the second step. The second step of cultivation is too terrifying. Wang Lin's mind was shaken. During this battle, the scattered devil brought him unimaginable benefits by controlling his body. The scattered devil only used one spell, but this one spell was activated through Wang Lin's body. Everything that was hidden when looking from the outside was clearly displayed before Wang Lin. This included the way the celestial spiritual energy moved in his body and the commanding aura when extracting the soul. All of this opened a big gap in the door that was blocking Wang Lin's path to the second step. Never had Wang Lin wanted to reach the second step as he did now. Even my celestial guard can't even withstand one hit of one of these spells. The second step of cultivation is very strong. Each battle can easily collapse a cultivation planet. This is very close to the scene I saw when I received the ancient god's inheritance. Not only him, even the Huan family members all seemed enlightened after the battle. It was as if a new world was opened to them. However, compared to Wang Lin, their gains were really insignificant. This kind of opportunity was simply too scarce. In this world, how many second-step cultivators as strong as Ling Tianho would descend upon someone and have a fight with someone who was also in the second step? If second-step cultivators really needed to battle seriously, they would just personally come. They would rarely battle through controlling someone else's body. The scattered devil controlled Wang Lin to look down at the celestial spiritual energy light screen and let out a light snort. His right hand formed a fist, and he threw a punch. Just a casual punch caused a sonic boom. This punch carried with it a thick, devilish energy as it fell on the light screen. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Cracks appeared on the light screen, but it didn't collapse. Under the light screen, the Huan family's ancestor's face was deadly pale. Huan Fengshan said, in serious tone, "Ancestor, hand over Lu Mei." He let out a sigh. Although the other party was only an ascendant cultivator, his magical treasures and spells were simply too strong, especially after the devil appeared. Even if the ancestor's cultivation hadn't fallen, the ancestor still wouldn't be a match. The Huan family's ancestor looked at the not far away Huan Fengshan and withdrew his gaze. He then gloomily looked at Lu Mei. The Huan family's ancestor hesitated for a bit and slowly said, "Lu Mei." However, before he finished speaking, Lu Mei looked up at him with her beautiful eyes. She moved the hair that had scattered behind her head and softly said, "Master, if Lu Mei leaves, I'll definitely die." Boom. The celestial spiritual energy light screen withstood another one of the scattered devil's attacks, and even more cracks appeared. When the light screen was about to collapse, the scattered devil's arrogant laughter came from outside. The Huan family's ancestor's expression was gloomy. He was just unwilling to surrender Lu Mei like this. However, if he didn't hand her over now, once that scattered devil descended, it would be impossible for him to resist it with his own power. The Qian family wouldn't help him, and the Su family had promised to help but still hadn't appeared, so clearly something was wrong. Right now he could only depend on himself. His eyes became cold as he stared at Lu Mei and said, "Lu Mei, since you will die if you go out, why don't you give up your domain to this old man? With the help of your domain, I can complete my identityless heavenly devil Dao, and then I might stand a chance." He took Lu Mei as his disciple because she had showed a trace of the 10,000 illusion heavenly devil Dao. The Huan family's celestial ancestor once left 2 domain spells. They were respectfully the heavenly devil Dao and the identityless Dao. However, the heavenly devil Dao was simply too difficult, so up to this day, no one in the Huan family had successfully learned it. These 2 spells were in fact split from one domain. That domain was the identityless heavenly devil Dao. This identityless heavenly devil Dao was formed before the celestial realms collapsed. The Huan family's celestial ancestor had gotten entangled with a heavenly devil, and after combining with it, he gained comprehension in this domain. However, celestials don't cultivate domains, so he took this comprehension and gifted it to his descendants. After the Huan family lost their protection when the celestial realm collapsed, they were able to firmly keep their place because of the identityless heavenly devil Dao. However, their glory was no more. It was because of Lu Mei's 10,000 heavenly devil domain that Huan Wuqing was tempted. To make it easier to devour her later, he lowered his own cultivation to change her bloodline. He also sped up her cultivation. Although this wouldn't stop her from increasing her cultivation level, it made it so that she would only be able to reach the yin and yang stage. As a result, she would be in his complete control and wouldn't cause any problems when he devours her in the future. He had calculated it all and just needed to wait for Lu Mei to reach the yin and yang stage. Then, after her domain underwent its transformation and became the real 10,000 illusion heavenly devil Dao, he would devour it and cultivate the true domain of the Huan family, the identityless heavenly devil Dao. However, all of this was completely destroyed by Wang Lin, someone who had come out of nowhere. Instead of handing over Lu Mei, he might as well devour her now and still get a trace of the 10,000 illusion heavenly devil Dao. In the future, he would just have to be diligent in comprehending Dao, and maybe he would achieve a grand Dao one day. With this idea in mind, Huan Wuqing was staring at Lu Mei, and his eyes revealed a strange gaze. Lu Mei's eyes were calm. With her intelligence, she had already seen some clues back when they were in the Alliance star system. She knew that no one showed kindness unless it was toward loved ones. Even if there was any, there was definitely some purpose behind it all. However, Huan Wuqing's power was not something she could resist. She could only pretend to not know and be brought to the All-Heaven star system and accept the bloodline ritual. From the moment Huan Wuqing was willing to damage his cultivation to help her achieve the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, she was confident that this Huan Wuqing had some deep motive behind all of this. However, she was powerless to resist. With her previous status as the disciple of the Suzaku, how could she not know the damage of increasing one's cultivation level so forcibly? Lu Mei softly said, "You have to promise me 2 things. Chapter 688, Let dirt return to dirt, let dust return to dust." Huan Wuqing raised his head to look at the light screen, and quickly said, "Speak." If Lu Mei's 10,000 illusion heavenly devil Dao was complete, then he could just devour it. However, her Dao wasn't complete, so if she wasn't willing to give it up, then it was very likely that her Dao would collapse before he could successfully devour it. Lu Mei softly said, "The first thing is to help me kill Wang Lin." Her gaze pierced through the light screen at Wang Lin. Her eyes revealed a trace of a very complex hatred. Even until now, her hatred for Wang Lin still filled her heart. This kind of hate was something even she herself felt was a bit unreal. However, deep in her heart, she couldn't forget the youth she saw several hundred years ago at the Hung Yu sect. 1. First sect Wang Lin joined. What she couldn't forget even more was Wang Lin's tenderness toward Li Muan. The matter in the Suzaku tomb was what really lit up her hatred. After she left planet Suzaku and found out that she was pregnant, her hatred became even stronger. However, her 10,000 illusion ruthless domain made it so that she couldn't really tell which was her true self. In the end, ruthlessness and sentiment were still emotions. The difference between them was very small, but the distance was worlds apart. These very complex emotions made it so that she couldn't even tell what was the truth. This made her feel extremely complex emotions most of the time, especially when she looked at her child. Without any hesitation, the Huan family's ancestor decisively said, "Okay, I'll do my best to help you achieve this. The second thing, if you can't kill Wang Lin, then just give him this bag of holding." Lu Mei took out a bag of holding from her bosom. She revealed a hint of softness as he looked at the bag. The Huan family's ancestor frowned, but still nodded. The scattered demon controlled Wang Lin's body and landed punch after punch on the light screen. As countless ripples and cracks appeared on the light screen, the scattered devil laughed and shouted, "Break." After that one word, the sound of a mirror falling and cracking could be heard, but the sound was magnified several thousand times. This sound echoed across the heavens and earth. The last protective spell left by the Huan family's celestial ancestor had shattered. When the scattered devil closed in, it gave off a monstrous amount of devilish energy that diffused across the world. Within the devilish energy, Wang Lin could see Lu Mei sitting on the ground with the Huan family's ancestor behind her. The Huan family's ancestor had his eyes closed and his hand on Lu Mei's forehead. The Huan family's ancestor was giving off a strange aura. The scattered devil was startled. At this moment, the Huan family's ancestor suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a hint of gray, and in a flash, he flew into the air. His whole body was like smoke, giving off an illusory feel. The scattered devil looked at him attentively and then said, with a smile that was not a smile, "Little child, your cultivation method is pretty good. It actually contains a bit of my ancient devil's cultivation." Wang Lin's gaze wasn't on the Huan family's ancestor, but on Lu Mei. Her eyes were closed, and her aura was completely gone. He didn't know what he was feeling. Wang Lin still didn't withdraw his divine sense. The Huan family's ancestor was like smoke as he condensed in the air. The gray light in his eyes was very strong. He took a deep breath and calmly looked at the scattered devil controlling Wang Lin and slowly said, "I only have one spell. Do you dare to take it?" The scattered devil laughed and said, "Show it to me." The Huan family's ancestor closed his eyes. He had absorbed Lu Mei's domain and recovered the celestial spiritual energy he had given her. Although his cultivation hadn't completely recovered to what it was before, there wasn't much of a difference. However, he had no confidence in facing the scattered devil that had fused with Wang Lin. Even if he wanted to run, he wouldn't be able to escape from the devil's spells. That was why he had pinned all his hopes on the trace of the heavenly devil Dao in his body. After devouring Lu Mei's domain and fusing it with his own, he finally produced a trace of the identityless heavenly devil Dao, but it was simply too little. A strange aura came out as the Huan family's ancestor closed his eyes. He revealed a painful expression and his body rapidly withered. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have turned into a skeleton. Shortly after, even his bones melted and completely disappeared. Finally, the Huan family's ancestor completely disappeared, leaving behind a bag of holding. It was because of the Huan family's ancestor's Dao that it didn't dissipate and floated toward the ground. A dense mass of gray smoke spread out at the moment his body disappeared. The Huan family's ancestor's origin soul was inside. The gray gas churned and entered his origin soul, causing it to gradually become more transparent. Eventually, it was as if his origin soul was about to disappear, but just at this moment, a powerful sense of crisis appeared in Wang Lin's heart. However, the scattered devil revealed a very interested gaze and said, "This spell is interesting, very interesting." The true identityless heavenly devil Dao was to completely become an identityless heavenly devil. Every life in the world could become a devil and therefore had no identity. collecting the evil intent of all creatures and infusing it into the identityless heavenly devil Tao would allow one to become a carefree heavenly devil. The Huan family's ancestor's body dissipated, and his origin soul turned into nothing. At this instant, countless illusions appeared from all directions. Waves of terrifying auras came from these illusions. Each of them were no weaker than Yin and Yang stage cultivators. Some of them were even more powerful. The identityless heavenly devil Tao spell was very shocking, and it hadn't displayed its true power yet. This was merely the start. However, just at this moment, a mass of black smoke suddenly came out from Wang Lin's head. The scattered devil rushed out of Wang Lin's body and leaped out with an ecstatic laugh. At the same time, it opened its mouth and began swallowing. In an instant, a majority of the illusions were devoured by it. What good nutrients! You little children really suit this devil's tastes. You sure know what to bring to honor this devil. If it wasn't for the fact that I have already made a promise, I really wouldn't want to kill you. The scattered devil laughed and devoured another mouthful. Without the scattered devil, Wang Lin regained control of his body. In a flash, he arrived on the ground, and with one step he stood before Lu Mei. Lu Mei's eyes were already closed, and there was no vitality left in her body. Her cultivation had already reached the ascendant stage, meaning her origin soul and domain had already fused. Devouring her domain meant devouring her origin soul as well. On the other side, as the scattered devil continued to devour, all of the illusions eventually disappeared. In midair, the almost illusionary Huan family ancestor condensed once more and his face was filled with bitterness. He only had a sliver of the identityless heavenly devil Tao. If Lu Mei's domain was complete, he would have become a true identityless heavenly devil and wouldn't have become the scattered devil's nutrients. After letting out a sigh, the Huan family's ancestor's body moved and prepared to escape. The scattered devil let out a laugh and his devilish energy spread out. The Huan family's ancestor was wrapped inside and was devoured by the scattered devil. Little doll Wang Lin, this devil has fulfilled his promise. The scattered devil suddenly turned around and gloomily looked at Wang Lin. Then it took one step toward the void and disappeared without a trace. The surroundings were completely silent. The Huan family members were all quiet. Everything that had happened today shocked them greatly and made them deeply respect Wang Lin. Wang Lin calmly looked at the close-eyed Lu Mei. For a long time, he didn't speak. Huan Fengshan hesitated for a bit before stepping forward and saying, "Fellow cultivator." Before Lu Mei left, she made a deal with Huan Wuqing. If he couldn't kill you, he had to give you a bag of holding. Wang Lin raised his head, and his gaze fell on the bag of holding that fell when Huan Wuqing lost his body. He waved his hand, and the bag landed in his hand. There was a pill and a piece of jade inside, and nothing else. Holding the jade, Wang Lin's divine sense went inside. The pill is an antidote to the child's resentment. Combine it with a thunder cultivator, most of the resentment can be dissolved. Back then, Master told me to leave my shadow in your heart. Back then, I couldn't do it, however, now I did. The gentle spring breeze blew by, sweeping away some of the dust on the ground. The breeze blew on Lu Mei's body. A diamond-shaped fragment gradually flew off Lu Mei's forehead and went with the wind. At the same time, more fragments came out of Lu Mei's body and were blown away. Eventually, her entire body turned into these butterfly-like pieces. They were all caught by the wind as they drifted far away with the wind. It was as if Lu Mei's figure appeared in the sky. She looked down on the earth, played with her hair, and smiled. She went further and further until she reached the edge of the horizon. Wang Lin raised his head as he looked at the sky and remained silent. Above life and death is karma. The karmatic cause of the past will cause the karmatic effect of today. Let dirt return to dirt, let dust return to dust. All of this is just a fragment of memories of the past, a dream that one has not awakened from. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he turned around and left. Did she really die? As Wang Lin left, he didn't continue to pursue this question. Whether Lu Mei had really died or not no longer mattered. The dust had settled, and the dirt had returned to the earth. Wang Lin's back gradually disappeared from the Huan family's view until he disappeared completely over the horizon. What was left were the lingering memories of generations of the Huan family's descendants. Wang Lin didn't wipe out the Huan family. He was very tired, very tired. What was tired was not his body but his heart. He had experienced too much during his 800 years of cultivation. On planet Ranyun in the Fallen Moon Village, there was one extra family. This family was very strange. There were only two people. One was a young-looking youth with an ancient aura and a baby. At the same time, in the All-Heaven Star system, Greed was wandering around with a gloomy expression. There were simply too many restrictions on his body. to the point that every time he thought about them his scalp would go numb and his heart would turn cold. Damned Wang Lin. If I can't find him soon, one of the restriction on my body will activate and I will die without a grave. Chapter 689, Never Cultivate in Your Life. The sky was blue like a spread-out roll of satin silk. The few white clouds were like embellishment that made the blue silk even more beautiful. Under the Qian mountain, a small river extended down. It extended for several kilometers before entering a large river. In this place lied a mountain village that was lush and filled with life. Back then, the water in this river was sweet, and sometimes clouds appeared on Qian Peak. If someone could take a breath in the cloud, it was said their body would become very healthy and not get sick for 10 years. A youth's voice came from the mountain village. This youth was about 14 or 15 years old and looked very boorish. At this moment, he was talking to the 7 or 8 children before him about what happened 5 years ago. Look at me, have I ever been sick in all these years? It's because my father took me to take a breath of the cloud. That taste, it was so comfortable. The youth was very proud as he gestured and spoke vividly. Beside him, the 7 or 8 children all had their eyes wide open, revealing looks of excitement. It was obvious they were all engrossed by the story and all wished they could go suck a mouthful of that cloud. Wang Ping, out of all of us, you really are the one that needs to go suck a mouthful the most. Unfortunately, after the heavenly grandpa became angry, that cloud disappeared. If it was still there and your father took you up, you wouldn't get sick for 10 years. The youth's gaze fell on a boy in the crowd. This boy was about 5 or 6 years old. His face was pale and his body was weak. He was a lot shorter than the other children, but he was very handsome. If it wasn't for his sickly appearance, he would look as lovely as a porcelain doll. He was wearing a sweater, and his eyes were filled with excitement as he said, "Brother Zhou, I'll ask my dad to take me there once I get home." The youth laughed and said, "Uncle Carpenter Wang is good at carving, but the clouds on Qian Peak are all gone now. So how can he take you? Listen to me. It's better if you all learn from me and learn sword arts every day. This can help strengthen the body, and when we grow up, we can travel the martial world." The youth's lofty ideals made the excitement in the other children's eyes even stronger. Just as the youth also became excited, various calls came from the village. The youth raised his head and sighed. "Okay, today's martial arts assembly is now over. Once we finish dinner, we can begin once more." The children scattered with a hint of reluctance. The child called Wang Ping walked toward the village with excitement in his eyes. He would sometimes look back at Qian Peak. As he walked, a burly man came from the village. This person was very large, and he was holding a military fork plus a bow and arrows and had a deer hanging over his shoulder. The burly man saw the child and smiled. "Wang family's little child, did you go with my family's kid to have a martial arts assembly?" The child shyly nodded and said, "Greetings, Uncle Zhou." The burly man's smile became even wider. He rubbed the child's head and laughed. "You are indeed the child of a craftsman. Not only are you more handsome, but you know more etiquette than that smelly kid of mine. You are about to go home, right? Let's go. Uncle Zhou will go together with you. I need to discuss something with your dad." The child quickly nodded and led the burly man back to his home. Not long after, a simple house appeared in the northern end of the village. The child ran a few steps and shouted, "Dad, Uncle Zhou is here." A young man walked out from the house. This person looked very ordinary and had nothing special about him. He was not nearly as handsome as the child. When standing with the child, many people wouldn't guess that they were father and son. The youth was wearing coarse, linen clothes and his hand were filled with blisters. As he walked out the door, he smiled. "Big brother Zhou, today's harvest looks good." The child ran into the room and took out a white steamed bun. He arrived next to the young man, pulled up a wooden stool, sat down, and began to eat. The burly man named Zhou put down the deer and laughed. "Brother Wang, I encountered this deer just as I was going up the mountain. The harvest was not bad." The young man faintly smiled gently. He touched the head of the child and laughed. "With big brother Zhou's martial arts, it isn't difficult to take down a deer." The burly man from the Zhou family laughed. "Brother Wang, the boy in my family is not small. In 2 more years, I'm going to build him a house and get a daughter-in-law. This house is about to be built and just lacks a set of furniture. I'll have to bother brother Wang for this." Wang Lin smiled and said, "No problem. Big brother Zhou can rest assured." The burly man from the Zhou family laughed. "Okay, this deer will be the deposit." With that, he turned around and left. Just as he left, the child jumped off the stool. He quickly arrived next to the deer and examined it left and right. "Dad, Uncle Zhou sure is powerful. He was able to hunt this kind of beast." The young man revealed a gentle gaze and smiled. "Don't look at it now. Ping Air, it is time to take your medicine." The child sighed. He raised his head to look at the young man and said, "Dad, the medicine is very bitter." The young man came out of the room with a bowl filled with a white liquid. This liquid had no smell. The child frowned as he drank mouthfuls of the medicine. After he finished drinking, his little face was frowning hard. He quickly ran to the water barrel and drank a few times before finally dispelling the bitterness from his mouth. "Dad, when can Peigneur stop drinking this medicine?" The child looked back at his father. This father and child were Wang Lin and Wang Ping. Wang Lin's gaze was gentle as he softly said, "Soon." Late at night, the moonlight fell on earth as if a layer of silver silk had been thrown over the land. The coolness of the moonlight began to spread, causing the mountain village under Quillian Peak to become silent. Aside from a few weak barks, there were no other sounds. Inside the room, Wang Ping had already fallen asleep. Although his little face was pale, he was sleeping well. His mouth revealed a smile. He was clearly having a good dream. Wang Lin was sitting next to Wang Ping when thunder flashed between his eyebrows. He slowly raised his right hand, and the thunder moved from his eyebrows to the tip of his right hand. Wang Lin gently pressed his hand between Wang Ping's eyebrows. The thunder instantly flowed through Wang Ping's body. Black gas emerged from the child's body and gathered on his skin. The black gas gradually became even denser and churned under the thunder. Finally, it suddenly charged away from the child's body, and Wang Lin quickly raised his right hand to grab it. All of the black gas was caught and then condensed into a ball of black mist. His right hand formed a fist, and the ball of black mist was crushed. Wang Ping's face showed a bit of redness. Looking at the child, Wang Lin let out a sigh. He covered the child again with the sheet that was kicked away and then walked out of the room. Inside the courtyard, the moonlight fell on Wang Lin's body. This gave his body a hint of the moonlight's loneliness. Wang Lin muttered to himself, 5 years. 5 years ago, Wang Lin returned to planet Ranyun and settled down in the Fallen Moon village. The reason he chose this place was because this village was very similar to his hometown. Wang Ping was that resentful spirit. Thanks to the pill Lu Mei left and the help of Wang Lin's thunder spell, a lot of his resentment had dissipated, allowing him to be like a normal child. However, if he didn't take the medicine every day and get treated by Wang Lin, he would revert back to what he was before. There was an entire process to completely expel the resentfulness. Wang Ping's memory had been wiped clean by Wang Lin, and he was given a new life. Inside this quiet village, Wang Lin's heart also calmed down. He was far away from the slaughter and strife. There was only the calm-as-water life. Wang Lin's life was very stable. He lived like his own father and survived off being a carpenter. It was his father's wish. If he couldn't pass the imperial exam, then he would become a carpenter and follow the footsteps of his father. There were various carpentry tools in the yard. This was a portrait of his 5 years here. Every time he saw Wang Ping go out to play with the children, Wang Lin would think back to when he was his age. He would do the same and wouldn't come home until it was time to eat. Under the moonlight, footsteps came from outside the courtyard. A staggering figure gradually approached. "The child is asleep?" An ancient voice came, and following that, a slightly hunchback figure entered the courtyard. Wang Lin slightly nodded but didn't speak. When the old figure entered the courtyard, the moonlight fell on his body. This person was Sun Tai. Sun Tai looked even older. His face was filled with wrinkles. After Wang Lin had been here for 3 years, Sun Tai came. He was like a lonely old man who didn't want to be alone when he leaves this world. Sun Tai looked at the house under the moonlight with eyes filled with kindness. He didn't know why, but he loved this child called Wang Ping a lot. Sun Tai withdrew his gaze and slowly said, "How long do you intend to accompany this child for?" The deathly aura on his body was even stronger. Wang Lin silently pondered for a long time before looking up at the moon and softly saying, "One reincarnation cycle." Reincarnation cycle. Sun Tai let out a sigh and said, "Don't you want him to become a cultivator? With your cultivation, you can let this child have a much easier path on the road of cultivation. He can have an even bigger advantage than some direct descendants of cultivation families." Wang Lin's eyes revealed a dejected look, and he softly said, "I will not let him cultivate in his life." Sun Tai pondered a bit and said, "This child's talent is very good. I won't let him cultivate." Wang Lin's gaze fell on Sun Tai, and he said, "Never." Wang Lin asked himself, Cultivation, what is at the end of cultivation?" His entire life was not happy, and it was a lonely road. He didn't want his own child to experience it. The cruelty of the cultivation world, the slaughter and dangers of the cultivation world. He understood it all too well. Peigneur has already experienced many things that he shouldn't have. I named him Wang Ping with the hope that his life will be peaceful and safe. I hoped he'd become a mortal who will get married and raise children, live a quiet life. From now on, Never mention the matter about cultivation again. Wang Lin's voice was filled with resolve. It would not be changed, and it couldn't be changed. Chapter 690, Removing the Shell. Time quickly passed, spring left, and winter came, and another 5 years went by. This year's winter came especially early. Before it was winter, a large amount of snow was already covering the earth. Some of the remaining dead leaves on the branches were frozen. As the cold wind blew, the withered leaves and the snow fell together. It was like a person's lifespan. Although filled with reluctance and unwillingness to leave when the cold, snowy wind comes, they couldn't help but be taken by the breeze. In these 5 years, 5 elderly people died, and 3 new lives were born. It was as if the reincarnation cycle had begun to turn while people had no awareness of it. Sun Tai became even older. His house was right next to Wang Lin's. This house was bright, but it had a hint of twilight. Like a mortal who knew that his time was about to be up, he didn't like to stay inside his room. He sat in the courtyard, looking at the sky. He was accompanied by his shining memories. Wang Ping was now 10 years old, but compared to the other children in the village, he looked like he was only 7 or 8 years old. However, his little face had more color compared to 5 years ago. The 10-year-old Wang Ping was extremely handsome, and the village's residents were all fond of this well-behaved and beautiful child. Among his playmates, many of the little girls were filled with goodwill toward the carpenter's son. This big snowstorm caused the day to become very chilly. Sun Tai peacefully sat in the courtyard. He was wearing a thick coat as he looked up at the sky, and his eyes were filled with reminiscence. Beside him, Wang Ping was also wearing a thick coat and looking at the sky in a daze. Ping Er, why did you come here to visit this old man instead of accompanying your father? Sun Tai's eyes were filled with kindness. He really did like this child from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for Wang Lin, who said he wouldn't let this child cultivate, he really would have taught this child everything he knew. Wang Ping pouted and said, with displeasure, I'm not going back. Ani Zhang is there again. Sun Tai faintly smiled and shook his head. Child, you can rest assured, your father won't agree. Wang Ping frowned as he counted with his fingers and said, not necessarily. Grandpa's son, look how many times Ani Zhang came in the last 3 years. I have been keeping count. It's a total of 12 times. 12 times, Why do most of the big sisters and aunties all have their eyes on my father? Sun Tai laughed as he looked outside the courtyard and smiled. Don't worry about your dad. Look outside. It seems like the second daughter of the Zhou family came looking for you. Wang Ping was startled as he raised his head and looked outside the courtyard. He saw a 7 or 8-year-old little girl with a red face gradually approach. Big brother Wang, are you here? The girl's crisp voice came from outside the courtyard. Wang Ping frowned and shouted, I'm not here, you should go. With that, he simply walked out from the courtyard. He didn't even look at the girl with water gathering in her eyes and ran toward his own home. Sun Tai saw this and couldn't help but laugh. The kindness in his eyes became even stronger. At this moment, Wang Lin was in a different situation from Sun Tai. He was frowning as he faced a young woman who was constantly complaining. His face was filled with a bitter smile. Wang Lin seemed to have grown slightly older during these 5 years. It was the same as when he turned into a mortal. In order to not frighten the mortals, his appearance was no longer young, and he had stepped toward the middle age. The vicissitude in his eyes gave him a strange temperament, even though he was only middle-aged. The young woman was very feminine. She looked at Wang Lin and earnestly said, Brother Wang, look, Wang Ping is already 10 years old and has had a bitter life without a mother. If you don't care about yourself, then at least think about the child. The daughter of the Zhou family at the entrance of the village is a beautiful girl, and she is willing to follow you. She even promised to treat the child like he was her own. What are you dissatisfied with? Wang Lin's bitter smile became even stronger as he helplessly said, This matter, let's forget about it. The young woman didn't give up and continued, Brother Wang, why must you be like this? I know you never got married again because you loved Ping Er's mother. However, you still have to live your life. When I saw you come here 10 years ago with just a baby, this mother, well, I wasn't married at the time, but look at me now. My child is already 8 years old. Just at this moment, Wang Ping mercilessly pushed over the door. He looked at the young woman and silently sat down. Seeing that the young woman was about to continue speaking, Wang Ping shouted, Dad, I'm hungry. Wang Lin sighed a breath of relief and said, Let's stop this conversation here. The young woman let out a sigh and shook her head. If you are not willing, there is no need to force it. But Brother Wang, if you fancy anyone, you have to remember to tell me. She looked at Wang Ping and reached out her hand to rub Wang Ping's head. Wang Ping grunted and dodged backwards. The young woman laughed. This child has such a big temper. You should learn your father. Your father has the most gentle temper in the village. Why else do you think all these beautiful girls want to marry him? With that, she turned around and left. After the young woman left, Wang Ping asked, Dad, you? Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Wang Lin smiled and said, Children shouldn't worry about these things. Your Auntie Zhang is doing this with good intent. Come here and take your medicine. Wang Ping's eyes widened as he looked at this father and pouted. But she wants to find Ping a stepmother. Huzi's father found Huzi a stepmother. As a result, Huzi doesn't get enough to eat every day and always gets scolded. Wang Lin laughed. Then he rubbed Wang Ping's head and smiled. Okay, I promise you I won't find you a stepmother, alright? Now take your medicine. Wang Lin happily picked up the bowl and drank all the medicine in one gulp. This time the medicine didn't taste bitter. Instead, there was a hint of dry sweetness. This sweetness came from his heart, from his love for his father. Dad, with Ping Er accompanying you, you won't be lonely. Wait for Ping Er to grow up, and I'll serve you until you're old. Wang Ping put down his bowl and earnestly looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin smiled and patted Wang Ping's head. He walked out of the room into the courtyard and began to clear the snow with a broom. Once he finished clearing the courtyard, he picked up his tools and began doing his carpentry work. Wang Ping watched his father through the window and silently pondered. His memory was very good, far better than that of other children of the same age. He clearly remembered when he accidentally asked his father where his mother was back when he was 4 years old. At that moment, his father's expression was very strange. He didn't understand what that expression was, but now that he had grown up, he did. That was a downcast expression. He was a sensible child, so from then on, he never asked about his mother again. After winter came, heavy snowstorms came one after another. As the cold winter arrived, the people of the village became less active. The cold winter days passed day by day, and soon the spring breeze came. It gradually swept away the coldness of winter. The village's school opened in the spring. The children of the village learned to read and write there. The days passed like this. They were calm like water without any ripples. Among the calmness, a hint of tenderness washed Wang Lin's tired heart. As Wang Ping grew up day by day, Wang Lin no longer persistently pursued enlightenment, but silently watched Wang Ping with the heart of a father. During these 10 years, except for when he was expelling Wang Ping's resentment, he didn't use any other spells. It was as if he had forgotten about everything. However, as he forgot everything, a comprehension of the life and death cycle silently formed in Wang Lin's heart. As Wang Ping grew, it became more profound. Wang Lin had a very profound understanding of the death part of the life and death cycle, but he didn't have much comprehension of life. As time passed, and as his Tao heart relieved its exhaustion, it was also slowly moving toward completion. After a perfect life and death, the karma cycle would be next. Wang Lin's Tao slowly evolved in this peaceful life. If a powerful cultivator saw this kind of change, they would be shocked because this was not a simple change, but a huge change in one's domain. A domain was a special comprehension that cultivators had after the celestial realm shattered. It could be said that the Tao a cultivator walked was formed from their domain. The root of all of this was very deeply related to domain. Therefore, each domain was almost fixed for every cultivator, and it was very rare for a domain to evolve. The reason Lu Mei had caught the attention of the Huan family's ancestor was because her domain showed signs of evolving. This caused the Huan family's ancestor to willingly give up looking for the heaven-defying bead and quickly bring Lu Mei back to the Huan family. The root cause of all of this, aside from wanting to devour her domain, was that he was afraid someone like her would be stolen by someone else. Wang Lin was currently walking down this road. However, because he lacked comprehension in the life part of his life and death domain, even though he had shown signs of evolving into the karma domain, his domain hadn't evolved yet. As a result, the present was a key moment in Wang Lin's life. It could even determine his future achievements. Wang Lin kind of understood this matter. However, if he had a choice, he would never pay this price for this opportunity that all other cultivators dreamed of. Spring passed, and autumn came, and another 6 years passed. Sun Tai's time arrived. It seemed to have come a bit earlier than expected. When he was lying in his own house, the people that were there to send him off were only Wang Lin and Wang Ping. At this moment, he was like the withered leaves that were blown away by the big snowstorms 6 years ago. Wang Ping was already 16 years old, and he had started to look more and more like Lu Mei. This kind of appearance on a boy made him exceptionally handsome. However, his eyes were pure and showed a clear distinction between black and white. During his 16 years of growth, he came to understand a lot of things. Things like the fact that Grandpa's son knew his father from a long time ago and respected his father a lot. This respect was never shown through how they talked or on the surface. It came from the bones, and Wang Ping could clearly feel it. Wang Lin appeared even older now. He calmly looked at Sun Tai and slowly said, Sun Tai, I'll do what I promised you back then. Chapter 691, Leaving. Nothing in this world could escape life and death. Sun Tai looked at the father and son before him and revealed a smile. At this moment, he looked peaceful as he burned the last of his life. After hearing Wang Lin's promise, Sun Tai gave Wang Lin a profound look. He deeply ingrained the look of the person he once had a feud with. His eyes blurred, and he suddenly felt like he had returned back to several hundred years ago, back in the Rain Celestial realm. Various scenes flashed through his eyes before they finally stopped at the calm, yet slightly older face before him. The distance between life and death was, in fact, this short. Sun Tai smiled and closed his eyes. At this moment, the deathly aura on his body reached its peak and completely vanished the next instant. Grandpa's son. Wang Ping shed tears as he looked at Sun Tai's serene face and began to cry. Wang Lin let out a sigh and rubbed Wang Ping's head. His eyes were calm. He had seen through life and death, seen through reincarnation. Such things were like smoke to him. He had seen them, but they wouldn't linger in his heart. Sun Tai's tomb was in the back of the Fallen Moon village. Everyone who died at the village would be buried there. Wang Ping carved the tomb, and on it he wrote Sun Tai's tomb inscribed by his grandson Wang Ping. When Wang Ping was 12, Sun Tai adopted Wang Ping as his step-grandson. Wang Lin didn't stop him. Sun Tai was, after all, older than Wang Lin and was old enough to be Wang Ping's grandpa. As for the relationship between him and Sun Tai, they were peers. Sun Tai even had a bone-deep respect for Wang Lin, just like Wang Ping felt. Sun Tai's tomb didn't have a body. This body had already become a jar of ashes inside Wang Lin's bag of holding. This was Wang Lin's promise to Sun Tai. The 16-year-old Wang Ping was even more handsome. In comparison to him, Wang Lin looked even older. The passage of time took away Wang Lin's appearance, and along with it went the interest of the village's women in matchmaking for him. However, as Wang Ping grew older, that interest was placed on him. However, Wang Ping was quite like his father. Although he was handsome, he always acted extremely calm. Normally, he didn't say much, but there was a hint of wisdom in his eyes. 1 year after Sun Tai died, Wang Lin was in the courtyard, holding a block of wood and carefully carving. Wang Ping was sitting on the side, calmly looking at his father. His father's face had even more wrinkles and had become even more ancient. Wang Lin didn't raise his head and calmly said, "Carving requires one to put their heart into every stroke. Every stroke needs to be engraved in one's memory. Only then can one be considered a craftsman." Wang Ping nodded. He also picked up a piece of wood and began to carefully carve. Under the sunset, the father's and son's shadows was pulled extremely long. There wasn't much difference in their movements, and even their demeanors were very similar. As the sun set, the figures gradually faded, but the hint of charm seemed to remain eternal. After the sun finally set and darkness covered the earth, Wang Lin lit up the lamp in the courtyard and calmly asked, "Did you finish thinking?" Wang Ping put down the half-finished statue and began to silently ponder. Wang Lin didn't urge him but sat down on the side and picked up Wang Ping's statue to examine it. This statue was slightly rough, but it was able to capture 30% of the charm. The statue was of Sun Tai. He had an arrogant expression as he looked up at the sky. His hands were forming a seal, and a strange aura had gathered on his body. There were clouds under his feet, making him look like a legendary figure. Wang Ping lowered his head and whispered, "Dad, why won't you let me study the immortal spells Grandpa's son left behind?" Wang Lin let out a sigh. In the end, Sun Tai still didn't respect his decision on this matter. He had used the fact that he had accepted Wang Ping as his adopted grandson to secretly impart cultivation techniques on him. None of this was hidden from Wang Lin. If it wasn't for Sun Tai trying to impart his cultivation method to Wang Ping, he wouldn't have died 4 years earlier than expected. As a father, Wang Lin wasn't a father to act without consulting others. He looked at Wang Ping. This child had inherited his mother's appearance, but during these 16 years, he had learned his calmness. When Wang Ping's eyes shined with wisdom, Wang Lin felt like he was seeing another version of himself. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and softly said, "Because the life of a cultivator doesn't suit you." Wang Ping revealed a faint smile as he looked up at his father and said, "Dad, I never cultivated those cultivation methods Grandpa's son gave me, not even once." Wang Lin nodded. He naturally knew all of this. Although Sun Tai had passed on his cultivation methods, in the end, Wang Ping never cultivated them. Wang Ping lowered his head and asked, "Dad, you are an immortal too, right?" Wang Lin's eyes revealed vicissitude, and he slowly said, "Not an immortal, just a cultivator." Wang Ping silently pondered for a moment and asked, "Dad, Do you want me to live an ordinary life and not follow your footsteps in becoming a cultivator? The moon gradually rose into the sky. When the moonlight fell on the earth, there was a hint of coldness within its gentle light. The gentle breeze caused the lamp to sway back and forth. The fire inside the lamp began to flicker and mix with the moonlight that enveloped the courtyard. Wang Lin put down Wang Ping's statue. He looked up at the sky, and his voice was erratic. Yes. If Ping Air is unwilling. Wang Ping raised his head and looked up at his father. This was the first time in 16 years that he had spoken like this to his father. Wang Lin's gaze fell on Wang Ping. He didn't speak, but calmly looked at Wang Ping. Time slowly passed by. Wang Ping gradually lowered his head, as if he was afraid to look at Wang Lin's eyes. The cultivator's life is not suited for you. Don't mention it again. Wang Lin's voice was very soft, but firm. However, hidden in his eyes, where Wang Ping couldn't see, was a trace of sadness. This sadness was very strong. Wang Ping bitterly said, "Yes, father, I won't cultivate." Wang Lin didn't speak as he turned around and entered the room. At the moment he entered the room, his voice came. "Ping Air, eat your medicine." Wang Ping silently pondered. After a long time, he let out a sigh, got up, and walked into the room. His back looked crestfallen. His father didn't reveal his majesty, but in Wang Ping's heart, it was imparably huge, and he was powerless to resist. He could only follow his father's will and live out an ordinary life. Aside from cultivation, I can give you everything else in the world. After Wang Ping drank his medicine and lied down, Wang Lin's voice slowly drifted over. Wang Ping closed his eyes and didn't speak. In the darkness, Wang Lin sat by himself in the courtyard, staring at the darkness before him. Sadness flashed across his eyes once more. The passage of time was like the moonlight in the darkness. You can't see when it will come, and when you do see it, the moonlight has already landed on the ground. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 years since Sun Tai died. This year Wang Ping was 19 years old. He had completely become a handsome young man. Although there was still a hint of immaturity on his face, unless one looked closely, it was very difficult to see. His appearance became more and more like Meis. In contrast, Wang Lin became even older. 19 years of time had left deep marks on his face. On the 19th year after Wang Lin arrived at the Fallen Moon Village, he packed up his things and left with Wang Ping. When they left, Wang Ping's childhood friends all came to send them off. Most of them were girls, and their gazes toward Wang Ping were filled with resentment. The eyes of the second daughter from the Zhou family were especially resentful. However, Wang Ping was completely indifferent to all of this. He inherited his appearance from Mei, but he inherited his personality from Wang Lin. He didn't care too much about women. During these 19 years of time, people in the village gave birth and died. A generation was growing old while a new generation was growing up. Compared to when Wang Lin arrived here 19 years ago, 3 or 4 people out of 10 had passed away. The burly man from the Zhou family was still sturdy, but he was obviously not young anymore. He stood beside Wang Lin and sadly said, "Brother Wang, in the blink of an eye, almost 20 years have passed. I still remember you arriving at the village with Ping Air, but now you are going to leave." Wang Lin faintly smiled and softly said, "Brother Zhou, I have been troubling you all these years. However, now that the child has grown up, I need to take him out to see the world." The burly man from the Zhou family sighed as his gaze fell on Wang Ping, who was surrounded by the girls in the village, and wryly smiled. "It looks like my family's second daughter won't have the luck." Wang Lin shook his head and smiled. "It should be my boy who doesn't have the luck." Not far away, Wang Ping's expression was normal as he softly said, "All of you, take care." With that, he returned to Wang Lin. However, one of the girls ran out with a red face and shouted, "Wang Ping, will you return in the future?" Wang Ping stopped. Without turning around, he softly said, "I probably won't." The girl's eyes turned red and 2 streams of tears fell down her face. She seemed to have heard her own heart shatter. "I hate you, Wang Ping." The girl began to cry and ran away. Wang Ping frowned as he arrived next to his father and remained silent. The burly man from the Zhou family let out a sigh. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin and said, "Brother Wang, take care." Wang Lin had a very good opinion of this straightforward man, and he laughed. "Take care." After that, he turned around and walked away. Wang Ping followed a few steps behind before hesitating. He looked back at the girl who was running away and crying. Then he let out a sigh and left with Wang Lin. Wang Ping caught up to his father and frowned. "Dad, why are those girls so troublesome? Especially that Zhou Ruodong." Wang Lin laughed as he looked back at Wang Ping. Having inherited Mei's appearance, there was something demonic about Wang Ping's handsomeness. Wang Lin said, with a smile that was not a smile, You don't like the girl from the Zhou family? Wang Ping sighed. I don't like her. It's just that, when she was crying, I felt a bit of reluctance in my heart. Chapter 692, Evolution. Although water covered most of planet Ranyun, there were still a lot of mountains and land. Although the catastrophe years ago made the spiritual energy on the planet a lot weaker, it was still slightly better than planet Suzaku. The figures of a father and son always be seen between the famous mountains on planet Ranyun. They were climbing the mountains and standing on the top of the world. They were watching the changes of the earth and the overlapping clouds. The earth had shrunken down a lot. It was as if they could see the end with but a gaze. When they were at the peak, the wind was whistling in their ears. Wang Ping stood at the peak, looking down at the world. It was as if his soul had evolved. As they climbed mountain after mountain, his weak body gradually gained strength. In his eyes, everything about his father was great, whether it was the 19 years of peace or their current challenge against the world. After crossing peak after peak, Wang Ping's mind expanded greatly. It was as if he had forgotten everything wandering the world. Although the only person accompanying him was his father, the mountains, the water, the sky, and this land seemed to be able to feel his presence and followed him. There wasn't any sense of loneliness, only a freedom of spirit. No matter how dangerous the mountain was, it couldn't stop this father and son duo. No matter how big a mountain was, they all fell under their feet. Although Wang Ping's body was immortal, his heart was molded again and again until it reached a new height. To experience life through the mountains, to calm one's mind through crossing them, and to feel might from crossing over each mountain. However, he should never stop or yield to this might. So he continued to climb over each mountain he faced. He used the body of a mortal to inherit Wang Lin's heaven-defying ideals. Wang Lin didn't impart Wang Ping any cultivation methods, but he used his own method to help refine Wang Ping's mind. Thirsty? Drink some spring water. Hungry? Eat some fruits and wild beasts. Tired? Rest on the ground. Sleepy? Lie down on the earth, and the sky will be your blanket. 3 years of time quickly flashed by. During these 3 years, Wang Ping's respect for his father grew even stronger. In his eyes, his father was the most amazing person in the world. After conquering the mountains, the rivers were next. The shadow of this father and son duo would appear across rivers everywhere. They looked at the majestic rivers and listened to the almost heaven-defying roars of the water. A solitary boat held Wang Ping's gaze and gradually evolving mind. As it crossed the river, it continued to push forward and challenge the raging waves. Wang Lin and Wang Ping left their shadows everywhere across this large river that went around most of planet Ranyun. More laughter came from Wang Ping's mouth, and accompanying this laughter was Wang Lin's hearty laughter. This kind of laughter was very rare from Wang Lin. His laughter seemed contagious and made Wang Ping even happier. It was as if as long as his father was by his side, everything would be all right. Father, I will spend my life accompanying you. Even in death, if there is reincarnation, even if we are no longer father and son, I'll never forget you. In the river, Wang Ping's voice was very determined. This solitary boat traveled down the river across more than half of planet Ranyun and headed toward the ocean. The journey on land was over, but the voyage over the sea had just begun. As the ship sailed through the ocean breeze, Wang Ping's world expanded indefinitely. Islands and waves passed by one. He saw heavenly lightning strike down on the surface of the water. He saw a huge whale the size of a village. He even saw a mirage. The sea's vastness was far greater than land. Wang Ping felt that the vastness of the sea was like his father. It seemed to stretch on forever. After integrating with the boundlessness of the sea, the fierceness of the mountain, and the endless extension of the river, he was able to feel the might of the world. When Wang Lin and Wang Ping returned to land 5 years later, Wang Ping had been reborn. Although he was still immortal, his soul accommodated the world. When they returned, the last mountain they crossed was Qilian Mountain next the Fallen Moon Village. The childish nature was completely gone from the 27-year-old Wang Ping's face. Instead, his eyes were filled with determination. During these 8 years of travel, the hint of demonic nature gradually disappeared and was replaced with absolute handsomeness. This sharp and handsome face contained a smile as bright as the sun and even brighter eyes. Looking at Wang Ping, Wang Lin revealed a smile. This journey was a method that Wang Lin had been thinking of for a long time to help Wang Ping completely expel the resentment in his body. Lu Mei's pill and Wang Lin's spell could only eliminate a majority of the resentment, as the resentment was too integrated with his soul. Throughout the 20 years of peace, the resentment gradually eased, and the 8 years of soul evolution allowed Wang Ping to purify his soul. Unknowingly, Wang Ping gradually removed the resentment in his soul, until there was only a sliver remaining. This silver was something that no pill or spell could remove. It could only be erased through the reincarnation cycle. Under Qilian Peak, Wang Lin looked at the mountain village far away and asked, "Don't you want to look?" Beside him, Wang Ping shook his head and said, "Not going." Wang Lin didn't speak anymore and stepped toward the mountain's peak. Wang Ping chased after his father and laughed. "Father, back when I was a child, I once heard people say that Qilian Peak has celestial clouds. They said that just sucking one mouthful would make me immune to sickness for 10 years. I have always wondered when father would bring me here." Wang Lin faintly smiled and gently looked at Wang Ping. This father and son duo gradually reached the peak of this tall Qilian mountain. Countless clouds floated at the peak. It was as if they were stepping on the clouds. Wang Ping took a deep breath and then looked at his father. Although Qilian Mountain was huge, it couldn't compare to this father. Although Qilian Mountain was tall, it couldn't compare to his father. The cloud in the distance seemed to darken, and there were bursts of lightning and rumbling thunder coming from it. This power of the heavens and earth attracted Wang Ping's gaze. Not long after, the thunder grew louder. A wet wind blew by, followed by rain. As the dark cloud began to spread, the rain began to get heavier. Because it hadn't rained for a long time, the dust on the earth began to float into the air. However, before it flew up too high, it rapidly merged with the falling rain and returned to the earth once more. The dust was just like heaven-defying cultivators that desired to reach the heavens, but were put down by the rain. Just like cultivators, how many specks of dust could actually ascend to the heavens? The thunder and rain passed by. The father and son on the mountain peak calmly watched it all. This rain seemed to fall everywhere, but none of it landed on their bodies. Aside from the rumbling thunder and swishing rain, there was no other sound. The thunder and rain came fast and left just as fast. Soon, the cloud dissipated and a rainbow that looked like it was hanging from the sky appeared before the father and son duo. The rainbow was beautiful and colorful. The 7 colors in such close proximity seemed to contain a hint of the heavens' Tao. However, at this moment, this quietness was disturbed by a whistling sound. From a distance, a flying sword whistled by with a thunderous boom, as if it was going to shatter the rainbow when it flew through it. A middle-aged man was standing inside the sword light. This person had the air of a celestial as he stood on the green flying sword that gave off a cold glint. As he flew by, he immediately spotted Wang Lin and Wang Ping at the top of Qilian Peak and was surprised. For a mortal to climb up here was not normal. It required great determination. He revealed a look of admiration but didn't stop. He flew over the mountain and headed into the distance. Wang Ping stared at the middle-aged man until he disappeared over the horizon. This was the first time Wang Ping had seen something like this. This shocked his heart greatly, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Wang Ping murmured, "Father, is that an immortal?" Wang Lin sighed and slowly said, "Yes." Wang Ping pondered for a long time before he raised his head. He then looked at his father with his bright eyes and softly said, "Father, can I really not cultivate?" Wang Lin's gaze fell on the gradually dissipating rainbow. Deep within his eyes, he revealed a hint of sadness. He didn't speak and only shook his head. Wang Ping didn't speak anymore, but stared at where the middle-aged man disappeared. After leaving Qilian Peak, Wang Ping was completely silent. They walked on the main road into a town before taking a carriage toward the big city. Along the way, Wang Ping didn't say a word. Aside from the coachman, there was only Wang Lin and Wang Ping. Wang Lin looked outside, and in his eyes, the sadness became even stronger and there was a hint of unspeakable bitterness. The carriage was completely quiet for a long time. Wang Ping lowered his head and whispered, "Father, I want to cultivate." This was the second time he said he wanted to cultivate. The first time was when 10 years ago. That year he was 17 years old. Wang Lin didn't withdraw his gaze as he kept looking outside and calmly said, "You are not suited for cultivation." Wang Ping looked at this father's silhouette and unwillingly asked, "Father, why?" Wang Lin turned his head. Like 10 years ago, he didn't speak, he only calmly looked at Wang Ping. The sound of the wagon's wheels rolling over things slowly came from the outside and replaced the passage of time. Finally, Wang Ping lowered his head and whispered, "I understand, Father." Chapter 693, Qing Yi. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, so Wang Ping couldn't see the sadness in his eyes. No one knew the real reason he wouldn't let Wang Ping cultivate. Sun Tai didn't know, Wang Ping didn't know. Only Wang Lin himself knew the real reason. He was unable to tell Wang Ping. For Wang Ping's sake, he couldn't. This had nothing to do with Lu Mei. Wang Ping couldn't hear Wang Lin's sigh. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at the wilderness outside. Inside the carriage, Wang Ping was also like this. The silence between the father and son became even stronger. After a long time, Wang Ping turned his head and looked at his father. From the side, his father's face seemed to have even more wrinkles. His heart couldn't stand it anymore, and he softly said, "Father, I was wrong." Wang Lin turned around. He revealed a kind smile, but didn't speak. Vastwater City was the sub-capital city of one of the 3 great empires on planet Ranyuan, and it was second only to the capital in prosperity. It was also near the river, so it was a very lively city. The carriage entered the city and stopped at a station. Wang Lin and Wang Ping got off the carriage and entered this bustling city. Wang Ping had never seen such a lively and big city. As he looked around, he seemed to forget all the unhappiness from before. Wang Lin stepped into a rather lavish restaurant in the eastern part of the city. The waiter inside the restaurant hurried over with a smile, and Elle led the father and son to a table near the window. Not long after, wine and food were brought over. It might have been because Wang Ping's appearance was too handsome, but after he sat down, he immediately caught the attention of a lot of the women in the restaurant. As for Wang Ping, he had long grown accustomed to this during his boyhood back in the village. Wang Lin didn't move his chopsticks, but he picked up the wine and calmly drank. As for Wang Ping, he only tasted the dishes. Wang Lin put down the wine and calmly said, "From now on, we will live here. First we will need to buy a house." Wang Ping nodded and smiled. "Dad, this place is pretty good. After spending so much time on seeing mountains and rivers, I felt like I suddenly entered the world when we came into this bustling city." Just as Wang Ping finished speaking, a sneer came from a table nearby. There were 3 people sitting at that table. One of them was an old man wearing silk who looked very dignified. Although his eyes were dim, when he opened them, he gave off a noble aura. Beside him sat 2 people, one male and one female. The man was very handsome and dignified. He wore a purple robe with golden lines embroidered on it. It looked very expensive. As for the woman, she was about in her 20s with black hair like a waterfall. Although she wasn't an absolute beauty, she gave of a very refreshing feeling. The person who sneered was the man in purple. The man in purple turned toward the woman beside him and laughed. "This silly boy is interesting. It's his first time entering Vastwater City, and he starts spouting nonsense, like being accustomed to seeing mountains and rivers, and his first time entering the world. Nonsense." He didn't talk loudly, but said it so those words could enter Wang Ping's ears. Wang Ping frowned, but didn't say a word. As for Wang Lin, he picked up the jug and drank a mouthful. His gaze seemed to randomly sweep the 3 people at that table. The woman frowned and softly asked, "Is it funny?" The young man laughed. "Junior apprentice Sister Qing Yi, why it is not funny?" The woman revealed a trace of annoyance and turned her head. The young man let out a cold snort. The reason he laughed at Wang Ping was because when he entered, this always cold woman actually raised her head and looked at Wang Ping. If not for this woman, how could he eat in a place like this given his status? When he saw her expression, he let out a cold snort, turned around, and stared at Wang Ping. The young man in purple softly said, "If his appearance was born on a woman, she would definitely be an enchanting girl. Unfortunately, it is on a male, truly unfortunate, but for him to be a prostitute, he'd be pretty good." The repeated provocations made Wang Ping put down his chopsticks. He turned his head to look at the youth and said, "What a good face. If it was born to a person, he would be very handsome. It's a pity it was born to a bastard. What a pity." The young man in purple's expression sank. But before he could speak, the old man next to him frowned and shouted, "Since when could people like this come into the Qian? No manners at all. Just let this old man teach you a lesson or 2. As the old man spoke, he threw his chopsticks and they flew out like bolts of lightning. He was aiming for Wang Ping's shoulders. If the pair of chopsticks really hit, then Wang Ping's hands would be wasted. At the moment the old man threw the chopsticks, the woman beside them exclaimed. She stood up and was about to chase after the chopsticks. However, at the moment the chopsticks closed in, they immediately lost their strength and softly landed next to Wang Ping. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he put down the wine and coldly stared at the old man. One glance. The old man's body started as if countless bolts of thunder had exploded in his mind. That gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced into his whole being through his eyes. It broke through his mind and entered his soul. It seemed like it wanted to shatter his soul, extinguish his core flame, and cause his golden core to shatter. The old man's body immediately stiffened as if a powerful bolt of lightning had just struck him. His hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. This is... The old man's mind trembled and his scalp started tingling. There was intense pain coming from between his eyebrows. It was as if a blade had pierced through his skull. The sound of his heart violently beating instantly echoed through the old man's body, as if it was about to collapse. His body was covered in cold sweat, as if he was about to face an enemy naked. His entire being was about to collapse from this one glance. A stream of blood that contained a trace of gold came out from the corner of his mouth. A crack had appeared in his core, and his core energy had leaked into his bloodstream. The old man was a core formation cultivator. As for the young man in purple, he had only started Qi condensation, and the woman hadn't reached the foundation establishment stage yet. Since a core formation cultivator could be so unscrupulous and act so viciously against a mortal, Wang Lin showed killing intent without any hesitation. Moreover, this old man had provoked his son. The chair the old man was sitting on cracked, and he fell to the ground. His face was pale as he quickly took out pills to swallow and immediately crushed a message jade. The restaurant was completely silent as many guests were still in confusion. However, there were still some clever customers that quickly paid their bills and left. The young man in purple was completely startled. He didn't even look at the old man. Instead, his extremely gloomy eyes stared at Wang Lin and Wang Ping. As for the woman, she was in a complete daze as she stared at Wang Ping and Wang Lin. She never thought that such an event would take place. I don't need you to teach my son. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, picked up the wine jug, and took a gulp. Chapter 694, just this once. The old man didn't dare to open his mouth, as his core energy had already escaped to his body. He feared that if he opened his mouth, his core energy would immediately disperse. In that case, if he didn't die, his cultivation level would drop greatly. The current imp was completely relying on the pills he had swallowed earlier to help stop the loss of his core energy, but the effect was very little. Strands of spiritual energy came from his body. It looked like green mist. The young man in purple looked at Wang Lin and nodded. Didn't expect you to be a cultivator. Very good. On planet Ranyun, since you offended the Sun family, that is the same as. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin waved his right hand. The young man's body immediately trembled. His face turned pale instantly, and he fell on the ground. Wang Lin didn't kill him, as he didn't have much spiritual energy inside him and was still considered immortal. With Wang Lin's experience, this young man in purple was either the direct descendant of a cultivation family or was of a noble bloodline among mortals. However, no matter what identity they had, Wang Lin didn't care. On planet Ranyun, he was the supreme ancestor. The scene before him caused Wang Ping to gasp as he looked at his father. At this moment, he suddenly found out that his father was not an ordinary cultivator. Only a glance from his father was able to make the old man like this. Qing Yi stared at the father and son. After hesitating for a moment, she stepped forward and respectfully said, "Senior, it was us who were reckless." Wang Lin picked up the wine jug, took a sip, and didn't look at her. Qing Yi bit her lower lip. While she was in a dilemma, Wang Ping smiled. He was already very handsome, and now his smile made him even more beautiful. Wang Ping looked at Qing Yi and asked, "Miss, is your name Qing Yi?" "My name is Wang Ping. Is Miss also a cultivator?" Wang Ping's smile made Qing Yi's face turn red and she softly said, "Yes, but Master has already said that before reaching the foundation establishment stage, I can't call myself a cultivator." "Your name is Wang Ping, right? Today's matter is our fault. It's just. You guys should quickly leave. Just now Master crushed the message jade. I fear someone will arrive soon." Wang Ping faintly smiled. He didn't seem to care about this matter and began chatting with Qing Yi. Just at this moment, whistling sounds came from outside the restaurant. A powerful wind blew by, and 3 old men suddenly appeared inside the restaurant. Qing Yi quickly and respectfully said, "Ancestor son." One of the old men among the 3 had white hair, and his eyes were like lightning. He gave off a sense of pressure without being angry. After entering the restaurant, his eyes swept past the core formation cultivator sitting on the ground. He withdrew his gaze, and then looked at Wang Lin and Wang Ping. As far as he could see, Wang Lin was only a mortal without any spiritual energy. However, it was the young man that caused the old man's eyes to narrow. He took a closer look and his eyes revealed a strange color. This child's talent is excellent, although his body is that of a mortal. However, his soul seems to contain the world and is filled with might. This kind of mentality is rare even among cultivators. These 2 people definitely aren't as simple as they look on the surface. The core formation cultivator on the ground seemed to have noticed the old man's arrival and opened his eyes. He couldn't hold in the mouthful of core energy and let out a miserable hum. Mist came from all over his body. Then his expression paled, and he urgently said, "Uncle, it was him who harmed me. Save me." He suddenly pointed at Wang Lin. The old man's right hand formed a seal and pointed at the old man. A seal flew out and landed between the old man's eyebrows. This spell immediately expanded and formed a seal that locked down the core energy that was escaping. After he finished all of this, he gloomily looked at Wang Lin and said, Your method sure is ruthless. Do you think my Sun family will just sit idly when they hear about this? Wang Lin didn't even look at the old man. He put down the wine jug and calmly said, Ping Air, let's go. With that, he stood up and walked toward the exit. Wang Ping smiled at Qing Yi. When Qing Yi saw this smile, her face turned red. Wang Ping had very good feelings toward this girl. This feeling came from the fact that when her master acted against him, she tired to stop her master. After standing up, Wang Ping followed his father out the restaurant. The old man coldly snorted and stepped forth to stop them. The two old men beside him also did the same. Let's finish speaking, then you can leave. Wang Lin's gaze was calm, and he casually took a step. Although this step was simple, a thunderous roar echoed in the three old men's minds. It was as if this step didn't land on the ground, but in their minds. The two people behind the old men were at the mid-stage of nascent soul. Their expressions changed greatly, and then they immediately activated the spiritual energy inside their bodies and subconsciously took several steps back. This wasn't a Tao technique or spell. There wasn't even a sliver of celestial spiritual energy coming from Wang Lin's body. However, in the view of the three old men, it was something that far surpassed any spell they had seen. This was an aura that only appeared once someone had reached the peak of a generation. Anyone who had their own Tao contained the heavens and earth in their body. They could borrow the power of the heavens to create pressure. Not to mention the three old men. Not even normal ascendant cultivators could resist this. The old man in the middle had the highest cultivation level, peak of the late stage of nascent soul. He was in the process of comprehending the heavens and was half a step into the soul formation stage. Wang Lin's aura was extremely profound in his eyes. It was as if his soul was directly impacted by Wang Lin. So his face turned pale, and he took 2 steps back. Wang Lin walked past him and left the restaurant. Wang Ping followed, and at the moment he walked out of the restaurant, he turned around to look at Qing Yi and revealed a gentle smile. Qing Yi's face became even more red. Just this once, Wang Lin's voice came from outside the restaurant and slowly echoed in the Sun family cultivators' ears. It was a long time before they recovered, and when they did, their eyes were filled with horror. After leaving the restaurant, Wang Ping hesitated for a bit before catching up to this father and smiling. Dad, do you know the Sun family? I had some encounters with them. Your father promised to shelter their family for a century. Wang Lin didn't hide anything from Wang Ping aside from the reason Wang Ping wasn't allowed to cultivate. That girl named Qing Yi isn't bad. Wang Lin looked at Wang Ping with a smile that was not a smile. Wang Ping was startled, and his handsome face showed a rare hint of red. Wang Lin and Wang Ping bought a large courtyard house in the northern part of Vastwater City. After cleaning it for a bit, they settled down. This house was very big and had many rooms. When the previous owner sold it, they left behind some servant girls as well. At this moment, a huge commotion occurred in the Sun family branch in Vastwater City due to Wang Lin's words. Chapter 695, Wang Ping's Request. Since the Ran family's ancestor and carefree Shanren had disappeared, the Sun family took over the Ran family's position on planet Ran Yun due to Sun Shi. They became even stronger than the past Ran family and became the #1 existence on the planet. During these 20 years of change, the people of the Sun family became arrogant. Vastwater City also had a branch of the Sun family. At this moment, 3 soul formation elders were sitting in the Sun branch family home's main hall. Before them stood all the people involved in the incident at the restaurant. This was the first time Qing Yi had been involved in a situation like this, so she was very nervous. She had her head lowered and had a respectful demeanor. Her master, the core formation cultivator, was standing beside her. However, his face was pale and his cultivation had fallen from the core formation stage to the late stage of foundation establishment. One of the Sun family elders was a red-faced old man. He slightly opened his eyes and gently said, "This person really said that?" The late-stage nascent soul old man who tried to stop Wang Lin quickly nodded and said, "Junior definitely didn't hear wrong. That person clearly said just this once." A cold snort came out from a green-robed old man. Then his eyes became cold, and he said, "It seems someone wants to provoke my Sun family. This person can cause a core formation cultivator's core to collapse with one gaze and made 3 nascent soul cultivators retreat with 1 step. I fear he is at the soul transformation stage." The final elder calmly said, "What about a soul transformation cultivator? Our Sun family's ancestor is still here, and there is also that senior that will protect us for a century. Not even the Huan family from Planet Thousand Illusion would dare to provoke that senior. With him around, our Sun family will not collapse." The red-faced elder spoke a second time. "What is this person's family name?" The cultivators remained silent for a long time. The late-stage nascent soul old man wryly smiled and said, I don't know, but it seems this outer family member talked with them. Perhaps she would know. The red-faced elder's gaze fell on Qing Yi. Do you know? Qing Yi's body trembled. After pondering for a bit, she shook her head. Junior doesn't know. What guts? The red-faced old man's eyes narrowed. With his experience, he was able to tell at a glance that the girl was lying. Qing Yi bitterly lowered her head and softly said, Junior really doesn't know. The red-faced elder let out a cold snort. Then he stood up and said, Let's put this matter aside. I have already informed the family about this matter, and they will send a soul transformation cultivator to deal with this. As for this outer family member, since there's someone else in her heart, kick her out of the Sun family. This old man wants to see on what basis this person dares to say such arrogant words as just this once. On planet Ranyun, no one dares to speak like this to my Sun family. In the northern part of Vastwater City, the new sign for Wang Lin's home had already been put up. Wang Lin personally wrote the 2 characters, Wang Mansion. Wang Lin didn't replace the servant girls in the mansion and kept using them. This way the mansion was a lot less lonely. Late at night, the moonlight fell. Wang Lin and Wang Ping were sitting across from each other in the back study. Wang Lin calmly said, Ping heir, 19 years of ordinary life, 8 years of adventure, and next I'll give you 30 years of wealth. A person's life contains joy and sorrow. You should know it all. Being rich and poor are also the same. Wang Ping silently pondered. After a long time, he faintly smiled. His eyes were bright as he asked, Dad, is this the compensation for not letting me cultivate? Wang Lin looked at Wang Ping and slowly said, Yes. His gaze went over Wang Ping and fell into the distance outside the window. In a place where Wang Ping couldn't see, there was a hint of sadness in Wang Lin's eyes. This sadness was so strong that no one knew. Wang Lin couldn't reveal this secret no matter what, even though he knew that Wang Ping had buried his wish to cultivate along with a trace of resentment toward him. Ping heir, it is not that father doesn't want you to cultivate, but it's just you can't cultivate. Wang Lin sighed in his heart. The sadness became even stronger. Wang Ping slowly asked, Dad, what is wealth? Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and calmly asked, What kind of wealth do you want? Dad taught me that a person should walk against the heavens and not be pressured by the world. Meet a mountain, climb over it. Meet a river, go through it. Meet an ocean, cross it, and never give in to the world. Since father doesn't want me to cultivate, then I want to become supreme ruler amongst mortals. Wang Ping looked at this father. If you want to, you can. Wang Lin closed his eyes. Wang Ping had grown up. Under Wang Lin's influence, he gradually gained his own beliefs and views on the world. He was no longer the child that always listened to his father. He now had his own thoughts and ideals. Wang Ping looked at his father and whispered, I don't want to be a supreme ruler that is handed to me. I want to obtain it myself. Wang Lin calmly said, Yes. He waved his right hand, and a shadow walked out from behind him and then walked into Wang Ping's shadow. With this, you can do anything on planet Ranyun. Wang Lin got up. He didn't look back at Wang Ping as he walked out of the study. His back looked a bit crestfallen. Wang Ping opened his mouth and seemed like he wanted to say something. However, in the end, he couldn't say it out loud and could only silently ask in his heart, Father, you can give me everything. So why won't you let me cultivate? Ping heir doesn't want to cultivate for himself, but for the promise from back then. In order to accompany you forever. Father, you are so lonely. But why? As Wang Lin stood in the courtyard under the moonlight, his shadow was stretched very long. He turned to his own room, lied down on his bed, and softly said, One day you will understand. However, I hope that day will come slower. In fact, I hope you never find out why. That night, Wang Ping didn't sleep. 3 days later, a person arrived in Vastwater City. This person was wearing a black coat and looked rather old. After he arrived at Vastwater City, he went to the Sun family branch. All of the cultivators in the Sun branch family had come out to greet this cultivator. Even though they had already guessed that the person who would come must be a soul transformation cultivator, when the 3 elders saw who came, they all gasped and became even more respectful. Greetings, Vice Family Head. This person was Sun Qiming. Because of Wang Lin's matter, his status in the family had increased. Also, his cultivation had already reached the late stage of soul transformation, so he was promoted by Sun Shi to become the next family head. Sun Qiming didn't speak any nonsense and directly asked, Where is the person? These people in the family didn't know the meaning of being able to break a core with just one gaze, but he was well aware. Even though he could do it, he couldn't cause 3 nascent soul cultivators to retreat with just one step without using any spells. This kind of thing could be explained if a spell was used. However, If what the Jade said was true and no spell was used, then this kind of thing could only done by an old monster at the Ascendant stage. It was absolutely impossible for an ordinary cultivator to do this. Chapter 696, Separation. The Sun family had very deep roots in Vast Water City and had long since tracked down where Wang Lin and his son were at. At this moment, a guide quickly led Sun Qiming there. Family head, that person is too arrogant, saying something like, just this once. To think someone would dare to say that to the Sun family. The elder in green began to speak, but Sun Qiming frowned and shouted, shut up. The green-robed elder trembled and immediately shut up. A small matter like this, and all of you made a big fuss about this. This person was already lenient, but you are all ungrateful. Sun Qiming's expression was gloomy as he coldly looked at everyone. Sun Qiming said, in a serious tone, the Sun family is large and is number 1 in planet Ranyun. However, all of this was obtained at a miserable price. If you all remain like this, then one day you will bring a big enemy upon the Sun family. Grandpa's son, your Sun family has the protection of that senior. Even if the enemy is strong, I fear they won't dare to provoke you. The person who spoke wasn't a member of the Sun family, but the purple-robed youth who clashed with Wang Ping. Sun Qiming's eyes fell on the young man, and he calmly said, little boy from the Yun family, this matter started because of you. Prepare yourself, for this matter might not be so easily handled. This purple-robed young man was named Yun Wufeng. He was a member of the Yun family from planet Cloud C. Planet Cloud C was one of the main planets of the northern part of the All-Heaven star system. This person's talent was too poor to cultivate, so he was considered an external family member. He came here with the Yun family's caravan, but because of Qing Yi, he didn't go back with the caravan and remained here. For ordinary cultivation families, before one's cultivation reaches the soul transformation stage, they can't leave the planet. However, for a big family like the Yun family, they had ways of bringing people below the soul transformation stage out of their planet. Due to his bad talent, he wasn't nurtured by the Yun family. However, here on Plant Ranyun, just based on his identity, all of the cultivation families were extremely polite to him. After all, the Yun family was the number 1 family on planet Cloud C and was even more powerful than the Huan family. Yun Wufeng coldly snorted in his heart. Although he didn't have any cultivation, as long as he was in the northern part of the All-Heaven star system, no one would dare to provoke him, as doing so meant making an enemy out of the Yun family. After coming to the northern part of Vast Water City, Sun Qiming and everyone following him stopped 100 feet from the Wang mansion. Sun Qiming's expression was gloomy. When he saw the 2 words, Wang mansion, he frowned. Named Wang, when he entered Vast Water City, he scanned it with his divine sense and found nothing wrong. He had just scanned this place once more, and it was the same. After pondering a bit, Sun Qiming stepped forward and loudly said, the Sun family's Sun Qiming greets fellow cultivator. This voice contained celestial spiritual energy, so it clearly entered the ears of every single person inside the mansion. Shortly after, a small fellow came out. He looked at the Sun family and said, Master ordered you all to leave. Before Sun Qiming could speak, someone from the Sun family began to sneer. The person who sneered was the red-faced elder. He didn't even look at the little fellow and coldly said, what a big attitude. Do you really think my Sun family is blind? With that, he stepped forward and charged directly toward the mansion. Sun Qiming frowned hard as he stared at the words, Wang Mansion. He was about to stop the old man, but then paused. The red-faced elder was at the soul formation stage. He closed in with one step and stepped directly through the door. However, just as his right foot landed, his face turned deathly pale. It was as if there was an invisible force coming from his mansion. It made his mind tremble, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He staggered back several steps with his face pale and eyes filled with aghast. Sun Qiming's expression changed greatly. At that moment, he felt the aura of an ascendant cultivator. What shook him the most was that he was familiar with his aura. Almost without any hesitation, Sun Qiming quickly grabbed the red-faced elder and threw him backward. He respectfully clasped his hands and said, Sorry for disturbing Senior's cultivation. Junior will leave now. With that, he waved his sleeves and suddenly disappeared along with all the Sun family members. When they reappeared, they were inside the main hall of the Sun family branch in Vast Water City. No Sun family member is allowed to go within 1,000 feet of that mansion. Anyone who disobeys will have their cultivation wasted and will be expelled from the Sun family. Even until now, Sun Qiming's heart was pounding and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Only he has the cultivation to cause a core to crack with just one gaze. The Sun family members had never seen Sun Qiming like this. Also, Sun Qiming had taken them away so quickly that they couldn't help but tremble. The green-robed elder looked at the red-faced elder whose expression was ashen and whose nascent soul was about to collapse. The green-robed elder shivered and asked, "Family head, that? Who is that?" Sun Qiming coldly snorted and said, "You guys sure have guts to provoke him. You all should know that, senior. Even if the old ancestor was here, he would have to be respectful. It was all because of this person that the Sun family has what we have today. Could it be? Could that person be?" The green-robed elder's heart trembled as he thought of a person. Sun Qiming stared at the old man and nodded. At this instant, everyone in the Sun family turned deathly pale. Just this once, this phrase emerged in their hearts. Even the purple-robed young man seemed to have realized something. He thought for a moment, and then his expression became extremely ugly. He clearly remembered that when he told the elder in charge of the caravan that he wanted to stay, the elder told him that he must never provoke one person on planet Ranyun. That person was Su Mu, who had swept through the Huan family and made the Qian and Su families not dare to intervene at all. The name Su Mu had spread across the entire northern region of the All-Heaven star system in the past 30 years or so. After all, the battle at the Huan family was too shocking. It could even be said that countless cultivators felt that the battle was too terrifying. While feeling terrible, Yun Wufeng returned to his room in the Sun family's house. Qing Yi was sitting in his room with a pale expression. Her cultivation was sealed, so she was like a mortal. After being driven out of the Sun family, she was caught and brought here. In the Sun family, there would naturally be people who were willing to suck up to the Yun family. After Yun Wufeng returned to his room, he had no mind to bother with Qing Yi. He stared at the candle, and his heart was filled with regret. Qing Yi stared at Yun Wufeng. Her eyes were cold. "It was all because of you. If not for you, I wouldn't have provoked that Su Mu's son. It was all because of you." Yun Wufeng suddenly turned his head and stared at Qing Yi. Qing Yi didn't speak, but her eyes were cold. However, the next instant, her eyes jerked wide open as she stared behind Yun Wufeng and revealed a look of disbelief. Yun Wufeng was startled. Just as he turned around, his vision turned black and he fell to the ground. Qing Yi quickly got up and respectfully said, "Senior." Wang Lin stepped out from the shadows and sat down. He held a jug of wine and drank a mouthful before he slowly said, "Your talent is pretty good. Spend a lifetime with Wang Ping, and I'll gift you nascent soul cultivation." Qing Yi trembled as Wang Ping's image appeared in her mind. Her face turned red and lightly nodded. 3 days later, Wang Ping left, and Qing Yi followed beside him. Wang Ping left Vast Water City with his ideals. He was not willing to live a peaceful life. He wanted excitement. Wang Lin stayed here by himself. On the night Wang Ping left, he drank a lot. Originally, thanks to his cultivation, he wouldn't be drunk, but he was drunk that night. This was the first time he had gotten drunk in more than 800 years. For the first time, without him using any spells, he looked even older. Life continued, and time slowly passed. The irreversible reincarnation cycle continued, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, Wang Lin had heard nothing from Wang Ping, and he didn't deliberately search with his divine sense. Since he gave Wang Ping freedom and choice, he wouldn't stop Wang Ping. During these 3 years, a sect appeared in the northern part of planet Ranyun. This sect was named the School of Heaven. This sect only had mortals and didn't affect cultivators. The development of the School of Heaven was extremely fast. It gradually spread from the northern part of planet Ranyun like a wildfire and grew even fiercer. Rumors spread out like a snowflakes that gradually fell. The rumors said that the leader of the School of Heaven was an immortal and that there was always a woman beside him. Time swept by and another 7 years passed. Wang Lin now looked even older. The development of the School of Heaven was like a rolling snowball. It continued to grow stronger. There were even representatives of the school in Vastwater City. During autumn of this year, the autumn wind blew by as Wang Lin walked out of his house like usual to the not far away inn and quietly drank. His eyes were foggy, as if he couldn't see anything. He just silently stared outside the window, as if he was waiting for something. The waiter in the inn had long grown accustomed to this old man. After bringing wine and food, he went to serve the other customers. As midday arrived, more and more people arrived in the inn. Bursts of noise echoed in the inn. It was rather lively. "Have you heard that the School of Heaven now occupies a majority of planet Ranyun, becoming the #1 sect in the 3 empires? Hee, even our Vastwater City has a branch of the School of Heaven. I even went to see it a few days ago. My neighbor, Zhang Er, is a member of the School of Heaven. They even hand out grain every month. The 3 big empires are Qin, Dishan, and Chunyun. It was said that in the Northern Empire, Dishan, almost all of their citizens accepted the teachings of the School of Heaven. With how the School of Heaven is developing, It won't be long before the three big empire act and destroy it. Not so. This school of heaven has already developed for 10 years. If they wanted to destroy it, they would have already acted. I'm more interested in the relationship between the leader of the school of heaven and the woman that always follow him. Wang Lin calmly drank his wine. It was as if everything he heard had nothing to do with him. His gaze fell into the distance. It was as if he could penetrate into the distance and see Wang Ping, who was middle-aged but still filled with spirit. Chapter 697, Passage of Time. Northern part of planet Ranyun, the capital of the Dishan Empire. A person was sitting inside an extremely luxurious palace. This person was almost 40 years old with a slight bit of white hair. Under his sword-like eyebrows was a pair of eyes that were like the stars. This person was very handsome, and his green robe made him look very luxurious and gave him an aura of majesty. There was a map spread out on the table before him. He pondered as he looked at the map. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze. It was now late at night, and the moonlight was covering the ground. As the person silently pondered, he stood up and walked out of the palace. He stared at the earth covered in moonlight and gently sighed. I wonder if Father is also watching this world right now. A cotton velvet cloak was put on the man from behind him. He raised his hands to hold it over his shoulder and smiled. Still haven't gone to sleep? A woman appeared behind the man. This woman was very beautiful, and although she had aged, she didn't look old. Instead, she gave off a mature aura. The woman's eyes revealed tenderness as she looked at the man and softly said, "The night wind is cold. Rest early." The man grabbed the woman's hand as he looked up at the moon in the sky and slowly said, "Qing Yi, what do you think our dad is doing right now?" Qing Yi's face turned red. She had accompanied this man for many years and even told him about her agreement with his father. The time they spent together had caused their feelings to grow, but at this moment, her face still turned red like a little girl's. Qing Yi softly said, "It should be your dad." The man held onto Qing Yi's hand and laughed. "My father is your father." Qing Yi's heart felt sweet. She followed the man's gaze toward the moon and softly said, "Dad should be resting." The man's eyes revealed a strange light, and he shook his head. "I can feel that Father is watching me right now." In the Wang mansion in Vastwater City, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the distance. He was sitting in the courtyard under a tree accompanied by the autumn wind and listening to the leaves rustling. Sometimes 1 or 2 leaves would fall and drift before his eyes. Falling leaves will all eventually return to the roots of the tree. They were like children who would leave when tired, but would always return to their loved ones. Time seemed to silently flow by as the leaves fell. Time began moving, and in the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. The School of Heaven was extremely large and had enveloped the 3 empires, and it was still spreading all over planet Ranyun. If the peace remained, it would have been fine, but 3 years ago, there was a sudden change in the Dishan Empire. They began to crack down on the School of Heaven and even sent out large amount of troops to wipe them out. This sudden change was like adding water into hot oil. This change caused the mortal world to go into chaos and caused a great uproar. The School of Heaven's reaction was extremely fierce. In just half a month, they were able to gain control of the military in the Dishan Empire without any bloodshed. 6 or 7 out of every 10 people in the Dishan Empire were followers of the School of Heaven. Taking less than a month to beat an empire was like a spring thunder that exploded in everyone's hearts. No one was prepared for it, and they were shaken to their souls. The Qing Empire and the Chunyan Empire didn't recklessly move. They sent out messengers to the School of Heaven to sign an agreement to not invade each other. The Dishan Empire no longer existed and was replaced by a giant empire called the Heaven Empire. In the Heaven Empire's capital, Wang Ping was wearing the dragon robe while standing high above, looking down at the world. Beside him, Qing Yi silently accompanied him. The officials of the Heaven Empire looked up at their new emperor. They could never see through this person. It was as if nothing in this world had any value to him. It was as if even him standing here today was just him trying to prove something to someone. Wang Ping's eyes swept past the world beneath him and looked into the distance. The matter with the Dishan Empire attracted the attention of the cultivators on planet Ranyun, and they showed signs of interfering. Wang Lin's life was still as calm as water without any ripples, and his face was growing even older. This year was the 5th year since the Heaven Empire was established. The Qing Empire and the Chunyan Empire broke their agreement and launched their attack on the Heaven Empire. Wang Lin didn't pay any attention to any of these. He sat in the inn all day, listening to people talking about the rumors of the 3 empires. He just silently drank and never said a word. The waiter from back then had borrowed some money from his relatives and bought this inn, so he was now the shopkeeper. The new waiter was also very familiar with Wang Lin. Upon seeing Wang Lin arrive, he quickly brought the wine and food that he brought every time. The waiter was very kind. After putting down the food and wine, he caringly said, "You are getting old. It is best to drink less." Wang Lin smiled and nodded. "Today I'll drink only 1 jug." The waiter smiled and went to greet other customers. When he had spare time, he leaned against the counter by the door, looking at Wang Lin, and sighed. This elder Wang is a man with a bitter life. He's this old and has no children to accompany him. The cashier behind the counter lifted his hand off the abacus and shook his head. "I heard from a servant girl from their mansion that he had a son. However, the son left home many years ago and never came back." Wang Lin held the wine jug and took a drink. His gaze fell outside the window, and he sat there for a whole day. At dusk, the old servants came to the inn. They thought that their master was getting old. When he didn't drink, it was fine, but after drinking, there should be someone with him. Otherwise, they feared he would fall and hurt himself. Wang Lin and the old servants walked under the gradually rising moonlight as they returned home. The empty large house was dim without any light. After telling the old servants to leave, Wang Lin sat down in the courtyard and looked up at the sky as he muttered. Time passed very quickly. Ping Er is already 47 years old. Perhaps he has found some clues himself. The battle between the 3 empires slowly unfolded, but with the interference of cultivators, there were many unexpected turns of events. However, this all changed when the Emperor of the Heaven Empire personally took charge. No matter what cultivation level the cultivators were at, they would all retreat before him. Slowly, all of the interfering cultivators withdrew from the mortal world. Aside from Wang Ping showing up, another big reason was that the Sun, Ran, and Zhou families had given their orders. Wang Ping was sitting in the head position inside a golden tent in the army's camp. After waving away a few courtiers, he walked out of the tent. His eyes passed several of the passing soldiers before looking at Qilian Mountain in the distance. Wang Ping's face looked slightly older, and the hair around his temples was completely white. After becoming a supreme ruler among mortals, there wasn't much happiness in his life. All of the things he had to worry about made his heart feel fatigue. He suddenly missed the 19 years of his childhood and everything he experienced in the village when he was a boy. While he was looking at the Qilian Mountain, pondering, Qing Yi walked out from the tent. She stood next to Wang Ping and softly said, "You said that that was where you grew up. Do you want to go see it?" Qing Yi's appearance also revealed trace of time as she gently looked at Wang Ping. Wang Ping sighed and said, "Let's go see." A par of sergeants followed as Wang Ping and Qing Yi walked toward Qilian Mountain. Wang Ping looked at the surroundings. The unfamiliar surroundings gave him a sense of familiarity. The smoke in the distance gradually became clearer, then the fallen moon village appeared in his sight. As soon as they got near, maybe because of the soldiers, fierce barking came from the village. During these chaotic times, the villagers of Fallen Moon Village were all vigilant. Now that they heard the dogs barking, they immediately got up and took their farming tools and torches outside. They saw that not far away were soldiers in full armor and a man and a woman wearing civilian clothes. Facing the hostile gazes of the villagers, Wang Ping didn't say a word. He stared at the villagers, but in the end wasn't able to recognize a single one of them. His face revealed bitterness. Time was like song, and in a flash many years had passed. He wasn't able to recognize the people he was familiar with back then, because their changes were too great. Moreover, nearly 30 years had passed. He didn't know how many had stepped into the reincarnation cycle and were no longer here. "Let's go to the back mountain. Grandpa's son is buried there." Qing Yi let out a sigh and walked forward with Wang Ping. The villagers before them hesitated before slowly spreading out and making a path. Just at this moment, a weak voice filled with uncertainty came. "Wang Ping." Wang Ping stopped. Then he turned around, and his gaze fell on a villager. It was a woman who looked about 40 years old. The woman appeared to be slightly old, but in Wang Ping's eyes, he seemed to see the girl who said, "I hate you." At this very moment near the distant planet Yunxia, greed was moving like a meteor. He looked at planet Yunxia as he sniffed, and his eyes revealed a strange light. "Just as I entered the northern domain, I had a hunch that there was treasure here and followed its aura. The smell led me here. There is no mistake. The dense fog is clearly covering up the treasure's light. However, this planet looks a bit strange." Greed stared at planet Yunxia for a bit. After hesitating for a moment, he flew toward it. In his whole life, he had never been to any place without treasure. He had a terrifying intuition about where treasures lied. As he closed in, his heart beat wildly, and his eyes glowed even brighter. "I only had this feeling when I got that giant furnace. Could this place have a treasure comparable to that giant furnace?" Greed's eyes were filled with excitement. At this moment, he completely forgot about Wang Lin and the restrictions placed on him. He clenched his teeth as he slapped his bag of holding, and the giant furnace appeared before him. While using it to clear a path, Greed followed and slowly disappeared inside the fog. This old man has to see what kind of treasure this is. Greed licked his lips. Chapter 698, Mother. The middle-aged woman whispered, Wang Ping. It is you. Wang Ping walked up to the woman, looking at her face that no longer had the youth she had before, and smiled. Zhou Ruodong. The middle-aged woman bit her lower lip and stared at Wang Ping. After a long time, she revealed a graceful smile and softly said, I recognized you the moment I saw you. After this many years, you still came back. Wang Ping felt melancholy as he watched the woman before him. There was also a girl about 10 years old beside her. This little girl's looked a lot like Zhou Ruodong. Wang Ping asked, Is this your daughter? The woman nodded. She turned toward the girl and said, Call him uncle. He was your mother's childhood friend. The girl seemed a bit shy. She stood behind her mother and whispered, Uncle. At this moment, some of people among the villagers also recognized Wang Ping. However, when they looked at the armored soldiers, they were afraid to greet him. Wang Ping smiled at the girl and asked, What is your name? The girl hid behind her mother and didn't speak. Her eyes were filled with fear. Wang Ping sighed as he looked at the woman and said, I'm going to the back mountain to pay respects to Grandpa's son. The woman smiled. From beginning to end, she didn't look at Qing Yi, who was next to Wang Ping. She pulled her child to stand next to her husband. Her husband was a brawny man and had obviously inherited his father-in-law's ability to hunt. However, if Wang Ping looked closely, he would find that this man wasn't a stranger. Wang Ping turned around and walked toward the back mountain. Before following Wang Ping, Qing Yi thoughtfully looked at the woman that was rubbing her daughter's head. Just after Wang Ping walked several steps, the little girl hiding behind her mother exposed her head and shouted, Uncle, my name is Su Nianping. 1. Her name is literally remember Ping. Su is the family name, but her name is Nianping. Nian means to remember, and Ping refers to Wang Ping. Nianping. Nianping. Wang Ping's footsteps stopped, and he let out a sigh. He didn't turn around and continued walking away. It wasn't until they had left that all the villagers dispersed. The strong man next to the woman let out a sigh and softly said, Why did you do this? Brother, don't talk about this anymore. Zhou Ruodong looked up with a smile. Her smile was very beautiful, and it revealed a joyous expression. I'm content in being able to see him again. There were no weeds around Sun Tai's grave. It was clear that someone had been cleaning it. Wang Ping stood before the tomb for a long time before he silently left. Wang Ping whispered, Qing Yi, I think I'll visit my father soon. I haven't seen him in almost 20 years. Qing Yi didn't speak and only silently followed Wang Ping. No matter where Wang Ping wanted to go, even the underworld, she would follow him. This had nothing to do with her agreement. She willingly accompanied him. There are some matters I need to ask him about. Wang Ping looked at the Fallen Moon village one more time and left. In Vastwater City, Wang Lin hadn't gone to the inn in a long time. He just sat inside the courtyard all day. He was waiting for Wang Ping's return. The falling leaves need to return to their roots. A wandering child will also one day return to their loved ones. 3 months later, Vastwater City was filled with turmoil and chaos. Most of the servants in the mansion had all left. Only one old servant who had no place to go chose to stay. The entire Vastwater City was almost empty as everyone fled from the war. Although there were no civilian casualties where the Heaven Empire's army went, panic still spread. Vastwater City was occupied by the Heaven Empire, and the army continued to push forward. Wang Ping was standing outside the city. He didn't enter, but left with the army. Father, the current me still hasn't completed my wish. Once I finish, I'll come to see you. The wheel of time continued to turn as spring, summer, autumn, and winter changed several times. In a flash, another 5 years passed. Wang Ping was 52 years old. The Qin Empire and the Chunyu Empire surrendered one after the other. Then the Heaven Empire became the only empire on planet Ranyun. When he left home, he was 27 years old. It took 25 years for Wang Ping to obtain everything he wanted. Even though many things that he wasn't aware of had happened for all of this to come true, since Wang Lin had said yes to his request, none of it was surprising. Sometimes he felt like time went by too quickly. After conquering the world, Wang Ping didn't immediately come to see Wang Lin. Instead, he calmly looked at the mountains and rivers he owned and felt the might of the world. Wang Lin still sat in the courtyard every morning, accompanied by the old servant and living his ordinary life. During these 50-plus years, his heart was gradually evolving. 10 years passed by quietly without any waves being set off. The 62-year-old Wang Ping looked quite old. These 10 years of being a supreme leader made his heart feel even more tired. This made him miss his childhood and the 8 years of traveling through the world. What he missed the most was the feeling of his father accompanying him for those 27 years. Qing Yi had turned into an old woman and wrinkles had appeared on her face. However, her gaze was even more tender than before, despite the fact that they never had a child in all these years. On this day, it was the 35th year since Wang Ping had left his father. The leaves flying in the wind revealed a hint of the autumn coldness. Wang Ping stepped down from his position as supreme leader of the mortal world. Before leaving, he gave the world he had conquered to an official that had followed him the entire time. What he took with him, aside from the 35 years of memories, was Qing Yi. After getting on a carriage, he slowly headed toward his father. As the carriage moved along the official road, the leaves on the side of the road accompanied them. The leaves swayed back and forth along with the wind before falling to the ground. The falling leaves will always end up back at their tree's roots, just like a wandering child will also return to their loved ones. Just like the distance between the leaves and the earth, vast water city was getting closer and closer. Wang Lin was currently sitting inside the courtyard. His only old servant had died 3 years ago, so now he was the only person remaining in this large house. There was a table before him with 2 extra chairs. There were a few dishes on the table, a pot of wine, and 3 pairs of chopsticks. The dishes still gave off hot steam and bursts of fragrance were coming from them. When the wind blew by, their fragrance were scattered outside the mansion. A rush of horse hooves came from the distance, followed by the sound of wheels rolling on the ground. This sound grew louder and louder until it stopped outside the mansion. Wang Ping walked down from the carriage and smiled at Qing Yi as he helped her down. Then they walked through the door. The green and red plaque with the words, Wang Mansion, looked like it had been through the passage of time. The green was faded and the red exposed white marks. Wang Lin raised his head. He seemed to have waited 35 years to do this. He revealed a kind smile and said, "Come and sit down. The dishes are still hot." The simple words revealed a calm warmth. There was no inquiry, no doubt, no politeness. It was as if Wang Ping often came back. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a tender gaze. Wang Ping stared at this father. It had been 35 years. After he left, he hadn't even seen his father once. If he had, it was only in his dreams. "Dad." Wang Ping knelt on the ground, and 2 streams of tears rolled down from his eyes. Qing Yi also knelt down beside Wang Lin and softly said, "Dad." Wang Lin stood up, helped Wang Ping and Qing Yi up, and said, "Let's eat." This meal lasted a long time. A long-lost warmth appeared in Wang Ping's heart. He had been separated from this feeling for 35 years. During the 35 years Qing Yi had accompanied Wang Ping, she had long since identified Wang Lin. She knew he was Su Mu, the senior back then that slaughtered his way to Planet Thousand Illusion by himself and shocked the entire northern domain. After all, Yin Wufeng had mentioned the words Su Mu back then. Even now, she still couldn't believe it. It was impossible to think that this kind old man was Su Mu, the one who once shook the entire northern domain. Qing Yi didn't tell Wang Ping the legends regarding Su Mu. After all of this happened before she was even born. Everything was just rumors, so she had no right to tell him. It wasn't until the moonlight gradually grew bright and the autumn wind swept by that Wang Ping put down his chopsticks and looked at this father. He had 1,000 words to say, but at this moment, he couldn't say any of them. Wang Lin looked at Wang Ping and slowly said, "Ping Er, what do you want to ask?" "Dad, I want to know about my mother." It had been more than 60 years since Wang Ping first asked this. He remembered that he had only asked his once, and he saw how crestfallen his father was that time. This was the second time he asked. Wang Lin silently pondered. After a long time, his eyes revealed a hint of reminiscence. Looking up at the bright stars in the sky, he softly said, "I'll tell you a story. Far away from here, there is a cultivation planet called Suzaku." Wang Lin's voice revealed a thick sense of vicissitude. From his mouth, he slowly told the story of a youth named Wang Lin and his nearly 900 years of life. From when he entered the cultivation world, the Hengyu sect, the Tian Dao sect. The story of Wang Lin's life gradually opened like a scroll before Wang Ping and Qing Yi. The story was long, very long. However, those who heard the story could feel an unspeakable and strange aura that caused the heart of anyone who heard this story to tremble. Wang Ping stared at his father as he listened to the story. Beside him, Qing Yi's eyes were wide open as she listened to the story. She couldn't help but be immersed in it, even though she knew that the protagonist was Wang Ping's father, the old man before them. That female cultivator was named Lu Mei. Chapter 699, A Real Messenger from the Thunder Celestial Temple. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparkling. The autumn wind accompanied Wang Lin's voice and seemed like it was unwilling to leave the courtyard. The story of the youth on planet Suzaku contained a hint of sadness among the twists and turns. This feeling became even stronger with the autumn wind. Qing Yi's eyes had already shed countless tears as she silently listened. Halfway through the story, Wang Ping lowered his head, so his face was hidden. After that, he brought the child over and settled down on planet Ranyun. When Wang Lin finished his story, he picked up the jag and drank a mouthful before silently staring at the sky. Qing Yi stared at the father and son before her with an unknown emotion in her heart. She subconsciously grabbed Wang Ping's hand and immediately found that his hands were completely cold. The courtyard was extremely quiet. After a long time, Wang Ping softly said with his hoarse voice, "The story was very beautiful. Dad, I'm tired." Wang Ping stood up and walked toward a side room in the courtyard. Qing Yi bowed to Wang Lin and followed Wang Ping. Wang Lin was the only person remaining in the courtyard. He silently sat there and stared into the distance. The coldness of the autumn wind reached its peak at night. It took some of the leaves far into the distance. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin let out a sigh and lowered his head. He then picked up the jug to drink only to find that he was out of wine. Wang Ping got no sleep that night. He stared at the moon in the sky with pain in his eyes as he sat inside the room. Qing Yi only sat beside him and held his hand. She didn't say anything and only silently accompanied him. It turns out, this was the answer. The answer I waited over 60 years for. The pain in Wang Ping's eyes became even stronger. It turns out I was refined into a resentful spirit by mother. Wang Ping lowered his head. His face was filled with bitterness and melancholy. At the morning of the next day, Wang Ping left, and Qing Yi still followed him. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word to his father or even looked at his father. Even when he left, he did so early in the morning. He silently sat in the wagon and went far away from Vastwater City. He didn't notice that when he left, a gaze silently looked at the carriage from a distance. This gaze was filled with vicissitude. Wang Lin walked out from the room, sat in the courtyard, and quietly looked at the sky. "Perhaps one day you will understand," he muttered. Wang Ping didn't know where to go and was just blankly moving ahead. He felt very tired. It was as if nothing in this world could make him raise his head and take a look anymore. Wang Ping whispered, "Qing Yi, I'm very tired. Let's find a quiet mountain village to live in." Qing Yi nodded. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. Wang Ping and Qing Yi settled down in an ordinary mountain village, and they lived a quiet life. They were no longer young, and the passage of his life often flashed across Wang Ping's eyes. His entire life was 18 years of ordinary life, 8 years of travel, 25 years of battle, and 10 years of being the supreme leader. Although it was a short life, it was more exciting than anything ordinary people would experience. However, in the end he still returned to his starting point, back to his ordinary life. Every morning, he would get up and carve wood in the yard. There was warmth in this ordinary life. Qing Yi would always sit behind him and watch with a soft gaze as he carved the wood stroke by stroke. Father once said that carving requires one to use their heart. Only then can all the memories be engraved on the carving. Wang Ping held the carving before him and gently blew on it, causing all of the sawdust to fly up into the air. After putting down the wood carving, Wang Ping's eyes revealed a trace of nostalgia, and he softly said, "This is the young father." The carving was Wang Lin. The young Wang Lin had fierce eyes, his hand was behind his bad, and he looked at the world with a proud aura. Time flashed by, and another 10 years passed. The passage of time wasn't able to wash away the traces of the reincarnation cycle. Life and death continued, and no one could escape the path set by the heavens. 10 years was a long time, yet it felt really short. This was a very contradicting feeling, but it was a true portrayal of how every mortal felt. For Wang Lin, these 10 years were short, yet felt very long. His hair turned white and was very long as if it hasn't been groomed in a long time. His face was very old, and when he closed his eyes, he felt as if he had entered the reincarnation cycle. During these 10 years of calmness, his understanding of the heavens became even more clear and profound. He didn't do this intentionally, he inadvertently and naturally gained enlightenment. It was like how most of the trees in the courtyard had died because they weren't able to escape the reincarnation cycle. However, after they died, new life appeared. Within the life and death domain, the changes of life were everywhere. If it was before, then Wang Lin wouldn't have seen the comprehension of life even if he saw this. However, now, no matter where he looked, he saw life. The flower by the wall withered every year, but bloomed every year as well. The clouds in the sky would scatter, but would always gather once more. Just like how some people died and others were born as if there was a balance. It could be said that karma was also contained within this. Wang Lin was the only person living inside the Wang mansion. The surrounding neighbors had long grown accustomed to this. The surrounding children would often come here to play. At first they were afraid of Wang Lin, But before long they found out that this old grandfather wasn't scary at all. The Wang mansion gradually became a place for children to play. Wang Lin watched the children every day, and his heart was calm. Descendants have their own fortunes. He did what he should have done and said what he should have said. Whether Wang Ping understood depended on Wang Ping himself. Wang Lin believed that a child he raised would have a mind as open as the heavens and would be able to get through any restraint. After 10 years of time, Wang Ping was even older. He had entered the twilight of his life, but he had never put down the carving in his hand. Wang Ping softly said, "Father was right. An ordinary life is better. If I have a choice or if there is another life, I hope I can spend an ordinary life with Father in a small, mountain village." Beside him, Qing Yi quietly looked at Wang Ping and softly said, "Since you already understand, why don't you go see him?" Wang Ping put down the carving of his father. This was a carving of Wang Lin from 10 years ago. He sat down before the table and gently said, "Let's eat." "Qing Yi, you don't understand." The wisdom in Wang Ping's eyes became even stronger as he grew older. "In my heart, aside from the question about my mother, I had another doubt I dared not ask about. I had a feeling that this doubt was the real reason why Father wouldn't let me cultivate." Wang Ping's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. This sadness was very similar to Wang Lin's. He had seen through some clues but didn't dare to look deeper into them. "Qing Yi, I can feel that I have reached the end of my life. I fear I don't have much time left. You are a cultivator and can live longer than me. Once I die, please send me to my father. As for you, you are free. However, no matter how much time passes, you are not allowed to forget that you belong to me for one reincarnation cycle." Wang Ping's voice contained a trace of determination. Qing Yi's body trembled. She was about to speak, but she was interrupted by Wang Ping. "It has been hard for you these years. As a cultivator, you can change your appearance. In order for me not to feel lonely, you have been gradually making yourself age with me. I, Wang Ping, will never forget this. If there is another life, I will never forget you." Tears fell from Qing Yi's eyes. Her cultivation level had been raised by Wang Lin to the peak of the late stage of nascent soul. More than 20 years ago, she comprehended her domain while accompanying Wang Ping. Her domain was regretless passion. "I'll even accompany you in the afterlife." Qing Yi softly said, "Cultivation is mere dust in my eyes. I don't want to be a ruthless celestial. I just want to be a sentimental person." Wang Ping stared at Qing Yi, then he sighed and softly said, "Why be like this?" At this moment, a bolt of thunder whistled by as it moved through the stars. If one looked closely, there was an incredibly huge and fierce beast inside it. This beast looks like a Qian, but it didn't have a horn. Its entire body was surrounded by flashes of lightning. It was a thunder beast. There was a middle-aged scholar sitting on the back of the thunder beast. This person's cultivation was powerful enough, so he didn't mind the lighting form the thunder beast moving through his body. The bolt of thunder was extremely fast as he moved toward the northern domain of the All-Heaven star system. His goal was very clear. It was planet Ranyun in the northern domain. 70 years ago, there was a change on planet Thousand Illusion. The Huan family's ancestor, who was in the second step, died, and it was suspected that a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple was behind it. This rumor gradually spread and aroused the attention of the Thunder Celestial Temple. According to the investigation, it seemed the suspected messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple didn't leave planet Ranyun, so he was sent here to check. The middle-aged man's cultivation level was already past the first step of cultivation and was at the illusory stage. He was sitting on the back of the Thunder Beast as he entered the northern domain. He didn't stop at all and charged straight for planet Ranyun. There are even people who dare to impersonate a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. This kind of thing hasn't happened for a very long time. The middle-aged man sneered. As a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, his power was great. In the entire All-Heaven star system, aside from a few ancient cultivation families, almost no one dared to provoke the Celestial Thunder Temple. Just let me, Thunder Taoist, a real messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, meet this person. Don't think that just being able to use a few thunder spells means you can pretend to be a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Real members of the Thunder Celestial Temple own a Thunder Beast. Thunder Taoist patted the Thunder Beast's head with his right hand. The Thunder Beast seemed to notice his owner's pride. It let out a roar that echoed among the stars. They were getting closer and closer to planet Ranyun. Chapter 700, Startling Change. The end of a mortal's life is a century, but not many can actually live a full century. When Wang Ping was 72 years old, he felt that his life was at its end. A year later, though his body was still healthy, he could clearly feel that his life was about to end. Winter came early this year, just like the year Sun Tai left. The snow had sealed the roads early on, so the villagers couldn't go out and could only slowly pass the winter with their loved ones. The cold wind roared in the sky as if it was taking lives that were about to end one by one. The entire process was like a reincarnation cycle. The winter this year seemed to be even colder than the winters before it, and the wind carried bone-piercing coldness. At night it was especially cold. If a simple house didn't start a warm fire, it would be pierced by the coldness of the night wind. In a house in the western part of the village, there was a fire glowing in a window, giving off a trace of warmth. However, compared to the cold, winter night, it seemed so insignificant. The cold wind roared through the air and surrounded the area. The wind formed a mini vortex that kicked up a large amount of snow into the air. The livestock in the village were all curled up and slightly trembling as they resisted the coldness of the wind. The sky was completely dark aside from the endless snow. If one looked at it for too long, they would feel lost. Wang Ping was sitting on a chair with a carving knife in his hand, and he was carving stroke by stroke. He was carving a trace of nostalgia at the end of his life. What he was carving was still his father, but his father's appearance was even older. This year, Wang Ping often dreamed about his childhood and remembered drinking the bowls of medicine. The taste back then was bitter, but now it seemed somewhat sweet. What was sweet wasn't the taste, but the warmth he felt. Qing Yi was sitting beside him and looking at him. There was a trace of sadness in her tender gaze. Bursts of roaring, cold wind came from the outside as if it wanted to rush in and take away Wang Ping, who was nearing his end. Wang Ping softly said, "After I die, burn these statues." He looked at the last statue in his hand. This was a half-finished product, and he was going to complete it. There was a huge, wooden shelf on the side of the room. There were more than 100 statues placed on it, and every single one of them was of Wang Lin. Some of the statues had a statue of a small child beside them. The child had a satisfied smile while holding his father's hand, giving off a sense of attachment. Wang Ping looked at the carving in his hand and softly whispered, "Father, I have forgiven you long ago." A bright bolt of thunder closed in on the planet on this dark, winter night. The planet's atmosphere instantly disintegrated as the thunderbolt descended and echoed across planet Ranyun. At this moment, every snowflake trembled as if they were frozen in mid-air. Even the raging, cold wind collapsed at this moment. At this moment, all of the cultivators on planet Ranyun noticed this powerful aura, and the might of the thunder exploded in their ears. The Sun family's ancestor, Sun Shi, had been in closed-door cultivation for many years, but at this moment, his eyes lit up. In a flash, he arrived in the sky and looked up. His expression immediately changed. What powerful celestial spiritual energy and thunder! Sun Shi sucked in a breath of cold air, and his pupils shrank. Behind him, the late-stage soul transformation cultivators came out one by one. There was a total of 8 people. Sun Shiming stood out and said, "Ancestor, it seems the person came with ill intent." The Ran and Zhou families also came out. However, they weren't as strong as the Sun family. After all, most of their experts had left a long time ago. Vast Water City, Wang Mansion Courtyard. Wang Lin put down the wine jug and slightly looked up. There was no color in his eyes, making it seem like he was a real old man, and they were very foggy. He only took one glance before lowering his head and drinking a mouthful of wine. A huge beast covered in lightning moved through the sky. 2 streams of hot air were flowing out of its nostrils, making it look extremely fierce, and there was a middle-aged man sitting on its back. He was the Thunder Celestial Temple's Thunder Taoist. His eyes were like lightning as he coldly looked at the earth. His divine sense instantly swept across the planet without any care. Vast Water City was included as well. However, for some reason, when his divine sense swept by, he didn't stop on Wang Lin at all. As his divine sense swept by, every cultivator on planet Ranyun trembled. Along with the cultivators, all of the monsters also trembled under this divine sense, as if they were facing the might of the heavens. Even mortals felt the same, but they weren't aware of the reason. They only felt cold followed by a shock to their minds before they all passed out. At this moment, the entire planet became silent like it never had before. Shortly after, Thunder Taoist withdrew his divine sense and frowned. He searched the entire planet and didn't find anyone who met the requirements. When he withdrew his divine sense, the snow started falling once more and the cold wind moved again. It has been too long. Maybe he has already left. That person sure is lucky. Thunder Taoist turned around to leave, but his eyes suddenly narrowed. His divine sense moved like lightning and locked onto a small, mountain village on planet Ranyun. When the divine sense swept by, Qing Yi immediately turned pale and her body trembled. The spiritual energy inside her body also collapsed, and it took her a long time to somewhat recover. Wang Ping was startled. He raised his head to look at Qing Yi and softly asked, "Qing Yi, what's wrong?" Just as Qing Yi was about to speak, her expression immediately changed, and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. A powerful divine sense pushed away the snow and wind and directly descended here. This divine sense was so powerful that it caused the entire earth to tremble. The thick layer of snow on the ground was suddenly shaken and launched into the air. Outside the room, the snow and wind that were just allowed to move collapsed once more. It looked like Wang Ping's residence was isolated from the world. Outside, the snow fell and wind blew, but everything was completely still near the house. It was as if all of the wind and snow around his house had been crushed. Qing Yi's newly formed origin soul immediately struggled to release spiritual energy. This allowed her to take one step before this powerful divine sense, and she stood before Wang Ping. Her appearance was old, but her eyes revealed an unyielding struggle. "Interesting. You didn't pass out." The cold voice echoed through the room. At the moment the voice appeared, the door was suddenly opened and a middle-aged man walked in. At the moment he walked in, Qing Yi's face turned deathly pale. She could feel an unimaginable aura coming from the other party. This aura was very strong. It was like the might of the heavens and was impossible to resist. Before him, Qing Yi felt like she was only an ant, as if with just one thought, this person could kill countless people like her. She would die without a grave and never be able to be reborn. What really made her pupils shrink was that there were flashes of lightning coming from him. The lightning that moved around his body made him look like a thunder celestial. He seemed to casually step into the room, but the whole room started crackling. Lightning moved along the walls and made the entire house become a lighting cage. If one looked from outside, they would clearly see that Wang Ping's house was surrounded by lightning. The thunder beast was lying idly in the sky, and its eyes were filled with disdain. It was as if nothing in the world was worth its slightest attention. This was because it was a thunder beast, the holy beast of the old thunder celestial realm. Although its bloodline wasn't very pure, and there was a very big gap between its ancestors, its pride came from its bones. Wang Ping put down the wood carving and stood next to Qing Yi. He looked at the middle-aged man and calmly asked, "Who are you?" The current Wang Ping wasn't like a mortal at all. The calmness in his eyes wasn't fake, he was truly calm. He stood before Qing Yi like a man that was holding up the world. All of this was due to his father, Wang Lin. 19 years of ordinary life, 8 years of travel, and more than 30 years of being a supreme ruler among mortals allowed him to have a heart that doesn't fear the heavens. He wasn't afraid of the heavens collapsing, much less of this cultivator. Qing Yi stared at Wang Ping's eyes. At this moment his figure was forever engraved in her mind. The tenderness in Qing Yi's eyes became even stronger. She dispersed her cultivation, she stood next to her husband, and calmly looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked meaningfully at Wang Ping, and his eyes revealed a strange light. This gaze seemed to be able to see through Wang Ping. The reason his divine sense descended here was because all of the mortals had passed out when his divine sense swept by. This was because his cultivation was too strong and contained a hint of thunder, which made his divine sense felt like the might of the heavens for mortals. However, only this mortal before him didn't pass out, and it looked like this mortal didn't even notice that his divine sense had passed by. This was why it aroused his interest, and his divine sense had locked onto this place. He slowly said, "Interesting. No wonder you didn't pass out." It was like this. Just at the moment the middle-aged man stepped into the room, in the faraway vast water city. Wang Lin was originally sitting in a chair holding a jug of wine when he suddenly stood up. The wine jug in his right hand shattered, and even the wine inside completely disintegrated. When Wang Lin raised his head, the eyes that hadn't showed any color for 70 years showed coldness that had never appeared before. This was even more terrifying than the time in the restaurant. One it referring to when Wang Ping was threatened inside the restaurant when they first entered the city. The difference was heaven and earth, and simply couldn't be compared. Chapter 701, Cultivation. Thunder Daoist's gaze fell on Wang Ping's body. With interest in his eyes, he slowly said, "It turns out you're not human." Before he finished speaking, Wang Ping's body trembled, and at this moment, the shadow behind him suddenly moved. The moment the celestial guard puppet appeared, it threw a punch. This punch created a sonic boom. The sound almost replaced the roar of the thunder as it charged straight at Thunder Daoist. Thunder Daoist's eyes narrowed. He had seen that there was a puppet hidden very well inside Wang Ping's shadow, so he wasn't surprised. His hand formed a seal, lightning appeared in his hand, and his palm slammed toward the puppet. The celestial guard puppet landed directly on the lightning and penetrated it. The puppet was completely indifferent to the lightning, and its punch landed on Thunder Daoist's hand. A destructive force moved like crazy from the puppet's fist into Thunder Daoist's body. It was as if a storm was set off and rumbling sounds were coming from his body. A muffled sound echoed through the room as Thunder Daoist retreated several steps, but the numbness in his hand and the lightning dissipated quickly. His eyes revealed a strange light as he looked at the puppet and laughed. Top quality puppet. The Celestial Guard puppet retreated 2 steps. Its eyes were cold. Lightning moved through its body as if snakes were dancing. As Thunder Daoist laughed, he took a step forward. Just as his foot landed, all of the lightning around the house gathered at his foot and followed his foot down as he mercilessly stomped the ground. The entire world seemed to collapse at this moment. The house instantly dissipated without any trace of it remaining. The lightning spread like crazy, and Wang Ping was right in the middle of it. The Celestial Guard puppet's eyes became even colder, and it threw another punch. However, there was too much lightning, so the Celestial Guard couldn't block all of it. The lightning was about to spread to Wang Ping's body. Qing Yi's expression was unchanged. She pulled Wang Ping's hand and looked at him tenderly. As for Wang Ping, he didn't panic at all. It was as if even if Mount Tai collapsed, he wouldn't move, because he knew that his father would definitely come. In his eyes, his father was the strongest existence under the stars. No one stood a chance against him. Wang Ping's calmness attracted Thunder Daoist's gaze. After taking a careful look, he was startled. It seemed he had seen through some things. The lightning ripples darted straight toward Wang Ping, but just as it got close, an ancient voice echoed between the heavens and earth. This voice was very ancient, and at the moment it landed, it caused all of the lightning that was moving like dragons to freeze. The blue lightning seemed to be alive, and some of its thin branches were only 3 inches from Wang Ping, but at this moment, all of them were frozen. The voice only said one word: stop. A huge vortex appeared in the void, and a white-haired old man slowly walked out from the vortex. He stepped on the void and arrived before Wang Ping. He then casually pointed at the lightning frozen before Wang Ping. There was a series of crackling sounds as cracks immediately spread around this ripples of lightning. In an instant, this spread like crazy and the ripples of lightning collapsed. This happened so suddenly that it caused Thunder Daoist to gasp. He retreated 2 steps and stared at Wang Lin with caution in his eyes. He wasn't able to see through this person's cultivation. He could see the person with his eyes, but with his divine sense, this old man seemed to not even exist. Wang Ping stared at the old man before him and softly said, "Dad." This call contained his decades of longing. The old man was Wang Lin. His originally muddied eyes were extremely cold. This kind of gaze hadn't appeared in his eyes in a long time. Wang Lin slowly said, "Thunder Celestial Temple Messenger." The Celestial Guard puppet moved next to Wang Lin in a flash and coldly stared at Thunder Daoist. Thunder Daoist stared at Wang Lin with a very serious expression and asked, "Who are you, sir?" Wang Lin looked at his surroundings. Such a large commotion, and yet there was no movement from the villagers. It was obvious that all of them had been knocked unconscious by this person's divine sense. He waved his right hand, and a gentle light surrounded Wang Ping and Qing Yi. At the same time, he took a step and instantly took Wang Ping and Qing Yi away. The Celestial Guard followed closely after him. Thunder Daoist's expression turned gloomy. He let out a cold snort and also disappeared after a step. Wang Lin appeared above a vast, uninhabited plain in the western part of planet Ranyun. Wang Ping and Qing Yi also appeared with the gentle light surrounding them. At the same time, thunder flashed 1,000 feet before them, and Thunder Daoist appeared. The moment he appeared, a large amount of lightning appeared around him. At this moment, the entire sky darkened and bursts of lightning came from the clouds. It was very shocking. Thunder Daoist's voice was cold as he stared at Wang Lin and slowly said, "I don't care who you are. Leave behind the puppet, and this old man will spare the 3 of you." Wang Lin's eyes became even colder, and he calmly said, "Even if you let me go, I will not let you off. If I was a step slower, my son would have died by your hand. This matter has touched my bottom line. I don't care what your identity is, today you'll die." His voice was filled with resolve, and killing intent suddenly appeared. At the same time, the Celestial Guard stepped forth, and its entire body released a golden glow. It rushed forward like a man made of gold, and threw a punch at Thunder Daoist. Thunder Daoist slapped his bag of holding, and a thunder net appeared in his hand. His hand formed a seal, and threw the net. The net suddenly became large enough to cover the heavens and earth before it quickly began to contract toward the Celestial Guard. There were countless runes flashing on the thunder net. It was extremely tenacious, so the punch from the Celestial Guardian puppet wasn't able to shatter it. This old man is a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. With your strength, even if you have this puppet, it will be impossible to kill me. Thunder Taoist didn't even look at the thunder net as his hand formed a seal. He then shot out a bolt of lightning toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral, and he didn't even dodge the bolt of lightning. As it closed in, he merely opened his mouth, and before Thunder Taoist's gaze of disbelief, Wang Lin devoured the lightning. Burst of lightning moved around Wang Lin's body, giving off crackling sounds. This tiny amount of lightning isn't enough. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and some of his origin soul immediately moved toward his right hand. A ball of thunder suddenly appeared in his palm. Although the ball of thunder was only the size of a fist, it caused a change in all the dark clouds in the sky and made all of the lightning go crazy. In an instant, all of the lightning charged out toward the ball of thunder in Wang Lin's hand. This scene caused Thunder Taoist to gasp. What he saw was all the lightning falling down like rain toward this person's palm. This is true thunder. Wang Lin's voice was calm, and he waved his right hand. The ball of thunder gave off a thunderous rumble as it flew toward Thunder Taoist. Thunder Taoist's expression changed greatly, and he retreated without any hesitation. He slapped his bag of holding and immediately took out a black, metal bar that was 3 feet long and 1 inch thick. There were countless runes carved on the stick, and there were dark red lines interlaced on it. At the moment Wang Lin's ball of thunder arrived, Thunder Taoist mercilessly stuck the bar into the ground. At the same time, both of his hands formed seals that landed on the bar. Thunder Taoist's eyes narrowed and he shouted, "Thunder of heaven and earth, gather." The ball of thunder closed in with a loud rumble, but was immediately affected by the metal bar. It unexpectedly charged straight toward the metal bar, and then a powerful layer of lightning immediately surrounded it. As the lightning moved along the bar, all of the runes began to shine as if they were rapidly absorbing something. However, the ball of thunder was too strong. In the next breath, it broke, releasing a sound as if it couldn't hold it anymore, and cracks began to appear on it. But the dark red lines moved along the cracks, acting like a glue that prevented the metal bar from collapsing. The ball of thunder rumbled loudly, giving off a sense of majesty. Although a lot of its thunder had been absorbed by the metal, it still collided with the metal bar. At this moment, the cracks on the metal bar rapidly spread and seemed to extend all over the bar in an instant. Now the dark red lines seemed to be covering the entire metal bar in order to keep it intact. Thunder Taoist looked at the scene before him with a look of disbelief. Just at this moment, the metal bar seemed to be unable to withstand the powerful lightning. After absorbing the entire ball of thunder, it trembled and suddenly collapsed before Thunder Taoist. It was as if thunderclaps had gone off and planet Renyan trembled. Large amounts of mountain peaks had collapsed, causing a huge uproar. The metal bar collapsed, and the powerful thunder exploded forth with Thunder Taoist at the center. He was forced to retreat 10 steps, and his face turned pale. He looked at Wang Lin and shouted, "You are the person who pretended to be a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, Sumu. What exactly is your cultivation level?" The thunder power from the collapse of the metal bar caused the lightning surrounding the Celestial Guard to vanish, and the Celestial Guard walked out. Wang Lin calmly looked at Thunder Taoist and slowly said, "My cultivation level." He pondered as celestial spiritual energy suddenly erupted from his body. From foundation establishment, climbing all the way up to soul formation. Then it continued to rise until it reached the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. This was not the end. As the celestial spiritual energy in his body burst forth, his cultivation level rose to the early stage of ascendant. As Wang Lin's body was being filled with celestial spiritual energy, Thunder Taoist's expression became even more ugly. Although he wouldn't consider a first-step cultivator a threat, this old man's cultivation level kept climbing, and he didn't know where it would ultimately end. The early stage of ascendant wasn't the end. As the celestial spiritual energy inside his body burst forth, his cultivation reached the mid-stage of ascendant. The celestial spiritual energy gradually calmed down and stayed at the mid-stage of ascendant. However, Wang Lin's aura became even stronger without any pause. This aura came from his domain. The limitation of mid-stage ascendant cultivation wasn't able to stop the increase in domain. Wang Lin's domain aura became stronger and stronger, causing Thunder Taoist's expression to become more gloomy. The increase in domain seemed like it was never going to stop and broke past what an ordinary mid-stage ascendant cultivator would have. At this moment, Wang Lin's white hair moved without any wind, and he began to ponder even harder. The powerful aura spread out from Wang Lin and dashed out in all directions. It slowly covered planet Renyan. As his domain continued to spread, it reached the late stage of ascendant. This wasn't the final stopping point. It continued to increase. This caused Thunder Daoist's eyelid twitch nonstop, and he almost stopped breathing as his heart felt a sense of dread. When he felt the domain stop, he relaxed a bit and thought, a cultivator still stuck at the first step is easy to kill. However, is he only this strong? A large mountain and river painting appeared in the sky. This painting used the sky as the canvas and the land as ink. It was as if a mirage had just suddenly appeared. An underworld river slowly appeared from the painting and flowed slowly. However, the underworld river suddenly trembled and went into Wang Lin through the top of his head. While Thunder Daoist was in complete shock, Wang Lin's domain, which was about to peak, suddenly increased and reached the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. Wang Lin's domain stopped here. Thunder Daoist let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Wang Lin's domain had broken through the first step. If that was really the case, then Thunder Daoist would be in for a gruesome fight today due to the assistance of the puppet. Thunder Daoist sneered. Just this tiny amount of cultivation and you dare to impersonate someone from the Thunder Celestial Temple. However, there were still some doubts in his heart. After all, that ball of thunder that Sumu used earlier was too shocking. This kind of thunder spell was not something an ordinary cultivator could have. He had only seen it from Earth-ranked messengers in the Thunder Celestial Temple. Another thing that made him suspicious was that earlier, his divine sense couldn't even detect the existence of this person. Although right now he could clearly see the other party's cultivation level, he always had a feeling that there was a layer of mist covering this person. It was like trying to watch the moon in the water's reflection. Wang Lin raised his head. He didn't have enough celestial spiritual energy, so his cultivation had stabilized at the mid-stage of Ascendant. However, his domain had reached such a high level, which even surprised Wang Lin, as this was outside his expectations. Moreover, he had only released his life and death domain. There were still the Thunder Might and Karma domain that he hadn't released. The reason Thunder Daoist wasn't able to see through Wang Lin's domain was precisely due to the Karma domain. After Wang Lin's domain evolved, it would be impossible to see through it unless one was a true second-step cultivator. After all, the Yin and Yang stage was merely a transition between the first and second step. Wang Ping stared at the father before him. At the moment his father's cultivation level increased, there was a slight fluctuation in his body. He clearly felt this fluctuation in his soul, and it made him even more sure of his speculation. Chapter 702, Shut Up. Wang Ping's heart felt even more bitter. Beside him, Qing Yi held his hand. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she said, Don't worry. No matter what you are, I'll accompany you. Wang Ping silently pondered and nodded. Thunder Daoist's expression was gloomy as he stared at Wang Lin and said, This old man will let you know what a real messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple is. He raised his hand to point at the sky and shouted, Celestial Thunder Beast. Large amounts of thunder came from all directions and seemed to occupy the entire sky. The thunder condensed like crazy into a giant ball above Thunder Daoist. Then a thunderous rumble echoed throughout the planet. This sound was filled with majesty that would shock anyone who heard it. At this moment, the cultivators that had struggled under Thunder Daoist's divine sense all heard the thunderous rumble. All of the spiritual energy inside their bodies went crazy, and they almost couldn't control it. The ball of thunder trembled before suddenly shrinking until it turned into a noble and extraordinary thunder beast. This thunder beast was extremely brilliant, and it was discharging 2 bolts of lightning from its nostrils. Its large eyes revealed its pride as if it was the noblest being in the world. However, at the moment it looked at Wang Lin, it was startled and revealed a trace of confusion. Thunder Daoist looked at Wang Lin and calmly said, It is because of the thunder beast that one can be called a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. The crime of pretending to be one is the genocide of your entire family. Wang Lin glanced at the thunder beast and slowly said, It can't be called a thunder beast without a thunder horn. He slapped his bag of holding, and the war chariot flew out and turned into a large amount of thunder. A destructive aura that could destroy the world began to spread. Then a huge beast slowly walked out from the thunder. It looked like a Qian, but it wasn't a Qian. There was a silver horn on its head that gave off the crackling sounds of lightning. At the moment it came out, Thunder Daoist's expression instantly changed. This was the most shock his heart had felt ever since he came to planet Ranyun. The shock was so great that all he could do was stare at the beast, and without saying a word. The thunder beast from the Thunder Celestial Temple above him also released thunder from all over its body, and its 4 hooves stomped the ground, making it appear extremely aggressive. The beast formed from the war chariot raised its head and roared at the sky. Rumbles of thunder came from the sky and bolts of lightning descended. This wasn't divine retribution, it was caused by the beast's spell. The thunder beast from the Thunder Celestial Temple released thunder from its nose, as if it couldn't withstand it anymore, and also began roaring. Wang Lin's thunder beast's eyes became cold. When thunder beasts met, if their masters weren't there to stop them, then they would enter a battle to the death. This was very different from other celestial beasts. A ray of thunder appeared under the foot of Wang Lin's thunder beast. Without any hesitation, it charged directly at the thunder beast from the Thunder Celestial Temple. That thunder beast's eyes revealed a trace of panic. Its bloodline wasn't pure, but it could clearly feel that the other beast's thunder was extremely powerful. However, the dignity from its soul made it refuse to get trampled on. So it let out another roar and rushed up without flinching. Bursts of thunder echoed across the land as the two thunder beasts began their fierce battle. At this moment, it was as if the world was trembling and everything was dim. This is the silver-horned thunder beast. Thunder Taoist's gaze fell on the silver horn on Wang Lin's thunder beast, and his eyes were filled with shock. Having a thunder beast, and as well versed with thunder spells, Thunder Taoist's face was filled with bitterness. If he hadn't been ordered to come and make sure that no messenger from the Thunder Celestial Temple had been here 70 years ago, then he would have also thought that Wang Lin was a messenger from the Thunder Celestial Temple. The Thunder Celestial Temple did have silver-horned thunder beasts, but there were very few of them, and they were all in the hands of the administrative heaven-ranked messengers. If he could obtain a silver-horned thunder beast, his status in the Thunder Celestial Temple would improve a lot. His eyes revealed a trace of greed as he looked at the horn on the thunder beast. He then looked directly at Wang Lin and no longer hesitated. Both of his hands formed a seal, and then his two hands suddenly came together. After drawing the 7-stroke symbol, the brush gently tapped the symbol, and it flew toward Thunder Taoist. Thunder Taoist's expression was gloomy. He clenched his teeth and pushed the thunder his palm to meet the symbol. Boom! The symbol collapsed, carrying endless force along with 7 portions of Wang Lin's origin soul, and directly imprinted on Thunder Taoist. The purple lightning in his hand immediately disintegrated, and he sprayed out a large mouthful of blood before retreating like crazy. Boom, 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 boom. Every explosion was a portion of origin soul echoing inside Thunder Taoist's body. He continued to cough out blood as he continued to retreat. When the final portion of origin soul finished echoing, Thunder Taoist's face was pale, and he had already retreated 1,000 feet. The aghast in his eyes was monstrous. This was the first time in his life that he was defeated by a thunder spell. He even had a feeling that if he were to compare to his enemy, this Su Mu was the real messenger of the Thunder Celestial Realm, and he was the fake. This sense of confusion made him take a deep breath, and his eyes became even more gloomy. Wang Lin sighed in his heart. This Thunder Taoist was indeed an illusory cultivator. After being hit by the symbol, he was only injured and his core wasn't affected. The other party's celestial spiritual energy was too strong, and there were even traces of the origin energy mixed in. When the thunder entered Thunder Taoist's body, it was constantly being dissolved by this force. You are very strong. I guess you were in seclusion in planet Ranyun in order to comprehend your domain. If given another 100 years, perhaps you would become even stronger than me. If your cultivation level was same as mine, I would die without a doubt, but unfortunately, your cultivation stopped at the first step. Thunder Taoist took a deep breath, and all his injuries immediately recovered. However, Wang Lin could clearly feel that there seemed to be a bit less of the world origin energy in the other's body. Thunder Taoist said, with a heavy tone, I'll ask you one more time. Hand over the silver-horned thunder beast and the puppet, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you will definitely die today. The spell I used was only a normal spell, but if you remain stubborn, I'll use an origin energy spell exclusive to second-step cultivators. You won't be able to resist. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his right hand touched his bag of holding, and a large sword appeared in his grasp. He calmly said, Attack. Let me experience an illusory cultivator's origin energy spell. Whether it was the Huan family's ancestor, or Qian Kuizi, or Thunder Taoist, Wang Lin found one thing in common between the three of them, and that was the origin energy. It was obvious that this origin energy was the key of second-step cultivators. This battle could be said to be Wang Lin's first time personally battling an illusory cultivator. The powerful recovery ability of an illusory cultivator made Wang Lin's heart gloomy. Thunder Taoist's gaze went past Wang Lin and landed on Wang Ping and Qing Yi. His eyes revealed a mysterious light, and he slowly said, You gave up comprehending your domain for a dead person. This has puzzled this old man greatly. Wang Lin suddenly looked up, revealing bloodshot eyes. He raised the sword in his hand and coldly said, Shut up. Chapter 703, Spell of the Second Step. Thunder Daoist's eyes lit up. For the first time he used a spell with his eyes to look at Wang Ping. Under this gaze, Wang Ping's body felt cold. It was as if his body had no secrets at all and was completely seen through by the other party. Wang Lin's power had touched Thunder Daoist's bottom line. Unless it was his last resort, he didn't want to use an origin energy spell, because origin energy was simply too scarce. With his cultivation level, unless it was a life and death situation, he was unwilling to use an origin energy spell. After all, the more times he used it, the longer he would stay at the illusory stage. If he couldn't break through after 1,000 years, his cultivation would forever stop progressing. He had less than 300 years left, so he wasn't willing to casually use origin energy spells. What he feared the most was Wang Lin's thunder. Thunder Daoist deduced that the thunder was related to this person's domain. If he could break this person's domain, perhaps he could win without using an origin spell. Let this old man see once more. So it was originally a resentful soul. I thought there was some problem. How could a mortal resist my divine sense? At first I thought it was the puppet, but it looks like I was wrong. Thunder Daoist laughed, and there was a hint of malice in his words. However, his pupils shrank, and he stopped what he was saying. His gaze toward Wang Ping revealed a powerful sense of fear. This is sword energy. This sword energy is too terrifying. Thunder Daoist gasped and immediately retreated with his scalp feeling numb. That spell just now allowed him to see the two rays of sword energy inside Wang Ping's body. Madman. This person is a madman. He actually used this kind of sword energy to form flesh for a mere soul fragment. This old man can't fight this time. I need to quickly retreat. Thunder Daoist's body trembled, and without any hesitation, he quickly retreated toward the Thunder Beast. The two strands of sword energy inside Wang Ping completely frightened him. Wang Ping silently pondered as he stared at his father's back, and he didn't speak for a long time. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Thunder Daoist, who was attempting to escape. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Tianho's sword energies weren't in his body, he would have released them all to kill this person. At this moment, without any hesitation, he waved his hand and chopped down. A portion of the origin energy that merged with his origin soul entered the sword. As Thunder Daoist retreated, his expression changed once more. He felt a terrifying aura descend from the heavens. Origin energy spell. How can you use an origin energy spell? As Thunder Daoist's expression changed, he felt a sense of life and death crisis. Thunder Daoist was inferior to the Huan family's ancestor. After all, the Huan family's ancestor's cultivation level was originally at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. Even though his cultivation level fell, he was still much more powerful than any ordinary Yin and Yang cultivator. Feeling a sense of crisis, his finger pointed between his eyebrows and his eyes released a white light. This white light was gentle, and it contained a sliver of world origin energy. In an instant, a portion of origin energy came out from Thunder Daoist's body and charged out from the top of his head. At this moment, the entire planet trembled and a faintly discernible aura filled the world. Thunder Daoist's face was pale. It was clear that using an origin energy spell was a huge burden for him. Thunder Daoist shouted, "Origin energy Thunder Furnace." More origin energy came out from his head, and then the world changed. This was a real change and not just some illusion. The sky slowly descended, and everything began to sink. The earth began to rise. There were bursts of rumbling sounds as the ground under Thunder Daoist continued to shake. The change of the sky and earth completed in an instant. At this moment, there was no longer sky or earth, only a huge, blue furnace. The sky and earth had turned into a giant furnace. The sky was the lid while the earth was the body. This was an origin energy spell. At this moment, the Thunder Beast from the Thunder Celestial Temple let out a roar. It dragged its wounded body, turned into a bolt of lightning, and landed on the furnace. Soon, countless carvings gradually appeared on his originally blank furnace. They were carvings of the Thunder Beast. Sumu, this is this old man's origin energy spell. Let us see which of us will live. The world had been turned into a furnace, and at this moment, Thunder Daoist's voice was like the heaven's might. Thunder rumbled inside the giant furnace and countless lightning bolts appeared everywhere in this boundless world. The furnace formed by the world was like an oven, and it began refining everything inside as more bolts of thunder appeared. The sword in Wang Lin's hands simply fell. The strange aura that now contained the law of the world filled the entire furnace. What it was cutting wasn't any material object, but the law of this world. Bolts of thunder continued to descend on Wang Lin. This thunder wasn't born from the heavens, but from Thunder Daoist's spell. Aside from thunder, they also contained his Tao. When the heavenly chop landed, The furnace turned illusory to Wang Lin's eyes. There were strands of blue lines surrounding the area, and it was these strands that formed the furnace. The sword chopped down, and the blue strands quickly collapsed. Thunder Taoist's muffled groan came from the world, and at the same time, more origin energy rushed out of his body to maintain the integrity of the furnace. Shortly after, even more Tao thunder descended. Every bolt that fell on Wang Lin caused his body to tremble. If it wasn't for his origin soul changing, this much Tao thunder would have caused his body to vanish without a trace. Wang Lin's eyes became even colder. At this moment, the Celestial Guard puppet, which was also inside the furnace, began waving its fist like crazy. It bombarded the entire area, making the entire world seem to tremble. Although the thunder here was strong, the flesh of the puppet was even stronger, so the thunder couldn't damage it at all. Every punch from the puppet was equal to an illusory Qing cultivator's attack as they landed on the furnace. This was the biggest threat to Thunder Taoist. Almost like a response to the Celestial Guard puppet, the Thunder Beast roared. Its body gave off a bright light, and then a sliver of gold came from its silver horn. Countless thunderbolts flew from its body and spread across the area. The thunder caused countless rumbles and made the furnace shake even harder. Thunder Taoist's muffled groan echoed once more, and a large amount of origin energy flew out of his body once more into the large furnace. Refined for this old man. Chapter 704, A Reincarnation Cycle ends. A hideous voice echoed. At the moment the Tao thunder descended inside the furnace, a purple flame appeared. In an instant, a sea of flames appeared inside the furnace. The combination of thunder and fire was much more powerful. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. The origin energy in his body couldn't compare to the old man's, so he couldn't display the full power of the heavenly chop. It was just as the Huan family's ancestor had said. If Wang Lin was at the second step, or even at the yin and yang stage, the power of his heavenly chop would increase exponentially. His eyes lit up as he put away the celestial sword and looked at the thunder beast. Wang Lin bit the tip of his finger and used his blood to draw a very complex symbol. This symbol was filled with vicissitude as if it had existed for a very long time. The moment this symbol appeared, the thunder beast was startled, and it turned its big head toward Wang Lin. Third seal open. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the symbol penetrated all the thunder and lightning before imprinting on the thunder beast's forehead. The thunder beast's body trembled, its face revealed a painful expression, and then it let out a startling roar. As its body trembled, a row of thorns came out from its back. These ferocious thorns gave off a cold glint, and intense lightning zipped between them. A terrifying aura suddenly appeared inside the furnace. This aura contained a heaven-defying might. If it dared to defy the heavens, then there was no need to mention this origin energy spell. The Thunder Beast's body suddenly grew several times bigger. The silver lightning that was moving all over the Thunder Beast turned black. The black lightning carried a destructive aura as it suddenly charged out from the Thunder Beast's body. The beast let out another roar. Then it flew into the sky, and complex beast language came out of its mouth. This made the Thunder Beast from the Thunder Celestial Temple start trembling. It came out from the furnace and lied down on the ground in submission, not daring to look up. Previously, it felt that the other Thunder Beast was only a bit stronger than itself, but its pride made it dare to fight. However, a deep fear came from its soul this time. The other Thunder Beast had suddenly changed into its ancestor, and that was something it couldn't resist. After the Thunder Beast had the third seal released, its body was covered in lightning. At this moment, the amount of lightning reached its peak, and the black lightning began to spread out. A black thunderstorm expanded like crazy. At this moment, the Celestial Guard's body began to release a golden light. The golden light slowly turned red and then orange, and the power it contained became even stronger. Boom! The thunderstorm covered the entire furnace, and countless cracks suddenly appeared, and these cracks continued to expand. Boom! The Celestial Guard's punch landed on the furnace, causing even more cracks to appear. The powerful force spread everywhere, and Thunder Taoist's origin energy surged into the furnace like crazy. He had no time to feel pain over the use of origin energy, because this was the most difficult battle he'd had since becoming a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. It was a life and death battle. However, the speed at which his origin energy was entering the furnace couldn't match the combined power of the Thunder Beast after the third seal had been released and the Celestial Guard puppet. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He didn't pick up the big sword, but raised his finger and mercilessly chopped down. Heavenly chop, rumble. An indescribable explosion echoed the heavens and earth. The giant furnace suddenly exploded. There was black lightning on each of the fragments. And then there was another series of explosions as those fragments exploded once more. Wang Lin's expression was deathly pale. After using 2 heavenly chops, he was really low on origin energy, almost to the point of his cultivation level falling. If he was missing even a sliver more, his cultivation level probably would have fallen. His body flickered, and the world around him returned to normal. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Although his face was pale, his eyes were even colder than before. Thunder Taoist's body appeared in the air. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood and directly turned around to flee. He was afraid. He had fought countless battles, but never had encountered something so strange. Although the enemy was merely a first-step cultivator, all of the spells and treasures he possessed made his scalp numb, and those 2 rays of sword energy made him only hate himself for not being able to run away sooner. The Celestial Guard puppet quickly chased after Thunder Taoist. The Thunder Beast let out a roar and also closely followed after the Celestial Guard. They gradually disappeared over the horizon. Wang Ping softly said, "Dad, is what he said true?" In the battle just now, Thunder Taoist didn't include Wang Ping and Qing Yi in his spell, as he didn't dare to provoke those 2 rays of sword energy inside Wang Ping. Wang Lin's expression was extremely pale. He slowly turned around and stared at Wang Ping. After a long time, he nodded. Wang Ping stared at this father and faintly smiled. This smile was really carefree, and he calmly said, "Dad, is this the real reason you didn't let me cultivate, and why I still don't have a child with Qing Yi? Because I'm already dead." Wang Lin's eyes revealed sadness as he looked at Wang Ping and softly said, "You are not dead." Wang Ping shook his head and smiled. "Dad, you taught me that if I meet a mountain, I can climb it. If I meet a river, I can cross it. Even if I meet the heavens, I can walk defyingly against them." "Dad, thank you. In fact, I already had the answer to this question a long time ago, but I didn't dare to face it, to confirm it. Why I can't cultivate, why I can't have an heir, why I have never gotten sick in more than 70 years. I have never even truly felt tired before. Why I can clearly feel that my end has arrived while my body feels nothing. I finally understand now." Wang Ping looked at Wang Lin. His smile revealed his carefree nature, but there was a hint reluctance in it. "Dad, I, Wang Ping, don't have a mother, just a father. Thank you for accompanying me." Wang Ping felt his eyes water up, but he found that he had no tears. "It turns out I don't even have tears." Wang Ping bitterly looked at his father and softly said, "Dad, take care." Ping Air failed to keep this promise of accompanying you for generations. The sadness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. After Lu Mei handed Wang Ping to him, he had fed Wang Ping the medicine and used his own thunder to help heal him. However, in the end, he found out that Wang Ping had died a long time ago. The life of a mortal was very short, and it was the same for a resentful spirit. What existed was only a sliver of soul that was surrounded by resentment, so it couldn't return back to the reincarnation cycle. This was the true form of a resentful spirit. What Lu Mei gifted Wang Lin was his soul fragment. This soul fragment couldn't cultivate because it was unable to cultivate. If tried to cultivate, the resentful aura would activate and would completely vanish. Wang Ping couldn't cultivate in secret from Wang Lin because his body was made of sword energy. Using 1 ray of sword energy to form flesh and another ray of sword energy to protect the soul, this was Wang Ping. This growth was done merely with a spell. More than 70 years of life. All of Wang Ping's growth was due to Wang Lin's celestial spell. Wang Lin whispered, "Your promise will come true, believe me." Wang Ping looked at his father as he held Qing Yi's hand and softly said, "Dad, let Qing Yi go." He turned around and looked meaningfully at Qing Yi. He revealed a gentle smile and softly said, "If there is an afterlife, if I reincarnate, I'll come and find you, Qing Yi." As tears fell down Qing Yi's cheeks, she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. Wang Ping shook his head as he looked up at the sky and softly said, "Dad, Qing Yi, I'm leaving." Wang Ping's eyes revealed a powerful sense of reluctance. He wanted to be with Qing Yi and accompany his father forever. Forever. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to his childhood. In the 19 years he stayed at the mountain village, he drank the medicine and revealed a happy smile. "Dad, the medicine is very bitter." He seemed to see his father using a spell to disperse the resentful aura in his body every night. He could see that the medicine wasn't absorbed by his body but by his soul. Because his body couldn't absorb medicine, it was as if he could see that his body was a ray of golden sword energy. He could also see that there was another ray of golden sword energy wrapped around his soul. "No wonder I always dreamed I was in a golden world during my childhood." Wang Ping's eyes closed. At this moment, his body released a golden glow and turned into a ray of sword energy that stood beside Wang Lin. Following that, another ray of sword energy appeared. All that was left was a ball of white light quietly floating there. There was a black thread moving inside the white ball. This black thread was the last sliver of resentment. Wang Lin stared at ball of white light for a long time before raising his hand and gently wiping the ball. That black thread disappeared. After experiencing one reincarnation cycle, all of Wang Lin's child's resentment was finally dispersed. Tears came out of his eyes as he gently held the ball of light, as if he was holding the baby from back then. The wind started blowing, and the ball of light showed signs of dissipating, but Wang Lin didn't let go. Wang Lin knew that if he let go, then the purified Wang Ping would return to the reincarnation cycle. Ping Air, your promise will come true. Wang Lin took the ball of light and pressed it between his eyebrows. It entered the heaven-defying bead and rested next to Li Muin's nascent soul. From now on, your mother is Wan Air. Wang Lin turned around and walked into the distance. Dad? Qing Yi knelt on the ground. The sadness in her eyes wasn't any weaker than Wang Lin's. Qing Yi's eyes were filled with tears as she softly said, Dad, I have an appointment with Wang Ping. Even if it's to the afterlife, I'll accompany him. Take me away with you, even if it only as a soul fragment. I'll go anywhere as long as I can accompany Wang Ping. Dad, it was you who told me to always accompany Wang Ping. You won't regret it? No regrets. Wang Lin left, and along with him was Qing Yi's regretless soul. Under the sunset, his old body gradually changed. His hair was no longer gray and turned black. His slightly hunched back slowly became straight. The Wang Lin from 70 years ago slowly walked toward the void. A reincarnation cycle ends. Chapter 705, Second Celestial Guard. Not far away, the Thunder Beast was still lying on the ground, and its body was trembling involuntarily. After seeing Wang Lin's figure disappear into the void, it hesitated before following Wang Lin. In the void, Wang Lin's black hair moved without any wind. There were no joy or sorrow in his eyes. It was as if he had seen through everything in this world. Wang Ping wasn't the only one who had gone through a reincarnation cycle. Wang Lin himself did as well. His cultivation had broken through the early stage of Ascendant and reached the mid-stage of Ascendant. His domain also broke through to the late stage of Ascendant during this reincarnation cycle. With enough celestial jades, Wang Lin was confident in becoming a true late-stage Ascendant powerhouse. When it comes to Yin and Yang cultivators, while I can win against illusory Yin cultivators, the battles will be extremely difficult, and every battle will expend precious origin energy. Right now my origin energy has already reached its bottom line, so not even slightest bit can be used anymore. As for corporeal Yang cultivators, I'm no match. If I meet one, I must quickly escape. Wang Lin began to ponder. The difference between the first step and the second step is indeed a big gap that can't be easily crossed. Even if my cultivation reaches the late stage of Ascendant, without origin energy, I'm no match for Yin and Yang cultivators. But how do I obtain origin energy? Wang Lin stepped toward the void and quickly broke through the atmosphere, charging into the stars toward where the celestial puppet and Thunder Beast went. Behind him, the Thunder Beast from the Thunder Celestial Temple still followed him, but kept a certain distance. The most important matters now are to obtain enough celestial jades, and then find a way to increase my origin energy. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and revealed a decisive gaze. Among the stars, he slapped his bag of holding, and the star compass immediately flew out. He sat on the silver light and flew among the stars. The Thunder Beast behind him was startled. Then it turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin already knew that the Thunder Beast was following him. He traveled at full speed toward where the Celestial Guard was. The silver light stretched across space as it moved through the stars like a rainbow. Shortly after, Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he heard sounds of explosions. Not far away, Thunder Taoist was in an extremely sorry state. He had a bolt of lightning in his hand as he fought with the celestial puppet, but he was constantly being pushed back. Beside him was the Thunder Beast that had its third seal released. It let out a roar and charged like crazy, its horn releasing powerful bolts of lightning. This made Thunder Taoist have to quickly dodge every time, making his face was pale and show a trace of despair. Thunder Taoist saw the silver light approaching from the distance, and when he noticed it was Wang Lin, the despair in his eyes became even stronger. He had already used a majority of the origin energy in his body, and if he used any more, his cultivation level would fall, and he would never be able to reach the corporeal Yang stage. Also, he was very scared, especially of those two rays of sword energy. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He had to kill this Thunder Taoist. This person was a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. If he was not killed and was allowed flee, then there would be endless troubles in the future. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and 7 treasured swords flew out, forming the 7-star sword formation. These swords whistled toward Thunder Taoist. The Celestial Guard puppet gave off an orange light as he threw a punch at the Thunder Taoist, pushing him back. The horn of the Thunder Beast behind him gave off a sizzling sound, and then a bolt of lightning charged directly at Thunder Taoist's back. Thunder Taoist's expression turned gloomy. Along the way here, this beast and puppet constantly attacked him like this, making it impossible to escape at full speed. Also, although he could travel through space without the Thunder Beast, his speed was obviously slower. At this moment, the 7-star sword formation arrived and surrounded Thunder Taoist. As the sword energy rushed at this body, Thunder Taoist took out a jade and crushed it. After crushing it, thunder and lightning flew out all around him, forming a barrier. The 7-star sword formation stabbed the barrier, causing a series of explosions to go off. The thunder barrier shook violently. Inside, Thunder Taoist stared at Wang Lin and urgently said, "Fellow cultivator Su, I was reckless in this matter, but why push it so far? I'm a member of the Thunder Celestial Temple, so if fellow cultivator kills me, you will find it hard to move around in the All-Heaven Star System. If I don't kill you, I'll still find it hard to move in the All-Heaven Star System," said Wang Lin with a cold voice. Then he slapped his bag, causing the 1 billion soul flag to appear. The 30-foot wide flag gave off ghostly wails that could shake one's origin soul. With one shake, all of the soul fragments flew out. Among them, not to mention soul transformation soul fragments, there were even some ascendant soul fragments. After the 4th soul returned, although the number of ordinary soul fragments still hadn't reached 1 billion, the flag's current power was even stronger than it was back on planet Suzaku. After all, there were simply too many soul fragments of powerful cultivators. Countless soul fragments flew out and surrounded the area. Then the powerful soul fragments all fused together, forming 3 ultimate primary souls. The first primary soul was a huge, black Qian. Its eyes gave off a cold gaze and were extremely fierce. The second primary soul was a 30-foot tall black giant. His body gave off rich soul energy and released an aura that could shake one's soul. The third primary soul was a small, black needle. It was almost invisible. Even if one checked with their divine sense, they would find it difficult to notice its existence. Its main body was the most mysterious 4th soul. These 3 ultimate primary souls were the fusion of all the soul fragments inside the flag. This was the most powerful spell Wang Lin could use with the 1 billion soul flag right now. Wang Lin shouted, "Kill!" The 3 ultimate primary souls immediately rushed up and began attacking the thunder barrier along with the Celestial Guard puppet, the Thunder Beast, and the 7-star sword formation. Thunder Taoist's pupils shrank. Then his expression turned pale, and his despair became even stronger. The puppet and Thunder Beast were already difficult for him to deal with, and now 3 powerful souls had appeared. Thunder Taoist believed he would be killed within a few breaths of time after the barrier was broken. "Sumu, don't force me. All messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple have a life-saving spell. At most, I will sacrifice my lifespan." Thunder Taoist's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Wang Lin. He felt very bitter in his heart. Using that spell wouldn't be a big deal if he had enough origin energy, but if he didn't, it would consume his lifespan. In that case, not only would his lifespan shorten, his cultivation would fall down to the soul transformation stage due to his origin energy being used up. Most importantly, he had no confidence that he could hurt Wang Lin with the life-saving treasure. Those 2 rays of sword energy scared him the most and made his scalp numb. Once he used the life-saving spell, he feared that the only road left for him would still be death. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he slowly said, "It was you who forced me and not me who forced you." Thunder Taoist bitterly said, "There is no undissolvable hate between us. What do I have to do for you to let me go?" Wang Lin stared at Thunder Taoist inside the barrier. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Recognize me as your master and let me leave an imprint on you." Thunder Taoist pondered. At this moment, the barrier around him was shaking violently due to the attacks from outside and was about to collapse. Thunder Taoist clenched his teeth and said, "Okay, this old man agrees." His heart turned vicious and he thought, "This person's cultivation level is not higher than mine. Even if he imprints this old man as his slave, it can't last for too long. Once I recover my cultivation, I'll escape and report him to the Thunder Celestial Temple. Then the Thunder Celestial Temple will send people to kill him to appease my anger." Wang Lin slowly said, "Open the barrier." Thunder Taoist hesitated for a bit. The barrier was about to crumble. His eyes lit up as he waved his right hand, and the barrier immediately disappeared. At the moment it disappeared, Thunder Taoist's heart jumped. The 7-star sword formation was right next to him, and the Celestial Guard puppet's fist stopped 3 inches away from him. The Thunder Beast's eyes gave off lightning that released popping sounds, and its eyes were not kind. The 3 ultimate primary souls circled around, and occasionally directed cold gazes at Thunder Taoist. As Wang Lin stared at Thunder Taoist, his eyes revealed a mysterious light. He slapped his bag of holding, and the restriction flag flew out. Wang Lin waved the flag, and all the restrictions flew out, forming a golden restriction formation before Wang Lin. His left hand formed a seal and pointed at the restriction formation. The restriction formation gave off a bright, golden glow before flying directly at Thunder Taoist. Thunder Taoist didn't dodge but clenched his teeth and let it enter between his eyebrows. The restriction formation penetrated his body and went directly toward his origin soul. The moment it came into contact the origin soul, the restriction formation melted and completely surrounded his origin soul. When he saw this, he thought, this restriction is somewhat strange, but no restriction can withstand the impact of origin energy. Once his old man's origin energy has recovered, I'll break the formation. This is only the first step of the restriction. There is a second step. After Wang Lin finished speaking, he stepped onto the star compass and flew off into the distance. Thunder Taoist had to follow. With so many dangers around him, he had to follow. From far away, the Thunder Beast from the Thunder Celestial Temple saw this. It hesitated for a bit, and then turned around to escape. Wang Lin's cold snort came from the void, causing the Thunder Beast to tremble. It became too scared to escape, so it followed Wang Lin. When he came chasing after Thunder Taoist, Wang Lin noticed that there was a gray planet not far away. This was an abandoned planet. There wasn't any spiritual energy coming from the planet, and it looked like there was no life on it either. Wang Lin's speed was very fast as he charged directly at this planet. Shortly after, he arrived above the gray planet. The earth was gray, and storms raged across the planet. It was also covered in deadly gas that would immediately kill mortals. After landing on the planet, Wang Lin's right foot stomped the ground, and after a loud rumble, a ravine appeared. Wang Lin's finger formed a sword and shot out a ray of sword energy that quickly moved inside the ravine. Soon, a new cave was carved out by the sword energy. Wang Lin stepped into the cave and Thunder Taoisted was forced inside as well. This cave was very large, with a total of 4 rooms and a big hall in the middle. Sword energy still lingered on the walls. There was also ash falling from the walls. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and a gust of wind blew all the debris outside the cave. When Wang Lin turned around to look at Thunder Taoist, his eyes revealed an indiscernible and mysterious light, and he said, "After the second restriction, I won't kill you." Thunder Taoist silently pondered and looked at the dangers still around him. After a long time, he nodded. Okay. Wang Lin sat down in the lotus position and both his hands formed many seals. One by one, restrictions flew out and fell on Thunder Taoist's body. At the same time, Wang Lin said, "When I place my imprint, you must not resist. Otherwise, don't blame me for not keeping my promise." Thunder Taoist remained quiet and closed his eyes. He sneered inside his heart. "I would like to see what kind of restrictions you can place. Wait until this old man recovers his origin energy. Then I can easily break any restrictions." Wang Lin's expression revealed a trace of gloominess. Only by refining the old man into a celestial guard could he feel completely safe. In his eyes, Thunder Taoist met the requirements to be refined into a celestial guard. Also, with the Thunder Beast outside, by combining the two, the success rate would increase by a lot. Moreover, even if it failed, it wouldn't matter, as there would be no loss for Wang Lin. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of origin energy that turned into countless symbols. Each symbol fell on Thunder Taoist one by one. Thunder Taoist suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Wang Lin. After a long time, his heart let out a cold snort, and he closed his eyes once more. He allowed Wang Lin's origin energy to freely enter his body. Just at the moment his eyes closed, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he slapped his bag of holding. The Soul Lasher appeared in his hand, and he viciously whipped Thunder Taoist. Thunder Taoist opened his eyes once more and shouted, "What are you doing?" Wang Lin's speed was too fast, and the whip was even faster. At the moment Thunder Taoist spoke, the whip hit his body. It wasn't just once. At the moment it landed on his body, the Soul Lasher was waved 6 times. In an instant, Thunder Taoist was hit 6 times. As the sounds of the whip echoed, Thunder Taoist's body trembled. His expression turned pale, and his eyes dimmed. Behind him, his origin soul was knocked 7 feet away from his body. He was just about to retaliate when the Celestial Guard stepped forth and the Thunder Beast roared. The three ultimate primary souls' ghostly wails also echoed in the cave. At this moment, the seven-star sword formation emitted powerful sword energy, and the seven swords fused into one and chopped down. The seven evil beasts inside the swords let out a unified roar, preventing Thunder Daoist's attempt to return to his body. Above Thunder Daoist's origin soul was the restriction Wang Lin had placed earlier. It took the form of a lightning net that trapped Thunder Daoist's origin soul. Chapter 706, Pitiful Greed. Thunder Daoist shouted, "Su Mu, you didn't keep your promise." Wang Lin's gaze was calm. Thunder Daoist was seriously injured, and his body was almost devoid of any energy. In order to survive, he had to agree to Wang Lin's condition, and doing so gave Wang Lin a very good opportunity to refine a Celestial Guard. The first requirement for refining a puppet was that the person being refined must be willing. Wang Lin calmly said, "I will keep my promise, but this second step won't work unless you are willing. In order to prevent any accidents, I had to make your origin soul come out." His right hand moved, and the Celestial Guard and Thunder Beast immediately surrounded Thunder Daoist. If Thunder Daoist attempted anything, they would attack without any hesitation. Without looking at Thunder Daoist's origin soul, Wang Lin grabbed Thunder Daoist's body. After taking the bag of holding, he spat out another mouthful of origin energy that surrounded Thunder Daoist's body. Thunder Daoist's origin soul was extremely gloomy as he coldly looked at Wang Lin. He wanted to see what kind of imprint this Su Mu was going to leave. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin continued to spit out origin energy. The origin energy entered Thunder Daoist's body like bolts of thunder. In a flash, several days passed by. Thunder Daoist's body continued to wither until it was almost just skin and bones. However, thunder moved inside his body, and there was also flashes of copper-colored light, which looked extremely bizarre. Thunder Daoist's origin soul watched intently every day, and his eyes were filled with shock the whole time. At the beginning, he didn't understand what Wang Lin wanted to do, but after a few days, he suddenly understood. This Su Mu was going to refine him into a puppet. The shock in his eyes turned into horror, especially when he looked at the Celestial Guard puppet next to him. Although he was only an origin soul right now, he felt his body turn cold. Could this puppet be something refined by him? What is this person's background to know such a vicious refining method? Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the mummified body, giving off a copper glow. His eyes released a mysterious light. It is truly the body of an illusory Qing cultivator. It is already copper rank without any metal material. If I add a few heavenly treasures, I believe it can climb even more. When Thunder Daoist's origin soul saw Wang Lin open his eyes, he immediately shouted, "Su Mu, what are you doing? This old man promised to be your slave. I didn't promise to be your puppet." He had shouted many times already, but Wang Lin simply ignored him and continued refining. Watching his own body being refining made his hatred for Wang Lin reach an extreme. However, he didn't dare to move carelessly. The seal on his origin soul, and being surrounded by the Celestial Guard, Thunder Beast, and three ultimate primary souls made it so he would die if he made a move. Noisy, Wang Lin frowned and waved his fight hand. The two rays of Ling Tianho's sword energy flew out, and the cave was immediately filled with sword energy. This sword energy was filled with Ling Tianho's tyrannical domain. Under the pressure of the two rays of sword energy, Thunder Daoist immediately shut his mouth. The horror in his eyes became even stronger when he saw at the two rays of sword energy. His bitter gaze looked around at the dangers surrounding him. Not to mention right now, when he barely had any origin energy, he still wouldn't dare to carelessly rush out even if he had all his origin energy. What he feared most was those two rays of sword energy. After Thunder Daoist's origin soul shut up, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and covered the entire planet. After a long time, his eyes narrowed and he raised his right hand. The surroundings shook and the underworld river appeared in the sky outside the cave. Wang Lin shouted, "Underworld river, suck." The underworld river in the sky released a powerful suction force. This suction force entered the earth, and this abandoned planet began to tremble. The shaking gradually intensified until it was like an earthquake. Shortly after, ores containing metal element was pulled out from the ground and into the underworld river one by one. Over time, more and more metal ores were sucked out. After a long time, the earth slowly stopped trembling and the suction force disappeared. The large amount of metal ores were melted to form 3 fist-sized golden liquid balls that slowly floated into the cave. Wang Lin grabbed one of the golden liquid balls, pressed it against Thunder Daoist's forehead, and followed it up with a mouthful of origin energy. When the third ball disappeared into Thunder Daoist's body, the copper light disappeared and was replaced by a silver glow. Silver great. Wang Lin's eyes revealed relief and fell on the still gloomy Thunder Daoist's origin soul. Be my puppet for 3,000 years, and I'll give you freedom. How about it? Thunder Daoist silently pondered. Wang Lin calmly said, even if you have a life-saving spell, it won't be faster than my sword energy. There were only two roads before Thunder Daoist. The first was risk it and resist, but he was aware that although his life-saving spell was powerful, it couldn't compare to the two rays of sword energy. If both rays attacked at the same time, he would have no path of retreat. The second was to agree and become a puppet. He would be exchanging 3,000 years of time for his freedom, and that was if Wang Lin kept the promise and didn't die during those 3,000 years. Thunder Daoist looked at the puppet that hadn't said a word since the beginning. This puppet's body is very strong. It can even fight barehanded against magical treasures. It shouldn't die during battle. At this moment in the faraway planet Yunxia, the dense fog was covering up everything inside. A cold aura was coming from within, causing every cultivator that passed by to make a detour. In the All-Heaven star system, planet Yunxia was a place of death. Very few cultivators who entered would return alive. Just at this moment, the thick fog began to sink violently, as if something was trying to charge out. This churning in the fog became even stronger. In an instant, a thin body wearing tattered clothes charged out in an extremely sorry state. His eyes were filled with fear as he charged out, and there was a huge furnace in front of him. As he was about to charge out of the fog, the thin face revealed ecstasy. This was the 8th time he had attempted to escape in over 70 years. But just at this moment, a long tentacle lashed out at an unimaginable speed from planet Yunxia. It wrapped around the thin figure and mercilessly dragged him down. This person was Greed. He was grabbed by the tentacle and was rapidly pulled down. He looked at the dense fog around him, and his eyes revealed despair. I have searched for treasures all my life, and I didn't think something like this would ever happen. Wang Lin, this was all because of you. If you hadn't come to this damned All-Heaven star system, how could this old man be sent here? If I wasn't sent here, how could I have entered this terrifying planet? Chapter 707. The incomplete celestial spell book that shocked Wang Lin. Half a year later, a muffled explosion echoed across the abandoned planet. Wang Lin made a cave in. The entire planet shivered slightly as dust filled up the sky like a dense fog. Wang Lin frowned and walked out from this dense dust cloud. Behind him followed a skinny puppet. There were countless lightning bolts shining on the puppet's fist. Thunder Daoist chose to compromise in the end, but Wang Lin underestimated the failure rate of creating celestial guards. Even with the Thunder Beast from the Thunder Celestial Temple, it still failed in the end. Low-grade celestial guards have strength equal to peak first-step cultivators. It was because I added the heavenly ghost that produced some change that it was able to reach the strength of illusory in cultivators. For this second celestial guard, I used an illusory in cultivator along with the Thunder Beast. I should have been able to produce a mid-grade celestial guard, but unfortunately, I still failed. Wang Lin secretly sighed. Many things make you feel like you are in control, but in the end they still escape your grasp. It seems my Dao heart is a bit restless. Wang Lin removed the feeling of helplessness from his mind, and his mind became calm once more. He looked at the mummy behind him and began to ponder. Wang Lin mumbled, "It's not like I didn't gain anything." After the second celestial guard refining had failed, Thunder Daoist's origin soul lost its consciousness and turned into a mysterious light that fused with the body. The Thunder Beast was also crushed and fused with it. Peak of silver grade. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. Although he failed, at the moment of failure, he decisively cut off Thunder Daoist's origin soul and gave up on the refining process. This made the Celestial Guard, which was on the third step of refining, revert to the first step. He had obtained a peak silver grade body of what could be considered an incomplete Celestial Guard. Although it couldn't use any spells, the body was extremely strong. If Wang Lin's origin soul could leave his body, he would just barely be able to manipulate it. However, right now his origin soul couldn't leave his body, so with his divine sense, he could just barely make it perform some simple actions, like that punch just now. This kind of control couldn't be used in battle. In fact, even if Wang Lin's origin soul could take control of it, he wouldn't be able to use it like his own body, as the remains of Thunder Daoist's origin soul would reject his control. After reaching the first step of the Celestial Guard refining process, only the original origin soul could freely control the body. Once the third step, the origin soul refining step, failed, then no one would be able to control it. unless someone several ranks higher in cultivation possessed it as their own body. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he put the second celestial guard back into his bag and walked back into the cave. He had too many things to do. The celestial guard was only one of them. After balancing his mentality a bit, the irritation from the failure of the celestial guard disappeared. I must increase my cultivation level so that it matches my domain. Inside the cave, Wang Lin sat down in the lotus position and his eyes lit up as he stared forward. The 3 ultimate primary souls had already been put away by him along with the 7-star sword formation. However, Ling Tianho's sword energy rays, the celestial guard, and Thunder Beast were still inside the cave. The celestial guard stood on the side not far away from Thunder Beast that had the 3rd seal released and was lying on the ground. Ling Tianho's 2 rays of sword energy floated in the air. They emitted powerful sword energy that gave off a faint, whistling noise. Wang Lin's gaze was on the Thunder Beast. If it wasn't for the life and death situation from before, Wang Lin would have never opened the 3rd seal on the God-slaying war chariot without any preparation. After all, the God-slaying war chariot was extremely difficult to control. One mishap, and he would suffer the backlash. However, during these 6 months, the Thunder Beast's reaction had been unexpected. Not only did it not show any signs of causing him any backlash, it even followed all of his commands. However, there was one order it wouldn't listen to no matter what spell Wang Lin used. It wouldn't turn back to the war chariot and return to his bag of holding. The Thunder Beast was 3 times larger than before. It had become more brilliant, and more gold had appeared on its silver horn. When Wang Lin looked at it, the Thunder Beast also raised its large head and glanced at Wang Lin. It sprayed out 2 strands of thunder from its noise that traveled across its body. The person and beast stared at each other. Wang Lin could feel that this beast had become more intelligent, as if it had a real soul. Although the Thunder Beast was defiant before, its eyes were never as smart as they were now. As if it was annoyed, the Thunder Beast withdrew its gaze. It let out a growl, then its body turned into a bolt of thunder and disappeared into the distance. Wang Lin wryly smiled. During these past 6 months, this beast was often like this. It would leave and not come back for several days. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin revealed a decisive gaze. Since this beast isn't willing to return to the bag of holding, then I'll simply let it be. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the 2 rays of Ling Tianho's sword energy returned to his body. As for the celestial guard, it stood at the entrance of the cave to protect Wang Lin. Wang Lin took out a bag of holding. This bag of holding held everything Thunder Taoist owned. When Thunder Taoist consciousness dissipated during the 3rd step of the refining process, the divine sense on it disappeared and the bag became ownerless. There were many things inside this bag of holding. Aside from some daily use stuff, there were only 4 things that caught Wang Lin's attention. The first item was a jade. There was a fierce Thunder Beast carved on this jade. The Thunder Beast had a golden horn with lightning scattered all over its body. It looked extremely mighty. There was a large rune engraved on the back of the jade. Wang Lin didn't know the meaning of the rune, but after some analysis, he guessed the use of this object. Ordinary jades would never have such embellishments carved on them, so this jade obviously had the role of a token. When he tried checking it with his divine sense, a ray of lightning came out to prevent Wang Lin from checking it. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral as he carefully examined this lightning before revealing a smile. Could it be that I really have the potential to be a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple? Wang Lin revealed a strange smile. This lightning could prevent most cultivators, even some second-step cultivators, from checking the jade. However, it had no effect on Wang Lin. The lightning contained a sliver of heavenly thunder. This was the true might of heavenly thunder. It was obvious that unless one cultivated the cultivation method of the Thunder Celestial Temple, it was impossible to view what was inside this jade. However, Wang Lin had once devoured an ancient thunder dragon, so the thunder he controlled was a level above this. The thunder in his origin soul moved and moved into the jade. He easily broke through the lightning and saw inside the jade. Even with Wang Lin's mental strength, his eyes suddenly widened. There were only 2 spells stored in this jade, and the first was Furnace Becomes the World. For one's own Tao to form a furnace that could refine the world. This furnace was integrated with one's origin energy to create an amazing origin energy spell. It was obvious this spell was the one that Thunder Taoist had used. Wang Lin had a strong understanding of this spell. Unfortunately, this spell requires too much origin energy. It's impossible to use it before reaching the illusory Yin stage. Wang Lin's divine sense landed on the second spell. This spell was named Thunder Origin Spell. This Thunder Origin Spell was what really shocked Wang Lin. The Thunder Origin Spell is a fragment of a low-rank celestial spell. Absorb origin energy from thunder and quickly condense it into your own. Help reduce the time one stays at the yin and yang stage. This spell is very overbearing. The might of heavenly thunder is something first-step cultivators can't withstand, so they can't cultivate this. Wang Lin's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Ordinary cultivators couldn't cultivate this, but by chance he had a thunder origin soul. The value of this spell was unimaginable to him. Even if a real low-grade celestial spell was placed before him, it wouldn't have the same value as this. Although it was only the fragment of a low-grade celestial spell, it was something Wang Lin needed the most right now. No wonder the Thunder Celestial Temple is so strong in the All-Heaven Star system. Being able to absorb origin energy from heavenly thunder allows them to cultivate much faster than others. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he revealed a smile. After cultivating this Thunder Origin spell, and this furnace becomes the world's spell, and adding in the Thunder Beast, even a real messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple would be shocked. After memorizing the information inside the jade, Wang Lin carefully put it away and looked at the next item. This item was a sword. This sword had no body. It was completely made of lightning. Wang Lin saw Thunder Daoist use this against the Celestial Guard. Even the Celestial Guard's punches couldn't break this sword. Looking at the sword, Wang Lin pondered a bit before putting it away. The third item was a silver stone the size of his fist. It contained the power of thunder and lightning. Wang Lin had a lot of interest in this item, so his divine sense carefully examined it. Then he lifted his right hand and gently placed his hand on it. At the moment his hand touched it, a large amount of lightning came out of the stone and entered Wang Lin's body. If it was an ordinary cultivator, this lightning would have caused some serious injuries. However, Wang Lin's origin soul opened its mouth and devoured this lightning. At the moment the lightning disappeared, a wave of origin energy spread throughout Wang Lin's body. This was only a tiny amount of origin energy, but it made Wang Lin's eyes shine brightly. He took a deep breath and stared at this stone. After hesitating for a long time, he gave up the idea of absorbing it and put it inside his bag. This last item was something Wang Lin was familiar with, a celestial jade. Chapter 708, Original Body, Ta Sun, Zhou. The amount of celestial jades in Thunder Daoist's bag made Wang Lin gasp. The amount of celestial jades was simply too shocking. Not even a cultivation family could compare. Just a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple has this much celestial jade. This shows just how powerful the Thunder Celestial Temple is. Joy didn't appear in Wang Lin's head when he saw all these celestial jades, only shock. He pondered for a long time, and his eyes shined brightly. Thunder Celestial Temple. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Then his body flickered, and he disappeared into the cave. The Celestial Guard followed closely after him. Wang Lin's body floated in the air above the sky in the eastern part of the planet. He waved his hand down, and following a loud rumble, everything 5,000 kilometers was flattened. The surrounding 5,000-kilometer area was as flat as a mirror. All of the protruding rocks became dust that was blown away by the wind. So much dust was kicked up that it looked like white mist. Wang Lin floated down and sat in the center. He slapped his bag of holding, and all the celestial jades he had gotten from the three families flew out. The celestial jades landed around him in dense packs. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the 1 billion soul flag flew out. All of the soul fragments fused to make the 3 ultimate primary souls, and they began patrolling the area. The Celestial Guard also flew into the air and carefully observed the area. Anything that attempted to get close would immediately be killed. After doing all of this, Wang Lin took a deep breath, his hand formed a seal, and he closed his eyes. Large amounts of celestial spiritual energy suddenly filled the air and formed a giant storm that was constantly being absorbed by Wang Lin. After a moment, all of the celestial jades on the ground all shattered. Then a large amount of celestial jades immediately flew out of Wang Lin's bag, and this cycle continued. More and more celestial spiritual energy filled Wang Lin's body, and his cultivation level kept increasing. At this moment in the distant Alliance star system, there was an abandoned planet. This planet was not big, even smaller than planet Suzaku, and there was no life here. On this day, 3 rays of sword energy quickly crossed through the stars. The one in front was a woman. She was wearing a light purple, cotton dress. It was simple, but not without taste, giving off a graceful feel. There was faint, plum-colored lipstick applied to her elegant lips. Her unique and elegant face gave off a charming feel that could attract anyone. The most eye-catching thing was her eyes that shined like the stars. Her body was emitting a faint fragrance that spread everywhere she went. There were several shining butterfly discs on the right side of her forehead. The colorful reflections made her even more beautiful. If Wang Lin was here and saw this woman, he would feel that she looked familiar. She was the one who left Suzaku after devouring Qian foam, and then was kicked out of the planet 5 Elements, Zxian. When she was being hunted by the Heavenly Water Palace, she was saved by Yao Shishue's father, the Blood Ancestor, and became his concubine. 2 old men giving off bloody lights followed behind her. Their eyes were dim, and their minds were clearly being controlled. These 2 people were blood slaves refined by the Blood Ancestor. Every single blood slave had ascendant cultivation. Zxian was very fast, and soon brought the 2 blood slaves to this tiny, faraway planet. Zxian's voice was very attractive as she slowly asked, "This is the planet you spoke of?" One of the blood slaves behind her slowly said, "Mistress, this is the planet." Zxian's eyes narrowed and landed on this planet. 3 months ago, one of the blood slaves reported that there were some changes happening to the planet, as if it was slowly dying. This planet was in the Blood Ancestor's sphere of influence. After the trip to the Demon Spirit Land, the Blood Ancestor always showed a gloomy expression. Not long after, he left without anyone knowing where he went. Zxian pondered for a while before heading toward the tiny planet with the 2 blood slaves. There weren't any living beings on this planet. It was completely abandoned. The earth was completely dried up. When Zxian and the blood slaves arrived on the planet, they heard a rumble that continued to echo. Then she saw even more cracks appear on the earth, and a mountain in the distance suddenly collapsed, causing dust to fill the air. Farther away, there was a 100-foot wide river that had already dried up. One of the blood slaves said, "Although this planet was abandoned 400 years ago, it was not this strange back then. It's as if the planet has completed an entire life cycle in the last 400 years. This was especially more apparent in the last few decades." Zxian's eyes lit up and her divine sense spread out. She wanted to check the depths of the planet. However, just as her divine sense entered the ground, a coldness filled with killing intent suddenly echoed. Scram! This voice was several times more violent than thunder, and a powerful sense of majesty suddenly appeared. Even more cracks appeared on the ground. At this moment, the sky darkened as if it didn't dare to resist this voice. This voice carried endless sound waves that superimposed on each other, making it sound like countless voices roaring at the same time. Scram! At this moment, the entire planet seemed to collapse. The mountains collapsed and the earth sank. Countless spatial cracks appeared in the sky as the cold wind roared. It was like hell on earth. At the same time, this voice landed on Zxian's ear, causing her face to turn pale. The 2 blood slaves trembled and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Zxian's eyes were filled with horror. She didn't have enough time to think about why this voice sounded familiar. She immediately respectfully bowed and said, "Junior didn't know this place was Senior's closed-door cultivation spot. Sorry for disturbing Senior. I'll leave immediately." Her scalp felt numb as she quickly retreated without any hesitation, followed by the 2 blood slaves. The 3 of them quickly left the planet. Once they were in space, the fear in Zxian's eyes disappeared. After looking at the planet meaningfully, she quickly left with the 2 blood slaves. Shortly after they left, the rumbling sounds from the planet became even louder. Soon, the entire planet began to collapse. It looked like a large ball with many cracks, but then even more cracks appeared, and the entire planet collapsed in an instant. At the moment it collapsed, a loud sound echoed across the stars. An invisible force also spread out, and far away, Zxian and the 2 blood slaves' expressions changed once more. The force was so fast that it was able to catch up to them. Zxian's expression became pale, and she shouted, "Blood slaves, explode to stop it." The 2 blood slaves behind her didn't hesitate to charge toward the source of the force and explode their origin souls. Borrowing this moment, Zxian took out a blood-red jade from her bag. This was something the Blood Ancestor gave her. I could be used once to be teleported back to the Blood Planet from anywhere. However, it would take a certain amount of time to activate. The planet collapsed and turned into countless dust particles that spread across the stars. After the planet collapsed, there was a man standing at the center. He had a head of red hair that flowed without any wind, and his eyes were as cold as ice. His skin was very rough with very noticeable veins that looked like runes. There were 4 stars slowly rotating on his forehead. However, one of the stars was flickering. He was Wang Lin's original body. The original body's expression was cold like ice that hadn't melted in countless years. His body gave off an extremely cold aura. The force caused by the collapse by the planet seemed to have no effect on him at all. It didn't even seem to be able to penetrate his skin. Wang Lin's eyes looked into the distant void. This planet no longer has any spiritual energy for me to absorb. Wang Lin pondered a bit as he slowly looked at the collapsed planet around him. Then his right hand reached out and he grabbed. The dust around him suddenly paused, and an ancient aura slowly condensed. However, not long after, it dissipated. This soul extraction spell requires some cultivation. Wang Lin's origin body stepped forward. With how strong his body was, he didn't need a star compass to travel among the stars. Unfortunately, I still haven't found any aura of an adult ancient god. Otherwise, I would have truly reached 4 stars. Could it be I need to take a trip back to planet Zhou? I don't know when Ta Sun will break free. Wang Lin's original body slowly disappeared among the stars. Several months later, Wang Lin's body chose a new abandoned planet. He slowly entered the core of the planet and closed his eyes to cultivate. He chose this planet because it had a natural layer of thunder. Planet Suzaku, Sea of Devils. The fog in the Sea of Devils had disappeared a long time ago, so the entire Sea of Devils was now a large basin. In the depths of the Sea of Devils, there was a place called the Broken Chaotic Stars. This was a forbidden area of the Sea of Devils. Anyone who approached his place would mysteriously disappear. After a while, no one dared to come here. Inside the land of the ancient god, inside the chaotic broken stars, countless cultivators were sitting in the Sea of Blood. These cultivators' cultivation levels slowly increased as the Sea of Blood invaded them. Those ancient cultivators were becoming even more powerful. On the largest pillar in the Sea of Blood sat a red-haired man. His body was giving off an aura so powerful that it could cause all beings to tremble. A rust-covered sword was stabbed into the ground next to the man. This rust-covered sword also had some dry blood on it. At this moment, the sound of something grinding against the ground could be heard. He had his head lowered, and his red hair was covering his whole body. Through the gaps in his hair, one could see that he was carving the 2 words, Wang Lin, with his sharp nail. If one looked closely, one could clearly see that this entire pillar was covered with these 2 words, Wang Lin. A hoarse voice came from the red-haired man and echoed across the entire Sea of Blood. Every cultivator's body trembled. For countless years, they had heard the name Wang Lin so much that it was engraved in their bones. Wang Lin, I'm about to be free. 3 months later, a person walked out from the chaotic broken stars. This person had a monkey with red eyes on his shoulder, and he slowly walked out of the Sea of Devils. He wasn't Ta Sun, but a messenger sent by Ta Sun. There was deep hatred in this person's eyes. If Wang Lin was here, he would recognize him as the long-dead Sky Devil Magician. Back then, if it wasn't for Wang Lin, the inheritance of knowledge would have been his. He was the master of 6 Desire Devil Lord and had plotted for thousands of years, but in the end, all of it was destroyed by Wang Lin. His hatred for Wang Lin wasn't any weaker than Ta Sun's. The realm under the Thunder's celestial realm, Sky Devil Magician's body flickered and left planet Suzaku. Planet Suzaku, peak of Mount Suzaku. Zhou Ru's long hair flowed with the wind, and her dress flapped in the wind. She looked much more mature than before. Behind her, Little White was lying on the ground with a lazy gaze. Zhou Ru was holding a bag of holding in her hand. This bag was very old, and clearly had hundreds of years of history. Uncle, I can now open the bag you left me back then. Zhou Ru said this softly before looking down at the bag. Her divine sense entered the bag and opened it. There was nothing inside. Only a ray of white light shot out and entered between Zhou Ru's eyebrows. Her body trembled, her grip on the bag loosened, and it was blown far away. Little White let out a roar, suddenly stood up, and looked at Zhou Ru. He couldn't understand what exactly had happened. The white light disappeared between Zhou Ru's eyebrows, and in her brain a seal was released. The sealed memories slowly appeared before Zhou Ru. For these 19 years, I felt this child grow up as if she was my own. Big brother Wang. I can't bear it. Wan Air is very silly. I have let you down. Tears appeared on Zhou Ru's face, and after a long time, she lowered her head, sat down, and hugged her knees. She couldn't stop her tears. Little White, it turns out Uncle never wanted me to find him. Wang Lin was currently absorbing celestial spiritual energy like crazy. Around him, the shattered celestial jades continued to pile up more and more. The amount of celestial jades required to break past the mid-stage of Ascendant was terrifying, far more than early stage to mid-stage. However, Wang Lin had enough celestial jades. However, Wang Lin found that after his origin soul devoured the ancient thunder dragon, it was different from before. It was like a bottomless pit when it came to absorbing celestial jades. Half a year had already passed, and he had consumed a terrifying amount of celestial jades every day. However, his origin soul was still not full. Time slowly passed, and he consumed even more celestial jades. Another 6 months passed, and on this day, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. Lightning flashed through his eyes, and a heaven-shaking aura rushed out of his body. Wang Lin stood up. His expression was calm, and he stepped toward the sky. Late Stage Ascendant. Chapter 709, Fourth Step of Cultivation. Does it exist? A ray of thunder flew through the stars. Inside the thunder was a thunder beast with silver horn that contained a hint of gold. Its whole body gave off flashes of lightning and looked very majestic. Wang Lin was sitting in the lotus position on the back of the thunder beast. His hair moved without any wind, and his eyes were shining. Although he looked ordinary, he gave off an extraordinary aura. If anyone saw him right now, they would without a doubt think he was a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Right now he was far too similar to Thunder Taoist. If a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple met Wang Lin, they would be startled. More than 900 years of cultivation allowed Wang Lin to reach the late stage of Ascendant, the same cultivation level as Kuizi back then. If Kuizi wasn't dead, how would he feel if he saw this? The little cultivator who he only considered a pawn had grown to such heights. Late-stage Ascendant cultivators were considered supreme existences in some small cultivation planets. No one would dare to provoke them there. After spending the last year absorbing celestial spiritual energy, Wang Lin had finally reached this peak. He only needed to take another step for his cultivation and domain to reach completion. After that, he would be able to take the step toward the second step. Not many people could reach the second step of cultivation, and it was so difficult that cultivators at the first step couldn't imagine it. Although Wang Lin hadn't reached that step, the few times he battled with illusory cultivators made him realize how powerful second step cultivators were. The first step of cultivation was already very difficult. Thinking back over these 900 years of cultivation, crisis was around every corner. Any bit of carelessness would have caused my soul to be destroyed. If it wasn't for Senior Zhou, I would already be dead from trying to break into the Ascendant stage. If the first step was already like this, then the second step must be more difficult. The second step must also have its own life and death trial. I wonder if I can pass it. However, a person who follows the will of the heavens is the same as a mortal, and someone who goes against the heavens is immortal. As long as my Tao heart remains, I can conquer all dangers. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. There is also the third step of cultivation. Even people like the All-Seer haven't reached it and are struggling in pursuit. What level is this third step? How will it compare against an ancient god? Wang Lin's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. However, he knew that the third step was currently too far away. He might not even grasp it before his lifespan ends. The 3 steps of cultivation are like climbing a mountain. Each step is more difficult than the previous. I don't know how many realms are in the third step. I just don't know if there is a fourth step. Wang Lin's right hand gently rubbed the thunder beast's head. Lightning moved through his hand, but it had no effect on him. Does the fourth step exist? Wang Lin muttered, as if he was asking the stars. No one could answer this question. The thunder brought Wang Lin toward Planet Thousand Illusion. Planet Ranyun was where his memories were sealed, so Wang Lin didn't want to go there anymore. It is about time to explore that Moongazer Serpent on Planet Yunxia. I need a large amount of celestial ascension fruits, so the Huan family is the best choice. Wang Lin rode the thunder beast forward. Although it was slower than the star compass, it was still very fast. The original body has absorbed the spiritual energy of a small planet, and its strength is at 4 stars. However, it is still missing the aura of an adult ancient god. I wonder if I can find it in the all-heaven star system. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as if he had an epiphany. The Moongazer Serpent is a parasite that lives inside an ancient god's body. I wonder if there is any remnant aura of an ancient god there. Wang Lin remembered something from the past. Back then, on planet Tianyun, a messenger of the Cultivation Alliance came with a star sable. That creature is extremely sensitive to the aura of an ancient god. If that beast was here, it would help a lot in search of an ancient god's aura. The thunder beast roared as it flew through space. Half a month later, Planet Thousand Illusion appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. His eyes were calm as the thunder beast flew toward Planet Thousand Illusion. The moment he closed, countless thunder clouds appeared and the sound of thunder rumbling echoed across the sky. This phenomenon immediately caught the attention of the cultivators on Planet Thousand Illusion. The thunder beast closed in and directly penetrated through the atmosphere. As it floated in the air, it raised its head and let out a roar. This roar represented all the thunder in the world. The rumble affected all the thunder clouds created by the arrival of the thunder beast. Bolts of thunder descended from the sky, creating a series of explosions. Just like when Thunder Taoist arrived on planet Ranyun, every cultivator on Planet Thousand Illusion trembled. Their bodies and souls shook from the might of the thunder. After releasing the third seal, the strength and inheritance the thunder beast gained made it no weaker than an illusory cultivator. Wang Lin frowned. He didn't want to attract so much attention. He slapped the Thunder Beast's head, causing it to immediately stop roaring, and flew directly toward the ground. The Thunder Beast rushed straight for the Huan family's home, according to Wang Lin's memory. Before he closed in, every cultivator of the Huan family flew out with Huan Fengshen leading them. They looked at the approaching thunder with horror in their eyes. When they clearly saw Wang Lin sitting on the Thunder Beast, some people even exclaimed out loud. The people of the Huan family could never forget Wang Lin. Sitting on the Thunder Beast's head, Wang Lin's eyes carried lightning sparks as he calmly said, "Huan family head, come forth." Huan Fengshen took a deep breath. He stepped forth and respectfully said, "Huan family's Huan Fengshen greets messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. I didn't recognize Lord Messenger before. I hope Lord Messenger doesn't mind." Wang Lin would naturally not explain, and said, "There is no need to talk about matters of the past. I want to ask if you have a way to obtain a large amount of Celestial Ascension fruits." Celestial Ascension fruits. Huan Fengshen was startled and immediately bitterly said, "Lord Messenger, this?" Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and looked at Huan Fengshen. The Thunder Beast under him began to growl. Huan Fengshen let out a sigh and revealed a decisive gaze. He nodded and said, "Forget it. The Huan family will give up the opportunity to enter the Thunder Celestial Realm in 100 years and give all the collected Celestial Ascension fruits to Lord Messenger." Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but he began to think. This Huan Fengshen's words contained some clues. Could the Celestial Ascension fruit have something to do with the Thunder Celestial Realm? The Thunder Celestial Realm was going to open up in 100 years. Wang Lin had heard this from Sun Shi before. Wang Lin's expression didn't change as he silently nodded. The Huan family had a large amount of Celestial Ascension fruits, but it still wasn't enough for Wang Lin's needs. "It seems I have to borrow the name of the Thunder Celestial Temple and go through this northern domain for more." Wang Lin rubbed the Thunder Beast's head. Chapter 710, Attachment. The 5 major planets in the northern domain of the All-Heaven star system each had many cultivation planets under them, and there were many cultivation families on these cultivation planets. Wang Lin sat on the back of the Thunder Beast and went directly toward the Qian family. The second-step cultivators of the Qian family had gone into closed-door cultivation long ago, so everything regarding the family was managed being by Kuizi. When Wang Lin entered Planet Thousand Illusion, Kuizi noticed instantly. When he saw Wang Lin arrive on the Thunder Beast, he was convinced that what the Huan family's ancestor said was a lie. This person was without a doubt a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Thinking about the powerful treasures and spells this person displayed 70 years ago in the battle against the Huan family's ancestor, Kuizi's heart trembled. The messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple my Qian family relied on died in the Thunder Celestial Realm several thousand years ago. In the All-Heaven star system, unless it is one of the ancient families, everyone needs to rely on a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple to survive. Kuizi hesitated. His decision now would determine the future development of the Qian family. Unfortunately, all of the second-step cultivators in the family are all in closed-door cultivation. I can't disturb them, or else there would be someone to discuss this with. While Kuizi was hesitating, Wang Lin headed toward the Qian family city on the Thunder Beast. The Qian family city was very large, several times larger than the Huan families. After all, the Qian family was the #1 family on Planet Thousand Illusions. Kuizi and some cultivators of the Qian family quickly came out to welcome Wang Lin. Although Kuizi's cultivation level was higher than Wang Lin's, the status of a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple was as high as the heavens, so they wouldn't dare to offend one. On the Thunder Beast, Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he looked at the Qian family cultivators. Finally, his gaze fell on Kuizi, and he said, "Senior Kuizi, long time no see." Kuizi laughed and said, "I don't dare to be called senior. Lord Messenger's status is noble, and my cultivation level is merely slightly higher. Let's talk as peers." While Kuizi spoke calmly, his heart was shocked. From what he could see, this person had gone from the early stage of Ascendant to the late stage of Ascendant in less than a century. Although he was still in the first step, this speed was shocking. Only the various cultivation methods of the Thunder Celestial Temple could do this. What shocked Kuizi the most was the Thunder Beast under Wang Lin. This Thunder Beast was even fiercer, and when its gaze fell on Kuizi, he felt like he had encountered a cultivator with similar cultivation level as his. Kuizi thought, "Back then, I thought this person had high status in the Thunder Celestial Temple. It looks like my guess is 70% likely to be true." Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "That is fine as well. Fellow cultivator Kuizi, I'm here to ask for some Celestial Ascension fruits." Kuizi silently pondered a bit. Although the celestial ascension fruits were very important to enter the Thunder Celestial realm, getting the support of a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple was more important. The only hesitation he had was the future development of this person. It has to be said that in the All-Heaven Star system, once a family was supported by a messenger, they couldn't be supported by another until that messenger died. With my Qian family's resources, we can bring a messenger that has reached the second step. However, those second-step messengers are all too arrogant. To gain their support would require too many resources. This person's cultivation is lacking, but his potential in the future is infinite. Although this is just a bet, if I bet correctly here. Kuizi began to hesitate. In the All-Heaven Star system, if a family was not supported by a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, it meant that they lost the protection of the Thunder Celestial Temple. The consequences of this were extremely serious. The Thunder Celestial Temple was a giant existence that shrouded the All-Heaven Star system. Its method of control over the All-Heaven Star system was very primitive and very different from how the Cultivation Alliance controlled the Alliance Star system. In the All-Heaven Star system, the Thunder Celestial Temple had a set number of messengers that never change. It always maintained 99 people. There were 99 messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple, and each would have a large number of families that relied on them, allowing them to develop their own forces. This was the unique style of the All-Heaven Star system. Thunder Taoist forces weren't in the northern domain, and he had only come here because he was ordered to investigate. It was due to his own confidence that he came by himself, and this resulted in his downfall. If Wang Lin and Thunder Taoist were battling in Thunder Taoist's sphere of influence, Wang Lin would without a doubt died. Kuizi pondered for a long time, but Wang Lin didn't urge and quietly waited. He didn't know what Kuizi was thinking. In fact, Kuizi's thoughts had nothing to do with the celestial ascension fruits. Shortly after, Kuizi let out a sigh. The Huan family ancestors' words still echoed in his ears. He hesitated before saying, "Lord Messenger, my Qian family has a lot of celestial ascension fruits, and we can give you half of them as a gift. However, I have a request I hope Lord Messenger can agree to." Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he slowly said, "Speak." Kuizi looked at Wang Lin and said, "I would like to see Lord Messenger's Thunder Celestial Temple token." His gaze narrowed. If this person couldn't take out a token, then he was a fake, but if he could, Kuizi would make a certain decision. Wang Lin coldly looked at Kuizi. Without wasting time, he slapped his bag of holding and Thunder Taoist jade flew out. Bursts of thunder immediately came from the jade, and the might of thunder spread out. Kuizi had seen the token of a Thunder Celestial Temple messenger once before. At the moment he saw the token and felt the might of thunder, his expression immediately became respectful and the doubt in his heart disappeared. "Lord Messenger, my Qian family is willing to make an agreement with you. When you reach the Yin and Yang stage, my Qian family will become your subordinates. Before that happens, my Qian family will do our best to meet your needs." Although Kuizi no longer had any doubts, the matter of gaining support from a messenger was simply too important. He decided to wait instead of completely devoting themselves. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but his thoughts raced. This Thunder Celestial Temple seemed a bit strange. Becoming my subordinate family. Can the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple develop their own forces? Wang Lin didn't ask, but softly said, "Let's talk about this matter in the future. First, bring me the celestial ascension fruits." Kuizi secretly sighed. It seemed the other party was not interested in his deal. It was not abnormal, as without handing over their family's bloodline inheritance, it wouldn't be considered truly becoming a subordinate family. He didn't know if his hesitation had made his Qian family miss out on a chance to develop in the future, but right now he didn't have time to think about it. After hearing Wang Lin's order, he sent out the order to the Qian family members. Shortly after, a cultivator of the Qian family appeared with a bag of holding and respectfully handed it to Kuizi. Kuizi threw the bag over and said, "Lord Messenger, this is half the celestial ascension fruits my Qian family possesses." Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense and then nodded. The amount of celestial ascension fruits in this bag was about the same as what the Huan family gave him, but it still wasn't enough for Wang Lin. "Thanks." After clasping his hands at Kuizi, Wang Lin patted the Thunder Beast's head. The Thunder Beast let out a roar before turning into a bolt of thunder and disappearing. Kuizi looked at the bolt of thunder leaving and felt regret. If he was more decisive and had gained support, Wang Lin had only obtained 1/5 of the celestial ascension fruits he needed, so there was still a lot to go. During the last 100 years, Planet Thousand Illusions had undergone a lot of changes. The Su family had mysteriously migrated. After leaving Planet Thousand Illusion for the next several months, Wang Lin swept across the northern domain and borrowed the identity of a Thunder Celestial Temple Messenger. Regardless of whether the cultivation planet was big or small, he would appear there. A rumor saying that a Thunder Celestial Temple Messenger was requesting Celestial Ascension fruits soon appeared. However, this was quickly suppressed by Wang Lin using his status as a Thunder Celestial Temple Messenger. This rumor only remained among the cultivation families. A lot of cultivation families had never met a Thunder Celestial Temple Messenger, so a lot of them greeted Wang Lin with a grand welcome. Almost all of the families were shocked by the title of Thunder Celestial Temple Messenger, so, like the Qian family, they handed over a portion of their Celestial Ascension fruits. In the end, whenever Wang Lin arrived, the cultivation families would immediately hand over a portion of their Celestial Ascension fruits. Some of the smaller cultivation families even requested to become his subordinate families. After Wang Lin careful consideration, he didn't accept these requests, as this matter was too big. He had no feud with these families, and the risk was too great. If they became his subordinates and his identity was exposed in the future, it could easily implicate them. After experiencing all this, Wang Lin gained some clues to the use of the Celestial Ascension fruits to the Thunder Celestial Temple and why families became subordinate to Thunder Celestial Temple messengers. The Celestial Ascension fruits piled up until Wang Lin had far more than he needed, but he still continued to collect them. After all, these fruits still had great use in the Thunder Celestial realm. Half a year later, Wang Lin, along with the Thunder Beast, formed a ray of thunder and charged toward planet Yunxia. Among the bright stars there were many nebulas. Thunder echoed from the Thunder Beast, and Wang Lin traveled extremely quick. If I can succeed in this trip, then the metal element of the heaven-defying bead will be complete. After that, it should be able to recognize an owner. I just don't know if it will have any powers. Wang Lin's expectations began to rise as he flew toward planet Yunxia. Along the way, he took the 1 billion soul flag and searched the memories of the old man that was good at escaping. He memorized all of the old man's escape spells. This old man's escape spells left a profound mark in Wang Lin's memory. If it wasn't for all the things that had happened, he would have studied them long ago. Planet Yunxia gradually became closer. In half a month, planet Yunxia's special fog appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. The fog was thicker than the last time he came here. The bolt of thunder closed in, and before it even closed in, there were loud rumbles. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and after a moment, he charged toward the thick fog. Bursts of roars came from the fog. When the roars landed in Wang Lin's ears, it made his eyes light up. Chapter 711, Excretion. The fog was so thick that it was preventing his divine sense from spreading too far. The Thunder Beast let out a roar and charged into the fog. Thunder covered its body as it descended through the fog. The thunder melted large amounts of fog as they descended. Sitting on the Thunder Beast, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he slapped his bag of holding. The 7-star sword formation flew out and rapidly rotated to clear the way. With the experience from last time, Wang Lin had a good understanding of planet Yunxia. His speed was not fast, and could even be considered slow. Whenever the Thunder Beast let out a roar and wanted to go faster, Wang Lin would stop it. Although the speed was slow, it was stable. With the 7-star sword formation, they easily cleared the way and came closer to the surface of the planet. Wang Lin calculated the distance it took for him to get through the fog last time, and when there should have been less than 1,000 feet remaining, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. The Thunder Beast detected this danger even earlier. Without waiting for Wang Lin's order, it immediately changed directions and charged out. A slender tentacle appeared like an afterimage and swiped through where Wang Lin just was. It was simply too fast and seemed to only make a tiny hole through the fog. Fortunately, the Thunder Beast dodged quickly enough. The tentacle that stretched out waved around before immediately withdrawing. However, while it was withdrawing, it wrapped around Wang Lin's 7-star sword formation. It seemed to carry a powerful section force as it pulled the 7-star sword formation down. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. If he didn't know of the danger and had rushed down, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the tentacle. Fortunately, he wasn't going too fast, so the Thunder Beast was able to dodge it. The tentacle contained a powerful ability. When it touched the 7-star sword formation, it made it so he couldn't control the swords. This tentacle looks familiar. Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit before his eyes lit up, and he recognized the origin of the tentacle. Wang Lin gasped. This thing is shockingly similar to the Moongazer Serpent's third form. The Moongazer Serpent had 3 forms. The first form was the dormant form with no offensive power. When Wang Lin first came here, that was the state the Moongazer Serpent was in. The second form was when all the tentacles were withdrawn and the Moongazer Serpent would change into various shapes. The current Moongazer Serpent was in this state. The third form was the assault form. All of the tentacles would be extended and could extend as long as the Moongazer serpent itself. If one encountered a Moongazer serpent in this form, they must escape, or they will be attacked. Thinking about this, Wang Lin's expression became even more gloomy. He looked at the remaining 1,000 feet of fog and began to hesitate. When I came here last time, there were 2 Moongazer serpents here. One was in the first state, and the second one was sleeping. Why have they changed now? I don't know which Moongazer serpent that tentacle belonged to. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. If he left now, not only would he have wasted his time gathering the Celestial Ascension fruits, he would also lose the 7-star sword formation. I lost a treasure before I even got close. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and revealed a decisive gaze. He really wasn't willing to leave like this. He patted the Thunder Beast's head, and then it charged through the fog, but it didn't emit any roars. After leaving the fog, his divine sense was no longer obstructed. The scene that appeared before him made him suck in a breath of cold air. The earth was completely different from before. The swaying plants from before had disappeared and were replaced with long tentacles. These tentacles were dark red and gave off a mysterious power. This made Wang Lin's scalp tingle. His divine sense spread out, and he carefully scanned the area before letting out a breath of relief. Only 10,000 feet long. That means it is only heading toward the third form, but hasn't fully awakened. However, without stimulation, it is impossible for the Moongazer serpent to be like this. Someone must have come here in the last 100 years. Wang Lin frowned. However, even if someone came, it is unlikely for them to have stimulated it into transforming into the third form. This matter is strange. Wang Lin jumped off the Thunder Beast and pondered. He looked toward the Thunder Beast and talked as if he was talking to a person. With your abilities, you should be able to detect the dangers here. If you still aren't willing to revert back into the war chariot, it will only increase the danger for both of us. The Thunder Beast waved its big head and began to ponder. It glanced at the tentacles coming out the ground and revealed a look of disdain. Wang Lin frowned hard and simply decided to ignore it. He moved forward without causing any disturbance. He moved slowly and carefully as he made his way between the tentacles. In his eyes, each of these tentacles contained terrifying attack power. While Wang Lin flew, one of the tentacles before him suddenly lashed toward him. A powerful force rushed toward him. The powerful wind created by this force blew Wang Lin's hair backwards. The wind was like knives as it hit his face. He had been vigilant and was carefully observing these tentacles. When the tentacle attacked, he saw the root of the tentacle change slightly. In almost an instant, Wang Lin teleported away. He was so fast that it created an afterimage. The tentacle hit the afterimage before slowly retracting and returning to normal. Wang Lin's figure appeared in the air. He stared at the tentacles on the ground, and his eyebrows knit even tighter. To make the Moongazer serpent fall under the effect of the Celestial Ascension fruits, they must be used on its sensitive spot. However, doing that will be troublesome with these tentacles. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and a large amount of Celestial Ascension fruits flew out around him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, his right hand reached out, and he said, "Refine." Sounds of crisp explosions could be heard as the Celestial Ascension fruits all shattered and turned into red liquid that condensed together. Wang Lin's hand formed a seal as he spat out a mouthful of origin energy that surrounded the liquid. His origin energy turned to flames, and then red mist started being refined out of the liquid. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he grabbed the mist and charged toward the ground. He pushed his hand down, and the red mist rushed toward the tentacles. In the blink of an eye, the mist spread more than 1,000 feet wide. The dense, red mist surrounded the tentacles. It was much easier for the tentacles to absorb the fruits in mist form. The dozens of tentacles within the area gradually slowed down their swaying. It was the same as mortals getting drunk. The tentacles' dark red quickly turned into a crimson red. Wang Lin carefully descended and moved between the tentacles. The tentacles seemed to completely ignore him, which let Wang Lin breathe a sigh of relief. Shortly after, he finally landed on the ground. There was a scene in the ancient gods' memories about the Moongazer serpent's sensitive spot. It was the root of the tentacles. Just a small little stimulation there would stimulate the whole body. Wang Lin carefully took out Celestial Ascension fruits, usually dozens at once, and refined them into a red liquid. After placing restrictions on them, he allowed the red liquid to merge with the root of the tentacles. While he was doing this, he was very cautious. He was very careful and had his divine sense spread out. The redness from the tentacles quickly dissipated, and Wang Lin knew he didn't have much time. After placing the red liquid at the root of the last tentacle, he quickly flew out. Almost at the instant he flew out, the red mist dissipated. The tentacle's color changed from crimson red back to dark red. However, there were bulges on the tentacles that moved down underground. When Wang Lin saw this, he recognized this scene. This was the Moongazer serpent expelling the toxins from its body just like a mortal using the toilet. The Thunder Beast had been looking at Wang Lin from the sky, and it was a bit annoyed. When it looked at the tentacles on the ground, the disdain in its eyes became even stronger. It moved forward and charged directly at the ground. Bolts of thunder shot out from its body, and the rumbling sound transmitted across the entire planet. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and shouted, "Damn beast, quickly come back." Just at this instant, the ground trembled as if the entire planet had become alive. All of the tentacles stopped swaying and immediately extended toward the Thunder Beast. There were too many tentacles coming from the ground. At first, the Thunder Beast was filled with disdain as bolts of thunder transmitted through the tentacles and into the ground. However, in the next instant, a mysterious power came from the tentacles, and the tentacles gave off a red light. This red light was blinding, and in an instant the entire planet became red. Those tentacles moved even faster, and in the blink of an eye, they wrapped around the Thunder Beast. No matter how hard the Thunder Beast struggled or released thunder, it had no effect on the tentacles. It couldn't break even one tentacle. Wang Lin was far away, and his expression was extremely gloomy. The Moongazer serpent in the third form was extremely sensitive to sound, so the more the Thunder Beast roared, the tighter the tentacles wrapped around it. The disdain in the Thunder Beast's eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced with fear. Wang Lin sent a voice transmission. "Stop roaring." His face was cold as he took out Celestial Ascension fruits. At this moment in the core of planet Yunxia, a thin figure was sitting inside a vast cavern. Outside of his body was a huge furnace. Strands of tentacles about as thick as an arm were wrapped around the furnace. The tentacles constantly wiggled as if they were absorbing something. The old man's expression was gloomy when he suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression became even more gloomy. The walls of the cave began to move, and large amount of red mist came in. There was also some foul-smelling filth that contained lightning, which made the smell even worse. The old man was greed. If Wang Lin was here, he would immediately recognize this place as the place where the Moongazer serpent absorbed nutrients and expelled waste. Chapter 712, Greed's Little Treasure. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a large amount of Celestial Ascension fruits. He calmly looked at the Thunder Beast that was struggling against the tentacles, but no longer dared to roar. He waved his right hand, and all the fruits shattered into juice. After being refined by his origin energy, the juice became red mist. Wang Lin stepped forth with the red mist and appeared next to the trapped Thunder Beast. He mercilessly pressed down with the red mist. There were some crisp cracking sounds as the mist diffused around the Thunder Beast. The tentacles' grasp loosened slightly, and their color started to turn crimson red. Taking advantage of the tentacles' weakening, the Thunder Beast covered itself in thunder. Then its huge body shrank until it turned back into the chariot and finally charged out. Wang Lin's left hand reached out and put the god-slaying war chariot into his bag of holding. It was obvious that the Thunder Beast was terrified. Originally, it was unwilling to return to the bag, but now it compromised. After putting away the Thunder Beast, Wang Lin began moving along. He would use the red mist to temporarily weaken the tentacles before sealing drops of juice at their roots. He repeated this again and again. It was lucky that he had much more Celestial Ascension fruits than he needed, or else he would have run out a long time ago. Wang Lin was very careful along the way and was extremely vigilant. After a few days, he finally infused the juices of the Celestial Ascension fruits into most of the tentacles on the planet. About 70% to 80% of the tentacles of this Moongazer serpent have the juice of the Celestial Ascension fruit sealed inside them. As soon as I activate the restrictions, the seals will collapse. Unfortunately, all of the Celestial Ascension fruits are now gone. If every single tentacle was affected, it would have been perfect. Wang Lin pondered a bit and gave up on the idea of leaving to search for more Celestial Ascension fruits. This place was too strange, and Wang Lin was afraid there would be new changes the next time he came. Once this Moongazer serpent actually awakened, the Celestial Ascension fruits would be useless against it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his body sank underground. The earth was filled with a viscous liquid, so he had to activate the celestial spiritual energy in his body to force it away. Without pause, Wang Lin carefully charged to the metal vein deep under the earth. However, after descending for a while, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he carefully looked around. Wang Lin found subtle fluctuations of celestial spiritual energy within the dirt around here. This celestial spiritual energy was trapped inside the viscous liquid. Wang Lin clearly remembered that the liquid was murky and didn't have a trace of celestial spiritual energy last time he was here. It seems someone came here within the last 100 years. They entered deep into the Moongazer Serpent and used a powerful spell. This is why there's celestial spiritual energy trapped in the dirt, and why the Moongazer Serpent is slowly changing to its third form from its second form. Wang Lin pondered while he sank. After an unknown amount of time, he arrived at where the metal vein was, which was also the bone of the Moongazer Serpent. A flame appeared and lit up the darkness around the bone. Wang Lin's eyes started glowing. His goal for coming here was this. He placed his right hand on the bone and was about to absorb it. However, he immediately stopped and began to ponder. To be able to cause the Moongazer Serpent to change state means this person's cultivation is shocking. If this kind of person already dead, then it won't be an issue. However, if he is still hiding or is trapped here, then when I take the bone and release the celestial ascension fruits, it is very likely that that person will appear. If this is the case, then it will add a lot of variables. Wang Lin withdrew his right hand. After pondering for a bit, he flew along the bone. He decided to carefully search the area to see if there was any other cultivator around. When Wang Lin needed to be cautious, he was always very cautious. This was especially true for a moment like this, where he could easily die if he was careless. He couldn't afford to not be cautious. Taking the bone from this Moongazer Serpent's body can be considered one of the 3 most dangerous moments in my life. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and became even more cautious. Back in the land of ancient God, he relied on wit. In the celestial realm, he relied on caution. At the demon spirit land, he relied on determination. He followed the bone and moved forward. After a long time, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. His eyes shined brightly as he stared at the bone before him. There was a huge fissure on the bone, and there was a dried layer of mucus over it. It was obvious that this was because a very long time had passed. This fissure was very deep, although not enough to cut the bone in half. Wang Lin clearly remembered that this crack didn't exist the last time he was here. After cautiously moving forward, Wang Lin carefully examined it, and his eyes became serious. No wonder the Moongazer Serpent is turning into its third form. The pain caused by this kind of injury is enough to completely anger it. The person who injured it obviously doesn't know anything about the Moongazer Serpent, or they wouldn't have dared to do this. Wang Lin revealed a sneer, then he moved and went around. However, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the fissure once more. He felt like there was something wrong. After pondering for a bit, he returned to the fissure, and his eyes followed the dried mucus. After a long time, his eyes suddenly shined and his right hand waved at the dried mucus. Celestial spiritual energy immediately appeared, and a celestial wind started blowing. The dried mucus immediately melted, revealing the deep fissure under it. In the depths of the fissure lied a huge mountain. The mucus was blocking the way before, so Wang Lin didn't see it. Also, the mountain had almost completely assimilated with the bone, so there was almost no difference between the two. When Wang Lin moved just a second ago, he found that the celestial spiritual energy here was much denser than everywhere else. The source of the celestial spiritual energy was the fissure. While staring at the mountain that had assimilated with the Moongazer Serpent's bone, the light in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared and was replaced with a mysterious light. Greed. Wang Lin revealed a grim expression. Wang Lin had seen this mountain before. This was the treasure Greed took out and extracted the mountain's soul from. They indeed chased after me. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Now he was no longer anxious to take the Moongazer Serpent's bone. I just don't know if they all came, or if only a few people came, or if only Greed came. Wang Lin rubbed his chin as he stared at the mountain. He moved forward and went directly into the fissure. The walls of the bone were uneven and the large amount of metal ore was giving off a red light. It looked very gorgeous. The 7-star sword formation has been taken by the tentacles, and I have no idea where it went. However, I can't let go of this mountain. With Greed's status and habits, his treasures can't be simple. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He carefully looked around before arriving next to the mountain. The edge of the mountain had already assimilated with the bone, and it was impossible to tell the two apart. One could clearly see that some flame metal had appeared within the mountain. The assimilation is very thorough, so this will be a bit difficult. I can't use the celestial ascension fruits right now. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before forming a sword with his 2 fingers and testing the toughness of the mountain. This mountain was very hard. His finger was filled with celestial spiritual energy, but left no mark. His eyes lit up, and he transferred some of Ling Tianho's sword energy into his finger. He gave up on getting the entire mountain. Instead, he went around the assimilated part and swung down. A crack silently appeared on the mountain and slowly spread. There was only a soft crackle as the close side of the mountain separated from the Moongazer serpent's bone. The position Wang Lin chose was very ingenious. He completely avoided the assimilated part, so he didn't stimulate the Moongazer serpent. After arriving on the other side, Wang Lin carefully looked at it and waved his fingers once more. This time he was even more careful, because this side of the mountain had assimilated even more than the other side. Wang Lin's 2 fingers carefully moved around the mountain and slowly avoided the assimilated part. Just as he was about to completely remove the mountain, Wang Lin suddenly felt coldness from behind him that made his scalp tingle. He didn't even dare to spread out his divine sense. Under this cold aura, it was as if he had his eyes closed, and there was a sword pointed between his eyebrows. At this moment, this feeling appeared along with the chill on his back. This feeling continued and became even clearer. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as his right hand grabbed the mountain that had been extracted. He immediately charged up and his left hand pointed behind him. The stop spell. All of this happened in an instant. There was no hesitation at all. As Wang Lin moved, a roar came from behind him. Wang Lin quickly flew out after grabbing the mountain. He immediately put the mountain inside his bag and charged into the earth. Without any hesitation, he used an escape spell he learned from the old man. Roars echoed behind his body, and when he flew out, his divine sense spread out. To his horror, he saw the small Moongazer serpent with 100 feet of its body outside the dirt with the rest still hidden in the earth. This small Moongazer serpent was surrounded by the stop spell, which gave Wang Lin the perfect chance to escape. After Wang Lin had disappeared, the small Moongazer serpent regained control, but its eyes were bloodshot. It let out a roar before disappearing back into the earth. Wang Lin was moving very fast through the earth and was already far away. This made him even more aware of how dangerous this place was. How many Moongazer serpents are here? Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. What terrified him the most was that the Moongazer serpent's appearance was extremely strange. He wasn't aware of it closing in at all. It had been a long time since something like this had happened to him. That Moongazer serpent is in its 3rd form. That damn greed. Just what exactly did he do? If all he did was stab the mountain into the Moongazer serpent's bone, it definitely wouldn't be like this. Wang Lin suddenly stopped while escaping. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became even more gloomy. Could it be? Chapter 713, Extracting the Bone of the Moongazer Serpent. In the memories of 2C, there was something inside the Moongazer Serpent called the Moonflower. It was extremely poisonous, and nothing beside the blood of an ancient god could cure it. The value of this item would come into effect when the Moongazer Serpent died. It would cause the entire Moongazer Serpent to expand like a balloon until it exploded. This would kill everything in the star system except ancient gods. The larger the Moongazer serpent, the stronger the explosion. This was why there were no remains of dead Moongazer serpents. This moonflower was what the Moongazer serpents cared the most about. If anything endangered the moonflower, it would enrage the Moongazer serpent to wipe out all dangers. I once heard that this greed doesn't go anywhere if there aren't treasures to be found. Could he have mistaken the moonflower for a treasure? Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. In the memories of ancient god 2C, the moonflower couldn't be taken out. If it was taken out, then it would immediately explode. If this is true, then an explosion from a Moongazer serpent of this size could wipe out more than half of the northern domain. Wang Lin's scalp tingled. If no one provoked the Moongazer serpent, even after countless years, it wouldn't die. It would just remain in its 2nd form until it naturally died. Even then, it would take a very long time. Even if someone came, with how strong the Moongazer serpent was, it would be impossible for anyone to take the moonflower. That person would just be giving up their life. If this is greed looking for death, it has nothing to do with me. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he continued to search. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin had searched almost every part of the Moongazer serpent aside from some inaccessible places. During this time, he didn't encounter any more Moongazer serpents. If he wasn't killed by the Moongazer serpent, then he was swallowed by it. Everything that the Moongazer serpent swallows gathers at the point where absorption and excretion happens. I need to check that place. Wang Lin moved quickly toward that location. The Moongazer serpent has its own circulation system. Its excretion didn't get expelled to the outside world. It was instead absorbed again by the body for nutrients. Several days later, Wang Lin carefully arrived at the absorption and excretion location of the Moongazer serpent. There was a foul stench coming from the soil around here. Wang Lin frowned. He didn't go in far, but circled around the edge. Just as his divine sense spread out, he suddenly heard a faint divine sense message coming from inside. Is there a fellow cultivator outside? Save me, and there will be great rewards. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He was very familiar with this voice. It was greed. Fellow cultivator, save me. I have a lot of treasures. If fellow cultivator saves me, I'll give you all of them. In the Moongazer Serpent's absorption and excretion spot, Greed's body was very thin. He had lost a lot of his flesh, blood essence, and celestial spiritual energy to counter the absorption force here over the last 100 years. If it wasn't for the furnace, he would have already turned into nothing. Back then, he sensed that there was a powerful treasure hidden here. He only had this strong of a feeling back when he got this mysterious furnace. He was tempted by this and entered this place. Planet Yunxia was very calm, and he successfully entered deep into the place toward the treasure he was sensing. The treasure he had his eyes on was the Moongazer Serpent's moonflower. Along the way, he saw the metal vein, and after hesitating for a bit, he stabbed the celestial mountain into it. He was very greedy and wanted to pry off large sections at a time. Unfortunately, this great pain caused the Moongazer Serpent to awaken. If it wasn't for him taking out the furnace quickly enough, he would have already been killed. This shocked him greatly, and greed hid himself for several years until the Moongazer Serpent calmed down. He no longer dared to even think about the metal vein and rushed toward where he sensed the treasure. Back then he already noticed that there was something wrong with this place. He intended to only take a look. If it was easy to take, he would take it, and if not, then he would immediately leave. With his life of seeking treasures, he successfully arrived at where the moonflower was. Greed only took one look before he sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes shined with greed. He didn't know what the moonflower was, but he could clearly feel a powerful destructive force inside. He felt that even Ling Tianhe would be destroyed by this force. Due to his greed, Greed gave up on leaving and was ready to take this treasure. However, the moment he touched it, it seemed as if the entire planet truly awakened. At that moment, the Moongazer Serpent began to transform into its third form. Greed was only able to split a bit of his divine sense into the moonflower before a large mouth swallowed him. Then he appeared in this place. He had analyzed this strange place. This planet was a very large beast. Terrified by this, he gave up on the treasure and was ready to flee. He relied on the power of the furnace to switch places many times to escape. However, each time he tried, he would be caught, swallowed, and thrown back into this place. Moreover, after the last time, these tentacles wrapped around the furnace as if they were absorbing its power and made the furnace lose its effect. With Greed's intelligence, he had naturally deducted that this was the beast's absorption and excretion area. He just didn't understand why the beast hadn't killed him and kept bringing him here. This was the first time in 100 years that he felt someone outside. The excitement he felt was indescribable. Fellow cultivator, save me. This old man swears there will be great rewards. Greed kept sending out divine sense messages. Wang Lin still hadn't said a word. Instead, he turned around to leave. Wang Lin knew that with his current cultivation level, it would be easy to enter, but it would be impossible to leave. After finding out that Greed had been trapped here and that no one had come to rescue him, Wang Lin was able to deduce that Greed was the only person who came from the Alliance star system. After understanding this, Wang Lin no longer had anything to worry about. If he were to waste time talking with Greed, then he wouldn't be Wang Lin. He turned around and left without any hesitation. He was not tempted by the treasures Greed talked about at all. Those that he should get, he would naturally get them, and those that he shouldn't get, he wouldn't be greedy over them. Otherwise, it would be the same as wasting his 900+ years of cultivation. This was why Wang Lin gave up the last time he came here until he gathered enough celestial ascension fruits. He moved like the wind through the dirt. After an unknown amount of time, he arrived back at where the crack in the bone was. He carefully observed for a long time before determining that there was no other Moongazer Serpent around. Wang Lin sat down in the Lotus position and let out a breath of foul air. He didn't move after he sat down, and the Celestial Guard came out and carefully observed its surroundings. After the danger he encountered last time, Wang Lin didn't dare to risk it. His hand formed a seal, and the seal he placed in the countless tentacles sealing the Celestial Ascension fruit liquid collapsed. If one looked from above, they would see that a majority of the countless tentacles covering planet Yunxia suddenly trembled. Bright red light came from the root of these tentacles. Without the seals, the Celestial Ascension fruit liquid was instantly released. If only one portion of Celestial Ascension fruit liquid was absorbed by the Moongazer Serpent, it was like a drop into the ocean. Like a mosquito bite, it wasn't painful or itchy. If there was time between each dose, it wouldn't be a big deal either. After all, the Moongazer Serpent's body had its own way of detoxing. However, at this moment, a majority of the tentacles were absorbing the liquid at once. As a result, it was as strong as a storm. At this moment, most of the tentacles stopped swaying and began to tremble. The power of the Celestial Ascension fruit suddenly spread out. The mysterious force of the large quantity of celestial ascension fruit liquid entered the Moongazer serpent's body from its roots. This was the same as 100 streams form a creek, 1,000 creeks form a river, 10,000 river forms an ocean. The mysterious force of the celestial ascension fruit seemed to form an ocean, and it diffused across the Moongazer serpent's body. The ground trembled greatly, and a very excited aura came from the earth. All of the tentacles seemed to have lost their aggression and began to drunkenly sway around. If Wang Lin's cultivation was insufficient, or he didn't have the experience of the scattered devil pulling the planet's soul, then he would only have felt the earth tremble and not feel the sense of excitement coming from the Moongazer serpent's soul. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, his arms spread out and touched both sides of the split bone. It was as if he was linking them with his own body. The third ability of the Underworld River, Power of the Underworld. Wang Lin's Underworld River appeared. It split into two parts along his arms and charged out like two fierce dragons. It moved very fast along the bone and covered it. Wang Lin shouted, "Bone extraction!" A powerful suction came from the Underworld River. This third ability came from the Tide Abyss in the Demon Spirit Land. This power was gained from an enlightenment Wang Lin had when he experienced the invisible force created by the intersection of two star systems. Its power would grow indefinitely along with his Tao. At this moment, he used it with his late-stage ascendant cultivation, and it was enough to cause the entire planet to tremble. Even the fog around the planet was affected. Waves of muffled roars that gave off an ancient feeling came from the earth and spread very far. Chapter 714, The Moongazer Serpent Awakens. In planet Yunxia, Wang Lin was sitting in the Lotus position and his eyes were shining. The power of the Underworld River was covering both sections of the bone. At this moment, the two sections of bone were moving as if they were alive. Following a burst of golden light, the trembling became more violent. It wasn't only one part, but the entire bone was trembling. It was as if a big hand was holding someone's spine and shaking it violently, thus causing their whole body to tremble. The Moongazer serpent was like this right now. The entire planet began to tremble violently. The area around Wang Lin was shaking violently, but his body seemed to be rooted in place and remained motionless. Great pain spread across this giant Moongazer serpent, but due to the large amount of celestial ascension fruits, the pain was dulled greatly. Also, through some strange means, this pain was converted into an intense sense of excitement. Bursts of red mist came out of the countless tentacles covering the planet. The tentacles trembled violently, and muffled roars seemed to come from the planet. All of the tentacles on the surface extended like crazy, and their lengths increased several-fold from their original 1,000 feet. If one looked at planet Yunxia from space, it would look like a giant sea urchin. Deep inside planet Yunxia, Wang Lin's eyes shined even more. Endless suction force came from his arms and spread across the two sections of the bone. The suction force was like a knife separating the bone from the Moongazer serpent's body. During this process, this giant Moongazer serpent shook even more violently. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the planet, and the tentacles extended even farther. At the same time, a large amount of dirt fell off the Moongazer serpent. If one saw this from the sky, they would see a large amount of dirt floating off the planet and into space. However, if one looked from space, they would see countless land masses coming off from planet Yunxia and slowly floating away. It was like an egg with its shell rapidly cracking and falling off. An ancient aura slowly came from inside the planet as the dirt flew off. It was as if a fierce beast that had been sleeping for countless years was gradually awakening. The vibration became more and more intense, and more red mist started coming from the tentacles. The mixture of the red mist and the fog outside seemed to form a dense cocoon. In planet Yunxia, Wang Lin's eyes shined even brighter. The earth trembled even more violently before, and a thick sense of crisis came at him from all directions. Wang Lin suddenly stood up and moved as fast as light. Right now his eyes contained the might of thunder. He instantly arrived on the left section of the bone. Both of his hands grabbed onto the bone and he shouted, "Rise!" This roar was like a rumbling thunder that spat out all of Wang Lin's energy in exchange for great power. Countless veins on his arms bulged, and there were even flashes of runes that appeared from the cycling of his celestial spiritual energy. Both of his hands were gripping the left section of the bone tightly. His eyes revealed a trace of madness, but deep within this madness there was an extraordinary sense of calmness. "Rise for me," Wang Lin shouted again, and he pulled with his hands again. The earth shook even more violently, and painful roars came through the earth. However, due to the power of the celestial ascension fruits, the giant Moongazer serpent wasn't able to determine what this feeling was. The earth shook even more violently, and Wang Lin's body tensed up, and he pulled once more. He managed to make this half of the bone move 3 inches. As long as it could be moved, even 1 inch was important. Wang Lin activated all of the celestial spiritual energy in his body without hesitation and pulled on the bone. Endless rumbles came from the earth as the bone that was countless kilometers long was slowly dragged out by Wang Lin. 7 inches, 10 inches, 3 feet, 6 feet, 10 feet, 100 feet. The sound of friction was enough to shake one's soul. Wang Lin began to pull this half of the bone faster and faster. Wang Lin's face was ferocious, and the celestial spiritual energy in his body was surging like crazy. If he hadn't reached the late stage of Ascendant, his body might not have been able to bear using celestial spiritual energy like this. Every time the celestial spiritual energy cycled once, Wang Lin's strength would increase greatly. Time was of the essence, and the danger increased 1-fold every second he spent here. Wang Lin's eyes were blood red as he let out another roar. His strength reached its peak. There was a loud rumble as Wang Lin rushed toward the surface with this section of the bone. The Celestial Guard immediately passed by Wang Lin and charged toward the other section of bone. In comparison, the Celestial Guard that was at the illusory Yin stage and cultivated a method similar to the ancient gods was much stronger than Wang Lin. It arrived next to the bone in a flash and grabbed it with both hands. When the Celestial Guard pulled the other section of the bone, the earth trembled even more violently. The rumbling sounded like countless bolts of thunder descending. As the Celestial Guard held the bone, its body glowed gold with a hint of red. It dragged the bone and followed closely after Wang Lin. Wang Lin and the Celestial Guard dragged one section of the bone each as they quickly broke through all the earth before them and headed toward the surface. Their speed was too fast, as Wang Lin was using all his speed without any hesitation. At first he wasn't fast, but once he gained momentum, he became faster and faster. The earth trembled and the Moongazer serpent roared even louder. The tentacles released more red mist, and under the stimulation of this intense pain, the Moongazer serpent rapidly transformed into its third form. However, thanks to the celestial ascension fruits, the transformation process became a lot slower, and the Moongazer serpent was unable to tell where the intense pain was coming from. After all, its body was too big. Also, it was only gradually awakening, so it was still in a drowsy state. This allowed the celestial ascension fruits to be even more effective. As the earth rumbled, Wang Lin charged out. The moment he charged out, the madness in his eyes was even more intense. He mercilessly pulled the bone out from underground. The loud sound made the earth tremble even more, and the sound of the bone grinding against the earth was enough to give people headaches. This half section of bone was simply too big and stretched for endless kilometers like a mountain range. From a distance, it looked like a giant, golden, fire dragon. This object was too big to be put into the bag of holding, so Wang Lin had to drag the bone as he charged toward the sky. His figure was too insignificant compared to this giant bone. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't even see him. Just at this moment, the earth rumbled once more and the Celestial Guard charged out. It was carrying the other half of the bone and followed closely after Wang Lin. Charge! Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and the cycle of celestial spiritual energy in his body was already beyond his limit. Some of the celestial spiritual energy was leaking out of his body, causing him massive pain. However, compared to being able to obtain the Moongazer serpent's bone, this pain was worth it. Wang Lin knew that he had to leave quickly, because if he was a bit slower, everything would be ruined, and he could even lose his life here. He didn't believe the Moongazer serpent would have any thoughts of letting the creature that took its bone escape. Once he was devoured, he would without a doubt die. Although the tentacles wanted to wrap around them, due to the effect of the celestial ascension fruits, their movements were slower. However, the bone was simply too big, so even though the tentacles were slower, many of them still wrapped around the bone. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding without any hesitation and took out the restriction flag. His eyes revealed a sign of heartbreak, but this was not the time to worry about it. He formed a seal and pointed at the restriction flag. This flag suddenly trembled and seemed to let out a sad cry. After all, it had been with Wang Lin for many years, and more than 900 years of refining it had caused a hint of intelligence to form. The sad cry revealed a trace of decisiveness. The restriction flag collapsed, and the countless restrictions fused together into a black meteor. There seemed to be a flame burning inside it as it crashed down on the tentacles wrapped around the bone. The self-destruction of the restriction flag was exchanged for a powerful force. At this moment, a huge restriction appeared, and this restriction contained a spirit. This spirit was formed due to Wang Lin, and it also extinguished for Wang Lin. Because this huge restriction carried a spirit, it released endless power. When it fell on the tentacles, it caused them to instantly slow down. The Moongazer Serpent was simply too powerful. Even the self-destruction of the restriction flag couldn't cut off the tentacles. It could only delay the tentacles for a moment. Wang Lin secretly sighed, but he mercilessly pulled without any hesitation. The entangled bone was pulled up, and Wang Lin charged toward the fog in the sky while carrying the bone. As for the section of bone carried by the Celestial Guard, it was also entangled. However, with the destruction of the restriction flag, it was also pulled free, and the guard rushed after Wang Lin. As long as they could pass through this layer of fog, they would be in endless space. However, just at this moment, the trembling in the earth reached a peak and a huge gap appeared. It was like a huge mouth, and a roar that shook the heavens and earth came out from this huge mouth. Wang Lin's body trembled, and all the celestial spiritual energy in his body collapsed. His face filled with pain, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 7:15, Escape, Escape, Escape. Even the Celestial Guard's body trembled, and the golden light around its body dissipated a bit. Wang Lin clenched his teeth. He ignored the aura of the giant mouth as he charged out once more toward the dense fog. However, the crack on the ground rose like crazy. At this moment, the earth began to constantly rise, and an entire planet began to rumble. Large amounts of land collapsed and flew off into space. This scene was almost exactly the same as when the original body caused a planet to collapse. However, that planet collapsed from the inside, and the explosion was extremely powerful. If low-level cultivators were too close, they would have no chance of surviving. However, planet Yunxia was slightly different. Although it was also collapsing, there was no destructive force. It was more the Moongazer Serpent waking up and shaking off the debris that had gathered on its body over the years. The constantly rising earth was only an illusion, as the so-called earth was merely the Moongazer Serpent's body. The rise of the earth was just the Moongazer Serpent turning around and raising its head. The giant crack instantly closed in, and its speed was unimaginable. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. The power of the celestial ascension fruits was still there, or else there would be no way for him to escape. As long as he could stop the Moongazer Serpent for a moment, he could charge through the fog and enter space. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and was about to slap his bag of holding when his eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, he felt a fluctuation he was very familiar with as the huge mouth approached him. That was the fluctuation from the 7-star sword formation. He withdrew his right hand from the bag and formed a seal. He then pointed forward and shouted, "Sword formation, spin." His voice carried power as it charged out like a bolt of thunder toward the 7-star sword formation inside the huge mouth. The 7-star sword formation rapidly spun and gave off endless sword energy as it attacked like crazy from the inside. However, these attacks were really insignificant to the Moongazer Serpent and weren't able to stop it for even half a second. Seeing the mouth coming closer and closer, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, and he shouted, "Rat sword, explode." A muffled sound came from the mouth, and then a roar came from inside. The mouth moved even faster and was within 1,000 feet of Wang Lin. Wang Lin's speed was very fast, and he and the Celestial Guard had now entered the dense fog. However, this dense fog rapidly dissipated as the mouth closed in. It disappeared without a trance in the blink of an eye. After countless years, this was the first time the dense fog around the serpent had disappeared. Pig, sheep, monkey, ox, tiger, and hare all explode. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with madness. Rumble, 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 rumble. Countless explosions echoed within the Moongazer Serpent. Not only did the swords explode, the evil spirits that reside within them also exploded. At this moment, a powerful destructive force formed as the 7-star sword formation launched its most powerful attack at the Moongazer Serpent. However, the Moongazer Serpent was so strong that the explosion of the 7-star sword formation had no effect on it. It merely slowed it for a moment due to the impact of the explosion. However, what Wang Lin wanted was for it to slow down. He and the Celestial Guard quickly charged out. The stars were right before their eyes. The huge mouth quickly recovered. The power of the celestial ascension fruits still made it unsure where this powerful sense of pain and excitement was coming from. However, in its confused state after awakening, it felt the two creatures that were trying to escape were carrying something familiar. It subconsciously chased to try to keep those two familiar things here. When it saw the other two move even faster and faster, it let out a sound that hadn't been heard in countless years. Although this sound had no practical meaning, it was extremely strange. The moment this sound appeared, Wang Lin's scalp immediately went numb. This was the language of the ancient god. Wang Lin gasped. The memories from 2C don't show that Moongazer serpents can speak the language of the ancient gods. What kind of Moongazer serpent is this? The moment the words of the ancient gods echoed, the sky changed. Wang Lin suddenly had a feeling that the thing chasing him was no longer a Moongazer serpent, but an adult ancient god. The ancient god's language echoed, and it was very ancient. However, what it brought Wang Lin was the sense that a life and death crisis was about to happen. Cracks appeared in the space around this area, as if it was about to collapse. This made Wang Lin almost lose his wit. He knew this spell. This was a shattering spell that only an 8-star ancient god could use. It could shatter everything in sight and cause everything in its range to collapse into dust. The sense of life and death he was feeling had never been so strong. Wang Lin turned around and let out a loud yet strange roar. What he spoke was also the language of the ancient gods, which he inherited from 2C. The earth suddenly paused, and the huge mouth closed slightly. At the same time, 2 more cracks appeared, revealing a pair of cold eyes. This gaze fell on Wang Lin, and it revealed a trace of coldness and confusion. Due to the Moongazer serpent being interrupted, the collapse of the space around them stopped. Wang Lin fled without hesitation, and the celestial guard never stopped. Just at this moment, a thin figure charged out from the depths of the crack with a sense of fear and excitement. He was Greed. The huge change to the Moongazer serpent caused the absorption and excretion location in the Moongazer serpent to change violently, resulting in an opening. Greed used this opening to escape, and of course he wouldn't leave behind the huge furnace. After charging out of that place, Greed noticed how terrifying the Moongazer serpent was. He didn't hesitate to use the huge furnace to help him fly up. When he looked, he saw the giant crack and even the stars outside of it. Excitement that hadn't appeared in 100 years surged through his body. He even felt tears appear in his eyes. These days of living not like a human or a ghost was finally about to end. He recalled the past 100 years. He had spent almost all that time in the beast's excretion location. To him, this was a disgrace. In particular, that foul stench was something he could never forget. Even though the stench was gone, he felt like he could still smell it. Greed vowed that once he escaped, he would never take half a step into the northern domain of the All-Heaven Star system. In the future, when he goes treasure hunting again, he must be careful, and more careful. Seeing the crack come closer and closer, Greed's excitement had reached its peak. Old man Greed is finally going to be free. At this moment, the confusion in the Moongazer serpent's eyes suddenly disappeared, and the ancient god's language echoed once more. Wang Lin's entire body felt cold. In this moment of life and death, he couldn't hesitate anymore. He sent out a command that caused the celestial guard to slow down and throw the half of the bone it was carrying down at the Moongazer serpent. I'll give you back half. Half of the bone was like a huge mountain, so it created a harsh, whistling sound as it fell down through the atmosphere. This caused the huge mouth to pause once more. The collapse of the surrounding space stopped once more. The Moongazer serpent stared at the rapidly falling mountain, and its eyes revealed confusion once more. This thing was very familiar, but it couldn't remember what it was. However, it subconsciously opened its mouth and swallowed the mountain range. Greed's excitement was so strong that it seemed like he had devoured countless celestial ascension fruits. He was moving very fast as he got closer and closer to the crack. He even wanted to roar loudly. The almost 100 years of misery was finally about to end. He couldn't teleport inside the Moongazer serpent. He already knew this. The moment he tried to teleport, he would be obstructed by a strange force, which would cause his speed to become even slower. However, just at this moment when Greed was very close to the crack, a giant shadow suddenly eclipsed over the crack. Greed was startled and he rubbed his eyes. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. What was this giant shadow? After being covered in the stench inside the Moongazer serpent for so long, even Greed's mind was a bit dull. This is the mountain. Greed's eyes revealed despair and his excitement instantly dissipated. Anyone else who suddenly felt these powerful contradicting feelings would feel like they were about to collapse. However, Greed was a powerful cultivator. He let out a roar as he charged forward and entered his furnace. Then the furnace smashed toward the side. The mountain whisked by, and the edge of the mountain rubbed against the furnace, causing a series of sparks. The vibrations caused Greed, who was inside, to keep coughing up blood. Damn! After barely avoiding the mountain, Greed appeared from the furnace completely pale. He didn't have full control of the furnace, so if he was inside it for too long, he would be refined by the terrifying aura within it. After swallowing half the mountain, the confusion in the Moongazer serpent became even stronger. This feeling was very familiar. It was about to remember. Borrowing the moment of hesitation from the Moongazer Serpent, Wang Lin commanded the Celestial Guard to help carry the bone. Both of them quickly fled toward the stars. The confusion in the Moongazer Serpent gradually dissipated, and the power of the Celestial Ascension fruits was about to disappear. It now remembered that this mountain wasn't any ordinary thing. It was formed from its own bones. As the Celestial Ascension fruits' effect disappeared, the Moongazer Serpent was able to detect the location of the pain. It was from where its bones should have been. A storm suddenly appeared. After the Celestial Ascension fruits' effect disappeared, the pain that was hidden by the fruits revealed itself. This caused the Moongazer Serpent's rage to completely explode. Chapter 716, Moongazer's Wrath, the Finger of the Ancient God. In the Memories of Ancient God Kuizi, there was one line he used to describe the Moongazer Serpents. If the heavens have a spirit, then the Ancient God has a Moongazer. The spirit can be considered a soul. In short, the first half of the sentence states that the heavens is alive. It has its own existence or a sense of spirit that normal creatures can't detect. The second half is referring to the Moongazer Serpent. Even Ancient God Kuizi didn't know how the Moongazer Serpents came to be. It seemed to have already existed for a very long time. It was like the heavens and its spirit. Both were elusive things that no one could explain. The Moongazer's Wrath, the Finger of an Ancient God. This was the second description of the Moongazer Serpent in Ancient God Kuizi's memories, and it was the one Wang Lin had the most profound impression of. Reading between the lines, it means that once a Moongazer Serpent is angry and reaches its third form, it has the power of a finger of an ancient god. This power varies, but the finger of a 9-star ancient god is enough to collapse a cultivation planet. If it was an 1-star ancient god, it would be laughed at by a disciple. However, the giant Moongazer Serpent before Wang Lin was not a joke. Wang Lin's whole body gave off a cold light when his and the Celestial Guard speeds reached a limit as they carried the bone and escaped. He had tried to absorb it with the heaven-defying bead, but for some reason, it was very slow and couldn't be finished in a short period of time. At this moment, a loud rumble violently echoed across planet Yunxia. This sound was so loud that it would be an understatement to call it thunder. This angry roar echoed across the stars and could be heard far away. Wang Lin's eyelid twitched. He didn't turn around and quickly escaped. The Moongazer Serpent wouldn't die if it lost its bone. It only needed time to grow another one. However, this bone was grown after countless years, so it was no wonder the Moongazer Serpent was so angry. The Moongazer Serpent's large body slowly stretched from its round shape from before. This caused the earth to tremble even more, and the land collapsed once more. This time the collapse was even more thorough. Countless large tentacles constantly extended and swayed around, and an unimaginable aura gradually spread out from its body. Greed's body came out from the huge furnace. However, it was a really bad time to come out, because it was when the Moongazer Serpent was releasing its anger. When Greed looked at the not-far-away crack, his eyes turned red. He let out a roar and accelerated like crazy. He wanted to rush out. However, just at this moment, the crack slowly closed. Greed's eyes shed blood tears, and he let out a miserable scream. No! The Moongazer Serpent closed its mouth, and its huge body was filled with power. However, its actions were still slow, and it still didn't have full control of itself. However, as the remaining Celestial Ascension fruit mist was purged from its system, it was gradually regaining control. Wang Lin carried the Moongazer Serpent's bone with the Celestial Guard behind him. The moment they entered space, he slapped his bag of holding and the star compass appeared. He turned into a ray of silver light and flew off into the distance without turning back. The Moongazer Serpent's cold gaze stared at the far-away Wang Lin. The huge tentacles on its body moved slightly, and a powerful storm suddenly appeared. This storm was so powerful that it created a series of sonic booms. A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. Then the Moongazer's Serpent moved. One almost couldn't tell it had moved, but its distance from Wang Lin was closed in an instant. At the same time, the Moongazer Serpent opened its mouth and spoke the language of the ancient gods. Wang Lin's scalp felt numb when he saw hundreds of smaller Moongazer Serpents charge out from its mouth. Greed was also inside its mouth. When he saw the stars, his excitement ignited once more. This feeling was too good, as it had been too long since he'd seen the stars. He was so excited that he couldn't speak, but he knew that he hadn't truly escaped. He instantly saw the star compass far away and recognized Wang Lin. Greed was suddenly enlightened, and his eyes revealed hatred. However, he didn't dare to act carelessly. There were too many of these 1,000-feet-long fierce beasts around him, and he feared that his movements would attract them to him. Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. Without any hesitation, he touched his bag of holding and took out the celestial wine. He clenched his teeth and drank a mouthful, leaving only 2 drops. In an instant, endless celestial spiritual energy exploded in his body. This celestial energy was dense and rich. After all, this was something that belonged to a true celestial. Enduring the powerful pain and sense of passing out, Wang Lin raised his right hand. He mercilessly pointed at those Moongazer serpents and shouted, "Stop!" The celestial spiritual energy that was about to explode from his body suddenly surged out from his finger. It turned into an infinite force that surrounded the heavens and earth. One word seemed to have stopped the heavens and earth from moving. Normally, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to do this. He was relying on the celestial wine. Without the celestial wine, it was impossible for him to use the stop spell to this degree. Borrowing this moment, Wang Lin charged out without any hesitation. He moved very quickly and used those escape spells he learned from the old man from the demon spirit land. Wang Lin had stopped the small Moongazer serpents, but the stop spell had no effect on the large Moongazer serpent that formed planet Yunxia. It rushed out, and the fierce impact it caused allowed the smaller Moongazer serpents to regain their freedom. However, Greed's luck was really bad. He was also stopped and recovered slightly slower. As the Moongazer serpent charged out, he fell into its mouth once more. Greed felt his vision go black, and at the next moment, he found he was actually back inside the crack once more. Feeling desperate, Greed's eyes revealed madness. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a large mouth of blood onto the huge furnace. The furnace gave off an ancient aura, and a ripple spread out. Greed's eyes flashed, and he immediately changed positions with the fastest small Moongazer serpent. His expression was extremely pale as he coughed out another mouthful of blood. He then pointed at Wang Lin and shouted, "Wang Lin, don't you dare leave." Wang Lin had long noticed Greed. He didn't even turn his head as he pointed behind himself, and the storm-like, celestial spiritual energy in his body surged out. "Stop!" Greed was about to use the furnace's ability once more to switch himself and Wang Lin. However, the stop spell descended, and his body froze. The Moongazer serpent's gaze suddenly fell on Greed, and its eyes shined brightly. It sensed an aura that made it feel very comfortable coming from the huge furnace. Back then, when the Moongazer serpent hadn't awakened, the reason it didn't kill Greed was because of this furnace. However, it wasn't awake back then, so it subconsciously sent Greed and the furnace toward its excretion spot. Although that was the Moongazer serpent's excretion spot, it was also where the Moongazer serpent absorbed Feng. It subconsciously wanted to absorb the furnace, and this led to Greed's 100 years of suffering. At the moment Greed's body was frozen, the Moongazer serpent quickly charged forth. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He used this change to widen the distance once more. Greed only felt his vision go black. When he regained his senses, he had been swallowed once more and was at the edge of the crack. This constant rise and fall made Greed's face extremely bitter, and it made his hatred for Wang Lin even stronger. "It was all because of you." Greed mercilessly clenched his teeth. Then his hand formed a seal, and he pressed on the furnace. A milky white light came out from his head and imprinted on the furnace. Greed roared, "Even if I have to sacrifice my life force, I'll still escape from this place." The furnace absorbed Greed's life force and immediately grew larger. In the blink of an eye, it started growing. An ancient aura constantly spread out as the furnace grew larger. The Moongazer serpent let out roar. As the roar echoed, Wang Lin coughed out another mouthful of blood. He had already been seriously injured. As for the celestial guard, it also shook violently, and the golden light around it collapsed. Even the light in its eyes had turned bleak, but compared to Wang Lin, its injuries were rather light. As the furnace expanded, Wang Lin decisively rushed out. The mouth of the Moongazer serpent was being propped open by the expanding furnace. This old man doesn't want this furnace. Greed's heart ached as he turned around and was going to dash away. However, just at this moment, the Moongazer serpent spat out the giant furnace and its eyes revealed a mysterious light. Countless tentacles immediately extended and wrapped around the huge furnace. Other tentacles quickly rushed toward the closest target, Greed. Greed's expression was gloomy. He slapped his bag of holding, and a screen suddenly appeared. His hand formed a seal, and the force of mountain and river immediately appeared among the stars. While Wang Lin was escaping, his divine sense even had the hallucination that he was no longer among the stars, but instead before the majestic mountains and river. Mountain and river painting. Wang Lin's star compass slowed down, and his eyes showed Greed as he looked at the screen. Wang Lin remembered Greed saying that he didn't find the mountain and river painting, but found a screen with its projection. The Moongazer serpent's eyes were still cold, and a strange rune appeared in its eyes. Wang Lin recognized this rune. It was the language of the ancient gods. As the rune flashed, a 1,000 feet long finger appeared before the Moongazer serpent. This was only a finger, and its skin was extremely rough. However, it had a faint aura that was intoxicating. Although this finger was only an illusion, in Wang Lin's eyes, it was unimaginably real. The Moongazer's wrath, the finger of an ancient god. Wang Lin's breathing was rough, and his forehead was covered in sweat. His heart started pounding wildly. He finally knew the meaning of these words. Chapter 717.2 Thunder Prison. Wang Lin was startled, but then was immediately ecstatic. He sped up, and after a long time, he noticed that the Moongazer serpent was no longer chasing after him. The distance between them was getting larger and larger. Wang Lin let out a big sigh of relief, and his eyes revealed trace of lingering fear. This Moongazer serpent is simply too powerful. If not for the fact it's slow, I would have already died. Compared to the 1 and 2C's memories, aside from their appearance, there was nothing similar between the two. How could that Moongazer serpent be so powerful? Wang Lin turned around at the northern domain and began to ponder. With how strong the Moongazer serpent is, why was it afraid of coming here? Could there be something here that it is terrified of? He couldn't understand, and let out a sigh. After checking the state of his origin soul, he let out a bitter smile. Although the origin soul breaking through that barrier is a good thing, I lost my body, and I don't know how long it will take for me to form a new one. If I were to possess a body, there would be too many limitations, and if there are no good bodies, that won't be good either. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin stopped hesitating and flew forward. First, I have to find a place to go into closed-door cultivation to refine this bone and see if it can complete the heaven-defying bead. Then I'll have to work on forming a new body. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he charged toward the endless space before him. The Moongazer serpent looked into the distance, and its huge eyes revealed signs of hesitation. After a long time, its large body began to retreat. It seemed to remember that someone had warned it not to go there. However, this memory was from too long ago and was a complete blur. However, that sense was so powerful that it affected its thought process even more. It gradually backed away and its tentacles swayed back and forth as it gave off a terrifying pressure. Along the way, many cultivators noticed the Moongazer serpent. However, they only took one look before all their hair on their bodies stood up and they fell into complete shock. They turned and ran, hating that they couldn't escape faster. The Moongazer serpent stopped somewhere between the 5 main planets of the northern domain, and its body began to slowly curl up into a sphere. The countless tentacles slowly withdrew until they all returned to its body. Bursts of fog came out from the Moongazer serpent's body and surrounded the area. The Moongazer serpent returned back to its second form and began its deep sleep. However, the position it chose this time made the hearts of all the cultivators in the northern domain tremble. This was too close to the 5 main planets. In the northern domain, there was a relatively primitive planet. The spiritual energy on this planet wasn't strong, but there were still mortals living on it. On this day, something fell from the sky. This thing was covered in a rainbow-colored light, and it landed in a plain on the northern part of the planet with a loud bang. All of the bones in Greed's body were broken, and the insides of his body had collapsed. His origin soul was heavily damaged, but he was not dead. Not only did he not die, but his eyes were filled with ecstasy. When he came to the All-Heaven Star system, his body was filled with brandings. Each of these brandings contained unimaginable power and could easily kill him. However, when the ancient god finger closed in, something mysterious happened and caused all the brandings to simultaneously collapse. Only the All-Seer's branding still remained. As long as I have enough time, I'm confident I can recover someday. Greed took a deep breath, slowly sank into the ground, and disappeared from the plane. From this day forth on this ordinary planet, all of the inhabitants would smell a faint stench, but no matter how much they searched, they couldn't find the source. It seemed this stench was coming from the earth. Wang Lin was currently flying through the southern domain. He didn't go for the planets with cultivators. He set his eyes on the abandoned planets. His origin soul had a vague feeling that there was a place in the southern domain that made him feel extremely comfortable. He subconsciously flew toward that direction, and as he got closer and closer, it seemed like even his origin soul's injuries were improving. He slowly got closer. When Wang Lin saw the place that made him feel comfortable, his eyes revealed a mysterious light. Before him was an asteroid field. Countless asteroids of all sizes seemed to be held together by a mysterious force. They orbited an area and seemed to form a natural barrier. Wang Lin could feel that the location that made him feel very comfortable was within the depths of this asteroid field. He pondered for a bit and decided not to go himself. He came out from the star compass and held onto the Moongazer serpent's bone as he controlled the celestial guard to slowly enter the interior of the asteroid field. This asteroid field was extremely large. The celestial guard had flown for a long time, but it still hadn't entered the interior. However, it saw a mysterious scene. There was an abandoned planet. This planet was not very big. It was only half the size of planet Ranyun. However, there were bursts of thunder coming from the planet. It was as if the planet was covered by a net of heavenly thunder. This thunder was endless and continued to descend on the planet. This planet was nameless and was in an extremely remote location of the southern domain. It was also blocked by a dense layer of asteroids, so it was hard to discover from the outside. Wang Lin had left a sliver of divine sense on the celestial guard, so he naturally saw this planet. The comfortable feeling was getting closer and closer. However, he knew that the source of this comfortable feeling wasn't this small planet, but in the depths of this planet. But there was a mysterious force blocking his divine sense and preventing him from examining the planet. Although this was the case, this small planet still gave Wang Lin a comfortable feeling. This place is an excellent place to make a cave. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he took the Moongazer serpent's bone and headed toward the celestial guard. Soon, the small planet appeared before him. I found this place due to the feeling of my origin soul. When I'm here, the injuries to my origin soul heal extremely fast. Wang Lin pondered as the celestial guard cleared the way toward the small planet. Let's stay here for now. After I recover and reform my body, I'll go check out the depths of this place. Wang Lin understood that after devouring the ancient thunder dragon, his origin soul had mutated and all thunder spells had no effect on him. As long as the thunder was not of a higher grade than the ancient thunder dragons, it couldn't harm him. Earlier, when his body was destroyed by the ancient god Finger, it broke the barrier that was trapping his origin soul inside his body. However, his origin soul was injured, and after that, he was too busy escaping, causing the injuries to become worse. Under these circumstances, not even Wang Lin knew why his origin soul seeked this place out. However, at this moment, he understood. If an ancient thunder dragon was injured, it would find an environment like this where it could recover fast. It would feel extremely comfortable here and even feel a sense of security. After his body collapsed, his origin soul was free. Right now his origin soul was like an ancient thunder dragon, which was why he was attracted to this place. After understanding karma, Wang Lin's heart was calm. When looking at the small planet filled with thunder, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity, as if this was his hometown. As he continued to move forward, the sound of thunder rumbled in his heart. The dense thunder would sometimes strike Wang Lin, and this made him feel very comfortable. This feeling came from his origin soul, as if there was a hand gently massaging his soul. At this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul emitted a blue light and bursts of thunder entered his body. As he moved, a portion of his origin soul extended to the Moongazer serpent's bone and made it release a series of crackling sounds. However, the celestial guard immediately stopped. Its eyes revealed a rare sign of hesitation, as if it held extreme fear toward thunder. Wang Lin turned around and began to ponder. The celestial guard shouldn't be afraid of thunder. After all, he had used his origin energy to refine the celestial guard, so the guard contained the power of thunder. It had also fought many enemies that used thunder, but never showed the hesitation it did now. Could the thunder here be different? Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he carefully looked at the thunder around him. After a long time, his eyes revealed enlightenment. The thunder here was formed by the heavens and not by some spell. Its characteristics were extremely similar to Wang Lin's origin soul. No wonder the celestial guard is afraid. Thunder falls into two categories, acquired and innate. Acquired is all thunder formed by spells. Innate is not formed by spells, but naturally formed by the heavens. With a command, the celestial guard backed away and started cultivating on a large asteroid not far away. Wang Lin turned around as he put away the star compass and carried the Moongazer bone deep into the planet. The closer he got, the more dense the thunder became, until it reached a terrifying degree. If it was anyone else, they would fear this place just like the celestial puppet. After all, the thunder here had reached a level that surpassed what one's body and origin soul could resist. However, for Wang Lin, especially for his origin soul without a body, this thunder had no effect on him. The closer he got, the more comfortable he felt. If Wang Lin still had his body, he would be limited by it. His body wouldn't have been able to reach this point, but due to current circumstances, he was able to move even faster and gradually entered this thunder planet. The planet's surface was also covered in thunder. The entire planet inside and out was filled with this dense thunder, as if it was a thunder prison. Chapter 718, Forming Flesh. Looking at the earth filled with thunder, Wang Lin's origin soul felt even more comfortable. There were no plants, as no living thing could survive under these conditions. It was very rare for a place like this to exist. Due to the asteroid field surrounding this place, it was impossible to notice it. If it wasn't for Wang Lin's origin soul, he would have never found his place. Although there was no life here, there was powerful vitality coming from the planet. The amount of vitality wasn't any less than a cultivation planet filled with spiritual energy. However, there was no spiritual energy here. After all, any spiritual energy would immediately collapse under the dense thunder. The entire world was surrounded by powerful thunder. Countless bolts of thunder descended from the sky. The ground would absorb the thunderbolts, and the thunderbolts would move through the ground like silver snakes. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. This place was simply too perfect for him. It will only take half the effort to cultivate the thunder origin spell. Wang Lin's origin soul landed on the ground. As if he landed in a pool of thunder, a ripple spread out from his origin soul. Even the Moongazer serpent's bone was surrounded by thunder. Wang Lin moved, and the Moongazer serpent's bone landed on the ground. It was as if this planet had just gained a large mountain range. This large movement caused the planet to tremble. It was as like throwing a stone into a pond and watching ripples spreading across the water. Right now the bone was like the rock, and the ripples were thunder. At this moment, a large amount of thunder rippled across the planet. The density of the thunder increased several-fold. The rumbling of the thunder continued endlessly as if it came from ancient times. Wang Lin's origin soul sat down in the Lotus position. He hadn't completely absorbed the ancient thunder dragon. In his origin soul, there was a thin line. It distorted to form the outline of a dragon. Both of his hands formed a seal, and he placed it on his knees. Thunder appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and a suction force immediately caused the thunder all around him to gather toward him. Bursts of crackling sounds came from all directions, and countless sparks flew around. Each of those sparks would cause a first-step cultivator's expression to change, because it contained the might of heavenly thunder. Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes and allowed the thunder to enter his origin soul at will. Dense thunder gathered around him and continued to increase. A giant ball of thunder slowly gathered around him. Wang Lin was inside, and bolts of thunder descended on him. The thunder cycled through his origin soul and slowly disappeared. The cycle continued, and Wang Lin completely forgot about time. He focused completely on the thunder. There was a powerful pressure here, and it was being absorbed by Wang Lin. From the outside, aside from the thunder being a bit more violent than before, there was nothing unusual about it. The Celestial Guard was sitting in the Lotus position on an asteroid near the planet. Although it had its eyes closed and was cultivating, its divine sense was spread out. If anything were to threaten Wang Lin, it would immediately act. Loyalty was the main concern Celestial Emperor Qing Lin had when creating the Celestial Guards. Time slowly passed. In a flash, 10 years flashed by. Time left no trace. Even on the planet Wang Lin was on, it merely lost a bit of thunder. During these past 10 years, the Celestial Guard didn't move at all. It was as if that was its life, waiting for time to pass for the chance of regaining its freedom. Inside the Thunder Planet, a giant ball of thunder appeared where Wang Lin was. The thunder from the sky descended on the ball of thunder and was rapidly absorbed. Even the thunder descending in the distance seemed to be attracted and turned toward the ball. Wang Lin's origin soul continued to recover inside the ball of thunder. This was the best place for him to recover, and the endless thunder was like the best medicine in the world for him. Wang Lin continued to absorb the thunder, and his injuries slowly recovered. Another 10 years passed by in a flash. On this day, Wang Lin's origin soul slowly opened its eyes. His eyes contained the might of thunder. The moment his eyes opened, the ball of thunder around him exploded. It spread out like a powerful thunder spell. However, at the moment the thunder spread out, Wang Lin inhaled. All of the expanding thunder froze as if time had stopped. Then it all returned as if time was reverting and was inhaled into Wang Lin's mouth. At this moment, thunder covered his body as if he was wearing a suit of thunder armor. His hair moved without wind and emitted streams of thunder. If I wasn't here, it would have taken several times longer to recover my origin soul. Wang Lin raised his head and looked up at the sky. The most important thing right now is to recover my body. Reforming a body is something a normal cultivator can't do. This involves the ancient god tactic. Wang Lin began to ponder. His body had collapsed once before and only recovered due to the ancient god tactic. Only the original body has been cultivating the ancient god tactic. However, using only a part of it to reform my body is something I can still do. Wang Lin's eyes revealed resolve, and his hand formed a seal. This was a seal from the memories of ancient God Kuizi. An ancient aura suddenly spread out from Wang Lin's hand and enveloped the world. The might of thunder also entered this ancient aura. Wang Lin's two hands slowly touched the earth, and he spoke a few complex words. Then his eyes emitted a mysterious glow. Gather. Wang Lin said the last word. The thunder covering the earth seemed to turn into actual water. It was slow at the start, but it quickly spread out, and all the thunder rushed toward Wang Lin. The thunder quickly entered through Wang Lin's two hands. However, they didn't go into the depths of his body but condensed around his palms. A numb feeling gradually came from Wang Lin's hands. This feeling only existed when one had a body. Wang Lin didn't look down, but kept his eyes closed. He was as stable as a mountain. As large amounts of thunder gathered, it was as if Wang Lin wanted to absorb all the thunder on the planet. If one looked from above, they would clearly see the amount of thunder on the surface of the planet visibly decrease and gather toward Wang Lin. Bursts of dazzling thunder flashed by. Wang Lin's hand seemed to control all the thunder in the world. It was as if he only needed to flip his hand to make all the thunder bow to him. His hands gradually absorbed the incredible thunder, and it began to condense. Flickers of golden lights would appear and disappear on his hands. These sparks increased more and more as thunder was gathered. There seemed to be some mysterious connection between them, and they slowly linked together to form the bone structure of the hand. This hand bone was formed completely from golden specks, and gave off the powerful might of thunder. As time slowly passed, the thunder from the earth arrived like waves into Wang Lin. The amount of golden specks gathered at Wang Lin's hands reached a peak, and finally a pair of hand bones suddenly appeared. If an outsider saw Wang Lin now, they would gasp. This scene was simply too strong. Aside from the pair of hands, everything else was transparent. Only the pair of hand bones was completely solid. Wang Lin's absorption didn't stop. As more and more thunder was absorbed, the specks of light increased and began to extend toward his arms. His arm bones gradually condensed. Time slowly passed by, and Wang Lin was constantly immersed in absorbing the thunder. When all the thunder disappeared, a full skeleton had formed. His body slowly rose up into the air. When he was in the air, all of the thunder in the air seemed to find an opening and descended on his body like crazy. Bolts of thunder as thick as an arm continued to descend from the sky. Intersecting green and red lines continued to appear outside of Wang Lin's skeleton. They continued to appear and spread across his body. At this moment, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and covered the entire planet. The thunder in his origin soul seemed to have become the owner of all the thunder on this planet. Suck! The divine sense turned into a spell, and with one word, the planet trembled. All of the thunder on the planet was sucked out. Then a large amount of thunder appeared and rushed toward Wang Lin. This scene caused a huge thunderstorm that caused the earth to crack, and the thunder in the sky was about to collapse. Even the celestial guard outside the planet opened its eyes and looked over with glowing eyes. All of the thunder on the planet gathered on Wang Lin as his flesh and blood slowly condensed. At this moment, thunder filled Wang Lin's body, and his body was connected to the entire planet. There was also powerful vitality being absorbed along with the thunder. This vitality was a vital component to Wang Lin's new body. Time quickly passed by. Including the time it took for his origin soul to recover, 60 years had passed. It was as if this entire thunder planet had gone through its entire life cycle in the past 60 years. The thunder on the planet was no longer dense, so even the celestial guard could enter the planet. All of the thunder and most of the vitality condensed into a 30-foot-tall cocoon. On this day, the cocoon opened. Chapter 719, Heaven Defying Bead Absorption and Greed's Treasure. A naked body ripped open a gap from inside the cocoon and slowly walked out. Rich thunder came pouring out from the gap. This thunder wasn't from the cocoon, but from the body. He was Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he looked down at his own body and revealed a strange expression. He had spent 60 years absorbing a lot of thunder and vitality to form this body. This body contained the power of thunder and formed a close connection with the thunder in his origin soul. With a thought, Wang Lin's origin soul left his body. After wandering around a bit, he returned to his body. A long laughter came from Wang Lin's mouth. This sound was like rumbling thunder. The rumble of the thunder echoed across the world. It was like a cry that challenged the heavens. I gained a new life. I should not waste it. Wang Lin waved his hand, and his bag of holding came out from his origin soul. Then a set of white robes appeared over his body. He landed on the ground and sat down in the lotus position. His gaze fell on the mountain that looked like a crouching dragon. Wang Lin's eyes shined, and he slapped his bag of holding. The 1 billion soul flag appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and countless soul fragments flew out. If the thunder around the planet still remained, these soul fragments wouldn't have been able to withstand this place at all. The large amount of soul fragments gathered to form 3 primary souls and wandered the area. After setting up the protection, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and carefully checked the area. After determining it was safe, Wang Lin took a deep breath and pressed his right hand between his eyebrows. A ripple appeared on his forehead, and a crystal bead slowly formed. Wang Lin's eyes were glowing like fire as his hand formed a seal and pointed. The heaven-defying bead immediately flew out and landed on the mountain-like Moongazer bone. Compared to the huge mountain, the heaven-defying bead was so insignificant. Wang Lin's expression was extremely cautious. This heaven-defying bead was his #1 treasure, and it came from the all-heaven star system. His divine sense was spread out, and if there were any sign of trouble, he would immediately take the necessary measures. This was why he had to wait until his body had formed before taking out the heaven-defying bead. Without his body, he couldn't use his full power. If he were to directly take out the heaven-defying bead, it would be too dangerous and unwise. The heaven-defying bead gave off a golden glow. Under this golden light, the Moongazer bone trembled slightly. The metal inside it turned into golden threads which were slowly absorbed by the heaven-defying bead. This process was extremely slow, and Wang Lin didn't know the reason why. Compared to when absorbing the water element, the closer the bead came to completion, the slower the absorption became. Wang Lin's divine sense kept sweeping the area, always on high alert. He even sent out the 4th soul to hide somewhere near the planet. Wang Lin used the 4th soul as a springboard to spread his divine sense out even further. The heaven-defying bead's absorption was very slow. After all, the Moongazer bone was simply too big. After a few days, Wang Lin split off a portion of his divine sense and took out a few magical treasures. These treasures all belonged to greed. These were Wang Lin's harvest from 60 years ago. The first treasure was that giant mountain. Although it was damaged, the celestial spiritual energy coming from it was extremely rich. What was even better was that greed's divine sense imprint had already dissipated. This was one of the reasons why Wang Lin was extremely tempted. The dissipation of greed's divine sense didn't mean he was dead. It was wiped away after 100 years of assimilation with the Moongazer bone. Wang Lin placed his right hand on the mountain and recalled when greed extracted the mountain's soul. His eyes were calm as he slightly rubbed the mountain. Wang Lin had a deep impression of extracting the souls of things with spirit, like planets, mountains, and rivers. This was something only second-step cultivators should be able to do, but Wang Lin was able to experience it personally when the scattered devil controlled his body. As his right hand rubbed the mountain, Wang Lin's hand suddenly stopped, and his eyes revealed a strange light. He slowly raised his right hand. Then an ancient aura with rich celestial spiritual energy came from the rock. As Wang Lin lifted his right hand, an illusionary mist ball formed between his hand and the mountain. He slowly raised his right hand. Wang Lin's movement was extremely gentle. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at the small ball of mist in his hand. This small ball gave off a powerful aura. What shocked Wang Lin the most was that the celestial spiritual energy was perfectly contained within the ball, as if a celestial was using this spell. Although this mountain soul is much weaker than back when greed used it, it is still extremely powerful. However, the mountain soul is extremely unstable, and if I'm careless, not only will it not hurt the enemy, it might harm me instead. Wang Lin's eyes glowed. He knew that the reason for this was because the mountain wasn't complete, which caused the mountain soul to become damaged. There was also no obstruction when he tried to extract the mountain soul. It was as if Wang Lin could extract it with just a thought. This was what really shocked Wang Lin. His eyes shined as his right hand gently pressed down on the mountain, and the soul returned back into the mountain. Wang Lin's right hand immediately pressed down on the earth. With a thought, he lifted his hand, and the entire planet seemed to tremble. However, this was only a feeling of his divine sense. In reality, the earth didn't move an inch. The moment the ancient aura appeared, it immediately dissipated. It was as if one had thrown a wooden bucket into a well and pulled up a bucket full of water. However, on the way up, the bottom of the bucket collapsed, and all the water returned to the well. The person who was pulling the bucket would naturally feeling a force. If that person was a bit careless, they could hurt themselves. Wang Lin felt like this when he failed to extract the planet's soul. The moment the ancient aura dissipated, he felt a powerful force hit his body. Sounds of popping came from his body, and his face turned white. It took him a while to recover. Looking at the mountain before him, Wang Lin took a deep breath. What made this mountain valuable was that it allowed him to experience the soul extraction spell that only second-step cultivators could use. This item is very useful to me. I just don't know how Greed discovered and refined it. Although Greed was Wang Lin's enemy, after seeing this spell, he somewhat admired Greed. Ancient Thunder Dragon, Celestial Mountain, Ancient God Furnace, Mountain and River Screen, and that strange crown. There are also the unknown treasures in Greed's bag of holding. He really is blessed by the heavens. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Any one of those treasures would cause the people outside to go crazy. However, what surprised Wang Lin was that no one had stolen those treasures from Greed. He was completely baffled by this. He looked at the Celestial Mountain, and his eyes revealed a hint of excitement. It should be possible to repair this, but it will require origin energy. Wang Lin put it away and then slapped his bag of holding to take out another item. This was the Mountain and River Screen. Wang Lin had never heard of the mountain and river painting. However, some of the famous figures of the cultivation world knew the mountain and river painting well. Among the top 10 high-grade celestial treasures of the celestial realm, the mountain and river painting was ranked 5th. Rumor had it that the mountain and river painting was unpredictable. However, what really made it powerful wasn't the mountain and river spell on the surface, but the ink of the painting. Although this ink seemed black, it was really dark red, as it was formed by blood. This blood was where the true power of the mountain and river painting lied. Rumor had it that the blood that drew the mountain and river painting was the blood of the heavenly Tao. However, the heavenly DOA had no form, so how could it have blood? This became an eternal mystery. Thus, this item was also named the Heavenly Tao painting. What Greed obtained wasn't the real mountain and river painting, but a copy imprinted on a screen. As for what kind of spell could imprint the mountain and river painting onto the screen, Greed racked his brains and searched many ancient records, but still wasn't able to find out how. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the screen. This screen looked very simple, with nothing extraordinary about it. It was similar to those seen in the big houses of those who were not so rich. The mountain and river painting seemed slightly blurred, but if one looked for a long time, it seemed extremely clear. However, right now a crack ran across from the left, as if it dividing the mountain and river. It looked very uncoordinated. The divine sense imprint on this treasure had long since collapsed under the power of the ancient god finger. Wang Lin waved his right hand and left his own divine sense imprint. After pondering for a bit, he opened his mouth and sucked the screen into his origin soul. He began refining this item with the thunder from his origin soul. The final magical treasure was the crown. Wang Lin personally saw that under the power of the ancient god finger from the Moongazer Serpent, not a single crack had appeared on the crown. Holding the item with his left hand, Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense and found nothing abnormal about it. It was just like the crown of a mortal emperor, nothing unusual about it. However, the 5 beads on it caught Wang Lin's attention. Wang Lin was able to immediately tell these 5 beads contained the power of the 5 elements. These 5 elements were similar to Red Butterfly's 5 elemental spirits, only with more spirit. While staring at the crown, Wang Lin pondered for a bit before putting it on his head like Greed did. At this moment, a mysterious force immediately appeared from Wang Lin's head. After making a trip through his body, it returned to the crown and remained inactive. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange color. He took off the crown and carefully looked at it before pondering. That power wasn't very strong. When it moved through my body, it felt like it was looking for something. When it couldn't find what it wanted, it eventually returned back into the crown. What was it looking for? 5-element bead. Searching for, Wang Lin was startled. His eyes flashed, and he softly said, Pseudo 5 elemental body. Red Butterfly. Chapter 720, Heaven Defying Bead completed. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding as he pondered, and a blue rose appeared in his hand. This rose was extremely delicate and tender, and gave off a blue light. The moment it was taken out, the blue light spread and gave off a sense of illusion. A cold aura followed after the blue light, and surrounded the area. This cold aura gave off an unspeakable pride. Only those cultivators with their own domain could feel this pride with their origin soul. A mortal only would feel their body become cold and feel like everything but the rose had disappeared for an instant. However, in Wang Lin's eyes, apart from the pride, he also saw a figure appear. This figure was extremely beautiful, but also extremely proud. Looking at the blue rose, Wang Lin pondered a bit and placed it below the crown. His eyes glowed and stared at the crown. The moment the crown touched the rose, the 5 jewels shined brightly. An invisible force flowed from the crown toward the rose. The blue rose slowly dissipated before Wang Lin. It turned into specks of blue light and fused with the crown. The crown gave off bursts of blue light, for a long time. The blue light gradually faded and returned back to normal. Wang Lin frowned as he picked up the crown and examined it. Shortly after, he seemed to realize something. This crown seemed to gain a hint of spirit compared to before. Wang Lin carefully examined it and could vaguely see a figure holding a sword inside. Beyond this, he couldn't find any other clues. This item was able to remain undamaged from the ancient god finger, so it obviously isn't ordinary. But how do I use it? Greed said that it took him the souls of 9,999 emperors to be able to activate this item. Wang Lin began to ponder. What do the souls of emperors have to do with the 5 elemental spirits? What is the connection? Could the owner of the crown have been an emperor with 5 elemental spirits, and that is the only way to activate it? Wang Lin shook his head and couldn't really understand it. Also, Wang Lin examined it for a long time, and aside from the flame dragon bone, he couldn't identify any other material. He was only able to identify the flame dragon bone due to the memories he had inherited from 2C. It seemed the origin of this item was from a long time ago. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin withdrew the bone, and his gaze fell on the not-far-away Moongazer bone. The metal element inside the Moongazer bone gradually decreased after days of being absorbed by the heaven-defying bead. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin had been vigilant this entire time as he wouldn't allow anyone to disturb this. Although this place was remote, he still had to be cautious. 3 months of time passed by in a flash. No one came during these 3 months. At this moment, all of the metal element had disappeared from within the Moongazer bone. Wang Lin was originally worried that half the Moongazer bone would not be enough to complete the heaven-defying bead, but right now the image representing the metal element had reached completion. The metal element of the heaven-defying bead became complete before Wang Lin's eyes. The bead gave off a bright glow and turned into something resembling a crystal. An ancient aura suddenly came from the bead. The power of the 5 elements intersected above the bead, causing it to gradually rise into the air. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He bit the tip of his finger and flicked out a drop of blood containing his divine sense imprint. The drop of blood quickly landed on the bead. The moment the blood was absorbed, Wang Lin's mind trembled. It was as if something extra had appeared in his origin soul. At the same time, a symbol containing ancient aura appeared in his mind. Wang Lin looked at the heaven-defying bead and revealed a decisive gaze. He had waited almost 1,000 years to finally complete the heaven-defying bead, but instead of being excited, he was cautious and calm. This treasure had accompanied him for a very long time, but in the end his understanding of it was too shallow. What exactly is this heaven-defying bead? Could it really have come from the ancient celestial realm, like the woman said? Wang Lin's hand moved. His 2 fingers formed a brush and drew the symbol that appeared in his mind. This symbol was extremely complex, and each stroke gave off an ancient aura. Under Wang Lin's careful gaze, this symbol gradually took shape. The ancient aura became extremely dense at this moment. The ancient aura that the scattered demon gave off when it took over Wang Lin's body couldn't compare to this at all. As the ancient aura spread out, the entire planet was affected. All the vitality from the planet was gradually suppressed, and cracks appeared all over it. Wang Lin took a deep breath. At the moment the symbol was completed, he hit it with his palm. The symbol then slowly floated toward the floating heaven-defying bead. A ray of violet light came from the heaven-defying bead. This violet light was so strong that Wang Lin could hardly keep his eyes open. The celestial puppet's entire body gave off the scent of decay. Its body actually began to disintegrate at a visible rate. Wang Lin was extremely shocked. With a thought, the celestial guard returned to his shadow, and the decay finally stopped. However, the scent of decay still lingered. Not only the celestial guard, but the 3 primary souls were the same. If it wasn't for Wang Lin responding quickly, they would have disintegrated completely in a few breaths of time. The violet light became larger and slowly spread. It eventually covered the entire planet. It was like the planet was wearing a layer of purple. At this moment, the violet light reached its peak. The entire planet began to disintegrate as if a spell had been cast on it. This violet light didn't stop and continued to expand. Even some of the asteroids were caught in the violent light. Some of them immediately collapsed into dust. It was as if Wang Lin and the bead were the only things left. Everything else was this terrifying, violet light. This strange scene caused Wang Lin's heart to shake violently. Although he had many speculations about the heaven-defying bead, he never would have thought it would change like this upon completion. The violet light stopped spreading while Wang Lin was still feeling shocked. A majority of the 5 elemental forces that had gathered dissipated at this moment. Almost all of the energy gathered over the past 1,000 years was released at once. The violet light was still dense around where the heaven-defying bead was, and a large door slowly appeared with a loud rumble. This door was too big. Wang Lin was like an insignificant ant before it. A restriction formed and covered the area that the violet light was touching. Wang Lin only took one look at the restriction and his heart trembled. There was no need to talk about studying it. No living creature could enter this restriction. It was as if the area the violet light covered was dug out from the all-heaven star system using an unimaginable spell and was isolated from everything. Only the huge door still existed in this world. Looking at the huge door, not only did his mind tremble, he even felt a sense of fear. This kind of emotion was extremely rare for Wang Lin. Upon feeling his own fear, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a sign of struggle. His Tao didn't allow him to fear, but this fear was almost instinctive, and he simply couldn't erase it. It was as if what was before him was on a completely different level, and it was a gap that was impossible to cross. Wang Lin hadn't felt like this for a very long time. Even when facing the Moongazer Serpent, he was only shocked. He didn't experience this trembling in his soul that made him feel like he couldn't even resist slightly. It was as if he was once again a mortal teenager standing below the peak of the Hung Yu sect looking up at the towering Cultivation sect. He was feeling the kind of awe that came from the bottom of his heart. As Wang Lin's cultivation and experience increased, this kind of feeling gradually vanished. Even when he was facing the divine retribution in the demon spirit land, he still relied on his Tao heart to persist and resist. But at this moment, although this huge door was giving off no pressure, his mind and body were shaking. Never given. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot and his body was trembling as he clenched his teeth and raised his head. He would never lower his head. Just like back at the Hang Yu sect when he was filled with perseverance when he was climbing the mountain. Even if his entire body was covered in blood, he would still struggle. At this moment, the awe coming from the soul tried to drown him like the tides, wanting Wang Lin to yield. However, Wang Lin couldn't and wouldn't. Because what supported him were Wan Er and Wang Ping's souls inside the heaven-defying bead. He would never allow anyone to hurt those two souls. Heaven-defying bead. It was I who completed you. If heavens want to kill someone I care for, I'll slaughter the heavens. If you defy me, then I'll destroy you. Although Wang Lin's voice was trembling, it had an unyielding aura as he shouted each word. The unyielding Tao caused the ancient thunder dragon inside his origin soul to move through his body like crazy. Lightning and thunder also filled his body made of thunder. Thunder spread out from Wang Lin's feet and rose into the air. At this moment, Wang Lin was like a thunder celestial. He controlled the power of thunder. This thunder contained unyielding will and Wang Lin's persistent Tao. The earth collapsed, but Wang Lin's body still struggled. His eyes were bloodshot as his Tao suppressed the sense of awe coming from the depths of his soul. He stared at the huge door with indomitable eyes. The huge door that appeared in the world was covered in dense, violet light. It was like something hiding inside fog. At this moment, under Wang Lin's gaze, the dense, violet light formed a giant arm outside the door. It waved toward Wang Lin as if calling him. Due to Wang Lin's great eyesight, he immediately noticed that this giant arm didn't belong to an ancient god. Chapter 721, Heaven-Defying Beads Beckoning. The ancient god's skin was rough and was covered in cracks. However, the hand formed by the violet light was extremely smooth. Although it was huge, it seemed to be formed by a spell. It made a gesture calling Wang Lin like an elder relative calling a child. The action was slow, but it repeated over and over. There was no dangerous aura coming from the huge arm. It felt very ordinary. It only beckoned Wang Lin as if it was going to take him through this giant door. However, Wang Lin was completely on guard, and all the hair on his body was standing up. The scene before him was simply too strange. He never would have thought that such a strange thing would occur when the heaven-defying bead was complete. Wang Lin remained motionless as he stared at the hand beckoning him, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. The movement of the arm remained the same, still beckoning Wang Lin silently. However, as time went by, the door behind it gradually turned more illusionary as if it could dissipate at any time. It was as if he would never have a chance to enter again if he didn't hurry over. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and stepped forward. His right hand reached out to the only thing that still hadn't collapsed, the Moongazer bone. Although the Moongazer bone had lost the metal element, it was still as hard as before. After all, this was something that belonged to the Moongazer Serpent. After grabbing the giant Moongazer bone, Wang Lin let out a roar, and celestial spiritual energy surged through his body as he mercilessly threw the Moongazer bone into the sky. The giant bone whistled through the air as it headed straight for the door. Just as the Moongazer bone was about to hit the door, the hand arm beckoning Wang Lin easily caught the bone. Wang Lin gasped and his eyes were filled with horror as the arm casually squeezed. A powerful aura immediately appeared, and the entire Moongazer bone collapsed into dust. This squeeze caused the entire world to tremble. Countless cracks immediately appeared even on the planet Wang Lin was on. Loud rumbles came from the asteroid field as a large number of asteroids shattered. It created a vacuum within the area, and even the asteroids outside the range of the purple light were affected and continued to collapse. It was as if this squeeze contained unimaginable power. It was as if the entire world could be shattered by that squeeze. That arm slowly loosened and beckoned Wang Lin once more. Wang Lin's scalp went numb and his face was pale as he stared at the arm. He had no idea how strong that squeeze was, but he knew that it wasn't any weaker than the ancient god finger from the Moongazer Serpent. This arm gave Wang Lin the feeling that nothing in the world could resist that squeeze. The squeeze didn't use strength, but something similar to the law Wang Lin displayed with the Heavenly Chop. However, compared to the Heavenly Chop, this was much more powerful. After a long time, the giant arm gradually dissipated. However, it maintained its beckoning gesture until the end. The giant door behind it disappeared along with the arm. The violet light surrounding the area condensed once more. In the blink of an eye, all of the violet light gathered and slowly disappeared, reverting back to the heaven-defying bead. As if it had released all its power, the bead fell from the air. Wang Lin hesitated for a bit before his right hand reached out. The bead immediately flew over and landed in his palm. It was completely ordinary, as if it was a normal stone. However, at this moment, there was no trace of the 5 elemental energies from it. It was even more thoroughly depleted than when Wang Lin first found it. Wang Lin's divine sense went inside the bead. Li Muan's, Wang Ping's, and Qing Yi's souls were still inside. Compared to before, they seemed even more lively, especially Li Muan's soul, which seemed more stable now. What exactly is the power of the heaven-defying bead? Where does that huge door lead to? And that arm outside the door? Wang Lin pondered. It wasn't hard to guess that he wasn't the first person to obtain the heaven-defying bead considering how long it had existed for. There must have been someone else who was able to complete the 5 elements for the heaven-defying bead. However, after seeing the gate, those people must have chosen to enter, whether it was the first or one of the subsequent times the door appeared. Were these seniors crushed by the arm, or did they really enter the door? Wang Lin frowned. Before the heaven-defying bead was complete, Wang Lin was really puzzled by it. However, after the 5 elements were completed, not only did nothing change, he was even more puzzled. Could this door lead to the ancient celestial realm? But if that is the case, why is that arm there? Although it looks like it is beckoning, in reality it is there to crush. What exactly is the heaven-defying bead? Wang Lin frowned and stared at the heaven-defying bead. After a long time, he placed it against his forehead and it disappeared into his origin soul. Since he couldn't understand right now, Wang Lin decided to stop thinking about it for now. It was obvious that the key was the door, but he just didn't know what was behind the door. The heaven-defying bead's 5 elemental energies are now gone and need to be gathered once more. Wang Lin looked around. After what just happened, this planet was completely wasted. There was no longer any value in staying here. Unfortunately, this treasured place is now gone. But the place that makes my origin soul comfortable is deeper in the asteroid field. If there's more thunder, then I can cultivate the thunder origin spell. After making up his mind, Wang Lin moved. He charged out of this place like a bolt of thunder. Most of the asteroids nearby were now gone. Wang Lin didn't pause as he took out the war chariot and the thunder beast appeared. The moment the thunder beast came out, it let out a roar as if it had been suppressed for countless years and looked at Wang Lin. However, the thunder beast was surprised. It carefully looked at Wang Lin and its eyes revealed confusion. Wang Lin sat down on the thunder beast. Then he slapped its head and laughed. Don't stare anymore. With your intelligence, you must have noticed what's special about the place ahead. Are you still not heading over? The thunder beast let out a roar. In its eyes, it was as if Wang Lin doesn't exist at all, and in his place was a bolt of thunder. However, this bolt of thunder gave him a very cordial feeling, a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. Wang Lin's slap on its head made it feel extremely comfortable. It couldn't help but let out a roar. Thunder Beast was very fast as it traveled through the asteroid field. The deeper they went, the denser the asteroids became. There were even some asteroids giving off flashes of thunder. This environment caused no discomfort for neither Wang Lin nor the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast was extremely happy, and it continued to roar happily. While sitting on the Thunder Beast, Wang Lin was still thinking about the heaven-defying bead. Deep in his heart, he was still disappointed. After all, He had spent almost 1,000 years gathering the 5 elements, and the trip to the Moongazer Serpent almost cost him his life. He originally thought that he would gain some great power that would have been of great use to him. However, right now the difference between reality and his hopes was too big. What exactly is this heaven-defying bead? Wang Lin touched his forehead and pondered. The Thunder Beast was very sensitive to the power of thunder. It continued to travel deep into the asteroid field. Muffled sounds of thunder interrupted Wang Lin's thoughts, and his eyes lit up. The place ahead was where the comfortable feeling in his origin soul was coming from. The thunder here was extremely dense. This is the place. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Thunder Beast traveled through the asteroid field, and then suddenly stopped. Its large eyes revealed shock. When Wang Lin saw what was before him, he gasped and his eyes started shining brightly. There was no planet before him. It was a vast lake of thunder. This place was filled with lightning and thunder. It was like a real thunder hell. The thunder planet from before was really insignificant compared to this place. In the boundless lake of thunder, lightning bolts moved around like dragons, and the rumbling released a powerful aura. The Thunder Beast let out a roar and looked at the lake of thunder with hesitation. The power of thunder here was too strong. Even though it was a Thunder Beast, it still almost felt like it couldn't withstand this. Wang Lin's body moved, and he got off the Thunder Beast. His eyes narrowed and became cautious. He first let out the Celestial Guard to stand guard nearby, and then arrived at the edge of the Lake of Thunder. He observed for a while before taking a step. When his step landed, the thunder immediately entered his body through his feet and filled his being. Even Wang Lin's body felt numb. He took a deep breath and then took another step. He took 20 steps in a row before stopping. His entire body was surrounded by thunder, and his origin soul was giving off the might of thunder. This place was his currently limit. Wang Lin slowly sat down and closed his eyes to cultivate. The Thunder Beast fidgeted around the edge for a long time before finally taking a cautious step forward. It immediately felt the thunder and then lied down. It began absorbing and refining the thunder using a method only the Thunder Beasts knew. There was no other sound beside the sound of thunder. The man and beast just began to cultivate like this. Wang Lin gradually adapted to this place, and his heart was in shock. The thunder here exceeded that of his body. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was made of thunder, it would have been very difficult for him to even remain at the edge. This is indeed the best place to cultivate the thunder origin spell. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with thunder as he silently cultivated the thunder origin spell. At this moment, in a distant space outside the asteroid field, a bolt of thunder whistled by. This was a Thunder Beast, and although it had no horn, there was a bulge forming on its head. The Thunder Beast was wearing black armor, making it look extremely ferocious. A middle-aged man was sitting on the back of the Thunder Beast. His hair flowed behind him, and he was expressionless as he charged toward the asteroid field. The Thunder Celestial Realm is about to open. I must absorb more origin energy from the Thunder Lake. Chapter 722, Heaven-Defying Beads, Shocking Change. The black-haired man rubbed the Thunder Beast's big head, and his eyes revealed a strange light as he muttered, I just don't know what kind of treasures will appear in the Thunder Celestial Realm. I fear that the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple will be fighting fiercely against each other. He revealed a gloomy expression. The Thunder Beast below him turned into a ray of lightning and flew off into the distance. Rumor has it that the mysterious heaven-defying bead first appeared in the depths of the asteroid field in Southern Domain. Because of the appearance of the bead, it caused the thunder here to change and created this Thunder Lake. This is now the best place to cultivate thunder spells. The man's eyes lit up, and he moved even faster. Wang Lin was inside the Thunder Lake as he muttered the words to the Thunder Origin spell over and over again. After understanding it, Wang Lin's hand formed a seal and then placed his hands on his knees. He then took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The Thunder Origin spell used a mysterious method to extract origin energy out of heavenly thunder and make it your own. This kind of spell was extremely rare. Only second-step cultivators would have something like this. It would often be considered a treasure that wouldn't be given out casually. This method focused on thunder entering the body. If one's cultivation level wasn't high enough, it was no different from harming your own body. If one was careless, their origin soul would be damaged, and in serious cases, they would immediately be destroyed. However, this method couldn't be more suitable for Wang Lin. His origin soul was thunder, and his new body was made of thunder. In the eyes of the Thunder Beast, Wang Lin's entire being was just thunder. Shortly after, Wang Lin's hand slowly lifted and his hand formed a seal. With a shake, large amounts of ripples appeared in the air. These ripples were formed by thunder, and they slowly spread out. This shaken reality contained 9 different seals that were produced at extremely high speed. These seals created the ability to attract thunder. Under the loud rumble of the thunder lake, a strand of thunder seemed to be attracted. It seemed to finally have found a point of release and immediately rushed over, attempting to devour everything in its path. However, at the moment it touched Wang Lin, it dissipated and charged into Wang Lin's body. The thunder here was very strong, far beyond ordinary thunder. The moment it entered Wang Lin's body, it surged through his body. Wang Lin's hand quickly performed the thunder origin spell. A huge vortex quickly appeared in his body and constantly rotated. With every rotation, it squeezed out some origin energy from the thunder. This process lasted for a long time. The introduction said that the first time using this spell would be very difficult. On one hand, the body had to resist the thunder, and on the other hand, it would absorb origin energy. It required time to adapt to all of this. However, Wang Lin didn't have to worry about all of this. His flesh and origin soul were already made from thunder. At most the thunder would cause him to feel uncomfortable, but he wouldn't be injured. At this moment, he focused all of his attention on squeezing out origin energy and naturally disregarded the discomfort coming from his body. After a long time, the strand of thunder gradually collapsed under the effect of the thunder origin spell, leaving behind a trace amount of impure origin energy. There was simply too little origin energy, so much so that it was impossible to detect if one wasn't looking carefully. However, Wang Lin treasured it like a treasure and was excited from the bottom of his heart. For a first-step cultivator, origin energy was a luxury. Only when one reaches the ascendant can they have the opportunity to obtain some, and it was impossible to gain or recover more. Forming origin energy from the world required spells from second-step cultivators. If it wasn't for a series of fortuitous coincidences, Wang Lin won't have been able to do this. He suppressed the ecstasy and excitement in his heart, and carefully cycled the impure origin energy toward his origin soul. Once there, it will have the impurity refined from it. Although the origin energy remaining will be even less, it will become something that can be used by him. This was an extremely critical moment, so Wang Lin didn't dare to be careless. He slowly controlled his impure origin energy into his origin soul. However, just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. This change caught Wang Lin unprepared, so he didn't have time to control it. The moment the trace of impure origin energy touched his origin soul, it became like a runaway wild horse and moved violently. It drilled into his origin soul, but instead of fusing with the origin soul, it charged to the location of the heaven-defying bead. This trace of impure origin energy fused with the heaven-defying bead in an instant. A thunderous roar that people the outside couldn't hear, but Wang Lin could hear clearly echoed inside his body. It was as if he was hit mercilessly by a large mountain. Wang Lin's face instantly became pale, his origin soul shook, and even his body unceasingly trembled. The heaven-defying bead inside his body didn't listen to Wang Lin's command. It slowly floated out from between his eyebrows. Wang stared at the scene before him, and his mind trembled. The heaven-defying bead appeared once more. This time, as soon as it came out from Wang Lin's body, the entire thunder lake became violent, and strands of thunder dragons immediately charged out. This caused a large amount of fluctuations, which in turn caused the asteroids to be affected and give off powerful thunder. This caused the celestial guard to retreat until it was far away to not be affected. Even the thunder beast was awakened by the change in the thunder. It subconsciously retreated and didn't dare to close in. Wang Lin looked at the heaven-defying bead in the sky. The confusion in his eyes became even stronger. The countless thunder dragons whistled out from all directions. The dragons charged in one by one into the heaven-defying bead. This scene was extremely shocking, and it completely startled Wang Lin. The heaven-defying bead slowly turned, and with every turn it would absorb a large amount of thunder. A violet light slowly formed around the bead. Wang Lin was too familiar with this scene. Not long ago, this exact same thing happened. The violet light became blinding and suddenly spread out. The mysterious restriction appeared once more. At the same time, the huge door appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. All of this was simply too bizarre, and it shocked Wang Lin greatly. He didn't know that the heaven bead first appeared here. All of the mysterious changes that occurred here were caused by the appearance of the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin had inadvertently made his way here and brought the heaven-defying bead back to where it originally appeared. It could be said that karma was involved in his. However, this wasn't completely unintentional. In fact, when Wang Lin was injured and he seeked this place out, it wasn't just due to the characteristics of the thunder dragon. An even more hidden reason was the heaven-defying bead. The heaven-defying bead was the only thing that had fused with Wang Lin's origin soul and no longer existed physically, so it had the ability to influence Wang Lin's origin soul. In fact, the comfortable feeling was from the heaven-defying bead. If only that was the case, it wouldn't have been a big deal. The incomplete heaven-defying bead hadn't recognized an owner yet, so even if Wang Lin had brought it here, it wouldn't have had any changes. However, when the 5 elements were complete, the heaven-defying bead changed. When the huge door appeared, it meant that Wang Lin had activated the heaven-defying bead for the first time. This activation meant that the bead had recognized an owner. Afterward, Wang Lin absorbed the heaven-defying bead and came here. The moment it touched the thunder here, a change occurred. If any of these factors were missing, the heaven-defying bead wouldn't have had changed like this. In the countless years since the heaven-defying bead had come into being, Wang Lin was the only one to reach this step. The giant door appeared once more. The violet light caused the world, and even the thunder lake, to turn purple. The thunder became purple thunder. The appearance of the door caused the sense of awe to appear in his body once more. Although he had already resisted it once, his body still trembled slightly, but his eyes remained unyielding. As the violet light shinned everywhere, the giant arm outside the door appeared once more. However, it made Wang Lin's heart skip a beat this time. The moment the arm appeared, a large amount of purple lightning immediately charged toward it. Countless strands of thunder wrapped around the arm, as if they had subdued it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and stared at the arm. After pondering for a bit, he clenched his teeth, jumped into the air, and charged toward the giant door. If this arm wasn't locked by the thunder, Wang Lin wouldn't have chosen to enter it. However, he felt that if he missed this once-in-a-lifetime chance, he would never be able to see the secret beyond the door. Although his speed was bad, he left himself a way out. If the arm broke free of the thunder, he would immediately turn and flee. He was getting closer and closer. The arm began to move, but the thunder around it was like a metal chain that held it down. This caused the arm to slow down. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his speed increased, and he charged at the door like a bolt of thunder. At the moment he got close, the door opened up by a small gap. At the moment the gap opened, the world stopped. Wang Lin's body also stopped outside the gap. His eyes opened widely, and at this moment, it was as if his mind was sucked into the door. Everything Wang Lin saw caused him to tremble violently. It was as if his origin soul had left his body, as he could no longer feel his body. His whole being seemed to exist in endless chaos. Chapter 723, Those Who Seek Tao Understand During Death, Pitiful. This place is the heaven-defying bead space. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he immediately recognized this place. He was too familiar with this place. It was filled with chaos, and occasionally there would be balls of light glowing. The balls of light immediately began to change, as if his gaze was a catalyst. The balls of light he was looking at suddenly swelled up. They swelled up too fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already huge. Wang Lin was stunned as the balls of light were now as big as a planet. A powerful aura came out from the balls of light. This aura was filled with vitality. This vitality was extremely pure, as if it was a newborn baby. Shortly after, clouds of dust appeared and were absorbed by the light. Soon, they began to condense and formed landmasses. Some of the dust formed rivers and oceans. Wang Lin gasped. This was a planet. The spiritual energy coming from it was very rich. Aside from not having any mortals living on it, it was no different from any other cultivation planet outside. While he was shocked, the planet immediately began to degrade, as if time was reverting itself. At the moment Wang Lin saw the 3 planets, his mind trembled as he discovered something. He subconsciously wanted to raise his hand, but he didn't notice that in his current state, he didn't even have a body. However, his hand still appeared. It was as if all he needed to do was think, and it would materialize. His hand gently moved, and a ripple appeared in the void. Under this ripple, the 3 planets immediately turned into 3 rays of light and entered Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin stopped seeking Tao. In his trance-like state, it felt as if he was the Tao right now. As he stopped, his mind slowly calmed down. Then his entire body subconsciously turned into a ball of light. As time passed, the ball of light he had turned into gradually expanded. He absorbed the surrounding dust, and eventually a planet appeared. The mountains on this planet were spectacular, and the rivers were beautiful. The earth was filled with energy, and even the sea was as blue as the sky, as if it could accommodate the world. In the northern part of the planet, there was only one family. One man and one woman who lived a quiet and peaceful life. It was as if they could have everything they wanted, including the countless mortals in the surrounding villages. On this day, a ray of light passed by the southern part of the planet. Inside the ray of light was a woman wearing white. The woman was beautiful and as gentle as water. Her black hair flowed in the air. Sometimes a few strands would get in front, and she would tuck the hair behind her ear with her jade-like hands. As she flew, her eyes were filled with confusion. She looked down at the earth as she bit her lower lip and muttered, "Why does this world give me such a familiar feeling?" She pondered for a long time before shaking her head. Her figure moved like a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. "I want to find the answer." The wind carried the woman's decisive voice. Time slowly passed as if it would last forever. Countless years passed, and everything gradually changed. The only things that never changed were the three people. Two of them still lived a quiet life, and the last one was still looking for an answer. It wasn't until the end that the Tao finally arrived. The earth disappeared, and the planet no longer existed. The three people turned back into three balls of light, and then were caught inside a huge palm which then drifted far away. As the palm dissipated, Wang Lin consciousness appeared. "So this is Tao," Wang Lin's voice echoed in the void. Everything he was searching for ended with himself. Chapter 724, Seeing the Third Step. He himself was Tao. The heaven and earth were made up of countless Tao. He was Tao. Before him were countless balls of light, changing from life to death, and from death to life. This was his life and death Tao. In the karmic cycle, if there was karmic effect, then there was karmic cause, such as Li Muan's search for answers and Wang Ping's ordinary life. This was his karma Tao. For an instant, Wang Lin felt like he understood something, but at the same time he understood nothing. This kind of confusion was like a wave rocking in his mind. This wave became more and more intense until it caused his mind to tremble. He awakened. The moment he regained clarity, he felt like his origin soul would be pushed outside violently. When he opened his eyes, he was still outside the door. Nothing around him had changed. The thunder still rumbled, and the violet light still covered the area. It was as if everything that had happened didn't happen at all. Wang Lin was still before the gate, and everything that happened was just his dream. So unreal, and yet so real. The door that had only opened a gap slowly closed before his eyes and dissipated. The huge arm wrapped by the purple light also disappeared. The violet light contracted and changed back into the heaven-defying bead. There was mysterious change to the heaven-defying bead. Before, it had the 5 elements engraved on it. Now they were replaced by yin and yang. Yin was represented by a moon, and yang was represented by a sun. Each covered half the heaven-defying bead and were distinct from each other. It floated toward Wang Lin's forehead and entered the spot between his eyebrows. Wang Lin was still standing motionlessly in the air, and his eyes slowly closed. The scenes from before still echoed in his mind. He vaguely became aware of something. He seemed to have once more forgotten about the passage of time and was only immersed in the comprehension in his heart that continued to echo in his mind. He carved the unreal dream bit by bit into his heart. Wang Lin knew that everything inside the dream was extremely precious. This was a heavenly opportunity. He couldn't tell anyone about the dream, and he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly anyway. He was actually afraid of telling anyone. He had a feeling that the All-Seer and company would be willing to give up everything for this opportunity. Even if it meant giving up planet Tianyuan, giving up all their magical treasures and spells. The All-Seer and company wouldn't have hesitated at all to have a chance to seek Tao like this. Because this Tao seeking would open up that mysterious third step that tens of thousands cultivators were striving and craving for. Those who seek Tao understand in the morning and are dead by dusk. Those who seek Tao understand during death. Wang Lin still didn't know the value of the heaven-defying bead, but just the tip of the iceberg that he had seen shocked him greatly. This was something he would never forget. This seeking of Tao didn't cause his cultivation level to increase, but it refined his Tao. Before, when Wang Lin stood under the door, he felt a deep sense of awe from his soul. This was because of the difference in levels, just like how people appear in an ant's eyes. Although Wang Lin wasn't at the same level of existence as the door, and he was still an ant in comparison, he was an ant that had seen the third step. He had seen the third step. While immersed in his thoughts, the thunder lake under Wang Lin seemed to be affected by something. A large amount of thunder began to spread in all directions. At this moment, a ray of thunder flew through the asteroid field. Inside the ray of thunder was a thunder beast in black armor. On the back of the thunder beast was the black-haired man. His eyes were filled with caution as he charged into the depths of the asteroid field. When he arrived near the asteroid field, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. The fluctuations of the thunder here were too violent, very different from the last time he was here. This thunder even contained an incredibly powerful aura. This shocked the black-haired man and made him extremely cautious. He slowly made his way through the asteroid field. He was very familiar with this place because he had been here many times to cultivate the Thunder Origin spell, but never had he been so on guard. He moved quickly, and after an unknown amount of time, he gradually grew closer to the center. The closer he got, the stronger that feeling of shock became. What exactly happened over there? The black-haired man's expression was gloomy. His cultivation level was at the corporeal yang stage, and he only needed a bit more to reach completion, and then he could enter the Nirvana Scryer stage. With his cultivation level, there weren't many things that could make him feel like this. However, at this moment, this feeling became even stronger. After hesitating for a bit, he clenched his teeth and the Thunder Beast charged through the last layer of asteroids. He soon spotted the familiar Thunder Lake before him. He immediately saw Wang Lin above the Thunder Lake. The current Wang Lin was simply too strange in the black-haired man's eyes. Wang Lin was floating in the air, a large amount of thunder was moving through his body, and his hair was moving without any wind. The size of the Thunder Lake caused the black-haired man to gasp. The Thunder Lake before him made him felt like he had come to the wrong place. It was actually half the size of when he last came to this place. It looked endless before, but now it felt like he could almost see the other side. This person's appearances was like a stone thrown into calm water, creating countless ripples. Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. This was a pair of indescribable eyes. They seemed to contain the world and all the laws of the world. It was as this pair of eyes could see through the heavens and earth. It gave off a shocking feeling, just like the huge arm that appeared before the door. This kind of feeling would shock anyone who saw it, and it make them feel awe as if they were only an ant. This pair of eyes contained some remnants of Wang Lin's unreal dream. At this moment, it was as if he was the heavens and earth. He was the heavenly Tao. This was the aura of the third step. Wang Lin's eyes were not focused and were filled with confusion as he casually looked at the black-haired man. This gaze caused the black-haired man to feel like countless thunderbolts had just exploded inside him. It was as if he had absorbed more thunder than he could handle with the Thunder Origin spell. His entire body seemed to have been fixed in place at this moment, and Wang Lin's eyes were the only things that existed in his world. At this instant, only this gaze existed in his life. Thunder rumbled in his ears, but it felt like it was very far away. He could clearly hear it, but not feel it. He couldn't understand what kind of gaze it was, but this gaze contained a mysterious force far beyond his comprehension. This power directly tore through his eyes and shook his entire being. His heartbeat reached a limit as if it was about to explode. All of the blood in his body circulated like crazy along with his origin energy. He was completely horrified. It was as if he would collapse under this gaze if he didn't cycle his origin energy. What power is this? The black-haired man wasn't able to move his body an inch. The origin energy in his energy cycled like crazy. Even if the origin energy dissipated or was wasted, he couldn't be bothered with that anymore. His mouth was dry and his body was long ago soaked in sweat. However, he just couldn't shift his eyes away from this crazy gaze. With his cultivation, this was the first time in his life he had felt something so terrifying. He wasn't this terrified even when he met the Lord of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Wang Lin calmly looked at the black-haired man. There was trace of his Tao-seeking in his eyes. He only saw a person, but right now it didn't matter if they were cultivators or mortals. With that trace of comprehension in Wang Lin's eyes, the other person seemed like only an ant to him. While in the dream of seeking Tao, his gaze was the Tao that caused the balls of light to quickly go through an entire life cycle. He carried the gaze he had during that dream when he looked at the black-haired man. This person was like the balls of light in the dream. However, instead of quickly expanding, this person was quickly dissipating. The person dissipated layer by layer and didn't stop. The terror in the black-haired man's eyes had reached a limit. He had never experienced such a crisis of life and death. From the moment the gaze landed on him, he could feel his origin soul burning. The origin energy in his body seemed to have lost control and formed an invisible flame. The other person's gaze contained a terrifying power that he was unable to resist. It was as if the heavens were telling him to die. It was as if he was an ant, and a sense of awe had filled his entire body. Not only him, the thunder beast under him felt this even more strongly. It let out miserable cries, and its body began to dissipate at a visible speed, as if dirt returning to the earth. All of this happened in an instant. The cloudiness in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared. Then he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The black-haired man's body almost collapsed when he awakened from the terrifying power. He was soaked in sweat, and more than half of the origin energy in his body was gone. His origin soul had shrunk one size, and he was extremely weak. As he stared at Wang Lin, terror filled his mind. Too terrifying. What kind of gaze was that? What cultivation level is he at? The black-haired man gasped. His body trembled. and his face turned completely pale. He regretted coming here. If he hadn't come here, he wouldn't have had to experience that terrifying gaze just now. He didn't doubt that if that mysterious person had looked at him for a few breaths longer, he would have collapsed. After that, he would have disintegrated, and all traces of him would have been destroyed. He wouldn't even have been able to escape with his origin soul. The thunder beast under him was even worse off, and it looked at Wang Lin with terror in its eyes. The pride of thunder beasts made them prefer to die than yield. However, that gaze was not as simple as death. It was a suppression from a higher level. Chapter 725, The First Person to Pledge. In the eyes of the black-haired man, Wang Lin's figure was infinitely large. The black-haired man even believed that no one in the all-heaven star system would remain unharmed under that gaze, not even the head of the Thunder Celestial Temple. In particular, the disregard in those eyes made it seem as if the entire world was only a mere ant. This feeling made the black-haired man's body tremble. Given his pride, he had never felt respect like this toward anyone else. When the gap in power was not very large, he would be filled with thoughts of resisting. However, when he felt that someone's power was impossible to challenge and no one he had ever met could compare, he would only think about submitting. Dao sight. That gaze must be the legendary Dao sight. The black-haired man's terror was replaced with fanaticism. His mind was in shock, and his body trembled. When he thought about the words, Dao sight, he was filled with excitement and horror. Mortals have dream sight and cultivators have Dao sight. However, this Dao sight was only a legend. The black-haired man only knew about rumors stating that a person had appeared in the all-heaven star system countless years ago. This person used their own strength and used only one spell to defeat all of the second-step cultivators in the all-heaven star system. Even among the second-step cultivators, aside from a limited few, most didn't even get to use one spell or magical treasure before they lost. That person was very disappointed and turned to leave. One person gathered the courage to ask the name of the spell, and what they got was one plain sentence. This spell is named Dao Sight. It wasn't created by me, and all of you are able to perform it. The black-haired man took a deep breath, immediately got off the thunder beast, and respectfully stood where he was. Now that he wasn't under Wang Lin's gaze, he became aware that there was another person sitting on an asteroid nearby. The black-haired man was startled when he saw the person. He naturally knew that it was a puppet. Then he saw the silver-horned thunder beast at the edge of the Thunder Lake. When he arrived, he was immediately caught by Wang Lin's gaze, so he didn't see anything else. Now that he had surveyed his surroundings, he was shocked once more. A silver-horned thunder beast, an illusory puppet. He is also a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. The black-haired man somewhat didn't dare to believe all of this. He didn't doubt Wang Lin's identity, but he didn't think such a powerful person would be a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Before he could think too much, Wang Lin opened his eyes once more. His eyes were back to normal. Earlier, not only was the black-haired man shocked, Wang Lin was also startled by this. Could that feeling earlier have been the third step? Wang Lin silently pondered. That feeling was something that could only be obtained by chance and not asked for. However, his cultivation level was too low. This feeling was something he could keep in his heart, but couldn't completely understand. The realistic scenes in the unreal dream opened the door for him to the third step. If anyone in the All-Heaven or Alliance star system knew about this, they would all go crazy for the bead. The biggest goal of people like the All-Seer was the third step. They were willing to do anything for this third step. For them, the third step was nowhere to be found. They were still advancing in the darkness and bitterly searching. However, Wang Lin was able to obtain such an unimaginable opportunity due to the heaven-defying bead. Sometimes, fate was just like this. After seeing the Tao from the third step, Wang Lin's future achievements were unpredictable and unimaginable. Junior is a level 2 messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, Shingang Hu greets Senior. The black-haired man immediately crawled on the ground in the position he used to acknowledge his teacher to show his respect. If an outsider had seen this, they would be extremely shocked. It has to be said that Shingang Hu was extremely proud and very vicious. Even among the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple, he was a difficult person, and most cultivation families wouldn't dare to provoke him. Most importantly, this person's talent was amazing. Even the Lord of the Thunder Celestial Temple once said that Shingang Hu's talent could be considered top 30 in the All-Heaven star system. This person hadn't cultivated for long, only 1,000 years. In only 1,000 years, he managed to reach the corporeal yang stage and was even at the peak. This kind of talent made people dread him even more than his viciousness. No one could determine what his limits were. Perhaps he could finally become a true second-step cultivator. Wang Lin didn't move. His expression was neutral as he calmly looked at Shingang Hu. After seeing a glimpse of the third step's Tao, although his cultivation level didn't increase, his mental strength went through a drastic change. The nature of his soul was different than before. At this moment, even if he stood before the All-Seer, he wouldn't feel any tension. It was just like mortals who had seen cultivators and their spells. When they looked at a mortal king, they were no longer afraid. Under Wang Lin's gaze, although Shingang, who didn't feel the terror from before, he still trembled. That terrifying memory had been imprinted into his mind and wouldn't dissipate even in death. In reality, it was a great opportunity for Shingang Hu. If the All-Seer and company had no chance of obtaining the bead, then they would choose to personally experience it without any hesitation. Even the thunder beast next to him lowered its head and no longer had any pride on its face. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and calmly asked, "What is it?" His current state of mind was still somewhat in the unreal dream. Even his tone reflected this. Although Shingang, whose cultivation was at the corporeal yang stage, his mind was greatly damaged right now. In particular, with his current timid heart, he would barely be able to use the power of an illusory Yin cultivator. As for the thunder beast, it didn't even dare to raise its head. The gaze from earlier made it lose all its guts. Wang Lin's casual words suddenly stunned Shingang Hu. He quickly said, "Junior." Before he finished speaking, Wang Lin waved his right hand and said, "If there is nothing, then quickly leave." Wang Lin decided to carefully study the change in the heaven-defying bead. The power of the heaven-defying bead was far beyond his imagination. Just a gap in the door had allowed him to see the third step. If he opened it completely, Wang Lin's heart beat rapidly. He couldn't imagine what would happen. In addition, this dream caused his domain to improve. He wasn't far from the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, the end of the first step of cultivation. Shingang, who felt like Wang Lin's attitude, was very normal. A powerful person should be like this, as he was the one who disturbed this senior's cultivation. This senior had been kind by not killing him. Thinking about the gaze from before, Shingang, who didn't doubt that this senior had spared him. Otherwise, he would have without a doubt died. His trembling mind and shock had transformed into fanaticism and reverence. After taking a deep breath, he said, "Senior, Junior is Shingang Hu, a member of the Shingang family in the southern domain. I'm a level 2 messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple and a corporeal yang cultivator. I beg Senior to allow me to pledge to Senior." It wasn't that he wasn't able to see through Wang Lin's cultivation, but that terrifying gaze made him forget all of that. He even believed that this was a true powerful cultivator. If a powerful cultivator was hiding their cultivation level, they would make others believe that they were an ascendant cultivator. Pledge. Wang Lin was startled and looked at Shingang Hu. Shingang Hu quickly said, "Junior's cultivation is insufficient, and I know I'm not qualified to pledge to Senior. However, Junior is extremely sincere, and moreover, I have a lot of families that are pledged to me, so Junior can help satisfy any of Senior's demands. Junior knows that such things are nothing in Senior's eyes, but I hope Senior will allow me to pledge to you given my sincerity." Wang Lin frowned. After pondering a bit, he shook his head. He couldn't use that spell again, and from one gaze, he could tell that this person was extremely prideful. If this person noticed something, it would cause unnecessary trouble. When Shingang, who saw Wang Lin shake his head, he immediately said, "Senior, Junior is extremely sincere and will never regret this no matter how much time passes. As long as Senior is willing to give me a few pointers during my breakthrough, Junior is willing to give up a part of my Tao soul to pledge to Senior for 1,000 years. As he spoke, his hand formed a seal and then pointed at his forehead. A black light that contained his domain and Tao flew out of his head. In the All-Heaven Star system, a person who pledges can selectively surrender something. One's Tao soul was the most important thing that could be given. Once their Tao soul was controlled by someone else, although it wasn't the same as death, their Tao heart could be affected. The consequences had much longer-lasting significance. Giving his Tao soul showed Shingang Hu's sincerity. He was really frightened by Wang Lin's gaze. He had a vague feeling that if he gave up this chance today, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Shingang Hu trusted his feeling a lot. A lot of important decisions in his life were made due to his feelings, and right now this feeling was very strong, which strengthened his belief. Looking at Shingang Hu showing his Tao soul, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Although he didn't know what it was, he understood what it represented. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin slowly asked, "You won't regret it?" Shingang Hu immediately responded respectfully, "Junior will definitely not regret it." Wang Lin no longer wasted any more time. He waved his hand, and Shingang Hu's Tao soul flew over. He devoured it, and it entered his origin soul. After putting away the Tao soul, Wang Lin calmly asked, "Why did you come here?" Shingang Hu bitterly smiled. "The Thunder Celestial Realm is about to open, So Junior wanted to borrow this place to cultivate some origin energy. Chapter 726, Condensing Thunder Origin. Wang Lin's expression was neutral while he felt Shingong Hu's Dao Soul. This person's domain was similar to Ling Tianho's, but there were differences. However, because Wang Lin didn't understand Shingong Hu's life experiences, he wasn't able to get the full picture. How long before the Thunder Celestial Realm opens? Wang Lin spoke calmly, and his eyes closed slightly. Shingong Hu respectfully said, 10 more years before the Thunder Celestial Realm opens. Then one can use the Thunder Furnace to enter. Wang Lin pondered a bit. He was very interested in the Thunder Celestial Realm. When he entered the Rain Celestial Realm, he couldn't absorb any celestial jades. However, at this moment, he could absorb a large amount. This trip to the Thunder Celestial Realm would allow his cultivation to reach its completion. The Celestial Realm is broken. What is the restriction to entering the Celestial Realm? Wang Lin's eyes were bright as he looked at Shingong Hu. Shingong Hu was startled. After hesitating for a moment, he made some speculations based on Wang Lin's words. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he calmly said, "This old man is not someone from the All-Heaven Star system." The random thoughts in Shingong Hu's mind disappeared. Almost at the moment Wang Lin spoke, he came to the same answer. In his mind, only this kind of origin fitted Wang Lin's status. "Senior, my All-Heaven Star system's Thunder Celestial Realm isn't too seriously damaged. The limitation on cultivation is late-stage ascendant. However, the Thunder Celestial Palace has a method for second-step cultivators to enter. The premise is that they don't use strength beyond early stage of Nirvana Scryer." Wang Lin nodded, and then asked a few more details. This Thunder Celestial Realm was similar to the Rain Celestial Realm. After all, countless years ago, the Rain and Thunder Celestial Realms were both passages to the ancient Celestial Realm. After getting information, Wang Lin calmly looked at Shingong Hu and said, "Forget it. You can stay here and cultivate, but don't disturb this old man." Shingong Hu quickly nodded. He had come here with the purpose to cultivate, but now he was seriously injured and his cultivation level had dropped. It would be difficult to find a better place within just 10 years. Also, just healing his injuries would take a lot of time. It was possible that he would only manage to recover when the Thunder Celestial Realm opened. After Wang Lin allowed him to stay, he immediately felt gratitude in his heart. In truth, he would not normally feel like this, but he had already subconsciously surrendered in his heart. He was completely awed by Wang Lin's gaze. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to Shingong Hu. He turned around and walked toward the depths of the Thunder Lake. At the beginning, Shingong Hu didn't notice, but soon he sighed. This was indeed someone with a higher cultivation level, and his thunder was not ordinary. With his cultivation, he could only go 50 steps deep and not half a step further. However, his gaze followed Wang Lin and saw Wang Lin walk 100 steps into the Thunder Lake before sitting down. Shingong Hu took a deep breath and his eyes filled with reverence. Due to being injured, he was only able to take 10 steps before he couldn't proceed further. At this point, he quickly sat down and began cultivating the Thunder Origin spell. His Thunder Beast also carefully took a few steps in. Its large head would occasionally turn toward Wang Lin, and its eye would fill with fear. It was a spirit beast, so its instincts made it fear Wang Lin's gaze even more. That gaze had made the Thunder Beast almost lose its mind. It felt like it was returning back to its origin. It had never felt something like this before. Even now it was still terrified of Wang Lin. Just as it was about to lie down, a roar came from far away. Wang Lin's Thunder Beast slowly walked over, and when it walked by Shingong Hu's Thunder Beast, Wang Lin's Thunder Beast gave it a vicious gaze. Shingong Hu's Thunder Beast backed up and no longer dared to approach. Its pride was completely shattered by Wang Lin's gaze. Otherwise, with how it was about to grow its horn, it wouldn't have yielded like this. The silver-horned Thunder Beast shook its head and cheerfully walked by. It walked 10 steps into the Thunder Lake and lied down to absorb the thunder. In the distance, the Celestial Guard was sitting on an asteroid. Its eyes were flashing and would occasionally look at Shingong Hu. 100 steps was Wang Lin's limit, and this was only because he had seen the third step, which caused his soul to evolve. Looking at the thunder, he felt like he could vaguely see strange changes similar to when he used the Heavenly Chop. When he noticed this change, Wang Lin was able to take 100 steps before he couldn't move any further. He sat down and began absorbing thunder into his body. The Thunder Origin spell extracted the thunder and constantly refined the origin energy from it. As time passed, large amounts of thunder gathered from all directions and was absorbed into his body. As the Thunder Origin spell operated, it slowly drew out the origin energy from the thunder and nourished his origin soul. A very comfortable feeling slowly emerged from Wang Lin's body. When Wang Lin had reached Ascendant due to Zhou Yi's Ascendant Crystal, so Wang Lin had more origin energy than most cultivators. This meant that his path was very smooth, but the use of the Heavenly Chop and the battle with Thunder Daoist caused him to consume too much origin energy. As a result, he was at the edge of his cultivation level dropping. Origin energy was something that was very difficult to recover for first-step cultivators. If Wang Lin didn't have a Thunder Origin Soul, he would have regretted all his life. As the origin energy entered Wang Lin and nourished his origin soul slowly recovered. This process was very slow. Wang Lin's hand formed a seal and then started shaking. A large ripple of thunder immediately spread out, and 10 times the amount of thunder instantly charged toward Wang Lin. Even he couldn't help but feel numbness. Wang Lin took a deep breath and immediately began refining. Wang Lin's action caused a series of explosions that awakened Shingang Hu. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. However, when he saw Wang Lin, his pupils suddenly shrank. He is worthy of being a senior. He dared to attract so much thunder into his body at 100 steps. If I was in that position, my flesh wouldn't be able to bear it, and even my origin soul would be damaged. Shingang Hu's eyes lit up and were filled with excitement. It looks like I need to work harder. Shingang Hu's eyes lit up, and then he attracted more thunder into his body. His body trembled and immediately began to absorb it. Wang Lin activated the Thunder Origin spell, and 10 times more thunder than before entered his body. Under the increased amount of thunder, the origin energy inside his origin soul gradually began to recover faster. However, it was still far from completely recovering. After all, only a sliver of origin energy could be extracted from every strand of thunder, and after being refined, even less was left for consumption. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years went by. In 2 years, Wang Lin remained almost motionless, but instead of 10 times the normal thunder, he was absorbing 20 times the normal thunder. He was like a humanoid piece of metal that was thrown into the thunder lake and attracted thunder like crazy. As for Shingang Hu, he worked even harder during these 2 years, and his injuries gradually recovered. During these 2 years, Wang Lin had observed Shingang Hu. This person also cultivated the Thunder Origin spell. However, Wang Lin was only able to absorb a trace from every strand of thunder, while Shingang Hu was able to absorb 10 times more. As he observed and gradually discovered some clues, this had a lot to do with how much origin energy one had. The more origin energy one had, the more origin energy could be absorbed. It was this characteristic that made the disparity between each level in the second step so great. During these 2 years, Wang Lin engraved everything he saw about the third step into his heart and often comprehended them, so he had some harvest. On this day, he stood up and walked toward the center of the Thunder Lake. Snapping sounds filled the area after each step. The change attracted Shingang Hu's attention. He opened his eyes and looked at Wang Lin. Not only had the excitement in his eyes not lessened, there were even glimmers of expectation. Wang Lin didn't pay any attention to Shingang Hu and looked toward the center of the Thunder Lake. This Thunder Lake was too big. Although it had shrunk by half due to the heaven-defying bead, it was still shocking. At this moment, Wang Lin was only considered to be at the edge and was too far away from the center. The thunder in the Thunder Lake was naturally more powerful the closer it was to the center, which was the spot with the highest concentration of origin energy. It could even said that the origin energy inside 100 strands of thunder at the edge couldn't compare to the origin energy inside 1 strand of thunder at the center. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin raised his feet and stepped forward. His heart was calm and even contained a hint of caution. However, not far away, Shingang Hu was extremely excited as he looked at Wang Lin and thought, I'm finally able to see a spell from Senior. This is an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must watch carefully and perhaps I'll gain some enlightenment. He was very excited, not any less than when he broke through the first step and entered the illusory stage. In fact, his excitement was several times more intense than that time. Aside from the fact that this place was suitable for healing his injuries, the other reason he wanted to cultivate it here was to follow Wang Lin. He hoped to obtain pointers from Wang Lin, or even see spells from a distance. He waited for 2 years, and now he finally got the opportunity. Without any hesitation, Shingang Hu dispersed the thunder around his body. He watched at Wang Lin's every move, ready to firmly remember everything he witnessed. Even the armored thunder beast raised its head and looked at Wang Lin in the distance. Its eyes were filled with awe, and there was even a glimmer of expectation. Only Wang Lin's silver-horned thunder beast rolled its eyes and didn't even look over. It sleepily lied there and absorbed the thunder. Chapter 727, Law of Thunder. Only by going deeper to absorb thunder can I speed things up. If I stay on the edge, Even though I'm absorbing 10 times the thunder and the effect looks the same, in reality, there is a huge difference. Wang Lin silently pondered as he walked toward the center of the Thunder Lake. This step caused a ripple when it landed on the Thunder Lake. It attracted countless bolts of thunder. Wang Lin's mind was focused, and his eyes gave off lightning. His origin soul was like his heart right now. Although it wasn't pounding, it pulsed thunder that filled his body. His body was made of thunder, so thunder filled his body without any resistance as this origin soul released more. The thunder moved through his body and created a series of explosions. This thunder echoed inside his body. Wang Lin moved forward and took another step. A thunderstorm immediately appeared inside the Thunder Lake, attracting large amounts of thunder. The thunderbolts fell and made it look like a real thunder prison that prevented all life from moving forward. There was a powerful might of thunder inside this thunder. Compared to this, the might of thunder inside Wang Lin's origin soul was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. This place is very strange. The strength of the thunder here is simply too amazing. Wang Lin's feet landed, causing a loud series of explosions that echoed across the Thunder Lake. He didn't stop and continued moving forward 10 steps. Every step he took triggered a loud explosion even more fierce than thunder. It was as if the entire world was trembling. In particular, Wang Lin's speed was very fast, so he took 10 steps almost instantaneously. The thunderous rumbling echoed across space. This shock set off a huge thunder shockwave. At this moment, it looked like the world was covered in lightning, and it was a very shocking scene. Wang Lin couldn't take one more step. His current location was still at the edge of the Thunder Lake, but his origin soul couldn't bear it anymore. It felt like if he took one more step, his origin soul would be injured. My origin soul has devoured half of an ancient thunder dragon, and my body is made of thunder. My entire being is almost no different from real thunder, but even so, I have to stop here. This thunder here is simply too powerful. Wang Lin felt reluctance in his heart and began to ponder. Not far away, Shengong frowned, and his eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. The reverence in his eyes died down as he looked at Wang Lin and thought, this isn't right. With Senior's cultivation, why did he stop there? Could it be? His eyes lit up. Even the thunder beast beside him was watching closely, and the fear in its eyes dissipated slightly. The silver-horned thunder beast didn't move and continued to cultivate as if it already knew this result. As Wang Lin stood there longer, Shengong, whose disappointment became even stronger, and he let out a sigh. He wanted to see a powerful spell of the person he pledged to, but unfortunately, he saw nothing. This strong contrast caused the powerful reverence he had for Wang Lin to die down a lot. His extinguished Dao heart was also slowly recovering. Although 100 steps is an uncrossable gap for me right now, once my cultivation breaks through to the Nirvana Scryer stage, I will definitely be able to achieve a mere 100 steps. However, as a senior, how could he only be this strong? Shengong, whose expression turned gloomy, and he began to observe carefully. Wang Lin looked at the Thunder Lake before him. At this moment, it was as if he had forgotten everything. Everything around him disappeared, and it was as if the Thunder Lake was the only thing remaining. Just like when he was outside the gate and looking into the gap, into the heaven-defying bead space. Just like back then, he even forgot about his own body and looked only at the endless Thunder Lake. After an unknown amount of time, after forgetting about time, forgetting everything, Wang Lin's body moved. He casually walked forward. This step was very casual, but it seemed to fall just at the right time. A bolt of thunder just happened to appear right under his feet. It looked as if he had stepped on that bolt of thunder. Shengong, whose originally diminishing reverence and gloomy expression, was startled. He seemed to have gained enlightenment, but couldn't understand it. The armored thunder beast was also startled. The beast's eyes narrowed as it looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin had no expression, it remained neutral. His eyes were empty as he took another step. Just like last time, the moment his foot landed, there was a bolt of thunder for him to step on. Shortly after, Wang Lin took another step. From beginning to end, he was extremely casual, as if he wasn't walking toward the Thunder Lake, but into his own backyard. With every step he took, there would be a bolt of thunder under his feet. Shengong, whose eyes opened fiercely. His eyes were filled with aghast, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. The disappearing reverence showed signs of returning, and the disappointment immediately disappeared. As he stared at Wang Lin, the aghast in his eyes became stronger and stronger. In his eyes, one time might be accidental. Even twice or 3 times it could still be considered accidental or lucky. However, a bolt of thunder would appear to support every step Wang Lin took. This was no longer something that words accident and luck could explain. In his eyes, this was something completely impossible. This was thoroughly beyond his imagination. At this moment, in his eyes, Wang Lin had become the master of all the thunder in the world. The strange behavior of the Thunder Lake was clearly welcoming Wang Lin. Welcoming? Yes, it's welcoming him. The aghast in Shingang, whose eyes became even stronger and filled his body. At this moment, a sense of excitement raged through his body like a storm. He had waited for 2 years to see spells like this. The armored thunder beast beside him suddenly raised its head. The feeling of awe appeared once more inside this thunder beast. The thunder beast's comprehension for thunder was far above its master's. In its view, the Thunder Lake wasn't welcoming Wang Lin. It was that Wang Lin's every step was landing on a vein of the Thunder Lake. Not far away, the silver-horned thunder beast that never looked over and seemed to not want to even look at Wang Lin suddenly stood up. Its huge eyes were filled with never-before-seen horror as it stared directly at Wang Lin. In Wang Lin's eyes, what he saw was no longer the Thunder Lake, but rays of light that would appear and disappear. Every time his foot landed, he would always land on the shining light. He seemed to have gained enlightenment in his heart, as if this was the most correct method. He took step after step and seemed to have forgotten everything. Shingang, whose body trembled, and he didn't dare to blink. He didn't want to miss even a moment of what was happening. He couldn't even believe everything that was happening before him. Wang Lin moved faster and faster until he only left an afterimagine, but that bolt of thunder would always appear under his feet every time. In the end, Wang Lin's body gave off a bright flash of thunder, and then a violent thunderstorm was set off around him. He was like a solitary boat that was calmly and firmly drifting among the raging waves of thunder. Too terrifying. This is real a thunder spell. This is real thunder. The reverence in Shingang, whose eyes increased once more, and his heart started pounding as if it was going to burst out of his chest. His reverence was several times stronger than it was 2 years ago. His reverence for Wang Lin reached such a new height that it could be considered blind belief. The thunder beast beside him shook violently, and the awe it felt was even more intense. Its feeling for thunder was much more profound than Shingang Hu's. It thought that Wang Lin was the origin of thunder, and the awe from the depths of its soul made it completely surrender. At this moment, if Wang Lin asked it to attack Shingang Hu, it would comply without any hesitation. Wang Lin's silver-horned thunder beast was even more shocked. It felt disbelief as it stared at Wang Lin. Its body trembled from the memories in its inheritance. At this moment, Wang Lin stopped and the strange scene before him disappeared. This state came without a trace and disappeared without a trace. At the moment his body stopped, Wang Lin awakened. His eyes were filled with confusion, and it took him a long time to gradually recover. This caused his understanding of thunder to become more profound. He knew that everything he saw was related to the comprehension he had toward the third step. Although this didn't increase his offensive power, it was far more important than any celestial spell or treasure. It was like an ant that had seen the human world and saw the magnificent cities. After seeing those incredible scenes and returning back to its cave, the ant would notice the similarities between the two worlds. Wang Lin was currently feeling like this. When he woke up, he found himself in the inner part of the Thunder Lake. Although this was still far from the center, the distance could no longer be described in steps. The thunder around here was far more dense than the thunder at the edge. All of the thunder here contained large amounts of origin energy. Wang Lin sat down and absorbed one strand. This strand of thunder entered his body and immediately caused him to tremble as if a powerful force had just shocked him. His entire body felt numb, and even his origin soul began to slow down as if it was in water. Shingang Hu withdrew his gaze. His reverence for Wang Lin had reached a peak. He had gained some enlightenment from before, so he was very excited. Just as he was about to sit down and cultivate on this enlightenment, he suddenly frowned. His eyes became cold, and he looked at the distant asteroid field. Shortly after, a ray of purple light flew over. There was a wooden sword inside this light, and a person was standing on the wooden sword. This place sure is lively. A mocking voice slowly arrived. Chapter 728, Doubt. This was a purple, wooden sword that gave off a cold and fierce aura. The sword also gave off a purple glow and left behind a trail of purple. The purple light stopped outside the Thunder Lake. On the sword stood a man about 30 years old. His face was white without any facial hair, and he was slightly handsome. However, his phoenix eyes revealed a strange, feminine feel. He was wearing a golden-purple robe that seemed to flow with an invisible wind. His gaze went past Shingang Hu and landed on Wang Lin. What the man saw caused his pupils to shrink an indiscernible amount, and all of the pores on his body immediately opened. At the moment this person appeared, Shingang Hu's expression became gloomy. The thunder beast beside him stood and growled, its eyes filled with a hostile gaze. As for the silver-horned thunder beast, it withdrew its gaze from Wang Lin and glanced at the feminine man. Its eyes were filled with disdain as he lied there and began playing with the thunder around it. Those strands of thunder were extremely obedient under its control. They moved around its body like little hands scratching an itch. Not far away on an asteroid, the Celestial Guard just sat there and didn't even look over. If this person threatened its owner, it would immediately attack even if it had to sacrifice itself. This was due to the imprint left on its soul. However, if there were no threat to its master, then the person before him could slaughter 100,000 people and it wouldn't move an inch. Shingang Hu said, Zhang Konglai. The feminine man carefully withdrew his gaze from Wang Lin because he was afraid of causing a misunderstanding. In his view, although this person's cultivation level was only at the late stage of Ascendant, to be able to enter the inner ring of the Thunder Lake was simply too strange. Unless this person was hiding an unimaginably powerful treasure, he must have been hiding his real cultivation level. He also saw the silver-horned thunder beast at the edge of the Thunder Lake and the puppet. His suspicion deepened. He thought, he must have some hidden treasure. It's impossible for him to be concealing his cultivation level. Just why are there two thunder beasts here? Could this person also be a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple? After all, being inside the inner circle of the Thunder Lake was a terrifying prospect. Even with his peak corporeal yang cultivation, it was impossible for him to enter the inner circle. It's the Shingang family's Shingang Hu. I didn't recognize you before. Your cultivation level has dropped a lot. The feminine man focused his mind and looked at Shingang Hu. Shingang Hu coldly snorted in his head, but his expression remained the same. However, his eyes were a bit gloomy as he calmly said, This place is not for you. Why haven't you left yet? Although he was injured and his cultivation hadn't recovered, with Wang Lin here, he would still dare to speak like this even if the Lord of the Thunder Celestial Temple personally came. Zhang Konglai frowned and subconsciously looked at Wang Lin. He slowly said, What big words. Does this place belong to your Shingang family? You won't allow outsiders to come just because you brought a junior here to cultivate. Shingang Hu sneered but didn't explain. He coldly said, If you don't leave in 3 breaths, then you might as well not leave. He really disliked this talented man from the Zhan family. If it wasn't for the fact that their strengths were very close, the two would have already attacked each other. If this Zhang Konglai remained ungrateful and disturbed his senior's cultivation, he would attack even though his cultivation was damaged. As long as senior looked at Zhang Konglai with that gaze, it would be enough to cause Zhang Konglai to collapse. After all, this person wasn't a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Although killing him would be troublesome, as long as senior was here, it would be a small matter. Zhang Konglia's eyes narrowed, and then he immediately retreated. He was a cautious person, and as he retreated, his eyes fell on Wang Lin, who was in the depths of the Thunder Lake. The suspicion in his heart became even stronger. Why does this Shingang Hu speak like this? His injuries can easily be seen through by any discerning eye. Could he be bluffing? If he isn't bluffing, then he must have a reason. Could it be this junior? Zhang Konglai thought about many things at once. 3 breaths have passed. Shingang Hu grinned and stood up. Thunder immediately filled his body and gave off popping sounds. He charged out and the Thunder Beast let out a roar as it followed closely behind. However, the difference was that as it stepped out, it subconsciously looked at Wang Lin. Its eyes were filled with awe and were without a trace of doubt. The Thunder Beast's gaze caused Zhang Konglia's mind to tremble. Although Shingang Hu was a scheming person, the Thunder Beast was very different. The information revealed by the Thunder Beast's eyes couldn't be thought about too deeply. The answer that its gaze revealed shook Zhang Konglia's mind. Due to his cautious personality, he immediately backed up without hesitation and shouted, Shingang Hu, I'm a considerate person. If you and I battle here, it will inevitably disturb your junior's cultivation. If you want to battle, let us leave here and battle outside the asteroid field. There was an emphasis on the word junior. Shingang Hu's gaze became cold as he stepped outside the Thunder Lake and sneered. Why go through so much trouble? Here will be fine. The more Shingang Hu was like this, the more doubt Zhang Konglai felt. He would rather retreat than attack. It was clear that Shingang Hu was trying to force him to attack. Thinking about the Thunder Beast's gaze, an absurd idea emerged in Zhang Konglia's mind. His eyes lit up, his hand formed a seal, an array of purple thunder appeared in his palm. The purple wood sword under him released powerful sword energy. The two forces fused to form a powerful pressure. This powerful pressure contained origin energy. It was only the first spell, but he was already using origin spell. It was clear that Zhang Konglai was extremely cautious of this battle. The battle was an instant away from starting. Shingang, who took a step and his hand pointed at the sky as if he was about to summon divine retribution lightning. The thunder beast beside him roared and gathered countless thunderbolts toward its body. The two of them were creating a very shocking scene. However, just at this instant, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes and calmly said, Shingang Hu, I will not help you in this battle. Let it be your test for pledging under me. If you lose, then I'll return your Dao soul back to you. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but he was secretly distressed. He didn't stand a chance against Shingang Hu nor this Zhang Konglai. Once Shingang Hu failed, he would be in a bad situation. He originally wanted to find a quiet place to cultivate, but he seemed unable to achieve this. After this troublesome Zhang Konglai had appeared, Wang Lin quickly thought about this and spoke those words. Shingang Hu's body trembled, and the battle intent in his eyes reached a limit. He stared at Zhang Kongling, but respectfully replied Wang Lin. Lord can rest assured. Shingang Hu will not be defeated. Shingang Hu took a deep breath as he touched his bag of holding and took out a bottle of pills. Zhang Konglia's expression changed greatly. The moment Wang Lin said those words, he saw the hidden reverence inside Shingang Hu's eyes. When he saw that kind of demeanor, he thought that his eyes had gone bad. Also, that Thunder Beast's body trembled when that person spoke. It seemed as if it was terrified. In particular, the person talked about pledging. This information caused Zhang Konglia's mind to shake greatly. If these only made him doubt, then Shingang Hu's response shocked Zhang Konglai. It was enough to make every hair in his body stand up. Lord, this word was not something easily spoken in the All-Heaven Star system. This was especially true for second-step cultivators like them. Only after pledging themselves to a powerful existence would someone call the other Lord. Zhang Konglai didn't suspect Shingang Hu was faking, because none of this was worth it. Shingang Hu was extremely arrogant, and was the kind of person that would rather die than humiliate himself. Moreover, even if the two of them battled, it would be extremely difficult for either to die. At most they'd be seriously injured. Even Zhang Konglai himself wouldn't casually call someone Lord just to avoid a battle that wouldn't even decide his life and death. After combining this with his previous speculations, that absurd idea came into his mind once more. His eyes were filled with terror, as if he still couldn't believe it. Could it be? Could it be that this person didn't rely on a magical treasure to enter the inner part of the Thunder Lake, but has concealed his cultivation? If it isn't so, how could he make the arrogant Shingang Hu pledge and call him Lord? Zhang Konglai sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly retreated once more. His mind quickly changed and he immediately said, Brother Shingang shouldn't be impulsive. Shingang Hu's eyes became cold and he crushed the pill bottle in his hand. There was only one red pill inside, and he swallowed it. His aura became violent and tyrannical immediately after doing so. Zhang Konglai, battle with me. With a roar, Shingang Hu's right hand pointed at the sky. The origin energy inside his body rushed out, and in an instant a dragon-like bolt of thunder descended from the void. This move affected the Thunder Lake. Countless strands of thunder gathered towards Shingang Hu. When Wang Lin saw Shingang Hu's origin spell, his eyes revealed a strange light. This spell was very strong. It involved using one's own origin energy to call out heavenly thunder. This wasn't any weaker than the Origin Furnace spell. Although it wasn't as grand as the Origin Furnace spell, it was even more powerful. Zhang Konglia's expression changed, and he retreated once more. At the same time, his foot moved, and the wooden sword flew up. He pointed at the wooden sword, and it shot out. The wooden sword was covered in a purple light, and carried with it a violent rumble. Shingang Hu's eyes were filled with battle intent. He wanted to display all his strength in this battle because Senior was watching. Chapter 729, I'm so badass. Shingang Hu let out a roar. His hand trembled slightly as he was injured. Although he had slightly recovered and had the help of the Thunder Celestial Temple's pill to suppress the injuries, allowing him to reach his peak for a moment, it wasn't enough to use this spell. He clenched his teeth and his right hand suddenly fell. The divine tributuation lightning that appeared suddenly descended with unimaginable might. Zhang Konglia's expression turned gloomy. His hand rapidly formed seals, and he spat out a mouthful of his body's vitality, which landed on the wooden sword. The wooden sword let out a roar before emitting a powerful sword energy and shooting directly at the divine tributuation lightning. When the two collided, a shocking bang spread across the area. The lightning collapsed, and the wooden sword retreated. The remaining origin energy reached a limit, and a large amount of asteroids collapsed. Zhang Konglia's body trembled, and he retreated a few steps. His expression was pale as he gloomily stared at Shingang Hu. He was angered, and now his eyes were filled with battle intent as well. Shingang Hu also retreated until he backed up into the Thunder Lake. Blood was coming out from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Zhang Konglai and smiled. I find your feminine face displeasing to the eye. I didn't expect you to actually have some skill. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had observed the battle just now very carefully and had gained some enlightenment. He wouldn't be able to withstand a hit from either of these two corporeal yang origin spells. However, he saw some problems. Shingang, whose origin spell seemed imperfect. The power of that divine retribution lightning should have been stronger. Wang Lin had, after all, seen the world of the third step, and before he had stepped into the inner ring, he had vaguely seen the law of thunder. So it wasn't a surprise for him to see problems in Shingang, whose spell. This kind of phenomenon sometimes occurred in the mortal world's martial arts world. Someone who knew no martial arts but had read countless secret techniques and manuals would often be able to point out problems when they saw a move as the spectator. Although that person could see through the technique and gave out pointers, that person wasn't able to use it personally. Wang Lin was currently in this state. His eyes lit up and he said, Shingang Hu, your origin spell contained the power of thunder, but not the soul of thunder. Although your Tao heart fused with it, it isn't enough. Your faith lacks the power of thunder. Shingang Hu was startled. This wasn't the first time he had heard those words. The Lord of the Thunder Celestial Temple and his family elders had also said this. However, hearing it from Wang Lin made him nervous, and he respectfully said, Please give me guidance, my lord. Not only Shingang Hu, but the distant Zhang Konglai was also startled. He became more and more inclined to that absurd speculation he had. He had the same problem Shingang Hu did. The Zhang family elder had also said this, and it was something they had to comprehend on their own. This was something not even the elders really understood and were still discovering. So how could they teach their juniors if they didn't know what was right or wrong? If they were right, it would be fine, but what if they were wrong? After all, no one knew if their path was right or wrong compared to the true path. This was because one knew the path to the third step. However, Wang Lin was different. He had seen the third step, so he knew the direction of progression. Others were afraid to say anything, because even if they did, they weren't sure if it was correct. However, Wang Lin was different. He knew that what he had said was definitely correct. The current scene was extremely bizarre. Both Shingang Hu and Zhang Konglai were both having a fierce battle filled with monstrous battle intent, but at the next instant, both of them had given up battling. Instead, they were focused on Wang Lin. Their gazes were different. Shingang Hu's was filled with blind reverence, while Zhang Konglai's was filled with doubt. Wang Lin didn't continue to speak. This kind of thing was not something that could be clearly explained. While confused, if one understood, they would understand. Otherwise, they needed an opportunity, or else they would never understand. While pondering, Wang Lin raised his right hand and casually pinched the air. A strand of thunder landed in his palm. In the eyes of Shingang Hu and Zhang Konglai, the power wasn't strong. However, what happened next caused both of them to gasp. Wang Lin's eyes released a strange light as he stared at the strand of thunder and waved his right hand. The strand of thunder disappeared, and what was left was a flickering light. It wasn't able to last very long and collapsed after a moment. Wang Lin closed his eyes to conceal the exhaustion within them. If it wasn't for the fact that the current situation was too dangerous, he wouldn't have bothered to put up this act. As Wang Lin closed his eyes, he slowly said, Do you understand? Origin. Return to the origin. Shingang Hu's eyes shined brightly, and his body trembled from excitement. He gave Wang Lin a deep bow without any hesitation. His reverence for Wang Lin increased almost to the point of worship. He was suddenly enlightened, as if a layer of paper was torn through. At this moment, Shingang Hu was enlightened. He suddenly turned toward Zhang Konglai with glowing eyes and said, Let us fight again. At this moment, Zhang Konglai's scalp was numb and his speculation of Wang Lin had reached a peak. He no longer doubted the absurd idea in his mind. He took a few steps back and then bowed toward Wang Lin and respectfully said, This junior is Zhang Konglai. I didn't know senior was cultivating here. I offended you earlier, and I hope senior can forgive me. Junior will leave right away. He looked enviously at Shingang Hu. He had already understood why someone as arrogant as Shingang Hu would pledge to another. Zhang Konglai's voice contained a sour tone as he clasped his hands and said, Congratulations, brother Shingang. Shingang Hu didn't speak and coldly looked at Zhang Konglai. Zhang Konglai didn't mind and laughed. Brother Shingang, I have already received a summon book from the Thunder Celestial Temple. In the future, both you and I will be messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple. He once again bowed toward Wang Lin before turning around and leaving. Shingang Hu didn't stop him, but his eyes turned frosty. Wang Lin calmly asked, What is a summon book? Shingang Hu quickly turned around and respectfully said, The summon book is a communication token from the Thunder Celestial Temple. Any candidate for becoming a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple will receive a summon book. 3 months before the Thunder Celestial Realm opens, the Thunder Celestial Hall will reorganize their messengers. If there are any messengers missing, the candidates will compete with each other for the position. With Jean Collier's cultivation, if there are no accidents, I fear he will win this time. Wang Lin nodded slightly. He no longer spoke and continued to absorb thunder and converting it into origin energy. Shinggong, whose eyes revealed excitement. He had gained some enlightenment earlier, and now he immediately sat down in the Thunder Lake to cultivate. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 8 years went by. Adding the 2 years from before, 10 years passed by in a flash. The origin energy inside Wang Lin gradually stabilized as he absorbed origin energy using the Thunder Origin spell. His origin soul was now full and couldn't absorb anymore. Wang Lin knew that it was because his cultivation level wasn't high enough. Only after entering the second step could he continue to absorb origin energy. Right now the most important thing was to break through his own cultivation. He stood up and looked at the thunder around him. The 10 years of contact made him understand thunder even better. It was as if he could see the origin of thunder, even though it was a bit blurry. His body moved, and Wang Lin left the inner part of the Thunder Lake. He made his way toward the edge. Shinggong, who was sent away by Wang Lin 3 years ago. Although this person revered him, Wang Lin didn't feel comfortable. Before Shinggong, who left, he left a message. Jade. The silver-horned Thunder Beast came over. Wang Lin sat on the Thunder Beast, and it turned into a ray of thunder as it flew away from this place. The Celestial Guard once more returned to Wang Lin's shadow. Due to absorbing thunder in the Thunder Lake for 10 years, the speed of the Thunder Beast had increased. It rushed out of the asteroid field and disappeared among the stars. Wang Lin already knew the changes the heaven-defying Bead had gone through. Not only were the 3 souls inside not affected, they looked even brighter than before. I must go to the Thunder Celestial Realm that is opening in 20 years. However, right now I need to find a hidden place to increase my cultivation level. Also, due to the change in the heaven-defying Bead, it no longer needs the power of the 5 elements. So what does it need now? Wang Lin began to ponder on the back of the Thunder Beast. The heaven-defying Bead was split between yin and yang. The two weren't fused, which confused Wang Lin. Sun and moon, yin and yang. As Wang Lin pondered, the Thunder Beast flew through the star-filled space. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and a jade appeared in his hand. This was something Shinggong who had left. It was a detailed star map of the southern domain of the All-Heaven star system. There were detailed introductions inside, so Wang Lin wouldn't get lost as long as he had this. The place before him was considered the wilderness of the southern domain. Most of the planets here were deserted without anything special about them. Powerful cultivators seldomly came here. However, there were mortals living on these planets along with some low-rank cultivation families. In 20 years of time, I need to prepare for the trip to the Thunder Celestial Realm. Also, some of my spells need some adjustments. Many of my spells don't conform with the third step I saw. If I continue using them, the path I walk will be wrong. In particular, the resentful spirits needed for my underworld river need to be quickly collected. Also, it is about time I have my own cultivation planet in the All-Heaven star system. As Wang Lin pondered, his eyes lit up. Before him was a wasted planet. It was filled with vitality, so it meant that there were a lot of mortals living there. The reason he chose this place was because it was very similar to planet Suzaku. He was somewhat homesick. Wang Lin jumped off the Thunder Beast. After he did so, it let out a pitiful cry and helplessly turned into the war chariot before entering Wang Lin's bag. Just as he was about to charge toward the planet, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. Inside his bag, a powerful fluctuation came from inside the celestial sword. This fluctuation contained a powerful aura and ancient sword intent. Damn sword intent. Your grandpa Su had finally conquered you. Henceforth, I'm the true sword spirit. I'm very badass. Very badass. Chapter 730, My Cultivation Planet. Wang Lin's expression was strange as he looked down at his bag of holding. The bag also exuded a powerful sword intent along with an arrogant aura that was about to charge out. Little Lindsay, you still not letting your Lord Su out? Humph, humph, let me tell you I'm badass now. Su Liguos' overbearing voice came from the bag. The bag of holding trembled violently, as if in force from ancient time was about to charge out. Just at the moment when this force reached a peak, Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he viciously hit the bag of holding. Su Liguos' overbearing voice immediately weakened. Even the dense sword intent was suppressed and was unable to spread out. Oh, little Lindsay, you still don't understand the situation. This lord don't blame you. This lord not the little Su Liguo I was before. This lord had inherited the ancient sword intent. Before he finished speaking, Wang Lin's hand formed a seal, and pointed at the bag. This time Su Liguos' voice suddenly stopped. Wang Lin frowned and calmly said noisy. His body charged directly toward the wasted planet before him. From far away, this planet was covered in blue. It seemed oceans occupied most of its surface. The vitality coming from it was very strong. Clearly there were a lot of mortals living there. Wang Lin's speed was very fast. He was like a meteor as he charged toward the planet. Because he was moving too fast, an elliptical light cone appeared around him. He pierced through space as he rushed into the planet. The atmosphere of this planet was thin, and Wang Lin charged directly through it. When he arrived in the sky above the planet and looked down, he revealed a trace of confusion. This place was far too similar to planet Suzaku. It wasn't a similarity in appearance but the feeling and the aura. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and scanned the planet. There were cultivators here, but the most powerful cultivator was only at the nascent soul stage. There wasn't even a single soul formation cultivator. He pondered for a bit. He decided to not look for a secret place, but chose the highest mountain on the planet. Once he located the mountain, he flew there directly. Feng Peak was the highest peak on planet Qing Yi. Although the spiritual energy here was thin, it had a spectacular view. One could easily see the end of the world from the peak. It was also covered in mist, making it look like a celestial mountain. There were many cultivation families on planet Qing Yi. Their numbers were on par with the amount of mortal nations on this densely populated planet. Almost every mortal country had at least one or two cultivation families. This strange phenomenon had to do with the fact that this planet didn't have enough spiritual energy and had no soul formation cultivators. This Heng Peak belonged to the Zhang family, who had the most nascent soul cultivators. Normally, the nascent soul cultivators in the Zhang family, whose lifespans were almost up, would come here and enter closed-door cultivation to attempt to comprehend the heavens. Over time, the originally beautiful peak became bare for some unknown reason. Even the wind that came from the mountain became cold. On this day, the Zhang family member that had been stuck at the nascent soul stage the longest, the family head, Zhang Xinhai, walked out from the mountain with a body filled with death aura. Every cultivator whose life was about to end would go through this cycle. They would sit at the top of the Heng Peak and stare at the sky as their life slowly ran out. He could feel that his body was slowly weakening. His steps were slow and difficult as he walked toward the peak. At the top of the Heng Peak, there was a large, stone platform. Just as Zhang Xinhai reached the peak, his eyes immediately narrowed. He looked at the person on the platform with his muddy gaze. This was a youth wearing white, and his black hair flowed in the wind. His clothes were also being blown by the wind and were making flapping sounds. In Zhang Xinhai's eyes, it was as if this person doesn't exist. He couldn't detect anyone there with his divine sense. Yet he could clearly see the person with his eyes. This strong contrast made it so that he couldn't help but take a few steps back. There was a trace of shock in his calm expression. The black-haired youth didn't turn around. He looked at the sunset over the horizon and calmly said, "This place is not bad." This simple sentence had no power within it, but when it landed in Zhang Xinhai's ears, it suddenly filled his frail body with vigor. It also suppressed his identity as the powerful head of the Zhang family. He subconsciously lowered his head, and his eyes filled up with terror. This was the effect of an aura. This was something he knew about. When he met even mortal emperors, they would lower their heads due to his own aura. At this moment, this was happening to him. The only explanation was that he was like a mortal to this youth. Unfortunately, such a mountain was used by you guys as a graveyard. The black-haired youth shook his head and waved his right hand. The mountain immediately trembled, and the death aura that had gathered here for countless years immediately vanished without a trace. The entire mountain seemed to gain new life, like when someone who had a long-term illness suddenly recovered. The mountain recovered immediately and seemed to be filled with life. Zhang Xinhai was startled as he stared at the scene before him and only recovered after a while. His face was filled with excitement. Without any hesitation, he knelt on the ground and respectfully said, "Junior Zhang Xinhai greets Senior. If Senior likes this Heng Peak, then Junior will immediately gift it to you." Heng Peak. This black-haired youth was Wang Lin. He turned around, looked at Zhang Xinhai, and slowly said, "Your lifespan is almost at its end. It would be difficult to change that even with my power." Zhang Xinhai let out a bitter smile and respectfully said, "Senior misunderstood me. Junior understands the will of heavens and does not seek help. To be able to meet a powerful cultivator like Senior before dying leaves Junior with no regrets. Not to mention this mountain, I'll even gift Senior this planet, Qing Yi, if Senior wants it." Wang Lin turned around, and his right hand sent a ray of spiritual energy to the spot between Zhang Xinhai's brows. He gently said, "I can't change your life, but burning your own spiritual energy to extend your life by 10 years is something I can do. When he sent out that ray of spiritual energy, Wang Lin let out a sigh. This spell was something he could just barely use after seeing the third step. If he knew about this before, then Li Muan wouldn't be taking shelter inside the heaven-defying bead. When the spell landed between Zhang Xinhai's eyebrows, his body trembled, and he immediately felt vitality coming from the spiritual energy in his body. His face became red as he took a deep breath. He looked at Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Thank you, Senior. If Senior has any commands, Junior will do his best to carry them out." Someone who had become the Zhang family's head was not stupid. No one in this world would do this for nothing. When he heard Wang Lin say that this mountain was good, he immediately gifted the mountain without any hesitation. For someone with Wang Lin's kind of cultivation to say that, it was already very merciful. Those that had bad tempers would just occupy it directly. If they became unhappy, it would be too easy for them to slaughter a few small cultivation families like theirs. Zhang Xinhai guessed that this person was not from planet Qing and must have come from outside. To be able to step into space meant that this person was at least at the soul transformation stage or above. Wang Lin calmly looked at Zhang Xinhai and calmly said, "I'll give you 10 years of time to collect as much resentment from the mortal world as possible. The more the better. If I'm pleased with your result, then as long as this planet has me, your Zhang family will never be extinguished. Go now." Wang Lin waved his big sleeves. Zhang Xinhai only felt a gust of wind. Before him was only thick fog and wind filled his ears. When he regained his vision, he was already at the foot of the mountain. The scene from before felt like a dream to him. He touched the spot between his eyebrows, felt the dense vitality in his body, and took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with excitement as he bowed toward the mountain and quickly left. "I must do my best to complete Senior's request." Zhang Xinhai turned into a ray of light as he charged toward the Zhang family's home. After sending away Zhang Xinhai, Wang Lin pondered a bit before taking out the 1 billion soul flag. He gently stabbed the 30-foot-tall flag into the mountain. The flag was opened by the wind, and the soul fragments flew out, surrounding the entire peak. The 3 primary souls came out and surrounded the area. The entire mountain was immediately covered by a dense, black fog. Wang Lin waved his right hand backwards, and a powerful force shot out toward the mountain. There were sounds of explosions as a large cave appeared in the mountain. The door to the cave was at the top of the mountain, surrounded by rocks. It looked very majestic. Wang Lin's right finger pointed out, and a celestial spell shot out and imprinted on the door. The presence of the celestial spell created a powerful pressure. After doing all of this, Wang Lin sat down, and his divine sense spread across planet Qing once more. This time he wasn't searching, he was sending out a message. From today onward, this is my cultivation planet. The area of 5,000 kilometers around Hengyun Peak is a forbidden zone. Any trespasser will not be shown mercy. Wang Lin's divine sense was like thunder as it echoed across the planet. His voice entered the ears of every cultivator, causing their expressions to change greatly. However, not a single one of them dared to resist. A spell that could spread across the entire planet shocked their hearts, and also made them feel like it was something inconceivable. From this day onward, planet Qingling had an owner, and that owner was Wang Lin. Wang Lin was the peak existence on planet Qingling. He was just like the blood ancestor, who had the right to control life and death on the blood planet, and also like the All-Seer's supreme identity on planet Tianyun. Chapter 731, A Tool for Understanding the Karma Domain. 5 years passed by in a flash. All of the cultivators on planet Qingling, no matter what cultivation level, were busy during these 5 years. Zhang Xinhai considered for a long time and decided to not conceal Wang Lin's request. He spread Wang Lin's request, so every cultivation family knew of it. However, the Zhang family gained the identity of Wang Lin's messengers. During these 5 years of time, these cultivators traveled among the mortals and constantly collected their resentment. This aura existed on almost every mortal, the only difference was the amount. There were simply too many mortals on planet Qingling. In 5 years of time, less than 40% was collected. Seeing that half the time had passed, Zhang Xinhai became anxious. However, right now was already the fastest they could go. Even he himself had gone out to collect from the mortal world. Everyone in the family that had at least reached the 5th layer of Qi condensation were sent out. During these 5 years of time, Wang Lin sat on top of the mountain refining his treasures. What he refined was the mountain and river screen inside his origin soul. It was seriously damaged. Inside Wang Lin's origin soul, thunder was fused into it to help repair it. In addition, there was the celestial mountain. Due to the crack, soul extraction had become unstable. Wang Lin used his origin soul's energy to slowly refine and repair it. As for the crown fused with red butterfly's blue rose, Wang Lin had studied it for a long time, but was unable to see through it. These 3 treasures were things he had just obtained. While refining them, Wang Lin took some time and combined them with what he saw from the path to the 3rd step. He took out some ordinary magical treasures from his bag. One was the Soul Lasher. This whip had followed Wang Lin for a long time, and its power had obvious advantages and disadvantages. Before, Wang Lin didn't see it as important, but right now he cared about it a lot. Wang Lin looked at the Soul Lasher in his hand and muttered, "Out of all my treasures, in terms of intelligence, it can't compare to the Celestial Sword or the Half-Moon Blade. In terms of defense, it can't compare to the 1 billion soul flag or the Mountain and River Screen. In terms of abilities, it can't compare to the Celestial Mountain or the God-Slaying War Chariot. But this is the only treasure that contains the aura of the 3rd step I saw. This thing is indeed very strange." This whip looked very normal, but the heavenly ghost almost lost its wit when it saw this whip. It was as if it recognized it. Extracting origin souls is in line with the source of Tao. It can also be considered karma, with the body being karmic cause and origin soul being karmic effect. This is a treasure that was refined on the latter part of the karma Tao. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he pondered. His domain had gradually transformed from the life and death domain to the karma domain. This domain was simply too large. Wang Lin had only touched the tip of the iceberg, but he could already feel how majestic it was. My current comprehension of the karma domain isn't enough to create something real, like the underworld river. However, after seeing the path to the 3rd step, I gained some understanding. As Wang Lin's right hand rubbed the Soul Lasher, his eyes shined brighter and brighter. He thought of a way to use the power of materialized karma domain before he could actually make it materialize. This was to make sure that he was adequately prepared for this trip to the Thunder Celestial Realm. Using the Soul Lasher to help condense the karma domain should work. As Wang Lin pondered, he made a decision. If it was someone else, they would be afraid and would hesitate for a long time and would ultimately be unable to make a decision. This was because they didn't know if this choice was correct or whether it would interfere with comprehending their existence. However, Wang Lin was different, as he had clearly seen the path ahead. He knew that at most this would affect his domain a bit, but it wouldn't be anything big. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he picked up the Soul Lasher. "I'll make you the implementation of my domain." Wang Lin's eyes released a strange light, and he placed the whip in his lap. He then closed his eyes and began to carefully refine it. His mind had to be connected to the treasure so that the domain could slowly enter it. Time often passed without leaving a trace. Spring passed and autumn came. In a flash, another 3 years went by. Wang Lin had lived on this planet Qing for 8 years. During these 8 years, he had never left the mountain. In fact, aside from Zhang Xinhai, no other cultivator on the planet had seen him. However, the owner of planet Qing, the ancestor of planet Qing, began to weigh heavier and heavier in the cultivators' hearts. In particular, that thick, black fog surrounding the mountain had caused many cultivators' hearts to turn cold. However, there were some cultivators who had cultivated stupidity. They would charge in to provoke might of this so-called master of planet Qing. All of them were immediately devoured by the black fog as soon as they rushed in. The only thing that remained were the mournful screams that echoed across the world, as if they were warning the cultivators to not enter. As for mortals, they weren't so troublesome. When they saw the black fog, they knew that it was filled with danger, so none of them entered this place. If they entered because they were lost, Wang Lin wouldn't commit pointless murder. The soul flag contained Wang Lin's will. These mortals would go into a coma and would be sent to the edge of the region. During these 3 years, Wang Lin focused on refining his treasures. The only noisy thing was Su Ligua. He had somehow broken the seal that Wang Lin placed on the bag of holding. Although he still wasn't able to come out, he always clamored nonstop. On this day, the Soul Lasher in Wang Lin's lap had some karma domain infused into it. This made it easier to control than with divine sense. At the same time, with the fusion of the latter part of the karma domain, the Soul Lasher was even more powerful. However, at this moment, the strange voice appeared once more. "Little Lin, do you dare to let out your grandpa Su? I'm powerful now, so you don't dare to release me anymore. Rest assured, this old man will not act against you. I have thought about it, and from now on, you will follow me. Our identities will change, and I'll be the master." Su Ligua's arrogant voice was extremely overbearing. Wang Ling frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that he was short on time to deal with Su Ligua, he would have already taught Su Ligua a lesson. Not only did Su Ligua not understand this, he had grown even more presumptuous. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He slapped his bag of holding and coldly said, "Get out here." "Oh, you dare to talk like that to your grandpa, Su? Little Lin, you don't seem to understand the situation. I'm no longer the old Su Ligua." Su Ligua's voice came out, and a black mist came out with him. This black mist was filled with sword energy and immediately charged out. In midair, the mist formed Su Ligua's appearance. Just as he appeared, he immediately laughed loudly and roared. "Even I, Su Ligua, will have my day. The heavens aren't blind. I'll finally be able to raise my head up high." Wang Lin coldly looked at Su Ligua and didn't speak. Su Ligua finished speaking and looked at Wang Lin, revealing a fierce gaze. At this moment, he returned to his arrogant appearance. His whole body shrank and suddenly formed a large sword in midair. This sword looked exactly like the celestial sword. As it charged, a powerful sword energy shot out. This sword energy also contained an ancient sword intent. It was extremely shocking. He charged straight at Wang Lin as if he could break through the void and closed in an instant. Wang Lin's eyes were still cold. When Su Ligua closed in, Wang Lin didn't move, but the soul lasher on his lap moved and flew into the air. A mysterious aura spread out and immediately surrounded a 1,000-foot area. This aura contained an unimaginable force that made it seem as if this 1,000-foot area was separated from the outside and was filled with a majesty powerful enough to make someone collapse. Su Ligua felt it most clearly. He exclaimed, and the big sword he formed became unstable. However, the big sword suddenly released even more sword energy. He was obviously going to resist by force. At this moment, Wang Lin's voice slowly echoed. "It is difficult for the things in this world to escape karma. There is no place without karmic cause, and karmic effect is everywhere." The soul lasher flickered and created an explosion as if it had opened the doors of fate. The soul lasher connected end to end, forming a circle. Su Ligua's large sword involuntarily fell into the circle and quickly disintegrated. Karmic effect is the source of all karmic cause. Wang Lin's voice sounded again. The disintegration of the large sword happened in almost an instant, and it reverted back into the black fog. Su Ligua's face appeared in the black fog. His face was filled with terror, and his eyes were filled with fear. Master, I was wrong. Little Su was wrong, really wrong this time. Spare me once. Please spare me this time." Su Ligua immediately began to plead. His voice was extremely miserable. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he looked at Su Ligua. Su Ligua's black mist was rapidly disintegrating inside the circle as Wang Lin calmly said, "You obtained the ancient sword intent because of me, so the fruit of that also belongs to me." Su Ligua was shocked to find that the black fog that formed his body started dissipating even faster. A sense of crisis immediately emerged from him, causing him to lose his wit. Chapter 732, Reaching the Peak and Su Ligua's Evil Interests. The circle formed by the soul lasher loosened. It then turned into a ray of light and disappeared. After the domain fused with it, it no longer had a physical form. It became like one's domain, something that couldn't be seen but could still be felt. Su Ligua, who almost collapsed, immediately backed up a few steps. The terror in his eyes was still very strong. He had lost all the arrogance from before, and his face was filled with flattery. He quickly said, "Master's spell is indeed fierce. In fact, Little Su only did this in order to let Master get more practice. In fact, Little Zu's loyalty to Master is sky high without a thought of rebellion." Wang Lin looked at Su Ligua and calmly said, "Since you can come out, there is no need to go back into the bag of holding. You can stay within 5,000 kilometers of this mountain. Go comprehend your ancient sword intent." Su Ligua was startled. He didn't expect this old field to be this easygoing. His eyes turned and quickly said, "Master, Su Ligua is reluctant to leave you. I only feel steadfast when I'm near you." As he spoke, he carefully looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, and he nodded. "Since that is the case, then stay here." Su Ligua revealed a smile, but his heart felt bitter. Would this fiend really let me roam freely within 5,000 kilometers? This isn't right. This doesn't match this fiend's personality. There must be some trick. Humph, it is lucky that I, Shi Ligua, am smart, or else I might have suffered more. Su Ligua felt very proud as he thought about this. He quickly took form and sat down. After a while, he was a bit disturbed. He would occasionally look at Wang Lin to try to find some clues. Wang Lin stopped paying attention to Su Ligua and slapped his bag of holding. The mosquito and the thunder toad immediately appeared. The mosquito lied comfortably on the thunder toad's back. After it appeared, it let out a cry toward Wang Lin, but it remained laying on the thunder toad's back as if it wasn't willing to leave no matter what. After they appeared, the other mosquito beasts followed them. Although they were still considered to be in their larvae state and not grown up yet, they all still appeared very ferocious. As for the thunder toad, it seemed to be used to the despicable mosquito beast on its back. After it appeared, its belly expanded, and it found a location on the side, and seemed to have gone to sleep. Shortly after, the god-slaying war chariot appeared, and turned into the thunder beast. As soon as it appeared, it saw the thunder toad, and began to roar. Thunder toad's originally lazy appearance suddenly disappeared. Its eyes were wide open, and it stared at the thunder beast with its belly expanding. The mosquito beast was also full of spirit as it looked at the thunder beast with interest. Liguos was on the side, and his eyes opened wide. He carefully looked at the thunder beast and thought, "Master is really master. It hasn't been long, but now there is another dumb beast. Fight, it's best if you all fight. Then you will all know that I have been with Master the longest. However, I have to say that Master really does have luck with beasts. I, old Su, am very humble and only have luck with beauties." Liguos' expression entered a trance as he thought about the little beauty in the demon's spirit land. Alas, since ancient times, sentiments lead to regret. This is a truth that old fiend Wang can't understand. Liguos felt quite regretful. He looked at the thunder beast, thunder toad, and mosquitoes before looking at Wang Lin. He felt a sense of loneliness and pride. The refining of treasures continued, but at this time this was not the focus as time was limited. Wang Lin decided to use what he saw of the third step and adjust his spells. He began to ponder. Among the spells he controlled, the most powerful spell he could use was the Heavenly Chop. However, before he broke in through the first step of cultivation and enter the illusory stage, it would consume his precious origin energy. After that was the stop spell. This spell wasn't any weaker than the Heavenly Chop. If used at the right moment, it would play a decisive role. Aside from those three spells, there were the Finger of Death, Demonic Finger, and Underworld Finger. There were also the three abilities of the Underworld River. Dao forms Underworld River, Formation of River Soul, and Power of the Underworld River. What he needed to adjust were the three fingers. If he continued to use them, then it would harm him greatly on his path toward the third step. These three spells were not complete and would cause his body harm. As for why they would be harmful to his path to the third step, Wang Lin didn't know, but he had a feeling. As he pondered, he flicked his finger and used all three spells to gain some insight. The spells came out one after another. He gradually increased the speed of the spells and kept casting them one after the other. Wang Lin frowned as he used the vague feeling in his mind to look for clues and gradually improve the spells. This process was extremely tiresome, so it didn't take long before he felt tired. After resting for a short while, Wang Lin began once more. The wheel of time moved once more and 2 more years passed. During these 2 years, Wang Lin spent most of his time focusing on refining the spells. However, in the end, he wasn't able to achieve satisfactory results. Wang Lin understood that he was too impatient. However, he didn't give up and did his best to slowly improve his spells. If someone at the second step saw this, they would be shocked. This kind of improvement was the same as deducing the original celestial spell from the current spell. Not to mention for him, this was something very difficult for even people like the All-Seer. During the 2 years of time, the Thunder Toad and Thunder Beast were very hostile to each other, but they didn't fight. The Thunder Toad was too weak and the Thunder Beast felt disdain, even though it felt that the Thunder Toad could potentially pose a threat in the future. As for the Mosquito Beast, its interest shifted from the Thunder Toad to the Thunder Beast. It flew around the Thunder Beast as if it wanted to lie on the Thunder Beast's back. However, every time it tired, it wasn't successful, but that only made it more interested. Liguos felt disdain toward all of this. As time passed, he noticed that Wang Lin had completely forgotten about them. After considering it carefully, he went 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin and cheerfully roamed the mountain. However, he did remember Wang Lin's words and didn't dare to go more than 5,000 kilometers from here. He gradually became bored as there wasn't a single person within the 5,000-kilometer area. People tend to stay far away from this area, which made Liguos very depressed. About 1.5 years ago, there were some cultivators outside that were originally afraid to come in. He ended up using spells to trick them into entering. After playing around with them, he released them. However, from then onward, no more cultivators dared to come. Even many years later, whenever those cultivators thought about what had happened to them, their hearts would turn colder. On this day, he was extremely bored while flying around the area, hoping for some mortals to enter. He suddenly shivered, and an excitement that he hadn't felt for a long time immediately filled his body. Liguos' eyes glowed as he stared at the fog and began shouting excitedly. Someone finally came. Zhang Xinhai appeared outside the fog with a tired face, and his body was filled with death aura. Beside him was a very tense middle-aged man. This person was wearing black robes, and his cultivation level was also at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The middle-aged man looked rather warily at the black fog in the distance and whispered, "Dad, do we really have to go?" Zhang Xinhai said, in a serious tone, "Of course we have to. Your father's lifespan is about to be over. Aside from completing Senior's request, this trip is to also introduce you to Senior as my successor. Once I die, you will replace me and act as the messenger for Senior to ensure the existence of our Zhang family forever." The middle-aged man hesitated and said, "But Dad, I heard from some friends that this Senior has some quirks. More than a year ago, a few friends were." Before he could finish, Zhang Xinhai stared at him, and the middle-aged man immediately shut up. Liguos was like a ghost as he quickly approached the area. He was hiding in the black fog, so the Zhang father and son didn't notice him. Liguos' face was filled with excitement as he looked at the father and son and muttered, yes, that old one is dying and won't be able to withstand me playing around. Your grandpa Su will be nice and let your body go. As for the little one, hee. The excitement in Liguos' eyes became stronger and stronger as he looked at the middle-aged man from the fog. There was even a trace of depravity in his eyes. He let out a dry cough and spoke in an upright tone. "Who is it? State your name." Zhang Xinhai took a deep breath. He stopped 5,000 kilometers away from the mountain and didn't enter. Instead, he clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Junior Zhang Xinhai has completed Senior's request and requests to meet Senior." His voice was hoarse as it slowly entered the black fog. Liguos' eyes turned and he said, "The old one can come in. I'll take you to meet my master." Zhang Xinhai was startled and hesitated for a bit before stepping into the black fog. The moment he entered, he felt a wind wrap around him and his body was rapidly sent forward. Shortly after, he arrived at the peak and the wind dissipated. He immediately saw Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Senior, Junior didn't disappoint you," and gathered all the resentment on planet Qingling. As he spoke, he took out the jades, 1,000 in total. He placed them all on the ground and respectfully took a few steps back. After Liguos sent away Zhang Xinhai, he excitedly returned back to the edge of the fog. He looked at the middle-aged man outside and said, "Little brat, come in, don't be afraid. Your grandpa Su will give you some benefits." When he saw that the middle-aged man was still hesitating, he immediately shouted, "Why haven't you come in?" The middle-aged man clenched his teeth and stepped into the black fog. Wang Lin opened his eyes and scanned the jades. He immediately felt the resentment inside them. There was an alarming amount of resentment, as if there was a storm of resentful aura. Wang Lin slowly said, "Very good. The person you brought will be my messenger outside of Hingyun Peak in the future." After pondering for a bit, he took out a pill and threw it at Zhang Xinhai. "Give it to your son. If he is gifted enough, perhaps he can rely on the aura inside the pill and gain a slightly higher chance to reach the soul formation stage." Zhang Xinhai's face was filled with ecstasy. He quick took the pill and put it away like a treasure. Then he emotionally said, "Thank you, Senior." Wang Lin commanded, "This resentment is an illusionary thing, and it will regenerate. In the future, your Zhang family will be in charge of collecting it every few years." Then he took out a few red seeds and gave them to Zhang Xinhai. "These are called Celestial Ascension fruits. Get people to plant them and speed up their growth with spiritual energy. Over the next 10 years, plant as many as possible." Zhang Xinhai quickly nodded. Wang Lin had gotten those seeds from Kuizi's bag of holding. Zhang Xinhai and his son left the Hingyun Peak. However, the son seemed to be in a trance, giving off a strange expression and even a trace of savoring. As for Liguos, he was grounded by Wang Lin. If it wasn't for the fact that what Liguos did wasn't too bad, Wang Lin would have directly refined Liguos. After being grounded to be within 1,000 feet of Wang Lin, Liguos had an expression like he was wronged. He no longer dared to sneak out. All he did was look into the distance all day and sigh in his heart. "I was just taking over their physical bodies and then enjoying the feeling of having flesh. How big of a thing can it be, alas?" Wang Lin didn't have time to pay attention to Liguos. After grounding Liguos, he once again focused on perfecting his spells. During that time, he slowly absorbed the resentment into his underworld river. After absorbing the resentment, the underworld river was different from before. After absorbing the resentment, the soul of the underworld river gradually took shape. Time quickly passed. The improvement of the spells cost Wang Lin too much energy. Although he still wasn't successful, the constant improvement allowed him to continue comprehending the direction of the third step. So Wang Lin's domain was gradually becoming stronger. Finally, on his 18th year on planet Qingling, His life and death domain reached completion without any flaws. This meant that once he had enough celestial spiritual energy, he would truly be at the peak of the first step. Wang Lin still had some celestial jades, but he didn't know if he had enough. Even if it wasn't enough, Wang Lin could still drink the celestial liquid. This time he had to reach the peak of the late stage of Ascendant and reach the peak of the first step of Cultivation. The first step of Cultivation, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. When I reached the Ascendant stage, ancient demon Bei Luo said that heaven-defying cultivators would attract divine retribution. I wonder if divine retribution will arrive once more when I break through the first step and enter the illusory Yin stage. Wang Lin looked up at the sky, and his eyes turned cold. Chapter 733, Stealing Furnace. A large formation was built above the vast desert on the northwestern side of planet Qing Yi with celestial jades. Wang Lin sat down in the center of the formation and cultivated. Every time he took a breath, he would absorb a large amount of celestial spiritual energy into his body. This repeated again and again. The celestial spiritual energy in his body was slowly condensing. The peak of the late stage of Ascendant was not something unattainable for cultivators, but it was still a step only a few could take. The reason was not domain or celestial jades, but origin energy. If the origin energy fused into one's origin soul was insufficient when they reached the Ascendant stage, then even if they could reach the Ascendant stage, they would never reach the peak. At the same time, even if one gathered enough origin energy, but suffered injuries to their origin soul, causing them to lose their precious origin energy that was fused with their origin soul, then they wouldn't be able to reach the peak. It could be said that origin energy was the key to reaching the peak of the first step of cultivation. Adding on the fact that Ascendant cultivators couldn't absorb origin energy from the world to recover, it was natural that not many could reach the peak. After Wang Lin cultivated inside the Thunder Lake, he reached the limit of origin energy his origin soul could hold and reached the most basic requirement. As his domain was refined, it helped drive his cultivation. He slowly stepped toward peak of the late stage of Ascendant as he absorbed celestial spiritual energy. However, the amount of celestial spiritual energy required to reach the peak of first step was a terrifying amount. After absorbing for a year, Wang Lin used up all of the celestial jades. He then took out the celestial liquid and drank it without any hesitation. The celestial liquid entered his body along with a powerful sense of drunkenness. Wang Lin's body gave off a white mist. This white mist contained the scent of wine and spread across the area. At the same time, the celestial liquid gave off a large amount of celestial spiritual energy inside Wang Lin's body. It was like a powerful force that was rapidly pushing his cultivation toward peak of the late stage of Ascendant. To complete with just a thought, and celestial spiritual energy moved along with one's aura. This was the description for the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. One's domain was complete without a single flaw and a firm Tao heart. The body was filled with celestial spiritual energy, and it felt like even one's aura was filled with celestial spiritual energy. Wang Lin reached the peak of the late stage of Ascendant 19 years and 8 months after he arrived on planet Qing Yi. All the celestial jades within countless kilometers of Wang Lin turned to dust when he broke through. Grass started growing out from the deserted land, and it was now filled with life. Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes, which contained the heavens. After 1,000 years of cultivation, I finally reached completion. Wang Lin let out a breath of relief, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looking back to those 1,000 years, he was once merely a little person at the Heng Yu sect, but at this moment, he was at the peak of the first step and had even surpassed Zhou Kuizi. This was something no one on planet Suzaku could have expected. Wang Lin didn't get up, but touched his bag of holding, and a golden celestial brush appeared in his hand. Wang Lin held it in his hand and began drawing before him as if his hands were dancing. His previous limit was 7 strokes. Now he completed 7 strokes in one breath, and then drew one more to complete the 8th stroke. The dazzling light from the runes was enough to take one's mind. The power of 8 strokes is one level above 7 strokes. Wang Lin's eyes were peaceful. Right now he looked more like a scholar than a cultivator. When he put away the brush, the rune disappeared. The divine sense split into the runes returned to Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin stood up, took a step forward, and disappeared without a trace. Half a month later, a bolt of thunder left planet Qing Yi and went straight into the sky. Wang Lin sat on the back of the thunder beast with his eyes closed and remained silent. All of the cultivators on planet Qing Yi raised their heads. Along with the respect in their eyes, they also relaxed a bit. It was as if that invisible pressure gradually disappeared as Wang Lin left. Before leaving, Wang Lin picked all of the celestial ascension fruits that had grown during these 10 years. Also, another wave of resentment had gathered. With this additional resentment, the underworld river soul was showing signs of awakening. Thunder streaked across the stars, and Wang Lin left planet Qing Lin after living there for 20 years. This place was his cave. After obtaining a thunder furnace, he would come back here, as entering the thunder celestial realm from here would be safer. As the thunderbolt rushed through space, Wang Lin opened his eyes and began to ponder. If he wanted to go to the thunder celestial realm, he would need a thunder furnace. Without it, there would be no way to enter the thunder celestial realm. Wang Lin naturally knew this. However, the All-Heaven star system was different from the Alliance star system. The furnaces were not randomly dispersed. For some unknown reason, they all appeared together inside the Thunder Celestial Temple. The Thunder Celestial Temple would then assign a set amount to each cultivation family. Now there were only 3 months until the Thunder Celestial Realm would open. This was when all the families would obtain their thunder furnaces. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he made a decision. Since I don't have a thunder furnace, let's just steal one. Wang Lin's right hand lightly patted the Thunder Beast's head. The Thunder Beast let out a roar as if it was enjoying it. In truth, if he searched for Shingang Hu, he could get one from him. However, Shingang Hu's cultivation was too powerful. If they met too often, Shingang Hu might see through him. So unless it was important, Wang Lin didn't want to look for that person. Not every cultivator that entered the Thunder Celestial Realm had entered the second step. After all, there weren't many second step cultivators. Most cultivators were between the soul transformation and ascendant stages. At the southern domain of the All-Heaven star system, with the help of the jade that Shingang Hu left behind, Wang Lin found a cultivation planet. Wang Lin didn't bother to check the name of the 2 families. Every time the Thunder Celestial Realm opened, the 2 families here would obtain 1 or 2 furnaces. More importantly, neither of the 2 families had someone beyond the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. After arriving on the cultivation planet, Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense. He found that the 2 heads of the 2 cultivation families weren't there. He drifted among the stars as he closed his eyes and cultivated. Time slowly passed. 1 month before the Thunder Celestial Realm opened, more than 10 rays of light came toward Wang Lin like meteors. Among the 10-plus cultivators, one of them was at the illusory Yin stage, while the others varied between the Ascendant stage and Soul Transformation stage. They moved very fast, but suddenly stopped in the distance as their gazes fell on Wang Lin. The cultivator at the illusory Yin stage was an old man who had silver hair, and his eyes were shining. There wasn't much origin energy inside his body, and the origin energy that was present wasn't very stable yet. It was obvious that he had just reached the illusory Yin stage not long ago. He stepped forward as he carefully looked at Wang Lin, and his eyes revealed a look of uncertainty. The old man asked, "Why has this Lord Messenger come to planet Zhengtan?" Wang Lin opened his eyes and frowned indiscernibly. His eyes were calm as he slowly asked, "Did you all come back from picking the thunder furnaces?" The old man's expression changed, and he said, "That's correct. What does Lord Messenger want?" "Please speak," Wang Lin calmly said. "I need a thunder furnace." The old man looked at Wang Lin for a long time, and then laughed. His laughter contained a hint of arrogance. His eyes lit up, and he shouted, "During this trip to the Thunder Celestial Temple, I heard some rumors of someone posing as messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Originally, I thought it was absurd, but today after seeing you, this old man has determined that you are a fake." "Oh." Wang Lin's expression remained neutral as he calmly looked at the old man. The old man sneered. "Which messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple doesn't have a lot of subordinate families? Obtaining a thunder furnace would be extremely simple. Moreover, I have met all the messengers in the southern domain, but you are extremely unfamiliar. More importantly, all of the messengers are gathered at the Thunder Celestial Temple. Until the Thunder Celestial Realm opens, they won't come out." Wang Lin nodded and no longer wasted time with this nonsense. The shadow behind him moved, and the Celestial Guard appeared. With one step, it immediately charged out and threw a punch. This punch contained a large amount of sonic booms as it charged toward the old man. The old man's expression changed. He thought that Wang Lin was only at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. He even thought that the Thunder Beast under Wang Lin was fake. He never would have expected Wang Lin to have such a puppet. After a cold snort, the old man formed a seal and pointed forward. A black flame suddenly appeared in his hand. With a flick, the flame shot out and split into countless sparks that immediately surrounded the area. His family members had already retreated and were watching from a distance. The celestial puppet didn't mind the sparks at all and let them land on its body. Not only did it not slow down, it moved even faster. The punch whistled through the air, and with a step it arrived before the old man. The punch broke through space and shot toward the old man. The old man's expression changed slightly, and he immediately retreated. At the same time, his hand formed a seal and a flame shield immediately appeared in front of his body. The celestial guard's punch landed on the flame shield, creating a loud explosion. Cracks immediately appeared on the flame shield, and then it collapsed. As the sound echoed, the old man retreated with a pale face. The celestial guard was also pushed back several steps. There was a black flame burning its arm and slowly spreading over its body. I only want a thunder furnace. Wang Lin calmly looked at the old man. The old man stared at Wang Lin. The punch from the puppet shocked him greatly. Unless he used origin spells, it would be impossible for him to defeat the puppet that was similar to his cultivation level. For this person to have such a puppet, he must not be ordinary. Even if he is impersonating a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, it has nothing to do with me. It's just, if I were to just hand over a thunder furnace, then all of my Zhang family's face will be lost. The old man was in a difficult situation. If Wang Lin had reached the second step, then perhaps the old man would have just handed one over. After all, the family had obtained 3 thunder furnaces, so giving one away as a gift wasn't an issue. However, Wang Lin was only at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. If he were to just directly surrender one, then he would lose all face. Wang Lin didn't want to deal with this nonsense. Although this person's cultivation level was outside his expectations, the old man had just entered the illusory stage and was not stable. With Wang Lin's peak late stage Ascendant cultivation, along with his spells and treasures, battling this old man was not difficult. He slapped his bag of holding, and a mountain stone immediately appeared in his hand. The stone immediately became a large mountain. It gave off rich, celestial spiritual energy, along with a hint of pressure. Wang Lin's right hand pressed on it, and the mountain immediately trembled. Then an ancient aura gathered below his right hand. When he raised his hand, strands of fog gathered to form a fist-sized cloud of fog. At the moment the old man saw this, his expression changed greatly. Without any hesitation and with horror in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Soul extraction spell. You're only at the peak of the first step. How can you use a spell like this?" Wang Lin's gaze was calm as his right hand pushed forward, and the fog immediately flew out with a powerful pressure toward the old man. At the same time, Wang Lin charged out, following closely after the fog. He raised his right hand, and a bolt of thunder gathered in his hand. The roar of thunder suddenly came from the stars, and in a flash, a real bolt of thunder formed in Wang Lin's hand. Right now Wang Lin was like a celestial that controlled thunder and lightning. With the lightning in hand, his eyes were cold as he walked toward the old man. The old man's expression changed greatly, and he retreated once more. Both of his hands formed a seal and pointed between his eyebrows. The spot between his eyebrows began to move strangely, and a gap immediately formed, as if there was a third eye. His third eye became crimson as the blood in his whole body rapidly circulated and seemed to have condensed on his face. The origin energy in his body also moved like crazy and gathered between his eyebrows along with his blood. Doing all of this made him feel as if he was being torn apart. The moment the large amount of pain filled his body, a third eye slowly opened between his brows. The old man let out a roar as he stared at Wang Lin. Then both of his hands formed a seal and pointed at the 2 pressure points below his ears. In an instant, the third eye between his eyebrows suddenly opened. A red light came from inside it and spread out like a fan. Wang Lin's expression changed. This person's spell was simply too strange, so he decided to slow down a bit. At this moment, the mountain soul closed in, and at the same time, the third eye opened. Within the red light, the mountain soul began to rapidly disintegrate. This caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow, and he threw the bolt of thunder in his hand without any hesitation. The bolt of thunder charged straight at the old man. The old man was unable to use the origin spell at its full power because he had just reached the illusory stage 2 years ago and was lacking in origin energy. Due to this, the red light from the third eye only lasted 3 breaths of time before he could no longer bear it. The third eye automatically closed and dissipated. As the lightning and the mountain soul that wasn't completely disintegrated closed in, the old man clenched his teeth. He then took something out from his bag of holding and raised it above his head. Wang Lin's left hand reached out and took the thing in the old man's hand. This object was the thunder furnace. After putting away the thunder furnace, Wang Lin didn't leave. His eyes gazed off a strange light as he looked at the old man and slowly asked, "Would you exchange the spell you just used with me?" Chapter 734, Got a Great Bargain. The old man coldly snorted before he retreated and said, "I just stepped into the illusory stage 2 years ago. If I had a few more years, then no matter how much more treasures you have, you wouldn't be this old man's match. Wang Lin withdrew the scattered mountain soul and calmly said, I'm talking with you about exchanging this spell. The old man sneered. Don't even think about it. You already took the thunder furnace. Now leave quickly. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Then he raised his right hand. An array of black light immediately shot out. The moment the black light appeared, the old man felt like his life force was about to be drained. The black light charged out directly toward the cultivation planet and immediately disappeared. However, the old man's divine sense closely followed it and saw the black light land on a plain. The vegetation on the plain immediately withered before turning into countless strands of vitality that flew out from the cultivation planet and entered Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin calmly said, This spell is named Finger of Death. The old man snorted and said, If I hadn't reached the illusory Yin stage, then it would have barely caught my eye, but right now it is worthless. Although he said this, in his heart he was secretly shocked at how tyrannical it was. He wasn't interested in the spell's power, but in its ability to absorb vitality. Wang Lin's right hand pointed once more, and a demonic aura appeared around his fingertip. It shot out like a bullet and stopped before the old man. This spell is the demonic finger. It turns celestial spiritual energy into demonic energy. When used with the Finger of Death, its effect is even better. The old man stared at the black aura before him and began to ponder. He lifted his right hand and immediately caught it with his hand before scanning it with his divine sense. After a long time, he looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, Rumor has it that people from planet Dongling are good at demonic aura spells. So you are from planet Dongling. However, this spell is still worthless. Wang Lin pondered a bit. Back then, what Situnin cared most about was the underworld finger. The old man was startled, and his heart was filled with disbelief. Even though the spell had defects, it wasn't something Wang Lin could use for an exchange. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he raised his right hand and slowly said, This final spell is something I learned from a Nirvana Shatterer senior. If you still don't find it interesting, then forget about this matter. Wang Lin's mind gave a command, and then the celestial guard behind him turned into a ray of golden light and charged toward the cultivation planet. The puppet's movement caused the old man's expression to sink. Shortly after, the celestial guard returned with a fierce beast in its hands. The beast looked extremely ferocious, and its whole body was covered in thorns. It had the arm of a mortal in its mouth. Apparently, it was eating when the celestial guard caught it. Wang Lin's 2 fingers from his right hand formed a sword. He hadn't used the celestial slaughter art in a long time. The countless strands of slaughter energy he condensed back, then were placed inside the puppet and were all consumed in a battle. However, Wang Lin still had a profound understanding of the celestial slaughter art. After all, he had cultivated the spell for more than 100 years. At this moment, he focused for a moment, and sword energy gathered in his finger. The ray of sword energy shot out into the beast, and the beast immediately let out a miserable groan. The old man's eyes suddenly widened as the beast quickly withered and turned into a skeleton. A strand of gray gas came out from the beast's corpse and wrapped around Wang Lin's fingers. Wang Lin flicked his finger, and the gray gas flew out. He then pointed at it, causing it to immediately change into a life seal and fly toward the old man. This spell is named the Celestial Slaughter Art. The old man was moved. His right hand reached out and grabbed the seal. His divine sense carefully examined the seal. The more he examined it, the more shocked he became. In the end, his eyes were glowing. With his cultivation, he was almost immediately able to see through the celestial slaughter art. The life seal obviously had a certain protective element, and the gray gas had offensive capabilities. Although it wasn't powerful, this spell could obviously be used many times and could be stored. This life seal is formed from the celestial slaughter art. It involves relying on slaughter to gather vitality and surrounding one with vitality to form life seals. The more life seals there are, the more powerful the defense will be. Back then, the senior who taught me the spell said that if one had 1 trillion life seals protecting them, then even if the cultivation planet collapsed, one would still be safe and sound. Wang Lin wasn't lying. This was exactly what the gray-robed all-seer told him. For the first time, the old man's expression revealed hesitation. It was obvious that this celestial slaughter art had moved him. With his insight, he could naturally see how powerful the celestial slaughter art was, and that it was not something ordinary cultivators could get a hold of. There was a certain credibility that this was learned from a Nirvana Shatterer senior. However, this third eye spell was a family inheritance, so it couldn't be casually taught to outsiders. The origin of the spell was unknown. It seemed to be something his ancestors had accidentally obtained. If it was the Alliance star system, A family like his would never be able to keep the spell to themselves. However, in the All-Heaven Star system, where families held power, almost each clan had inherited something, and those things were not easily taken. What was more important was that he was the first person to successfully learn it after his family had obtained it. Wang Lin waited for a moment. After seeing that the old man was still hesitating, he waved his sleeves and stepped toward the Thunder Beast. He then said, "Since fellow cultivator is still unwilling, then let's forget this matter." With that, the Thunder Beast under him turned into a bolt of thunder and flew off into the distance with the celestial puppet following closely after. The life seal in the old man's hand collapsed and became ash. As it dissipated, a wave was set off in the old man's heart. It felt like it should have been his spell, and it just was stolen away. Upon seeing Wang Lin disappearing into the distance, the old man's expression changed. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "Fellow cultivator, stop. I'll trade it for the celestial slaughter art along with the finger of death and demonic finger." Wang Lin stopped. The Thunder Beast let out a roar and turned around. It stopped 100 feet from the old man. Lightning came out of its nose, and its eyes were filled with disdain. The old man clenched his teeth and said, "Exchange. This old man agrees to your exchange, but you have to promise not to spread it to others." Wang Lin nodded. Without wasting any time, he took out 3 pieces of jade. After recording the details of the 3 spells, Wang Lin threw them out, not fearing that the old man would back out. The old man looked through them. Although his expression was neutral, he admired Wang Lin's actions in his heart. He also took out a jade and recorded the method for the 3rd eye spell before throwing it at Wang Lin. However, he schemed and made a few alterations. If one cultivated according to this, there will be great hidden dangers in the future. Wang Lin caught the jade and examined it. He secretly tried the spell and even spent painstaking effort to compare it to the moment when the 3rd eye activated. He was immediately able to see through the issues, but he didn't point them out and simply nodded. Looking at the elder, Wang Lin felt somewhat bad. After all, he had gotten a great deal in this transaction. After hesitating a bit, he said, "Fellow cultivator, it is best not to cultivate more than 100,000 strands of slaughter energy, or else there might be great danger." After he said that, he immediately left as if he was in a rush to leave. The old man was startled before looking down at the jade in his hand. After pondering for a moment, he quickly returned to the cultivation planet with the others, and then immediately went into closed-door cultivation. He had cultivate as much as possible so that he would be prepared for when the Thunder Celestial Realm opened in 1 month. Wang Lin sat on the back of the Thunder Beast with a strange expression on his face. He shook his head and said, "Trading 3 spells with problems for a spell with a hint of the 3rd step seems a bit too much." A bit too much. Wang Lin looked at the jade in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. The old man only treated it as an ordinary spell. Even if he cared about it, it was only to a certain extent. However, Wang Lin felt that this spell was extremely powerful, as it contained a trace of returning to the origin. If Wang Lin had not seen the 3rd step, he wouldn't have seen the potential of this spell. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and carefully examined the jade. Wang Lin didn't care about the mistake left by the old man. As long as he had enough time, he could fix the mistake. This was a lot simpler than fixing the 3 other spells. The Thunder Beast rushed through the stars extremely quickly. Its target was Wang Lin's cultivation planet, Qing Lin. The cultivators of Qing Lin felt lucky that the eccentric senior with special interests had finally left. However, only a few months later, it became oppressive again as that senior with the special interests had returned. The area with 5,000 kilometers of Hengyun Peak became a restricted area once more, so no one dared to take half a step inside. After returning to his own cultivation planet, Wang Lin spent his time studying and fixing this 3rd eye spell. He also slowly attempted to control it. More than half a month quickly passed. On this sunny day, there were no clouds in the sky, and the sky was very blue. The gentle breeze carried with it a sense of warmth. Wang Lin stood at the Hengyun Peak with the thunder furnace in his hand. This furnace was only the size of his hand, and thunder moved through it. Their movement of the thunder created crisp sounds. A subtle gap would occasionally appear and disappear between his eyebrows, giving off red light. At this moment, he looked extremely strange. No one would believe that he was a righteous cultivator. No matter how one looked, there was a trace of evil about him. All this was due to the gap between his eyebrows. Not long after, thunderclouds appeared in the blue sky. These clouds appeared abruptly without any signs. The sky was blue before, and then it was immediately covered by the clouds. Bursts of thunder moved within the clouds and gave off a series of rumbles. At the same time, the thunder furnace in Wang Lin's hand seemed to respond, and the thundercloud grew denser. Just at this moment, a thick bolt of thunder descended from the clouds toward Wang Lin. As Wang Lin stared at the thunder, his eyes revealed a strange light. He knew that as long as the thunder hit the thunder furnace, he would be guided through the void toward the thunder celestial realm. However, he withdrew the thunder furnace. "This is celestial thunder, ah," Wang Lin muttered to himself. Then the strange light in his eyes became stranger. His next move was unprecedented in the countless times the thunder celestial realm had opened. Chapter 735, Unprecedented Ancient People. When the thunder celestial realm opens, it produces celestial thunder. The celestial thunder acts as a guide, and anyone with a thunder furnace will be led to the thunder celestial realm. As for why it was like this, no one knew. It was as if it had always been like this. Some powerful cultivators wanted to search for an answer, but no matter how hard they searched, they ultimately still found no answers. Over time, people stopped looking for the cause of this. They all knew that as long as they had a thunder furnace, they could enter the thunder celestial realm. At this moment, the celestial thunder arrived the moment Wang Lin put the thunder furnace away. The thunder had not yet landed, but the rumble could be heard. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light, and his origin soul operated like crazy. Bursts of thunder came from his body and even spread to the outside world. The current him was like a master of thunder and lightning. At the moment the thunder descended, Wang Lin's body charged out like a meteor. He opened his mouth and devoured the thunder without any hesitation. It was like magnificent sight. After he devoured it, the wind and clouds changed, and the entire world seemed to dim. The originally bright thunder was devoured by Wang Lin. The loud series of thunderous rumbles quickly turned into muffled roars coming out from Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body trembled when he swallowed the thunder, and he had the illusion that he was hit by a punch from an ancient god. He directly fell from the sky like a broken kite and smashed toward the ground with a rumbling coming out of his body. At the moment his body landed on the ground, a large amount of thunder came out from his body and spread out. In an instant, the area with 5 kilometers of him was surrounded in a thunderstorm. There was nothing but a large pit in the ground. Explosions kept going off inside Wang Lin's body, and the force of the thunder smashed his body deeper into the pit. His whole body kept discharging intense amounts of thunder, and his eyes were shut tight. His origin soul was absorbing the celestial thunder like crazy. The thunder origin spell was also active, absorbing the origin energy from within the thunder. This scene was like the thunder lake within the asteroid field. The thunder in the sky echoed within the clouds as if the majesty of the celestial thunder couldn't be challenged. After the arrival of the celestial thunder, the clouds in the sky showed signs of dissipating and began to disappear. At this moment, deep inside the pit, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes exposed powerful thunder and also a hint of excitement. He licked his lips. The origin energy within the celestial thunder was extremely rich. It was several times more dense than the origin energy from the thunder lake. He had already reached the limit in the amount of origin energy he could store due to his cultivation. However, this excess origin energy had caused his previous situation to change. He quickly moved and charged out from the pit. At the same time, he slapped his bag of holding and the thunder furnace appeared in his hand once more. The moment the thunder furnace appeared, the dissipated thunder cloud stopped and condensed once more. Then another bolt of celestial thunder descended. Wang Lin laughed and put away the thunder furnace. Although that last bolt of celestial thunder had left his entire body aching and his origin soul was barely holding on, the amount of origin energy inside it was unimaginable. If other cultivators saw Wang Lin's current actions, they would be dumbfounded. This kind of action could only be described as crazy, devouring celestial thunder. When the second bolt of celestial thunder arrived, Wang Lin's body was floating in mid-air and thunder was rumbling out from his body. Thunder moved around his whole body as the bolt of celestial thunder descended. Wang Lin charged out without any hesitation and devoured it. A sound that shocked the entire planet echoed across the planet, and the entire planet trembled. This time, the moment his body hit the ground, he immediately sat down in the lotus position. His entire body was trembling violently. There wasn't enough time for Wang Lin to absorb it. After the 2 bolts of thunder, the clouds seemed unstable and were quickly dissipating. This time it was dissipating several times faster than before. A green light came out of Wang Lin's head while he was sitting in the lotus position. The moment the green light appeared, a blue mist came out as well, and Wang Lin's origin soul came out from his body. The moment his origin soul appeared, the thunder furnace came out from his bag as well. His origin soul absorbed the thunder furnace and then rushed toward the clouds. The quickly dissipating thundercloud issued a few unwilling bursts. It then stopped dissipating and condensed once more. However, it seemed angry this time as it gathered almost all the thunder and formed a bolt of celestial thunder much more powerful than the previous two. This thunder descended with a heaven-shattering rumble. At the moment the thunder descended, all of the thunder clouds were sucked into the thunder. From a distance, it didn't look like a bolt of thunder at all, but a huge vortex instead. The vortex was formed by the thunder clouds with the third bolt of thunder at the bottom. A loud rumble echoed across the planet. None the cultivators dared to spread out their divine sense at this moment. All of the mortals, even the tyrants in the market and the experts of the martial arts world that didn't believe in cultivators, knelt on the ground, praying like devoted followers. Wang Lin's origin soul floated in the sky and stared at the terrifying thunder. He couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. It seems, it has gotten out of hand. Watching the thunder descend, Wang Lin's origin soul moved and quickly elongated until it looked incredibly similar to the ancient thunder dragon. After letting out a roar, Wang Lin's origin soul rushed out and devoured the thunder. However, he only devoured half before quickly retreating. The celestial thunder let out an angry rumble and angrily chased after Wang Lin. His origin soul moved extremely quickly toward the ground and threw out the thunder furnace. Then his origin soul returned back into his body, and as he opened his eyes, his right hand grabbed the thunder furnace. The thunder chasing after him seemed to let out a reluctant roar as it landed on the thunder furnace. Even the intense vortex that followed the thunder also landed on the thunder furnace. The thunder furnace flashed like crazy. It was so intense that even Wang Lin's right hand felt numb. Even when he held lightning, he wouldn't feel this kind of numbness. This just shows how terrifying the thunder was. At this moment, the thunder vortex above the thunder furnace rapidly rotated and absorbed everything inside. From afar, it looked like the entire world was going to be absorbed by the furnace. Someone who didn't understand anything would think that this furnace was a top-quality treasure because it seemed like would absorb the world. In almost an instant, the huge vortex entered the thunder vortex. As the vortex disappeared, the thunder furnace gave off crackling sounds, and a crack appeared on it. This was the first time a crack had appeared on a thunder furnace since the thunder celestial realm opened. This kind of phenomenon had never happened before over the countless years. The amount of thunder furnaces was always the same, and they could not be destroyed or lost. Every time the thunder celestial realm opened, they would appear from the void and then return to the void. When they reappeared again, it would always be the same amount. However, right now it seemed like all of this was going to change. Wang Lin's face was filled with a bitter smile. He really felt like he had overdone it. He didn't know if he would be affected if the thunder furnace collapsed. Maybe it would prevent him from entering the thunder celestial realm. It should not collapse. This thunder furnace is something from the thunder celestial realm after all. As Wang Lin stared dumbfoundedly at the thunder furnace absorbing all of the thunder clouds, more and more cracks appeared on it until it finally shattered. A thunderous echo echoed across the heavens and earth, forming a giant storm on planet Qing Yi. The thunder furnace shattered into countless fragments, and each fragment had thunder connecting them together. Wang Lin let out a breath of relief. As long as the fragments were there was a chance to fix this. However, the moment the fragments split, they collapsed once more. This time the fragments shattered into dust. This was the first thunder furnace that had collapsed since the thunder celestial realm opened. From this day onwards, no matter how many times the thunder celestial realm opened, it will forever be short one thunder furnace, and an entry will be lost for eternality. This was the first time this kind of thing had happened in countless years. As for what would happen afterwards, no one knew. The thunder furnaces were originally indestructible. Breaking one was even very difficult for people at the second step. Even if someone could do it, they wouldn't because it would gain them no advantage and have an extremely negative impact on the system. Wang Lin's bitter smile became even stronger. The moment thunder furnace shattered, all of the thunder inside it exploded forth. An unimaginably powerful thunder gushed out and surrounded Wang Lin. This thunder pulled him toward the sky at an extremely fast speed. This speed was too fast, as if it was trying to tear his body apart. Others would take the thunder furnace and be led toward the thunder celestial realm, so their speed was relatively slow. Wang Lin's thunder furnace had absorbed the entire thunder cloud to the point that the furnace itself couldn't withstand it anymore, so naturally his speed was several times faster. In almost an instant, this crazy thunder broke through the void and disappeared along with Wang Lin. His speed was almost indescribable, as if time was passing by in the blink of an eye. This space was clearly different from normal space. Wang Lin wasn't able to see his surroundings at all before he flashed by. There were many cultivators from the All-Heaven Star system on the road to the Thunder Celestial Realm. They didn't have to fly on their own, and were automatically being pulled by the thunder furnaces toward the celestial gate to wait for the gate to open. Chapter 736, Thunder Celestial Realm. Every cultivator with a furnace was being pulled by their respective thunder furnace. Unless they were from the same cultivation planet, the distance between them was far too great to see each other. When they looked around, aside from the light coming from themselves, it was all just darkness. However, just at this moment, a powerful ray of thunder flew by like a meteor and carried with it a thunderous roar. The speed of this bolt of thunder was so fast that it had already reached an inconceivable degree. It instantly passed by several cultivators. The impact caused by its passing made the light around those cultivators flicker as if they were about to extinguish. These cultivators were all from the same cultivation planet, and their expressions changed greatly. When they focused in that direction, they only saw a flash in the distance before it disappeared without a trace. What remained was the confusion and terror in the eyes of those cultivators. One of the cultivators muttered, "What? What was that?" Wang Lin was inside the meteor-like thunderbolt. The extreme speed made it so that he couldn't open his eyes at all. It was as if there was something moving inside his body and countless concaves had appeared all over his body. He didn't even dare to spread out his divine sense. At his current speed, he would reach the range limit of his divine sense the moment spread out. Due to the extreme speed, he would lose that part of his divine sense and damage his origin soul. His speed was too fast. This meteor-like thunder rampaged through the road to the Thunder Celestial Realm. Some of the first-time cultivators were excited about reaching the Celestial Gate before they saw this terrifying meteor. Each of them were so stunned that they forgot where they were for a moment. Even those that wouldn't easily reveal their true emotions were dumbfounded. This was not the first time for some other cultivators, but even for them, when they saw the meteor-like thunder, their expressions changed and were filled with uncertainty. In this environment, very few people dared to spread out their divine sense. Even if they did, it was impossible to lock onto the fast meteor. What exactly was inside that meteor? That became the first question that appeared inside the hearts of almost all the cultivators before they had even stepped onto the Thunder Celestial Realm. At the end of this empty space was the gate to the Thunder Celestial Realm. This gate was a huge bolt of thunder, only it was so large that it was impossible to see where it ended. This bolt of thunder was dark red. It appeared from the void, and the other end disappeared into the void like a river. However, there was no life coming from it, as if it was a person whose life had come to an end. There were many legends about this bolt of thunder in the All-Heaven Star system. The most accepted one was that originally there was no gate to the Thunder Celestial Realm. The entire Thunder Celestial Realm was a giant lake of thunder, and it didn't need the gate. As for this dark red bolt of thunder, it was formed by the souls of all the Celestials when the Celestial Realm collapsed. This became the gate after the collapse. At this moment, there were already several people sitting in the Lotus position under this dark red bolt of thunder. Shinggong, who was among them. Aside from the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple, there were some of the rare, solo cultivators from the All-Heaven Star system. In the All-Heaven Star system ruled by cultivation families, there weren't many solo cultivators. Without a terrifying cultivation level to back themselves up, it would be very difficult for survive. Almost every single solo cultivator was a powerful existence. The people under the gate to the Thunder Celestial Realm rarely talked to each other. All of them had their eyes closed as if they were unwilling to be disturbed by others. Sometimes there would be individual cultivators arriving through the guidance of the Thunder Furnace. Often, the first waves of cultivators were all those that had reached the second step. If one met an acquaintance, they would often exchange a few words, sit next to each other, or sit alone after greeting each other. A middle-aged man in blue was sitting next to Shinggong Hu. His face was pale with no trace of color, but there was a coldness in his gaze. The middle-aged man had a strange tone as he slowly said, "I heard that the always arrogant Shinggong Hu now has a lord. I didn't believe you at first, but seeing that brother Shinggong is missing a part of your Tao soul, it seems like it is true. A pity, a pity." Shinggong Hu's expression remained the same as he coldly looked at the middle-aged man before he calmly said, "A short-sighted person who has no ambition can't understand the ambition of a man with great intellect. A superficial person can't comprehend the thoughts of an ambitious person. Tang Yangfeng, you're not me." The man named Tang's eyes became cold, and he gloomily smiled. "I want to see what kind of intelligence you have." Shinggong Hu no longer spoke. During these 20 years, he had been under a lot of pressure. This pressure came from his family and the Thunder Celestial Temple. All of this was because he had pledged to Wang Lin. In his family, he was scolded for his rash decision. Although he was a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, he couldn't do anything against the family elders. As for the Thunder Celestial Temple, They didn't agree with the messenger pledging to someone else. Although they didn't obviously state anything, Shingon could feel that the Thunder Celestial Temple was alienating him. For example, with his talent, he shouldn't have been here at all right now. He should have been with the majority of the other Thunder Celestial Temple messengers and entered the Thunder Celestial Realm through another path. Although he wasn't the only messenger here, those people couldn't compare to him at all in terms of status. Thinking about this, Shingon not only felt no regret, he felt a powerful sense of pride. Not only did he feel that he wasn't wrong, he also felt like it was the best decision he ever made in his life. What he said to Tang Yanfeng was also the same thing he said to the elders of his family. Even the head elder of the family is stuck at the Nirvana Cleanser stage, so there is not even a need to talk about the legendary third step. What qualifications do they have to guide me? Shingon, whose eyes shined brightly. Tang Yanfeng sneered. This Shingon, who was the first one among their generation to become a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. However, due to one misstep, he was now in such a situation. Just at this moment, a bright light suddenly appeared in the distance. After an instant, a thunderous rumble rushed closer like a storm. All of the cultivators opened their eyes and looked over. Tang Yanfeng was no exception. At the moment he looked over, the light suddenly intensified and headed straight for this place. The light carried with it a powerful rumble and closed in at an incredible speed. It was too fast and closed in an instant. There was not a lack of powerful cultivators here. Many of them spread out their divine senses, trying to lock on the meteor-like thunder to try to find some clues about it. However, due to its crazy speed, the meteor-like thunder already quickly closed in before they could even lock onto it. It brought with it a powerful force, making everyone's eyes become even more serious. As it closed in, not only did it not stop here like normal, it became even faster. It flashed by the crowd and charged directly at the gate. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the meteor-like thunder suddenly hit the dark red bolt of thunder. Following a muffled rumble, the bolt of thunder disappeared into the dark red thunder, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Enter. It entered. One of the cultivators was completely stunned. Not only him, but almost everyone around immediately stood up and stared at the gate. They had never heard of someone that could enter before the gate opened. It was completely beyond their expectations. Tang Yanfeng stared dumbfoundedly at the Thunder Celestial Gate. He muttered, "What is this? How could someone enter before it opened? Could it be that you can enter before it opens?" He frowned. He wasn't the only person who had this idea, but no one dared to try, except for one person. This person's body flickered, and a clone walked out from behind him. He pointed forward, and the clone charged toward the dark red thunder. Everyone's gazes immediately followed. They all saw the clone touch the dark red thunder, but its body trembled and quickly collapsed. At the same time, a bolt of dark red thunder shot out toward the cultivator that sent out the clone. This cultivator's expression changed greatly. He was at the illusory stage, but when facing the thunder, his scalp felt numb and was about to lose his wit. He turned and quickly ran, but the red thunder chased closely after. The red thunder entered the person's body and flew back after making a cycle through that person's body. That cultivator trembled, then his entire body, along with his origin soul and bag of holding, collapsed. Silence. All of the surrounding cultivators became silent. No one noticed that at this moment, Shingon who had lowered his head, but his eyes were filled with shock and unimaginable excitement. When he saw the meteor-like thunder pass, he felt a trace of his lord's aura inside due to his Tao soul. Shingon Hu was not wrong. Senior is really amazing person. The thunder he attracted reached this degree and could enter the Thunder Celestial Realm before it opened. This kind of cultivation is really unbelievable. A person was standing on a peak covered in countless bolts of thunder on a fragment of the unopened Thunder Celestial Realm. This person was an old man with a head of white hair flowing in the air. As his white clothes fluttered in the air, he had his hand behind his back and frowned as if he was thinking of something. However, he was startled as he looked into the distance and softly exclaimed, "Interesting." The old man revealed a look of interest. A gust of wind blew by, and his body turned into countless golden specks and disappeared from this thunder mountain. If Wang Lin was here, he would immediately recognize that when the old man disappeared, there was a faint aura of returning to the origin. Chapter 737, Fated Person. The meteor-like thunder that led Wang Lin to the Thunder Celestial Realm became more crazy the moment it hit the dark red thunder. The amount of thunder inside it suddenly increased several-fold and reached a terrifying degree. It had entered Wang Lin's body like a crazy dragon. In just a breath of time, it caused Wang Lin's body to feel numb and completely locked Wang Lin's origin soul. This phenomenon was so fast that Wang Lin didn't even have time to think. His whole body was frozen, as if someone had casted the stop spell on him. When the meteor-like thunder collided with the dark red thunder, he was brought into the thunder celestial realm. Wang Lin wasn't able to check his surroundings at all because the thunder surrounding him was falling even faster than a stone smashing down. It carried with it a thunderous rumble as it smashed directly onto a broken fragment of the thunder celestial realm. The meteor broke through the air and smashed into the ground, causing the entire fragment to shake and setting off a huge dust storm. At this moment, the fragment was so dusty that one couldn't see past 30 feet. The entire earth shook violently like there was a giant earth dragon churning underground. After a long time, the dust storm settled and the earth gradually settled down as well. Only the hole on the surface of the eastern part of the fragment proved that everything that had just happened was real. Green smoke was coming from the hole. When the wind blew, the green smoke dissipated. At the end of the pit, there was thunder moving through the earth, and there was even some scorched earth. This hole was very deep, but the actual depth was unknown. At the very bottom lied Wang Lin. Blood was coming out of his orifices, and many parts of his body were injured from the impact. He was in an extremely sorry state. Although this thunder celestial realm was more stable than the rain celestial realm, it was still on the brink of collapse. The only difference was between 50 and 100 steps, basically implying although the difference is huge in terms of ratio, but overall it's still pretty small difference in grander scheme of things. After experiencing the massive shock of the meteor-like thunder, the fragment became more unstable. Not long after the hole was formed by Wang Lin, the edge of the hole began to collapse, and there were series of muffled rumbles. After the dust settled, there were only ruins, and the hole was completely buried. A white-haired old man's body seemed to appear out of the void. He arrived next to the ground where the hole was before looking down and smiling. I have lived for a long time, and this is the first time I've seen someone so greedy to enter the thunder celestial realm early like this. The old man's eyes narrowed. After taking careful look, he muttered, "This little guy's origin soul is giving off such powerful thunder pressure, and even his body is made of thunder. What a mess. Is he a human or a spirit? If he continues like this, he will become a thunder spirit sooner or later." However, the location of his landing is a bit interesting. Forget it, since he was seen by this old man. That means we are fated. The old man's eyes revealed a look of interest. He raised his right hand and pressed down on the ground. A ray of light quickly passed by the ground. Then the old man's body flickered and disappeared. There had been many people who were fated with him, but each of them ended up very helpless. Time slowly passed. Deep underground, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. Massive pain was coming from all over his body. Even his origin soul wasn't operating properly. Wang Lin wryly smiled as he looked around. This was a collapsed stone room with some soil trickling in from above. After looking around, Wang Lin struggled to sit up and closed his eyes to cultivate. He slowly activated his origin soul and found a trace of thunder that was incompatible with his own thunder. This thunder was the reason why his origin soul wasn't operating properly. The surroundings were completely silent without any sound, and Wang Lin was completely immersed in his cultivation. At this moment, the celestial guard walked out of his shadow. It sat down opposite of Wang Lin and protected him. 7 days passed by in a flash. Wang Lin opened his eyes and spat out mouthful of foul air. There was a trace of thunder in there. I can't take this kind of risk in the future. Fortunately, the amount of thunder that disturbed my origin soul wasn't much. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to expel it in a short period of time. After expelling that sliver of thunder, Wang Lin's injuries began to recover and his origin soul healed. His body was damaged, but it didn't affect his cultivation. Wang Lin looked at the earth above him. Then he took a step forward and charged straight toward the earth. Since I came to the thunder celestial realm, I need to take a good look to see how it's different from the rain celestial realm. Wang Lin's body turned into a ray of light, but right when he touched the dirt above him, there was a flash of light from the dirt. As if he had hit a wall of iron, there was a loud rumble and he bounced off the dirt. After landing on the ground, Wang Lin retreated a few steps and his eyes were filled with terror. This dirt contains origin energy. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes filled with lightning. As he took a closer look, his expression darkened. This isn't origin energy formed naturally. It's from a spell that someone casted. Someone doesn't want me to leave. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. Although he was injured when he smashed down, he was more or less aware of his surroundings. Although the ground was harder than normal, it wouldn't stop spells from going through. However, this dirt had changed, which immediately shocked Wang Lin. Was it someone who casted a spell or a change that occurred due to the celestial thunder being too violent? Wang Lin pondered for a moment, and with a thought, the Celestial Guard charged out. It tried to break through at multiple locations. The result was that every direction was impassable aside from directly forward. Wang Lin's expression became even more gloomy. He was even more certain this was man-made. Someone had seen him and imprisoned him here, leaving him only one road. They even arrogantly told him that the only path left was forward. Wang Lin silently pondered. He had used several days to heal and didn't know if the Thunder Celestial Realm had opened. He also wasn't able to deduce the identity of the person who used the spell. However, this person is able to lock down a part of the Celestial Realm. I fear that this person's cultivation is not simple. However, what purpose does he have for wanting me to move forward? This method doesn't make sense. If that person is hostile to me, he could have just attacked directly. Wang Lin pondered, and his eyes lit up. He then looked at the hole the Celestial Guard made while looking for a way out. Forget it, it is pointless to stay here. Let's see what mysteries lie ahead. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he slapped his bag of holding, and a golden celestial brush appeared in his hand. While holding the brush, a sliver of red light came out from the crack between his eyebrows. This made him look very evil. Then his right hand formed a seal, and a celestial wind immediately appeared, blowing away the dirt before him and revealing a passage. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and found countless winding channels leading to the unknown. His divine sense spread out even further, but still wasn't able to find where it ended. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin's body charged directly forward. As he charged forward, his divine sense was spread out, looking for an exit. As he rushed through the tunnels, he tried breaking through at multiple points, but all of the dirt was reinforced by the spell, so he wasn't able to charge out. As he moved, his eyes narrowed. His divine sense had found the exit at a fork ahead. Wang Lin suddenly sped out toward the exit. However, he was a bit puzzled because the search for the exit seemed a bit too easy. Could this place not have been created by a spell, but caused by the thunder? Wang Lin began to ponder and slowed down. Just at this moment, the exit he was locked onto released a flash of light. When the light disappeared, the exit also disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin was startled, and his expression became even more gloomily. After pondering a bit, he let out a cold snort and headed toward the exit. After arriving at the exit, he looked around for a long time. He didn't say anything as he turned around and headed for the other fork. His divine sense was spread out and carefully observing each tunnel. Half an hour later, his divine sense found another exit. Gray light was coming through the exit. Clearly that exit led to the surface. Wang Lin didn't hesitate and charged directly at the exit. He was already moving very fast, but he couldn't teleport. However, he soon arrived near the exit. When H was only 100 feet from the exit, he rushed forth. However, just at this moment, the exit gave off a flash of white light and disappeared. Wang Lin had missed the exit. He clenched his fist and put on an extremely gloomy expression. He then raised his head. It was as if his eyes could penetrate the earth. After taking a few deep breaths, he turned around and left. This place must have been created by a spell. As Wang Lin gloomily moved through the endless tunnel, he calmed his previously anxious mentality. These exits were clearly being controlled by someone. They wanted him to see the exit, but not be able to leave. If he became anxious and rushed, it would be even more difficult to leave. At this moment, somewhere in the Thunder Celestial Realm, the old man had his hand behind his back. He smiled and muttered. It has been a long time since someone fated with this old man has appeared. If this junior can leave within 7 days, that means he is even more fated. I really hope this little guy can make it out in 7 days. There are many interesting places in this Thunder Celestial Realm that are extremely suitable for people fated with this old man. 3 days of time flashed by. Wang Lin was moving through the underground passage like lightning with his divine sense spread out. He would find an exit almost every half an hour, but he would never head over and continued his own journey. Using 3 days of time, he walked through all the passages underground. As a result, a complete map appeared in his mind. He also found the method to leave this place. Chapter 738, Wanna Kill. Since this place collapsed when I fell, that means that this place is unstable. So even if this place is sealed with a powerful spell, it still won't be able to withstand the collapse of the Celestial Realm. Wang Lin calculated that staying in this tunnel would get him out of here. To be more exact, this location was the connecting point for all the tunnels. Almost all of the branching paths were connected to this tunnel. Exits that appear at fixed times to lure me and make me increasingly irritated when I try to rush at them. This person sure is bored. A hint of coldness flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. How could he be willing to be fooled by another person like this? Right now he had to break through this scheme with his own strength. Wang Lin raised his head and locked onto the dirt above him. He then slapped his bag of holding, and the god-slaying war chariot flew out, turning into the Thunder Beast. At the moment the Thunder Beast appeared, it let out a roar. It was connected to Wang Lin, so without waiting for Wang Lin's order, a large amount of thunder moved through its body and gathered at its silver horn. At this moment, its silver horn gave off a bright light. As it roared, the beast charged up carrying the powerful light. It was like a sharp sword that charged toward the dirt above the tunnel. A loud rumble echoed across the passages, and a violent tremble suddenly appeared. Wang Linu could clearly feel the powerful tremble that spread across the tunnels and immediately affected all the other tunnels. The Thunder Beast's body was knocked back. The powerful rebound force was something it almost couldn't bear. After retreating a few steps, its body trembled, but its eyes were filled with battle intent and an unyielding gaze. Just at this moment, a shadow flickered behind Wang Lin, and the Celestial Guard flew out. Its body was covered in a golden light, and it threw a punch at the spot where the Thunder Beast's attack landed. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion caused a violent tremble that spread across the area. The Celestial Guard's body was sturdy, so it withdrew its fist and threw another punch, causing more trembling. The rebound force was intense, and after 5 punches, the Celestial Guard had to back up. The golden glow around the Celestial Guard dimmed, and its aura became unstable. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. The location he chose couldn't be wrong. At this moment, the Celestial Guard retreated, and Wang Lin took out the Celestial Sword containing the awakened Su Ligua. The Celestial Sword rushed forth along with Su Ligua's cursing. The Thunder Beast, Celestial Guard, and Celestial Sword's successive attacks caused the fragment to tremble violently, especially this tunnel. Because this tunnel was connected to all the other tunnels trembled violently as well. Wang Lin let out a roar. Then his hand formed a seal, and the celestial spiritual energy in his body surged. His origin soul gave off thunder, and thunder gathered in his hand. He threw the thunder, and the Thunder Beast also roared and charged out with the thunder. The Celestial Guard followed closely after. The entire fragment began to tremble violently. At this moment, the violent trembling caused the tunnel to collapse. The collapse of one tunnel caused a chain reaction, so all the connecting tunnels instantly collapsed as well. The collapse spread, and a large amount of dirt fell. However, a trace of origin energy appeared and surrounded the surrounding area. The origin energy threads were very dense and rarely intersected. However, every time the lines intersected, a light door appeared. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He didn't think the spell would still exist after the collapse of the tunnels. However, without the obstruction of the dirt, it was much easier for Wang Lin to leave through the exit that appeared every half an hour. At the moment the next light door appeared, Wang Lin's body flickered and he charged out of the door at his fastest speed. The Celestial Guard and Thunder Beast followed closely after. At the moment he came out, he didn't pause. He stepped into the void and let out a big breath. What is this person's purpose? If he wanted to kill me, it wouldn't have been hard with this spell. If he wanted to trap me, then simply make those doors disappear. However, why? Wang Lin lowered his head and looked at the ground. The line forming the prison was still there. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin put away the Thunder Beast and Celestial Guard. However, when he looked at the line of origin energy below him, he felt his scalp tingle. He looked around as he pondered and muttered, "This place is the Thunder Celestial Realm. Celestial Jades should be dispensable things for those cultivators that have stepped into the second step. After all, second step cultivators focus on origin energy." This question had been sitting at the bottom of his heart ever since he found out about origin energy. He wondered why so many second-step cultivators were so eager to come to the Thunder Celestial Realm. After meeting Shingang Hu, Wang Lin made some guesses and gradually understood something. Aside from the Celestial Jades, there were celestial pills and treasures in the Thunder Celestial Realm. Although some were taken every time it opened, there would still be some remaining. As for whether one could find any, it would depend on one's own fortune. There were even rumors about complete celestial spells. Although most of the celestial spells were incomplete, the cultivators of the All-Heaven Star system was confident that there must be complete celestial spells here. In addition to all of this, there was another key reason. So far, 8 completely intact corpses of celestials had been found in the Thunder Celestial Realm. If one could find the corpse of a celestial, even if it was only a clue, they could sell it to the Thunder Celestial Temple. If the clues were accurate, one would receive great benefits. If one could obtain a corpse of a celestial by themselves and handed it to the Thunder Celestial Temple, then the individual gains would be unimaginable. Even the benefits one's family would receive would be a great harvest. If the person who obtained the corpse of a celestial had enough talent, they may even be taken as a disciple of one of the 10 great elders. From then on, they would be above others and their futures would be limitless. Aside from all of this, what really attracted second-step cultivators of the All-Heaven star system to this place were the origin energy pits. More than 10,000 years ago, a cultivator found a semi-abandoned origin energy pit. That cultivator was only at the ascendant stage, and after cultivating inside the origin energy pit, he miraculously broke through the first step and reached the second step. For some reason, this news spread and caused every cultivator to go crazy over it. As for how the origin energy pit formed, no one knew and no one had ever seen it the countless times the Thunder Celestial Realm had opened before. It was as if this origin energy pit had appeared out of nowhere. There was a large amount of origin energy inside the origin energy pit. The origin energy there was extremely rich and didn't need any refining. Even if one wasn't at the second step, they only needed to cultivate to absorb it. Various rumors spread by different people caused countless cultivators to gather at the Thunder Celestial Realm. Aside from the origin energy pit, there was a tool called the Origin Tool by All-Heaven cultivators. The energy contained inside the Origin Tool was different from the energy inside Celestial Jades. If a first-step cultivator absorbed it, it would become Celestial Spiritual Energy, but if a second-step cultivator absorbed it, it would become Origin Energy. All of these were the real reasons why Wang Lin was tempted to come. He was also suspicious about why he had never even heard of these things in the Rain Celestial Realm. There was no answer, but he vaguely guessed that the Rain Celestial Realm was a little small compared to the Thunder Celestial Realm. This, of course, could be the fact that the collapse was more serious, so a lot of areas no longer existed. However, it was also possible that some areas were made inaccessible by others or weren't open to the public at all. My cultivation still isn't enough. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Then his whole body turned into a ray of light, and he was about to leave. At this moment, the lines of origin energy suddenly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin stopped and stared at the scene. At this moment, a faint fluctuation of celestial spiritual energy came from the collapsed ground. A grayish-white handle was half exposed inside the dirt. The celestial spiritual energy fluctuations were coming from this object. On a fragment somewhere in the Thunder Celestial Realm, the old man had his hands behind his back and was staring at a towering mountain ahead of him. He licked his lips and was about to walk forward, but he suddenly stopped as if he had detected something and laughed. That little guy took the shortcut, or else it would have been impossible for him to leave within 7 days. However, there is no harm in taking a shortcut. Since you want to become a fated person with this old man that badly, then this old man will reluctantly agree. However, there are still more important matters at hand. This old man has prepared materials for tens of thousands of years for this matter to finally succeed. After I retrieve this mountain soul and place the great all-heaven formation, I'll come and find you. The old man's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. With his experience, there was hardly anything that could make him excited. If there was anything that brought any excitement to his life, then it would be this terrifying plan that he had been working on for tens of thousands of years. The old man chuckled as he stepped forward toward the towering mountain. This old man will become the #1 person in the All-Heaven star system. Once this plan is complete, I can sweep across the Alliance star system and make that damn Master Zhong die without a grave. As for Wang Lin, he slowly landed, reached out, and pulled out the thing from the ground. This thing was incomplete, as if it was part of a water vase. His eyes shined and looked at the ground. He could vaguely feel that there were several more fluctuations underground. Why didn't I notice this before? I only detected it after this place collapsed. Wang Lin looked at it and pondered. Just at this moment, a ray of light broke through horizon. This ray of light was black and seemed to carry a dense devilish energy. The ray of black light seemed to notice something, and then it charged directly toward Wang Lin. The devilish energy contained undisguised killing intent and arrogance. Junior, up ahead, leave behind the thing in your hand and scram out of here. If you disobey, die. Chapter 739, Dong Lin's Sioux Family. What followed the voice was a devilish flame that covered the entire sky. The black flame emitted a heat that could burn one's origin soul, and it instantly covered the sky. It was as if the thin layer of clouds in the sky was eroded by the devilish flame and was filled with devilish energy. It was as if they only needed to gather the water within for an intense rainstorm to begin. Carrying a trace of rain, the flame moved with the wind and rushed toward the ground. The devilish energy around the ground became monstrous in an instant. If someone were watching from far away, they would see that the devilish energy had formed a huge phantom with a single horn. A purple-robed young man appeared on the head of the phantom. His eyes were giving off a bloodthirsty light, and his black hair was floating behind him. He stepped on the phantom, and then it rushed toward the ground. Wang Lin stood on the ground as he calmly looked up at the sky. He waved his right hand and put the broken handle into his bag. When the devilish phantom closed in, the young man on top looked down at Wang Lin and coldly said, "You're courting death." He didn't move, but the rain near him quickly condensed and rushed out. Rain formed arrows that penetrated through the air. They flew toward Wang Lin while creating a strange, whistling sound. The youth was at the illusory Yin stage, and it was obvious that he wasn't new to this cultivation. Although he wasn't at the peak, he was still at the mid-stage. His cultivation could match the Thunder Taoist, and his devilish spells made him even more fierce. Even the Thunder Taoist wouldn't necessarily have the upper hand against him. The arrows formed by the rain contained a fierce, killing intent. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he retreated several steps. His hand reached out and bursts of thunder exploded forth. At the same time, balls of thunder appeared, and they were each connected by lightning. With a point of his finger, these balls of thunder charged toward the arrows. The moment the balls of thunder closed in on the arrows, they immediately exploded. The violent explosion caused the arrows to immediately disintegrate. The countless rain arrows all dissipated 100 feet before Wang Lin. The youth above the devilish phantom calmly and slowly said, "A little interesting." However, before he finished speaking, not only did Wang Lin not retreat, he stepped forward. He was already angry from being trapped inside the tunnel, and now he had met this youth that attacked with killing intent right away. It was as if he was so weak in everyone's eyes that they could attack him as they wished. "It seems I have been too low-key in the All-Heaven Star system." If the youth was at the corporeal Yang stage, Wang Lin might have hesitated and chosen to retreat. However, he had killed illusory Yin cultivators before, and he stepped directly toward the phantom. "Using devilish spells before me, I have even battled a scattered devil." With one step, Wang Lin stepped into the air. He then raised his right hand, and his origin soul became active. A large amount of thunder came from his body and quickly gathered in his right hand. A blue ball of thunder suddenly appeared, and it simply contained too much thunder. The moment it appeared, it caused the surroundings to change. This place was the Thunder Celestial Realm, so it was not lacking in thunder. The moment Wang Lin's ball of thunder appeared, strands of thunder appeared on the ground, and even the sky seemed to be affected. Countless strands of thunder were attracted to the ball of thunder. Holding the ball of thunder, Wang Lin jumped forward and pushed the ball. The ball of thunder rushed directly toward the youth on the devilish phantom. The youth's expression slightly changed. Not only did the killing intent in his eyes not lessen, it became even stronger. His hand rapidly formed seals, and at the moment the ball of thunder closed in, he shouted, "Devil, devour!" Two bloodthirsty devilish lights suddenly appeared on the originally blurry-looking devilish phantom. Then a crack appeared and became bigger and bigger before it devoured the ball of thunder. "Such weak thunder isn't even qualified for me to use my devilish flame." The youth raised his right hand, and all the rain gathered. The rain moved around inside his hand. In an instant, a long spear formed. It was formed by rain, but it seemed to be made of ink. The spear was black and seemed to be flowing. Then the youth waved his hand, and a water curtain charged toward Wang Lin with dense devilish energy. Wang Lin was calm as he slapped his bag of holding, and something appeared in his hand. It was the Celestial Mountain. The moment it appeared in his hand, it immediately increased in size until it was as big as a mountain. At the moment the water curtain arrived, Wang Lin pressed his right hand on the mountain with a mysterious light in his eyes. When he raised his hand, strands of the mountain's soul were pulled out as if they were drawing each other out. When Wang Lin's right hand completely lifted, the mountain's soul had turned into a ball of mist in his hand and was giving off an ancient aura. Wang Lin's body was like lighting. He was so fast that at the moment he moved, he caused a thunderous roar. Holding the mist in his hand, Wang Lin rushed out right when the water curtain was closing in. The water pierced into his body and immediately turned into countless drops of cold, devilish water droplets that instantly surrounded Wang Lin. However, as soon as it surrounded Wang Lin, the mist in his hand gave off a rich, celestial spiritual energy fluctuation that allowed Wang Lin to charge through the water curtain. Without pausing at all, he charged forward and pressed the mist toward the youth on the devilish phantom. The youth's expression sank the moment the mist appeared. He immediately threw the spear, and it charged out like a dragon. The spear rushed through the air and penetrated the ball of mist. After Wang Lin threw the ball of mist, he didn't stop, but rushed forward and shouted, "Scatter!" The ball of mist suddenly spread out and swelled several times, becoming a dense mist that covered the entire spear. The youth's expression changed and was about to use a spell. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he shouted, "Thunder, explode!" The ball of thunder devoured by the devilish phantom hadn't disintegrated, it was hiding. At the moment Wang Lin shouted, the powerful thunder exploded within the phantom's body. A blue light immediately appeared within the phantom. The light became bright and brighter before instantly reaching its limit. Finally, in a series of thunderous rumbles, countless bolts of thunder burst from the phantom's body. Its large, illusory body completely collapsed. The drastic change caused the youth's expression to become even more gloomy. At the breath before the phantom collapsed, the youth had already left the phantom's body. However, Wang Lin had already closed in. Wang Lin's shadow flashed, and the celestial guard quickly stepped out. In the youth's eyes, it was as if Wang Lin had split into two. The celestial guard's entire body gave off a golden glow that flowed like water toward its right hand. At this moment, it seemed as if the celestial guard was holding the sun. One punch was thrown. Because Wang Lin's cultivation had reached the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, it wasn't as easy as before to see that the celestial guard was hiding in his shadow. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. It happened so fast that the youth didn't even have time to think. He didn't expect a mere peak late-stage Ascendant cultivator to be able to create a ball of thunder this powerful and draw out the mountain's soul. What shocked him the most was the punch from the puppet. The storm formed by this punch was too powerful. Not only was the golden light blinding, even his origin soul felt pain when the light shined on him. This punch was the peak of the celestial guard's power. It was a punch that could shatter the world. It was incredibly fast and landed directly before the youth. The consecutive changes caught him completely unprepared. From the slow attack at his start to the sudden change that came after, the youth felt a life and death crisis he hadn't felt in a very long time. He didn't hesitate to quickly retreat, as this punch made his scalp tingle. He had a feeling that if he didn't retreat and was hit by this punch, even with his illusory cultivation, he would undoubtedly die. As the youth retreated, the celestial guard's punch exploded. The youth bit the tip of his tongue without hesitation and spat out essence blood that contained origin energy. His expression became fierce and he shouted, "Screen of Donglin." The essence blood exploded like water falling in hot oil. The blood mist gathered before the youth to block the puppet's punch. When the punch landed on the blood mist, a sound that shocked the entire fragment suddenly echoed across the fragment. This sound was beyond loud, and the impact rapidly spread. It was as if the entire earth had 10 feet of it scrapped off by the shockwave. Large amounts of dirt flew up into the air and debris that gave off celestial spiritual energy fluctuation appeared. The blood mist dissipated, and the puppet fell to the ground before retreating several more steps to steady itself. However, the golden light was completely gone, and it seemed to have used all its energy. It was clear to anyone that the celestial guard's body was trembling lightly. The youth that came with murderous intent flew toward the ground like a meteor and smashed into the ground with a bang. An illusory black lotus emitting a powerful, black devilish flame appeared above him. "In 5,000 years, you're the first person to make me, Su Fenghan." However, before he could finish speaking, there was a loud, muffled explosion from inside the mist formed by the mountain soul. There was a loud echo as the mist dissipated and the thread returned to the celestial mountain. The spear inside had lost its power and had dissipated, and the rain fell to the earth. Chapter 740, Peerless, Battle of Dao. Su Fenghan's words were interrupted by the disappearance of the spear. As his slender figure walked out from the dust, his face was pale and was in a somewhat sorry state. His eyes were cold and were carrying a crazy amount of killing intent. "You're very good, very good." A cold voice came from his mouth and was also gnashing through his teeth. To be pushed this far by a first-step cultivator was a disgrace. He had forgotten that he came here for the pieces of treasure fragments underground. The only thing in his mind was killing Wang Lin. Wang Lin secretly sighed. It was very difficult to kill a second-step cultivator. All of the calculations and attacks were done to give the celestial guard a chance for that punch. If it was any first-step cultivator, they wouldn't have been able to block that attack. However, he could only injure but not kill an illusory cultivator who couldn't even be considered to have truly reached the second step. This person is much more powerful than the Thunder Taoist from back then. Wang Lin waved his hand, and all the fragments exposed on the surface were gathered by him. Wang Lin was staring at the devilish lotus flame above Su Fenghan's head. Su Fenghan took a deep breath. Then he pointed at the sky with this right hand and grimly said, "Even if you have that puppet, thanks to the Tao of my devil lotus that formed when I reached the illusory stage, you will still be reduced to ashes." Devil Lotus Tao, first rotation. When Su Fenghan finished speaking, his devil lotus began to slowly rotate. The rotation caused the devil flame to immediately become more intense and cover half the sky. Wang Lin's expression was very serious. This was a rare chance to see a cultivator with their own Tao. The rotation of the devil lotus seemed to have replaced the world itself. It was as if the world was turning. This feeling was very unreal, but also extremely real. It was as if he had become a grain of sand in the world and was being mercilessly erased by the rotation of the world. I can't let it keep rotating. Wang Lin's expression suddenly turned pale. Thunder suddenly echoed across the sky that was half covered by the black flame from the devil lotus. In an instant, an underworld river appeared in the sky. This underworld river was extremely long, as if a great river had suddenly appeared in the sky. Bursts of mournful cries came from within, making it seem as if the entire world was filled with endless resentment. The underworld river squeezed into Black Flame's territory, creating an opposing force. At this moment, the rotation of the world gradually stopped, and Wang Lin revealed a serious expression. Cultivators that had their own Tao and could materialize it were terrifying. Wang Lin was very clear on this point. Su Fenghan's eyes narrowed as he stared the underworld river and slowly said, "So you can materialize your own Tao too. You can also draw the soul from the mountain and have so many magical treasures. If my guess is correct, you are a second-step cultivator as well, but due to certain circumstances, your cultivation fell to the peak of the late stage of Ascendant." Only this explanation could prevent Su Fenghan from feeling bad. Otherwise, he really couldn't face the fact that an Ascendant cultivator could be this strong. "I believe that puppet is your original body, and this body is your clone. You must be too injured for your origin soul to return to your original body." The more Su Fenghan spoke, the more clear his mind became, and the more he was sure of his speculation. "Let us see which of our Daos is stronger." Su Fenghan's eyes became cold and were filled with killing intent. The lotus above his head immediately began to rotate even faster. The black flame became even more monstrous to the point that it formed a wall of black flame that would make anyone's throat feel dry the moment they saw it. Su Fenghan shouted, "Devilish flame, burn." The flame vortex separated from the lotus and charged toward Wang Lin. The vortex rotated rapidly, creating a powerful wind that carried intense heat. This wind created a storm that closed rapidly on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes released a golden glow. This battle was his first life and death battle since reaching the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. As the devilish flame closed in, Wang Lin raised his hand and shouted, "Second ability, Condense River Soul." The underworld river immediately trembled, and all the resentment inside condensed. This resentment was too powerful. It was all the resentment Wang Lin had gathered from all the mortals on planet Qing. All of the resentment combined to form a monstrous amount of grievance. The monstrous resentment turned solid and charged out as shadows. Each shadow had the figure of a mortal. In an instant, countless shadows of mortals appeared in the world. At this moment, the world seemed narrow and crowded. However, the mortals formed by the resentment all fused in the blink of an eye. The result was a human-shaped resentful spirit that had no specific appearance. The resentful spirit was born from the underworld river. Just as it appeared, the underworld river wrapped around the spirit and charged at the devilish flame vortex. The resentful spirit and devilish flame vortex collided, creating an unimaginable power. At this instant, an extremely harsh sound came from the sky. The entire sky seemed to be torn by this power. The earth shook violently under the impact of the force. A crack appeared before Wang Lin and Su Fenghan and quickly spread. It was as if the entire continent was being split in half. The resentful spirit shattered into countless strands of resentment and returned to the underworld river. The underworld river collapsed. The underworld river was his Tao, and its collapse meant the collapse of his Tao. When Wang Lin felt the effect of the collapse, his expression immediately turned pale, and he staggered a few steps backwards. The devilish flame's power was transmitted into the underworld river, and when the underworld river collapsed, it was transmitted into Wang Lin's origin soul. This devilish flame burned as if it was going to burn the entire world. Wang Lin's face turned red. Then he coughed out a large mouthful of blood and was immediately filled with killing intent. Third ability, Power of the Underworld River. Wang Lin's head jerked upward, and he stared at the crumbling underworld river. His unyielding nature was revealed through his gaze. He would never yield. If his Tao collapsed, then he would reform it once more. If the underworld river collapsed, then he would reform it once more. The devilish flame was forced out through the pores in his body. The devilish flame was invisible, but then black gas rose into the air. Su Fenghan's expression was also pale, and he also took several steps backward. Although the devilish flame formed by his Tao didn't collapse, it was as if rain had fallen on it, and more than half of the flames had extinguished. Even his body was eroded by the resentful spirit from the underworld river. Luckily, his cultivation was powerful enough that he could suppress it after many attempts. If he hadn't suppressed it, it would have invaded his mind, and he would have gone crazy before Wang Lin even had a chance to attack. Battles of Tao are the most dangerous. Those words are not false. For the first time, Su Fenghan put Wang Lin on the same level as himself. Battles of Tao often shake the roots of cultivators. This was not their origin soul or their flesh, but their Tao heart. The consequences of a damaged Tao heart were extremely terrifying, as it was extremely difficult to recover. Su Fenghan saw that Wang Lin's underworld river had collapsed, but at this moment, a powerful, unyielding will actually cause the collapsing underworld river to reform. This scene shocked him greatly, and his eyes revealed a mysterious light. This was the first time he had seen a Tao spell like this. His eyes lit up and knew he couldn't retreat right now. This was a battle of Tao, and if he retreated, the consequences would be very serious. His right hand formed a seal, and he shouted, "Devil Lotus, 100 rotations." The lotus trembled and rapidly rotated. At this moment, the feeling that the world was rotating appeared once more. This feeling was so terrifying that Wang Lin's body retreated subconsciously. He didn't want to retreat, but he had no choice. It felt like he would be obliterated by the rotating world if he didn't retreat. I have killed illusory cultivators before, so it's not impossible to kill another. Wang Lin's right foot stomped on the ground, and his body stopped. His unyielding gaze fell directly on the underworld river. This will also contain Wang Lin's confidence. This combination of unyielding will and faith caused the underworld river to stop collapsing. A powerful suction came from within the underworld river. This suction was extremely powerful. It was as if it wanted to suck everything into the underworld river. No matter how one rotated, one couldn't escape from the suction comprehended from the intersection of two star systems. This suction was so powerful that it even caused the lotus to slow down. It was as if it was inside water, as its rotation was obstructed and slowed down. This change caused Su Fenghan's expression to change greatly. Without hesitation, he jumped up. He was about to sit down on the lotus and use his own power to make the lotus rotate. How could Wang Lin give him that chance? Wang Lin immediately shot out. Under the suction of the underworld river, his right hand pointed into the air. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he shouted, "Karma Whip." A curved line suddenly appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows. This thin line slowly extended until it became a long whip. The moment the whip appeared, it immediately shook and gave off snapping sounds. It caused countless ripples to appear, and it was like an intangible object. It mercilessly whipped at Su Fenghan, who was charging toward the lotus. The whip was only lashing at the air, but it mysteriously affected Su Fenghan. His body trembled, his face turned pale, and his body paused. The karma whip attacks karma. This person's Tao heart has a flaw. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he rushed out without hesitation. Chapter 741, Stealing One's Spot. Su Fenghan's body felt cold the moment the whip hit his body. All of the chaotic thoughts in his mind surged forth like a flood. They became an extremely chaotic existence inside his body and made him feel like he was being torn apart. His steps involuntarily slowed, and even his Tao became unstable. He couldn't imagine what kind of whip this was to have such a terrifying power. At this moment, Wang Lin charged out. He didn't charge towards Su Fenghan, but towards Su Fenghan's lotus. Stealing one's spot. At this moment, Wang Lin's hair moved without any wind, and his cloth flapped in the wind. His eyes were shining like lightning, and although his face was pale, he gave off an extraordinary aura. Standing on top of Su Fenghan's Tao lotus, Wang Lin turned around. His eyes were bright as a torch as he looked at Su Fenghan. He stood on the lotus, which was the same as standing on Su Fenghan's Tao. Although in reality this had no effect, symbolically, it was amazing attack on one's mind. Su Fenghan finally suppressed all the chaotic thoughts in his mind. His Tao heart had already weakened, and when he saw Wang Lin standing on his lotus, his expression immediately paled. Wang Lin didn't say a word as he coldly stared at Su Fenghan. He waved his sleeves and actually sat down on the lotus. At this moment, the power of the underworld river became even more intense, and it instantly surrounded the lotus. Su Fenghan had lost the battle of Tao. His expression turned pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He then immediately retreated with a self-deprecating smile, and at the same time his hand formed a seal. The origin energy inside his body instantly gathered at his hands. I still have an origin spell. Origin formed Devil God. Su Fenghan's face became ferocious. He already hated this enemy, whose name he didn't even know, to the bones. Origin energy gathered in his hands, and then a black devilish flame suddenly formed between his hands. This devilish flame was like a flickering candle flame. It was as if there was a heart-devouring devil struggling inside the flame. In the blink of an eye, the devilish flame absorbed a large amount of origin energy, causing it to flash brightly and expand greatly. It gave off thick, black smoke that turned into the shape of a single-horned devil. Its appearance was similar to the scattered devil, but it was not as strong. A powerful sense of crisis appeared inside Wang Lin's heart. His right hand hit the lotus, and then he jumped off it. Then his right hand pressed between his eyebrows, and he charged directly toward the devil. His speed was extremely fast, and when he closed in, the third eye between his eyebrows released a powerful, red light. The red light didn't spread out, but gathered. Right now he looked extremely demonic. The moment the devil had appeared, it let out a roar and bit Su Fenghan's shoulder. It then dragged him into the air and swallowed him. After it finished devouring him, it turned its head and stared at Wang Lin. It then charged out while letting out a roar and swung its claws. The claws seemed to be tearing the heavens and earth, releasing a harsh shrill. At this moment, the veins on Wang Lin's face bulged. The third eye between his eyebrows instantly opened and released a ray of light in the shape of a fan. That devil's body was immediately exposed to the fan-shaped red light, and looked as if it was becoming transparent. Even Su Fenghan, who was like a fetus inside the devil, became visible. The moment the devilish claws closed in, Wang Lin's right hand pointed at it, and he shouted, "Stop!" The stop spell descended like a great force. It was as if the entire world had stopped at this moment. Although the devil recovered almost immediately, that pause gave Wang Lin an excellent opportunity. Right now the devil was completely surrounded by the red light, and its body was giving off a large amount of black smoke. It let out bursts of miserable groans, and its screams were extremely violent. Even Su Fenghan, who was in a dormant state inside the devil's body, opened his eyes. Wang Lin's expression was pale. He couldn't maintain the red light from the third light for too long, because this spell used up too much origin energy. Wang Lin only kept the third eye open for 2 breaths of time before the red light disappeared. However, at this moment, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the celestial sword appeared in his hand. He raised the sword, and it quickly fell. Heavenly chop. A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens and earth. What was chopped wasn't the flesh or power, but the law of the world. At the moment the law was chopped, the spell would naturally collapse. This chop also allowed Su Liguo to play his part. Dense ancient sword intent immediately filled the world. The celestial sword had fallen, but the devil wasn't injured at all, and Su Fenghan's eyes lit up inside the devil. However, at this moment, whether it was the devil or Su Fenghan, neither of them moved an inch. A moment later, cracks appeared on the devil and devilish energy escaped from the cracks. After all the devilish energy dissipated, Su Fenghan was exposed. Su Fenghan was already dead. A trace of blood came out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. Killing an illusory cultivator was really difficult. Wang Lin put away the celestial sword and reached out toward the ground. He collected all of the shattered fragments of the treasure and quickly left. As for the devil lotus inside the underworld river, it didn't disappear for some reason. Instead, it was absorbed by the underworld river and was slowly being refined. When he noticed this, Wang Lin revealed a thoughtful expression. I wonder if the physical manifestation of Tao can be refined into a magical treasure. As he flew, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out. This battle would definitely attract some cultivators, so Wang Lin quickly flew away. Even after he was tens of thousands of kilometers away, he still didn't stop. This fragment was extremely vast, and it was far more stable than the Rain Celestial Realm. If this was the Rain Celestial Realm, this battle would have definitely caused the fragment to collapse. Wang Lin flew for 3 days before he finally saw the edge before him. At this point, he stopped and looked around. Not far away, there was a mountain filled with thunder. Wang Lin charged directly toward the mountain. He used the celestial sword to make a cave before sitting down and cultivating. During the battle with Su Fenghan, Wang Lin used the heavenly chop and third eye, so the origin energy inside his body was consumed. However, he had devoured 2.5 bolts of celestial thunder that he had not refined but kept inside his body. He quickly refined them and recovered the origin energy he had used in the battle. In addition, this place was the Thunder Celestial Realm, so everything here, including the plants and mountains, contained thunder. This was like a holy land for Wang Lin, and cultivating here would be much faster than outside. He was like a fish in water. While cultivating, Wang Lin took out the lotus from the underworld river. The Lotus was bleak, and at the moment it left the underworld river, it showed signs of dissipating. Wang Lin observed it for a moment before putting it back into the underworld river. Then he took out all the fragments he had gathered. From the fragments, he could tell that this was a vase-shaped treasure. The celestial fluctuations coming them were extremely strange. It looked like celestial spiritual energy, but also not. While looking at the fragments, Wang Lin began to think. Then his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he muttered to himself, "Could this be a shattered origin tool?" At this moment, a blood-red light quickly flew through the all-heaven star system. At the end of this red light was a dark red planet. This planet was very large and gave off a very strange aura. It was impossible to determine if this aura was celestial spiritual energy, devilish energy, or demonic energy. In the end, it was extremely strange. This planet wasn't stationary but slowly moving. The red light stopped before the planet and then disappeared, exposing a person. This person had red hair, red eyebrows, and was wearing a red robe. He looked very handsome and was in his 40s. As he looked at the surrounding space and the dark red planet, a trace of melancholy appeared in his eyes. He clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Yao Luodong's son, Yao Kong, returns to the family." The surroundings were completely silent. After a long time, the dark red planet suddenly stopped and a hoarse voice came from within. "When your father left the family, didn't he say that no matter how many generations passed, you all would never return?" Yao Kong let out a sigh. He really didn't want to come back to the all-heaven star system and use the all-heaven stone his father left him. However, if he didn't return to the all-heaven star system, he couldn't be at peace. All of this was for his daughter, Yao Shishua. This person was the blood ancestor. Just as he spoke, he was interrupted by the hoarse voice. "Leave this place and go back to the Alliance star system your father chose. My Yao family's temple doesn't have the name Yao Luodong." This voice was filled with determination and resolve, and it didn't allow any to doubt or question it. The blood ancestor clenched his fist and said, "Grandfather, my only daughter, Yao Shishua, was kidnapped from the Alliance star system and was brought here. Whether she is alive or dead is unknown. She has the blood of the Yao family." That hoarse voice became silent. After a long time, an ancient sigh came from it. "Yao Shishua," the voice was very soft. After a while, it slowly said, "I have calculated that she is inside the Thunder Celestial Realm. You go and bring my great-granddaughter back. Go to the Thunder Celestial Temple with my token, and they will send you in. If you are late, then even they won't be able to send you into the Celestial Realm." Chapter 742, Devil Lotus. The Thunder Celestial Realm was far larger than the Alliance Star System's Rain Celestial Realm. To be more accurate, the Thunder Celestial Realm was better preserved than the Rain Celestial Realm. At the edge of one of the fragments there was a mountain that constantly gave off thunder. Bursts of thunder that looked like silver snakes constantly moved through the mountain. Anyone who saw this would feel shocked. The sky was dark and thunder would occasionally fall down on the mountain. It was as if the sky and mountain were linked. Thunderous rumbles would continuously echo and wouldn't dissipate for a long time. There was a cave in the middle of the mountain. Wang Lin was sitting in the lotus position in this cave, healing his injuries. The Celestial Guard was also cultivating at the entrance, recovering itself. On this day, Wang Lin opened his eyes and released a golden flash. Before him were 10 pieces of differently shaped fragments that slowly floated into the air as if a giant hand was holding them. Wang Lin began to ponder. He had not seen what the origin tool from the Thunder Celestial Realm looked like. However, he guessed that there was a 70% chance that these fragments belonged to an origin tool. Wang Lin raised his hand and took one of the fragments. After carefully looking at it, he put it down before picking up another piece. Just like this, he engraved every piece in his heart and then closed his eyes. Just like how he deduced restrictions, he began deducing the most accurate combination inside his mind. Time slowly passed. 1 hour later, Wang Lin opened his eyes. He frowned as he looked at the fragments before him. It is impossible for these fragments to form a complete magical treasure, as there are pieces missing. After silently pondering for a moment, Wang Lin waved his hand. The fragments were surrounded by celestial spiritual energy and began to move. The pieces connected together to form a vase. There were scar-like cracks between each fragment, making it give off a sense of incomplete beauty. In addition, on one side of the vase there were several pieces missing that prevented it from being complete. After looking for a while, Wang Lin waved his hand, and the fragments fell apart once more. He then put them back into his bag of holding. That Su Fenghan was an illusory cultivator, so why didn't he have a bag of holding? Wang Lin was puzzled by this after he killed Su Fenghan. After Su Fenghan died, his body dissipated. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, and he found out that he didn't leave behind a bag of holding. This was a very odd phenomenon. That person's cultivation level was very high. Even if he didn't prepare any magical treasures for this trip to the Thunder Celestial Realm, he still should have prepared some pills. Moreover, if he had any gains, he couldn't just be holding them in his hand. Wang Lin frowned and was completely baffled. There must be some reason I don't know of, or there is a method of storage not known to outsiders. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he thought about the Devil Lotus inside the Underworld River. Could it be? Wang Lin's eyes shined, and with a thought the Underworld River appeared around him. The Underworld River was formed by his Dao, so its size could change. Wang Lin's right hand hit the Underworld River, causing the large amount of resentful spirits inside to pull out Su Fenghan's Devil Lotus. His eyes shined as he stared at the Devil Lotus. This thing couldn't leave the Underworld River for too long, or it would disappear. Only by being inside the Underworld River could the dissipation be slowed. At this moment, the devilish flame had already extinguished, leaving behind the bleak lotus. Wang Lin's hand formed a seal, and celestial spiritual energy gathered in his eyes. He looked at the lotus. There seemed to be a cloudy aura inside the lotus, but this aura was not dead, and it was slowly rotating. When Wang Lin looked at it, the rotation immediately sped up, and he could vaguely hear a roar coming from inside. It seemed like it was using some mysterious method to come out through Wang Lin's gaze. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he let out a cold snort. Not only did he not withdraw his gaze, he even gave the strange aura an opportunity to come out. The black gas came out, and immediately turned into a devil that tried to devour Wang Lin. The moment that devil tried to devour Wang Lin, its body immediately shivered as if it had discovered something unbelievable. It let out a scream and immediately turned around to return back into the Devil Lotus. However, it was too late. Wang Lin's origin soul charged out and chased after it while giving out bursts of thunder. He directly grabbed the devil. As the devil gave off bursts of anxious screams, it was dragged back into Wang Lin's body. I can't refine a scattered devil, but such a small devil doesn't stand a chance. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as the scream of the devil was drowned out by thunder. The scream became weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared and the devil was devoured by his origin soul. Ordinary cultivators didn't possess devouring abilities like this. Normally, this came from some demonic cultivation methods. As for Wang Lin, this was because he was a soul devourer. After devouring the devil, Wang Lin's eyes gave off a dark glow as if it contained a trace of devilish energy. However, thunder soon flashed through his eyes, dispelling all of the devilish energy, and Wang Lin returned to normal. He licked his lips. At this moment, he could clearly feel that not only had all his origin energy been recovered, but it had also increased a bit. It was as if all the origin energy had been compressed. After the black gas disappeared, the inside of the lotus was no longer cloudy, and Wang Lin could see another space inside the lotus. There were 4 crystal clear beads emitting bright light floating inside. However, they looked unstable, like they could break down at any moment. Just at this moment, Wang Lin looked over, and one crystal bead collapsed and dissipated. Seeing that the other crystal beads were about to collapse, Wang Lin's right hand immediately reached in and grabbed 2 beads. Just as he was about to grab the third, that bead collapsed. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he withdrew his right hand with 2 beads inside. After taking them out, the beads stopped collapsing. Wang Lin's divine sense entered the beads, and he was immediately shocked. What an interesting spell, using something formed by Dao as a bag of holding. Wang Lin took a deep breath and understood why Su Fenghan didn't have a bag of holding. Using one's Dao to form its own space and store precious things inside for maximum protection. This spell is very practical. At this moment, after the lotus lost the crystal beads and the black gas, it withered rapidly. It was as if thousands of years had passed. It completely withered and eventually disappeared. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and crushed one of the crystal beads, causing a pill bottle to appear. The bottle was still sealed by wax, which meant that it had never been opened before. A very delicate Su was engraved on the bottle. After breaking the wax, the smell of celestial spiritual energy came out, making one feel extremely comfortable both physically and mentally. There was only one pill inside the bottle, and although Wang Lin didn't know the effect of the pill, it was absolutely not normal. After looking at it for a long time, Wang Lin put away the pill and broke the other bead. There was a flash of light, and a talisman appeared. This talisman looked extremely ordinary with nothing unusual about it. There was a simple rune drawn on it using cinnabar. What is this? Wang Lin was startled, and he picked up the talisman to take a closer look. This looked like the talismans he had seen in his early days of cultivation that were used by low-level cultivators. If Su Fenghan stored it inside his Dao, it can't be normal. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and after looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't find any clues. After pondering for a while, he put away the talisman and no longer thought about it. Then his body flickered, and he moved directly out of the cave. The celestial guard followed and merged with his shadow. Right before the mountain of thunder was the edge of the fragment. There was a field of thunder at the edge of the fragment. The thunderbolts were like rusty chains that extended into the darkness. In the rain celestial realm, there were transfer arrays. However, the thunder in the thunder celestial realm is too powerful to place transfer arrays, so traveling depends on the power of one's feet. Wang Lin pondered. He didn't rush to leave this fragment, but carefully searched the area for any location with celestial spiritual energy fluctuations. As he flew, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. 2 rays of sword energy flew toward him from the front. There was a man and woman on those 2 rays of sword energy. The man was wearing dark blue robes with his long hair bundled up in a blue ribbon. He looked around 30 years old and had an extraordinary appearance. The woman looked to be around 28 years old, and although her appearance was also beautiful, her phoenix eyes looked evil and made it look like she had some strange temper. While the 2 of them were flying, they caught a glimpse of Wang Lin, and the 2 couldn't help but stop. They carefully spread out their divine senses and were slightly relieved to find that Wang Lin was only at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. The 2 looked at each other, and without a word flew far away. While the 2 were probing Wang Lin's cultivation, Wang Lin also saw through theirs. Both of them were at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant and hadn't broken through yet. They didn't have much origin energy inside their origin souls, unlike him, who had already reached a point of saturation. The 2 of them didn't want any trouble and quickly left. Wang Lin only took one look before withdrawing his gaze and continuing to look at the ground. The Thunder Celestial Realm had opened many times, so the harvest each time would be less. However, once there was a harvest, there was a high chance for it to be some top-quality treasure. Wang Lin had experience from the Rain Celestial Realm, so it was much easier. In a flash, the remainder of the month passed by. Wang Lin didn't meet many cultivators, only 3 to 5 people. Among them, he hadn't seen any illusory cultivators. Most of them were ascendant, and there was even one soul transformation. Wang Lin searched the entire fragment once in 1 month of time and found nothing. After pondering a bit, he stopped searching and moved at full speed back to where he started. On this day, while Wang Lin was flying, his eyes suddenly narrowed. On the ground in the distance, a restriction formation had suddenly appeared. Although this restriction was hidden, it was clear as day to a restriction master like Wang Lin. He clearly remembered that he hadn't seen this restriction when he passed by here before.